Qianjuanhao. Wasn't he hiding nearby to oversee the operation? Contact him and inquire about the situation. Han Ming pressed. We've attempted to reach him multiple times, but to no avail. It's quite perplexing. The subordinate lamented. What could possibly be happening? Could it be that Su Mo has survived? Han Ming's worry escalated. Dad, we cannot allow Su Mo to live. I'll send someone to investigate. If he is still alive, I will ensure his demise. Han Chenjiao declared vehemently. Consumed by his hatred for Su Mo enough, Han Ming interjected before he could finish, while Han Chenyi admonished, we cannot act recklessly, regardless of Su Mo's fate. We must not intervene. Otherwise, if the authorities catch wind of it or if someone sees, it would indeed become an inexplicable situation. At that point, it wouldn't merely be a matter of a fortnight in prison. It could extend to several years. Ah, I understand now. I shall not go. Thank you for the reminder, elder brother. Han Chenjiao was taken aback and hastily spoke up. That is precisely the right approach. We shall remain observant and feign ignorance. Regardless of whether Su Mo is alive or dead, it bears no consequence to our Han family. To be accurate, we, the Han family, are entirely unaware of this matter. Han Qingyi interjected once more. Upon hearing this, Han Ming nodded, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes, silently reflecting. Compared to Qingzhao, Qingyi is vastly superior, utterly impeccable. Henceforth, the Han family shall be entrusted solely to Qingyi. As for Qingzhao, a modest inheritance will suffice. Should I hand over the Han group to him? I fear I might not even be cold in my grave before this good-for-nothing squanders it all. With a sigh, Han Ming shook his head, having made up his mind. Then turned to Han Qingyi and said, what you say is indeed correct. Everything is unrelated to us. Let us return to our rest. Attend to your own affairs and do not concern yourselves with this. Everyone nodded in agreement, returning to their quarters, feigning nonchalance as they attempted to sleep. Even if sleep eluded them, they were compelled to pretend. It was not until an hour later that Han Ming, utterly fatigued, fell into slumber, snoring softly. At that moment, Han Qingyi suddenly burst in a state of frantic urgency. Father, it's over. A grave incident has occurred. Han Ming jolted awake, startled. His demeanor shifting as he asked, how did I fall asleep? What has transpired with Su Mo? Is there any resolution? No, father. There is still no news from Su Mo, and we cannot reach Qianjuanhao. Even our assigned personnel are unreachable. Han Qingyi could no longer contain his anxiety. What? How could this be? Could it truly be an accident? Han Ming rose, his brow furrowed. If something has happened to them and they are dead, then so be it. There would be no evidence against us. What I fear is that they have been captured and may expose us. Father, that is not the most pressing concern. Han Qingyi spoke again. The most troublesome matter is that our Han group is on the brink of collapse. Our Han group is on the verge of collapse. How is that conceivable? We are thriving. How could we possibly fall? As long as Nadi remains standing, our Han group will flourish with unceasing orders. It cannot fail. Han Ming shook his head, dismissing the notion. No, father, there is a plethora of damaging information circulating online about our Han group. Moreover, it is irrefutable, leaving us powerless to counter it. Han Qingyi asserted, presenting his phone to Han Ming. Father, see for yourself. Han Ming nodded, accepting the phone. Retrieving his reading glasses from his pocket, and began to read. Shocking. The Han group has been inflating its financial reports year after year, exaggerating profits and revenues to deceive shareholders and artificially inflate stock prices. There are suspicions of fraud. Han Qingzhao, the second son of the Han group, is revealed to be a drug addict, having been photographed multiple times at clubs, potentially facing a lengthy prison sentence. Insider information. The collaboration between the Han group and Naughty group began with bribery and kickbacks. One scene after another left Han Ming trembling. His face flushed with a deep crimson. Damn it, damn it. Could it be that Cheng Zhao has lost his mind? How dare he indulge in such vices? Even if the heavens themselves intervened, there would be no salvation for him. His life is utterly ruined. Watching his beloved son facing a lifetime of imprisonment, Han Ming was not merely heartbroken. He was engulfed in despair. Yet, beside him, Han Qingyi revealed a bitter smile and remarked, Father, the information below is even more grave. Let me see. Han Ming nodded, exclaiming, New bulletin. Han Ming, chairman of the Han Group, is suspected of murder and rape. The evidence is irrefutable. Scoundrels. Scoundrels. How could this calamity descend upon me? Have they lost their senses? Ah, are they truly mad? At this moment, Han Ming was rendered utterly speechless. Not only was his son Han Qingzhao finished, but he too faced impending doom. Chapter 75, still want to turn the tables? Dream on who is responsible for this? Who dares to cross me? Han Ming was utterly alarmed, his fury igniting. How can they spread such slander without fearing a lawsuit? Lawyer, draft a legal notice for me. Immediately. Father, what if they truly possess evidence? What if we send the legal notice and they retaliate with undeniable proof? What then? Han Qingyi could not hold back his words, reflecting on the brutal reality of our times, where a hammer is guaranteed to fall when sought. Whether in the entertainment industry or the business realm, many have fallen victim to such ruthless tactics. Han Ming felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Surely, it cannot be so. Could it be that they are aware of my past deeds? That is inconceivable. The business landscape 2 decades ago was far less favorable. Consequently, unscrupulous methods were commonplace, and even now, it remains the same. Just like the previous news concerning a high-ranking executive who, driven by greed, poisoned his own CEO to death, or the CEO who, in pursuit of accolades, reduced an academician to tears. These seemingly absurd incidents have indeed transpired in recent years. It is evident that this world is inhabited by all sorts of individuals, willing to commit any atrocity for the sake of profit. Observing this scene, Han Qingyi maintained a facade of calm. Yet his mind was calculating. It seems those reports are true and not mere rumors. My father has indeed committed murder and is guilty of heinous acts. He has merely concealed it well, even from me. But now, if I manage to uncover the evidence, it could serve as the ultimate leverage to dethrone my father. With this thought, Han Qingyi revealed a triumphant smile. The helm of the Han Group shall belong to him alone. No one else could obstruct his ascent. Once he secures the evidence, even his father would have no choice but to acquiesce and yield the position to him. How delightful. Humph. All of it is a fabrication. So what is there to fear? Han Ming snapped back to reality, casting a sidelong glance at Han Qingyi as he scoffed. I have done nothing wrong. Thus I have no fear. The innocent need not fear the shadows. Initiate crisis management and summon my lawyer. Understood, father. Han Qingyi nodded. Wait, never mind, you return home. I shall handle this myself. As if recalling something, Han Ming spoke again. Very well, father, you have worked hard. Han Qingyi nodded and retreated. Yet his heart brimmed with disdain. An explanation is merely a disguise, and a disguise is the truth. His father, so secretive, does not even trust him to handle the situation, which speaks volumes about the veracity of the claims. His father is indeed implicated in murder. Moreover, Han Ming does not trust him. Thus he fears allowing him to take charge. Oh, father, your lack of faith in your own son is truly disappointing. Han Qingyi shook his head, a cold smile forming within. It matters not. Once I uncover the evidence, I will have you entirely at my mercy. At that moment, the entire Han Group will be mine. Humph. Simultaneously, Han Ming gazed at the retreating figure of Han Qingyi, his expression darkening to an extreme. Son, knowing too much can be perilous. I hope you do not bring ruin upon your own father. Li Shimin deemed one ruler sufficient. He had no desire to endure the treachery faced by his father, Li Yuan. At times, the burden of a vast family business can be quite troublesome. Whether in the ancient dynasties or the present-day affluent clans, the narrative remains unchanged. Power struggles often ignite conflicts between fathers and sons, and even among siblings, which is a rather common occurrence. Thus, despite Han Qingyi's remarkable capabilities, Han Ming dared not relinquish authority. Instead, he consistently suppressed him, ever wary of the threat that Han Qingyi posed, fearing that he might usurp his position before his demise. Subsequently, Han Ming dialed a number, instructing, at any cost, suppress all matters concerning me. Understood, Mr. Han. As for the Han Group, suppress everything related to the Han Group as well. Otherwise, our stock prices will plummet. Han Ming declared furiously. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. Before long, a force commenced its operations, wielding its formidable financial prowess. Money flowed in, posts were deleted. and public opinion was manipulated by hired commentators. Indeed, wealth has the uncanny ability to influence even the most steadfast of obstacles. Once the funds were allocated, nothing seemed insurmountable. Rapidly, numerous news articles and trending topics vanished without a trace. Even the trending searches visibly plummeted, dropping from 3rd place to 5th, then 7th, and subsequently to 10th, until they disappeared from the top 20 altogether. Such is the terrifying might of financial power, capable of swaying public sentiment. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Han Ming's spirit soared. His heart filled with a sense of security. Although the expenditure was painful, stabilizing the situation was ultimately a positive outcome. He then issued a statement. The Han Group has always operated with integrity and a commitment to excellence, striving to provide the best quality and service to our clients and consumers. We would never engage in any unscrupulous activities. Moreover, I remain steadfast in my principles. We reserve the right to pursue further accountability concerning the slander, attacks, and defamation from competitors. This declaration, coupled with a warning from legal counsel, quieted the uproar. After all, those major media outlets that had accepted payment promptly retracted their articles. Smaller outlets were reluctant to act recklessly. The potential for litigation was a considerable threat. Consequently, many smaller media sources began deleting posts and related reports. A few timid outlets even publicly apologized, claiming they had been misled and lacked a full understanding of the facts, hoping for the Han Group's forgiveness. Observing this transformation, Han Ming's mood brightened considerably. With a mere gesture, I can shift the tides of public opinion. This is true power, financial power. As he beheld the changes, many began to ponder. Could it be that the sensational event was merely a fabrication of slander? After all, such reversals are commonplace. In the realm of business competition, unsavory tactics are frequently employed. Thus, the second wave of attacks commenced, perfectly aligning with public sentiment. A new cadre of skilled commentators emerged, continuing to steer the narrative. Alas, the current business environment is dismal. The lengths people go to for competition are truly unscrupulous. Indeed, if one is to spread rumors, they should at least possess some credibility. Allegations that the Han Group's financial reports are inflated or that bribery is involved are not entirely unfathomable. However, to accuse the chairman of murder seems to be taking things a tad too far. Haha. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at the Han Group for its remarkable achievements. In these times, envy is ever present, and some simply cannot bear to see others thrive. It is indeed curious that shortly after the Han Group secured a monumental contract worth billions, such slanderous accusations emerged. What a coincidence! Competitors, with their unscrupulous and ruthless tactics, leave one feeling sympathetic towards the Han Group. Nevertheless, the public's perception is keenly discerning. Now that the media has issued apologies and retracted their articles, it is clear that we have incontrovertible proof of falsehoods. We must strive to distinguish right from wrong, refraining from spreading rumors or believing in them. The fervor has subsided, and the trending topic has waned. Enough said. I shall now invest in Han Group stocks. The astute observer above noted that due to this smear campaign, the stock price of the Han Group plummeted by 5, making this an opportune moment for acquisition. Chapter 76. The Stock Price Avalanche. The Han family's fiasco indeed. It has now been confirmed that the rumors were baseless. The stock price of the Han Group has begun to soar. To be frank, while you were engaged in idle chatter, I had already invested heavily. I have amassed a substantial position and have reaped considerable profits. You are all quite foolish, failing to offer a timely warning. Enough said. It remains at a low point, and I continue to invest heavily. I applaud your reminders. It is indeed at a low, beginning to recover, making it an opportune moment to buy in. Acquisition equals profit. You are all inept. What use is a hefty investment? I have leveraged tenfold to go long on the Han Group. The individual above is impressive. I bow to your expertise. I will also leverage. 3 times will suffice. I am at 5 times. Hurry and buy. It's rising again. If you delay, it will be too late. In an instant, not only was the crisis of the Han Group averted, but the plummeting stock prices began to rebound. Witnessing this scene, Su Mo could not help but applaud. It must be said that Han Ming's strategy was astute, and the online army was exceptionally skilled. Not only did they shift public opinion, but they also managed to elevate the stock price. This maneuver was astonishingly audacious. However, could I truly allow you to have your way? Thus, Sumo returned to the study, seated himself before the computer, and commenced his own cunning operations. In a flash, all the deleted news articles were restored. The previously inaccessible trending topics were now boiling over once more. Even the retracted hot searches rapidly ascended, soaring from beyond the 50th position straight to third on the trending list, then to second, to first. It reached the pinnacle. As everyone beheld this spectacle, they were left bewildered. What was happening? Could it be that the Han Group's situation had been substantiated? Did the media restore everything in light of new information? Could it be that those posts contained truth? Did the Han Group truly face myriad issues? Was the chairman of the Han Group genuinely implicated in murder or assault? Surely not. Yet, if that were not the case, how had it claimed the top trending position? How had all those deleted articles resurfaced? Were they not fearful of the Han Group's legal threats? Were they not apprehensive of Han Ming pursuing further lawsuits against them? All these uncertainties led to but one conclusion. The media must have received credible information. The rumors were indeed true, without a shadow of a doubt. If so, then, in an instant, the expressions of netizens transformed dramatically. Those who were merely spectators had already procured their sunflower seeds, eagerly awaiting developments. Meanwhile, those who had invested in the Han Group stock found themselves in a state of panic, trembling with dread. If those news reports were indeed verified, then the Han Group was doomed, and the stock price would plummet. Rather than soaring, it would likely crash to the ground. Moreover, those who had formed teams to buy at the bottom had unwittingly become harbingers of their own demise, and those who had leveraged their investments faced immediate ruin, their fortunes evaporating without a trace, drowning in debt. In an instant, the stock price of the Han Group, which had just begun to recover, collapsed again. Compared to its peak, the decline exceeded 10. The individuals who had leveraged tenfold were forcibly liquidated. Their entire investments vanished into thin air. Those who shorted with 5 times leverage also suffered losses of half their capital. It was indeed a scene of utter devastation. Primarily, this is merely the beginning. The stock price of the Han Group continues to plummet like torrential rain, descending without end. Consequently, the leveraged buying team, attempting to catch the bottom, has been entirely forced to close their positions, becoming mere cannon fodder. In stark contrast, Sumo, who leveraged his short positions, has reaped substantial profits, with his gains continually increasing. In an instant, everyone has lost their composure, especially those who were misled into heavily investing in the Han Group, leveraging their positions to buy more. They curse in frustration. Damn it. Where are those bastards who claimed it was a good time to buy at a low? Come out and face me. Enraged, they lament, I foolishly invested $2 million from my house savings into this bottom fishing endeavor, leveraging 5 times on the Han Group. And now it's all gone. Not even a penny left. Life has become unbearable. I poured $10 million from my relocation compensation into this as well. Also leveraging 5 times, hoping to earn a few $100,000, but now I've lost it all. I don't want to live anymore. My wife has already mentioned divorce. Ha ha ha, the poor soul upstairs is utterly unfortunate, the most tragic displaced person, without exception. Others become millionaires from relocation, while our brother faces the ruin of his family. Adding a fitting phrase, the Han Group, a deep pit of deception. Damn it. The stock price of the Han Group has plummeted by 25. Even at bargain prices, there are no buyers. They are trapped. Those who boasted about the Han Group's stock, claiming it would soar, come out now. I will make you pay. But how could they possibly show their faces? They are merely shills for the Han Group, fools. What? They are indeed shills. Unbelievable. I refuse to believe it. Let us check their accounts and see if their posts are all glorifying the Han Group. Have some even deactivated their accounts and fled? It truly is the case. This is disastrous, utterly disastrous. Trapped. I advise you, even if you must sell at a loss, do so. There is more explosive news to come. The Han Group is finished. Soon, negative news about the Han Group flooded in, dominating the trending topics. Meanwhile, the stock price of the Han Group plummeted further, exceeding a 20 drop, rapidly approaching 25, with no signs of halting. Observing this scene, Sumo smiled faintly. Having shorted the Han Group with 10 billion and tenfold leverage, he had already profited too. 5 billion. Yet, this was not enough. He needed to continue. Thus, Suemo opened another folder and sent an anonymous email to a certain department. Rising, he poured himself a glass of red wine and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. As he swirled the wine in his glass, he admired the exquisite night view, smiling softly. This grand era unfolds as I desired. And the Han Group is destined to be mine. First, I will acquire the Han Group, and then I shall eliminate the Naughty Group. Thereafter, the pressure will be negligible. Currently, Suemo possesses 10 billion in capital. Once he secures the Han Group, he will reach a scale of 100 billion. With a 100 billion scale, taking on the trillion-valued Naughty Group will indeed be a sight to behold. Layer by layer, Sumo's plans were laid out clearly. The Han family. How despicable. How could this happen? Han Ming, consumed by rage, erupted with expletives, his anger palpable. Those damned media. How could they behave this way? They accepted our payment, promised to delete the articles and retract the trending topics, yet just as they deleted them, they were reinstated. Is this the conduct of human beings? It's utterly devoid of integrity. This maneuver nearly caused Han Ming to faint from sheer indignation. Dad, I sense something is amiss. Typically, the deletion of posts in exchange for payment is an unspoken rule within the industry. Those media outlets are well aware of this and would never go back on their word. It is inconceivable that they would accept money and fail to deliver. Han Qingyi, possessing keen intellect, swiftly discerned the underlying issue. Hiss. Han Ming inhaled sharply, unable to contain himself. Are you suggesting that something unexpected has occurred? Could there be a divine hand at play? A hacker of legendary prowess? Chapter 77. Father and son at odds. Dogs bite dogs without a doubt. It should unfold this way. Han Qingyi nodded, speaking in a grave tone. Those media outlets, in their pursuit of traffic, abandon all principles. Yet, when money is involved, they adhere to principles more stringently than anyone else. Having accepted our funds, they cannot possibly neglect their duties. Nor can they delete a post only to reinstate it. It can only be said that an unforeseen circumstance has occurred. Could it truly be the work of the hacker god, forcefully restoring all the posts? Han Ming's complexion turned ashen, his expression a blend of turmoil. He had witnessed this episode. The recent incident with the Naughty Group's servers was indeed orchestrated by the hacker god. It was an infinite cycle of nested troubles, impervious to any attempts at resolution, leaving Naughty utterly vulnerable. Even after expending vast sums to enlist the aid of numerous elite hackers from the underworld, their efforts proved futile, and instead, these hackers found themselves relentlessly pursued. It was rumored that one had already been captured, while another remained in hiding, living on the edge. Consequently, the entire hacking community now lay in fearful silence, each person wary of crossing paths with that deity. It was simply too terrifying. Could it be that the hacker god has intervened once more? That seems implausible, doesn't it? Han Ming's face was a stormy gray, his composure unraveling. Quickly, contact those media outlets and inquire about the situation. If the hacker god is indeed involved, I must prepare in advance. Prepare in advance? Father, do you mean? Han Qingyi could not help but interject, his mind adrift. If the hacker god has truly made a move, I, your father, must flee immediately, perhaps even abroad. Han Ming inhaled deeply, his demeanor serious. If I can escape swiftly enough, I might evade disaster. But should I be slow, I fear incarceration awaits. Alas, such occurrences are all too frequent. A single step can lead to heaven or hell, and a mere miscalculation can result in total ruin. You intend to flee? Is the Han Group truly at its end? That cannot be. Han Qingyi was taken aback. The narrative had gone awry. I have toiled tirelessly to render my brother a mere shadow of himself, to win the trust of my stepmother, and to exhibit extraordinary prowess before Han Ming. All of this was to inherit the Han Group and assume the mantle of leadership. Yet now, before I have even ascended, you are contemplating flight. And the Han Group faces obliteration. Have my efforts been in vain? In that moment, Han Qingyi's psyche crumbled. It was reminiscent of a prince embroiled in intrigue, vying for the throne, only to find that the dynasty had been extinguished before he could claim it. A futile struggle indeed. Father, it cannot come to this. Han Qingyi exclaimed, even if the hacker god intervenes, our Han Group is vast and prosperous. Surely we will not face annihilation. Who can say? As long as the hacker god is involved, I must flee. Han Ming sighed, filled with resignation. There was no choice. If he did not escape, the repercussions of his actions would land him in prison. Yet, should Chairman Han Ming flee, the Han Group would be irrevocably compromised. There could be no doubt about that. Father, there must be other options. It cannot reach this extreme. Han Qingyi could no longer restrain himself and nearly uttered, "You old fool. Even if you end up in prison, you must stabilize the situation for me to ascend to power. If you are to be imprisoned, at least let it be for a worthy cause. Otherwise, with Han Ming fleeing, the Han Group will inevitably collapse. What then shall I do? From a promising heir to a fallen prince? This is unacceptable. Enough of this nonsense. Hurry, investigate the situation at once." Han Ming, growing impatient, retorted sharply. He was fully aware of Han Qingyi's intentions. However, there was little he could do. Even if the Han Group were to go bankrupt, it would still be far preferable to languishing behind bars. Han Ming was most cognizant of his own deeds, having carefully concealed them over the years, thus evading any repercussions. Yet, should the hacking deity intervene, everything would change, and his downfall would be swift. He could not afford to take that gamble. It was far more pragmatic to flee. As long as I confirm it was the hacker's doing, I shall book a flight and escape in the dead of night. As for the Han Group and my son, I shall prioritize my own survival. Everything else pales in comparison. With this thought, he decisively urged, "Make the call." "Father, it will not come to that," Han Qingyi interjected once more, unwilling to make the call, nor to allow Han Ming to escape. "You ungrateful wretch." Han Ming trembled with anger, pointing at Han Qingyi as he exclaimed, "You are selfish. I should never have brought you into this world. I should have just put an end to you." Han Qingyi was taken aback. "Father, such words. That is inhumane. Father, you accuse me of selfishness, yet are you not guilty of the same?" Han Qingyi scoffed, shaking his head. "The Han Group is the fruit of 3 generations of toil. It is the foundation of the Han family, not solely your achievement. As the head of the family, you ought to do everything in your power to preserve it, even if it means imprisonment. Yet now, in your desire to flee, you would abandon our ancestral legacy. You are devoid of humanity. With such actions, you would bring shame upon our ancestors. You are unworthy to bear the name of the Han family. Today, I, Han Qingyi, represent our forebears and hereby expel you, Han Ming, from our family tree. From this moment forth, you are no longer a member of the Han family. Begone." In that instant, Han Ming was utterly bewildered. He was taken aback by his son's harsh rebuke. "I am unworthy to face our ancestors. I am spineless. Expelled from the family tree?" Han Ming let out a bitter laugh, falling silent, nearly intimidated by Han Qingyi's fervor. Yet soon after, he coldly chuckled, saying, "Son, while others may not understand you, I do. We are of the same ilk, willing to employ any means to achieve our ends. All your words aim to prevent my escape and secure the Han Group for yourself, are they not? In essence, this is merely your own selfish ambition. For your own benefit, you disregard my very existence and prevent me from escaping. You are nothing but a monster. I truly regret bringing you into this world. I should have put you against the wall. Damn it. Han Qingyi. Humph. No matter what you say, today marks your end. But do not think you can flee." With a cold smirk, Han Qingyi pulled out his phone. "If you dare to run, I will call the police right now and report you. I will accuse you of murder, assault, and a myriad of heinous acts, all unforgivable. You." Han Ming was infuriated, his complexion turning ashen. If Han Qingyi truly called the police, he would undoubtedly be unable to escape. It was certain that he would be apprehended before even reaching the airport. The sharpness of Han Qingyi's threat sent a chill through Han Ming's heart, causing him immense anguish. After staring at Han Qingyi for a long time, he murmured, "You are my own son. How could you treat me so mercilessly, not even granting me a chance to survive? Could it be that you are not my flesh and blood, but rather the offspring of the neighbor, Old Wan?" Chapter 78. A father's kindness and a son's filial piety. A fire breaks out in the backyard. Could it be that you were truly the offspring of the neighbor, Old Wang? Hiss. Han Ming's lips twitched as he inhaled sharply. It is said that 30 years ago, Old Wang was indeed quite handsome and talented. Many young women were infatuated with him. He belonged to that category of men who could charm women without spending a dime. In contrast, Han Ming secured his first wife, the mother of Han Qingyi, solely through remarkable financial prowess and the title of the Han family's young master. Could it be that I have possessed her body? yet failed to capture your heart. While old Wang not only won your heart, but also your body, and even fathered a child with you. Cough, cough, cough. Surely, it cannot be this cruel. For a moment, Han Ming was overwhelmed with turmoil, forgetting entirely about the necessity of fleeing. Observing this, Han Qingyi let out a cold laugh. Huh. Spare me the irrelevant chatter. It is precisely because I am your biological son that I act this way towards you. Han Qingyi shook his head and continued. Father, have you forgotten how you treated my grandfather? Your ascent to power was hardly commendable, was it? Han Ming found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Why was he so wary of Han Qingyi? It was because they were cut from the same cloth. Akin to Li Shimin. Years ago, Han Ming rose to power by colluding with shareholders and forcing his own father out, ultimately seizing control. Now, his son Han Qingyi might very well employ similar tactics, which explained Han Ming's heightened vigilance. It can only be said that like father, like son, just for this reason. I must indeed be your true son. After all, the resemblance between us is striking. Ha ha. As Han Qingyi spoke, his expression turned cold, and he enunciated each word. Moreover, you have wronged my mother. Do not tarnish her reputation after her passing. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Han Ming was left speechless, a twinge of guilt settling in his heart. In her 20s, his first wife was a stunning beauty, and he was utterly captivated by her. Yet, upon reaching her 30s, Han Ming began to perceive her as merely adequate. By the time she turned 35, he found her beauty waning and grew weary, while the young maidens in their 20s remained vibrant and alluring. Thus, the powerful Han Ming began to neglect his home, indulging in romantic affairs and seeking the company of younger women. His first wife was painfully aware of his infidelities but felt powerless. For the sake of their son, Han Qingyi, she endured it all, pretending not to see or feel the pain. However, the mistresses were unabashedly brazen, pushing their limits. They even went so far as to confront his first wife at her home, threatening and insulting her, pressuring her to divorce Han Ming. Han Ming, fully cognizant of the situation, chose to ignore it. The outcome was predictable. Ultimately, his first wife succumbed to depression and passed away. Yet, Han Ming remained unperturbed, turning his attention to younger, more beautiful women, marrying a new spouse even as he cast aside his older mistresses. In fact, Han Ming seemed to have become quite devoted, abandoning his former ways. All of this was witnessed by Han Qingyi, who harbored deep resentment for Han Ming's cruelty towards his biological mother while simultaneously envying his father's devotion to his stepmother. Little did Han Qingyi realize that the current Han Ming was not disinterested in affairs, but rather had grown too old and weary to engage in such pursuits. The heart may be willing, yet the strength is lacking. Even with his current wife, he barely managed 2 minutes, relying solely on a certain remedy. With such capabilities, how could he possibly indulge in romantic escapades? It is indeed frustrating. Thus, Han Ming developed new hobbies: gardening, fishing, and pursuing wellness. One can only hope. Yet at present, it seems inconsequential. Shaking his head, Han Ming finally regained his focus. Escaping was of utmost importance. He promptly made a phone call. Old Yang. I've sent the money, but what is happening with the trending searches? I'm sorry, we are unaware. It appears our server has been hacked, and all deleted posts have been restored. We are unable to remove them. We sincerely apologize. Your money will be refunded immediately. The voice on the other end was filled with regret. That's all right, I understand. Han Ming nodded, a chill running through his heart. Indeed, the hacker had struck. It was over. He needed to flee. Without further ado, Han Ming called for a driver. Take me to the airport immediately. He also instructed someone to book tickets and prepare the funds. He was set to escape. Witnessing this, Han Qingyi shook his head, thinking to himself, Father, you must flee. If you go, the Han Corporation will collapse. If the Han Corporation falls, what purpose will you serve? Contemplating this, Han Qingyi moved to a corner, took out his phone, and reported to the authorities. Hello, 110? This is Han Qingyi, the eldest son of the Han Corporation. I am formally reporting my father, Han Ming, for suspected murder, sexual assault, bribery, embezzlement, and misappropriation of public funds. There was a moment of silence on the line. Are you certain? Absolutely. He is currently heading to the airport to flee abroad. Please intercept him. Do not allow him to evade justice. Han Qingyi reiterated, a righteous fervor in his expression. The light of justice shone upon the earth. Understood. Thank you for the information. We will take immediate action. After hanging up, Han Qingyi revealed a smile. No one could have anticipated that I would inherit the Han Corporation in this manner, nor could they foresee the crisis that would befall it. However, it matters not. I shall convene the board and executive meetings at once. With Han Ming fled, I am now in command. Although the Han Corporation is in disarray, it is not beyond resurrection. After all, we still have our benefactor, the Naughty Group. Over 1/5 of Naughty's global orders are produced by the Han Corporation. Surely, they would not allow the Han Corporation to fall. Thus, Han Qingyi decisively reached out to the Naughty Group, only to discover that their previous contact, Qian Juanhao, had gone missing. Unable to reach him, Han Qingyi had no choice but to contact Naughty's headquarters directly to explain the situation. Upon receiving the news, the headquarters was taken aback and promptly reported to Chairman Willis. What? The Han Corporation is in a life-or-death crisis, the stock price plummeting, and the chairman has fled? Willis was startled. This was chaos in their own backyard. If the Han Corporation fell, their production would also be affected. Who could be responsible for this? Could it be Su Mo? Willis furrowed his brow, pondering the extent of such capabilities. Han Qingyi nodded in affirmation. It is highly probable. And it seems to be intertwined with the enigmatic hacker known as the God of Hackers. When the incident occurred, our Han Corporation hastily allocated funds to suppress the postings in hopes of quelling the situation, yet our efforts proved futile. The God of Hackers intervened. How could this happen? Willis exclaimed, his composure fraying. It's that accursed God of Hackers again. And what of Qian Juanhao? Mr. Qian is also unreachable. It is likely that he has encountered an unfortunate incident, Han Qingyi replied. Moreover, those who were tasked with assassinating Su Mo have all vanished. As he spoke again, the circumstances grew increasingly clear, yet decidedly more dire. What? Are you implying that Su Mo remains unharmed while Qian Juanhao may be dead? Willis gasped, his demeanor unraveling. Wasn't it Qian Juanhao who dispatched individuals to eliminate Su Mo? How is it that Su Mo is unscathed while Qian Juanhao has perished? This simply does not add up. Chapter 79, Short Selling the Korean Style. The ultimate kill was Qian Juanhao eliminated by Su Mo? Willis furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. How had this lamb destined for slaughter transformed into a hunter? Yet Qian Juanhao, the hunter, had become the tragic prey. It was utterly ironic. While it is too early to say for certain, it is highly probable. Han Qingyi took a deep breath and spoke solemnly, given the sensitivity of the incident location. We cannot disregard the possibility of police surveillance. We dare not approach for an inspection, so we must await tomorrow's news. That makes sense. Caution is indeed prudent. Willis nodded. What is the current status of the Han Corporation? My father has thrown in the towel and fled. Now, I, Han Qingyi, am responsible for everything. I wish to deepen our collaboration with the Naughty Group and hope for Mr. Willis's support. Han Qingyi stated with dignity. Very well. Excellent. You are commendable, Willis acknowledged, understanding the significance of the 5 major factories, and added, rest assured, our Naughty Group relies on your Han Corporation for 20 of our orders. We naturally will not abandon you in your time of need. Is it merely a plummet in stock prices? A trifling matter. I will arrange for a capital infusion to bolster Han Corporation stock. Furthermore, the Naughty Group will allocate 30 of our global orders for the next quarter entirely to Han Corporation. This will serve as a powerful stimulus for the shareholders. Thank you. Thank you. I am immensely grateful. Han Qingyi beamed, eagerly awaiting these words, and decisively declared, Mr. Willis's great kindness will be etched in my heart. In the future, should you require anything, I, Han, shall brave any peril without hesitation. Han Qingyi smiled, finally feeling a sense of relief. With Naughty's capital injection and a 50 increase in orders, Han Corporation stock would undoubtedly recover. Well said, haha. However, your side must also take action to elevate the stock price. Willis reminded, emphasizing that close cooperation is essential for future success. Rest assured, I excel in such matters even more than my father. To be candid, the standout operations of Han Corporation in recent years have been my achievements. It's merely that my father has always been wary of me, stifling my ambitions. Han Qingyi subtly conveyed. Only by demonstrating substantial value can one attract more support from the Naughty Group. This world has always operated on the principle that only strong alliances thrive. There is no such thing as selfless charity. If Han Xingyi were not sufficiently formidable, Nadi would not extend unwavering assistance to Han Corporation. Conversely, Nadi Group would seek to acquire and assimilate Han Corporation, leaving nothing behind. This is the favored tactic of capital. Excellent. I look forward to a stronger partnership between Nadi and Han Corporation, Willis nodded. He had heard of Han Xingyi's reputation. Indeed, he was a talent, albeit somewhat overly ambitious. However, in the world of commerce, ambition is not a flaw. He who does not aspire to be a general is not a good chef. Meanwhile, Su Mo observed the fluctuations in stock prices, nodding his calculations formed in his mind. The stock price of Han Corporation has plummeted by 30. Given this trend, it seems to have hit a temporary bottom. However, as one of the 5 major factories of Nadi Group, Han Corporation will not be left to perish. It seems that a capital injection is imminent, and at that time, the stock price of the Han Group will temporarily rebound. Thus, it is prudent to capitalize on this opportunity, harvesting a profit before preparing for the next wave. With this in mind, Su Mo boldly seized the moment, purchasing shares of the Han Group at a low price, subsequently returning them to the brokerage. Thus, this short-selling endeavor reached its conclusion. Short-selling refers to the belief that the price of a particular stock will decline. Therefore, one borrows X shares from a brokerage, selling them at a high price to realize cash. Once the stock has depreciated, one repurchases X shares to return to the brokerage. In this manner, the transaction is settled, yielding a net profit equivalent to the difference between the high sale price and the low repurchase price, after deducting fees. However, should the stock price rise instead of fall following the short sale, one would find oneself in the unfortunate position of having sold at a low price and repurchased at a high price, incurring additional fees. Consequently, a failed short sale not only fails to generate profit but could also lead to substantial losses. In this instance, Su Mo short-sold the Han Group by borrowing 10 million shares from the brokerage. He then sold all the shares at the price of 100 yuan each, netting 1 billion yuan. Now, with the stock price of the Han Group plummeting by 30 to 70 yuan per share, Su Mo repurchased 10 million shares, returning them to the brokerage and completing the short sale for a mere 700 million yuan. Thus, with an initial cash out of 1 billion yuan and an expenditure of 700 million yuan, the difference of 300 million yuan constituted Su Mo's pure profit from this short sale. Moreover, having leveraged his position tenfold, Su Mo reaped a staggering 3 billion yuan from this venture. Naturally, one must also account for the fees associated with short selling, which vary by brokerage. In this particular case, Su Mo incurred a fee of 0.3. Therefore, his net gain from this short sale amounted to an impressive 991 billion yuan, a significant windfall indeed. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Observing the stock price trends, Su Mo mused that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the Nadi Group would undoubtedly invest heavily to stabilize the market. Thus, the stock price of the Han Group would rise slightly, suggesting that it was wise to take a long position and capitalize on this opportunity once more. Consequently, Su Mo allocated 2.8 billion yuan to purchase 40 million shares of the Han Group at the current price of 70 yuan each. Given the substantial amount, he refrained from leveraging this transaction. As anticipated, the Nadi Group did not remain passive. They committed billions to rescue the market. Furthermore, significant news emerged indicating that Nadi Group would allocate 30 of its global orders to the Han Group in the next quarter, a 50 increase compared to prior orders. This news served as a potent stimulus, instilling immense confidence in investors. Additionally, the Han Group took measures to bolster its image, asserting that everything was operating smoothly and that any issues were merely the result of competitor malice. On the contrary, they claimed to have secured even more orders, with a promising future ahead. This development stirred the interest of many, especially considering the substantial increase in orders from Nadi Group, which had risen from 20 to 30. Coupled with Nadi Group's significant investment to elevate the stock price, the momentum was undeniable. In an instant, the stock market trembled as the share price of Han Group, which had been plummeting, suddenly began to soar. It surged from 70 yuan per share to 75, then to 80, and finally to 85. This remarkable ascent ignited excitement among all observers, who began to regard Han Group as a prime stock. Those who had previously sold at 70 yuan per share were filled with regret, lamenting their decisions. Seizing the opportunity, Han Xingyi orchestrated a campaign to manipulate public opinion, boldly asserting that the previous decline in Han's stock price was a scheme orchestrated by capital consortiums, designed to first lower the price to 70 yuan and then elevate it to 120 yuan to reap profits from unsuspecting investors. Many were convinced, believing that the stock price of Han Group would continue to skyrocket, and they eagerly followed suit in purchasing. Chapter 80. The downfall of the Han family group and its families ruined the stock price of the Han family group soared, reaching 90, 91, 92, and drawing closer to the lofty threshold of 100. Observing this spectacle, Su Mo smiled. Surpassing 90 signifies an increase of nearly 30. It is prudent to take profits now. Otherwise, the stock price may plummet again, leading to dire consequences. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mo decisively sold all of his shares of Han family stock, which he had acquired at 70 per share, at 90 per share, liquidating his holdings. With a staggering 40 million shares, he realized 36 billion, netting an impressive profit of 8 billion. After deducting a small transaction fee, nearly 8 billion remained. As the U.S. stock market opened that evening, Su Mo first shorted the Han family group, earning a net profit of 91 billion. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Naughty Group's market intervention, he went long on the Han family group, garnering an additional 99 billion. In total, this amounted to a remarkable 37.9 billion. Adding this to his existing assets, initially earning 33 million from the Hong Kong stock market, followed by a profit of 44.7 million from shorting Naughty, which had suffered a market value drop of 200 billion. Su Mo's total assets had swelled to 2 billion after a daring gamble of 60 million in the shadowy world, yielding a 20-fold return. Subsequently, he charged the Naughty Group for decrypting server encryption, netting $40 million, which translated to 270 million yuan. His total assets reached 47 billion. After launching a company and providing 200 million in startup capital to Shagua, he retained 27 billion. Now, with the recent windfall of 37.9 billion from his trading activities, Su Mo's total assets stood at an astonishing 5.06 billion. It was a remarkable surge of wealth, achieved in a mere half-month. In just a fortnight, Su Mo transformed from a student into a billionaire, and this was merely the beginning, with even grander ventures on the horizon. Indeed, following Su Mo's massive sell-off, the stock price of the Han family group began to decline, plummeting from 92 to 87. Observing this, the Naughty Group promptly injected more capital to prop up the stock price, forcibly driving it back above 90. With a subtle smile, Su Mo sensed the moment was ripe for a final strike. He once again shorted the Han family group stock, borrowing 50 million shares from the brokerage and selling them at 90 per share, reaping 45 billion. Subsequently, Su Mo released a shocking announcement. Chairman Han Ming of the Han family group is implicated in murder, sexual assault, bribery, and other crimes, fleeing the country in fear of prosecution, only to be apprehended by the police en route. After that, Su Mo closed his computer and went to sleep, leaving the ensuing chaos to unfold without his concern. The news reverberated across the nation. While many dismissed it as mere speculation or rumor, the stock price of the Han family group began its catastrophic descent. As some awaited a denial, others, armed with credible information, recognized the truth and began to sell off their shares in a panic, fleeing the sinking ship. Consequently, the stock price of the Han group plummeted from over 90 to just above 70 in an instant. Those who had been awaiting a refutation were thrown into disarray, hastily following suit with their sell-offs, losing their composure. The stock price of the Han group collapsed once more, 70, 68, 65, 60, 55. In merely 1 hour, it nosedived to $50 per share. At this point, the Naughty Group was left dumbfounded. This relentless decline seemed boundless. Their attempts to inject more capital and stabilize the market were rendered futile. Even if they managed to uplift the price, it could very well plummet again. Han Xingyi was consumed by regret, lamenting his decision to report to the authorities. He had merely wished to retain Han Ming, stabilize the situation, and elevate his own position. However, with Han Ming's arrest and the subsequent leak of information, the stock price of the Han Group fell dramatically. Typically, such scenarios would involve an arrest followed by an interrogation, with a public announcement only after a few days of verification. That time frame would have been sufficient for the Nady Group to bolster the Han Group's stock price and for Han Xingyi to ascend in rank, ensuring stability. Even if news of Han Ming's arrest emerged then, the impact would have been minimal. The Han Group could have weathered the storm. Yet, contrary to expectations, the stock price had not stabilized, he had not ascended, and the news of Han Ming's arrest was prematurely disclosed. Was this not catastrophic? Infuriating. Who could be responsible? This was utterly despicable. Could it possibly be you? Suimo? Han Xingyi was seething with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. With the revelation of the chairman's arrest, everything unraveled. Subsequently, footage emerged of Han Ming being escorted away by the police prior to boarding his flight, solidifying the authenticity of the news. Those who had hoped for a denial were now engulfed in despair. Thus, the stock price of the Han Group fell again, reaching $45. Compared to its peak of $100, it had diminished by a staggering 55. It could be said that the vast Han Group had lost nearly half of its value. Without a doubt, Suimo profited immensely, over $2 billion, to be precise. And this was merely the beginning. As the situation escalated, so too did the public interest. By the following evening, the police were compelled to issue an immediate statement. Han Ming, chairman of the Han Group, was criminally detained on suspicion of murder, sexual assault, and other charges. This succinct declaration became the proverbial last straw for the Han Group. It is easy to imagine the ensuing chaos when the U.S. stock market opened that night. As the stock price of the Han Group plummeted once more, from $45 to $40, then $35, $30, $25. Undoubtedly, Suimo's earnings burgeoned yet again. Yet, this was still insufficient. Thus, Suimo orchestrated further maneuvers to drive the Han Group into a deeper abyss. Soon, numerous media outlets broke significant news. Han Xingzhao, the second son of the Han Group, was implicated in sexual assault and drug use, showing no signs of reform, accompanied by incriminating video stills from a KTV establishment. This left Han Xingzhao in utter shock. He hastily attempted to flee but was once more apprehended, destined for incarceration. Observing the scene, Han Xingyi let out a cold chuckle. Ah, dear brother, your entrance into that place serves as the sole piece of good news in recent days. However, unexpectedly, another piece of information emerged. Han Xingzhao's drug use was incited and facilitated by his elder brother, Han Xingyi, who provided material support and created favorable conditions for him. Upon reading this news, Han Xingyi was utterly dumbfounded. How could he, merely an observer, find himself ensnared in such a scandal? Was this not the end of his reputation? It is essential to understand that inciting drug use is a grave offense, one that could result in years of imprisonment. Furthermore, it was not merely a written report. There was also video evidence from a club. There was no way to cleanse his name. Consequently, Han Xingyi's expression shifted dramatically, and he made a decisive escape. Drawing from his experiences with his father and younger brother when they were intercepted and captured at the airport, Han Xingyi wisely abandoned that route, opting instead for the waterways. Heading directly to the dock, he then disguised himself as a crew member aboard a cargo ship from the Han Group delivering clothing to the Nady Group. Setting sail across the ocean. Once he reached the empire, he believed all would be well, replete with indulgence and extravagance. Little did he know, someone had already set their sights on him. Chapter 81. A family must be united unbeknownst to Han Xingyi. He stood proudly on the deck, relishing the spring breeze. Alas, my father and brother are so foolish that they were captured. Unlike me, who has managed to slip away, clandestinely maneuvering through the shadows. Ha ha. Han Xingyi laughed heartily, exuding unrestrained arrogance. It is evident that nurturing one's health does not guarantee longevity, but wisdom certainly does. Father, brother, your lack of wit has landed you both in prison for the long haul. Meanwhile, I, endowed with talent and a wealth of funds and offshore accounts, can indulge in a life of extravagance and opulence, even in the empire. Although both Han Xingyi and Han Xingzhao hailed from affluent backgrounds, They epitomized stark contrasts. Han Qingzhao was the quintessential good-for-nothing, impulsive, and easily swayed, while Han Qingyi was astutely cunning, adept at disguise, and possessed multiple avenues of escape. He had not confined all his assets within the domestic realm. Instead, he had established a secret offshore account in the Cayman Islands. With the current predicament, regardless of how substantial his domestic assets were, they would inevitably be frozen by authorities and subject to liquidation. However, the funds in his offshore account remained untouched, ensuring a comfortable future. This is precisely why many influential figures prefer to allocate their assets abroad. When trouble arises, their first instinct is to flee overseas. As long as they reach a country without an extradition treaty with Xia, they find a sanctuary, evading imprisonment altogether. Similarly, a portion of Su Mo's funds was also secured in overseas accounts. Thus, he could navigate the American stock market with ease, sidestepping the cumbersome process of converting domestic funds to U.S. dollars. In the ever-volatile stock market, a moment's delay could mean the difference between soaring to great heights or plummeting to despair. Inside the villa, Su Mo swirled his glass of red wine as the wall before him illuminated, transforming into a screen displaying live surveillance footage from the cargo ship. Compared to Han Qingzhao, Han Qingyi, you truly possess talent. Should you have encountered someone else, this time would indeed allow you to escape to the Empire, unscathed. But alas, your luck has run out. You have crossed me, and there is no escape. Su Mo shook his head, his expression growing cold. Daring to orchestrate a traffic accident to eliminate me. Every last one of you from the Han family for those who dared to harbor murderous intentions and act decisively against him. Su Mo will not don the mantle of a saint, nor will he relent. Otherwise, the next to perish could very well be Su Mo himself. On the contrary, Su Mo intends to employ an iron-fisted approach to obliterate the Han family, establishing rules for all to heed. By executing one as a warning to many, he aims to ensure that everyone comprehends the nature of legitimate business competition. How you choose to conduct your affairs is your prerogative, and Su Mo will engage to the fullest. Everyone must adhere to the norms of commercial rivalry. Even if it leads to my bankruptcy, it shall be deemed your accomplishment, and I shall remain silent. However, should anyone dare to inflict harm upon me or my family, they must brace themselves for a ruthless retaliation, repaying them tenfold without leaving a single survivor. This is an unyielding decree, an inviolable law. It is a red line, a perilous boundary that, if crossed, invites death. In truth, this unwritten rule is tacitly accepted by most business magnates. Otherwise, how could future business competitions devolve into lethal confrontations, eliminating competitors through violence? Such chaos would be untenable. For instance, if Xiao Ma were to assimilate numerous enterprises, even 10 resurrection coins would not suffice. Business competition should adhere to the principles of commerce. Should one disregard the rules and resort to violence, they must be prepared for total annihilation. Take the Han family, who audaciously plotted to have Su Mo killed. Those involved in this scheme will meet their end in an orderly manner. As for Qian Juanhao and his associates, they are merely the first wave. Consequently, Su Mo orchestrated another maneuver and swiftly identified a pirate crew operating in international waters. Such pirate groups abound on the high seas, albeit with intricate backgrounds. To put it plainly, some possess official affiliations. For instance, a certain superpower may wish to meddle in the territorial waters of other nations without proper justification, leading them to secretly cultivate a band of pirates. They then masquerade their actions under the pretext of combating piracy, all the while engaging in free navigation. Thus, a mere handful of pirates can remain untouched by even the finest naval forces of great powers, for once eradicated, how could they continue to navigate freely? Yet, as long as the pirates persist, they can invoke the guise of eradicating piracy to instigate turmoil in foreign waters. The nuances of these relationships are worth pondering deeply. The pirate crew Su Mo sought was indeed a genuine band of marauders, devoid of any major nation's backing, and their counter-surveillance capabilities were rather weak. Su Mo managed to uncover their contact information, and subsequently, he created a virtual number to reach out to the pirate leader, Lewis. Lewis, are you interested in a transaction worth $2 billion? Who are you? How did you acquire my number? Lewis responded, bewildered. I'm a pirate. It's rather alarming to be so easily found, isn't it? That makes me quite vulnerable. After all, once located, an Imperial missile could send them skyward. Do not be alarmed. It is merely a business proposition, a generous offer. Suemo smiled lightly. This fellow was somewhat intriguing. Despite being a pirate, he seemed to possess a certain code of conduct, particularly targeting developed nations. 20 billion, you say? Lewis mused, tempted by the prospect. Indeed. A colossal cargo ship is transporting garments worth 2 billion. I shall provide you with the precise coordinates and route. You assist me in dealing with a few individuals. Summer stated calmly. Is it truly that simple? Lewis inquired, somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that Summer would demand a hefty price. Yet the request was merely a handful of individuals. It is indeed that simple, Summer replied with a slight smile. Very well, it's a deal. Lewis inhaled deeply, realizing he had no choice but to place his trust in Summer, taking a gamble. After all, if Summer could trace his phone, he certainly could ascertain his whereabouts. Should he wish to eliminate him, revealing the coordinates would suffice to witness the ensuing chaos. It was likely that within 10 minutes, their location would be subjected to a missile strike. However, Summer refrained from such an action, indicating that the other party was genuinely intent on collaboration. Thus, Lewis had no alternative but to embrace this risk. Subsequently, Summer provided Lewis with the coordinates of the foodie cargo ship, its route, capabilities, and even the surrounding circumstances. Lewis's spirits soared, and he decisively gathered his entourage, heading straight for the destination. Chapter 82. Swearing an Oath, Seeking Explosive Outcomes an hour later. Aboard the foodie cargo ship, Han Xingyi reclined leisurely on a deck chair, attended to tenderly by his secretary clad in a remarkably short skirt. Two burly bodyguards stood sentinel behind him. In this escapade, Han Xingyi had orchestrated a dual escape plan, candidly bestowing the prime opportunity upon his wife, allowing her to flee with their child directly to the airport, which left her utterly moved. Meanwhile, he had embarked on a journey to the dock with his alluring secretary and trusted bodyguards. The outcome was predictable. His emotionally overwhelmed wife was apprehended at the airport. In stark contrast, he navigated the seas aboard the cargo ship, reveling in the freedom of international waters. It could be said that the secretary was his true love, while his wife was merely a choice. Little dear, what do you suppose that old man is up to now? Han Xingyi inquired, sipping red wine, his demeanor untroubled by his wife's fate. After a moment of contemplation, Secretary Little Dear replied slowly, I suspect the chairman's situation is rather dire. He is likely being interrogated in prison. Ha ha ha, he deserves it. Han Xingyi erupted in raucous laughter, harboring lingering resentment. It's all that old fool's fault for lacking foresight. If he had abdicated sooner and entrusted the Han Group to my stewardship, we would not be in this predicament, nor on the brink of bankruptcy. The secretary nodded in agreement. Indeed, the old man's constant suspicion of you has led the Han Group into crisis. Had you been chairman, the company's market value would have likely doubled, and it wouldn't have plummeted due to the old man's unsavory dealings. Sighing deeply, Han Xingyi lamented the downfall of the Han family's legacy, attributing it solely to Han Ming's misjudgments. If only the Han Group remained a titan. Never mind, he continued. Once we arrive at the Empire, with our wealth and talent, if we secure the support of the Naughty Group, we can certainly stage a resurgence. The secretary nodded once more, then gracefully settled onto Han Xingyi's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. My dear, Little Dear believes in you. You are the most talented man in the world. No matter the challenges, they cannot deter you. With a seductive smile, she leaned in, offering her fiery lips, which delighted Han Xingyi immensely. He playfully patted her curvaceous form and inquired, So tell me, for the sake of my ambitions, would you be willing to lend a hand? Lend a hand. Little Dear hesitated before responding. I would naturally be willing, but as a mere woman, I fear my beauty alone may not be of much assistance. Oh, you can indeed be of help. Han Xingyi smiled faintly and continued, Little Dear, do you recall that Mr. John? John, the steward from the Naughty headquarters at the last board meeting? Little Dear paused, surprised. Precisely, Han Xingyi confirmed with a nod. That old lecher. The way he looked at me was as if he wanted to devour me. Utterly repulsive. Little Dear's expression reflected her distaste, still vivid in her memory. Indeed, Mr. John. He was rather greasy, but times have changed. He is now a member of the Naughty Board, wielding considerable power. Han Qingyi spoke eloquently, filled with profound implications. My dear, are you asking me to accompany him? Xiao Lu's expression turned grim as she took a deep breath, unable to contain herself. Indeed. Han Qingyi nodded affirmatively, stating directly, Xiao Lu, you are willing to assist me, aren't you? Xiao Lu was utterly stunned and retorted angrily, My dear, I am not like others. I am your woman, not a courtesan. How could you ask me to be with another man? At her words, a cold sneer formed in Han Qingyi's heart. My woman, not a courtesan? Is there truly a distinction? Were it not for your considerable allure, which caught Mr. John's eye and provided some value, would I keep you by my side? What a joke. Yet, while these thoughts lingered in his mind, his expression remained one of feigned helplessness as he clenched his fists. Xiao Lu, I am aware of your feelings for me, and I have always regarded you as my beloved, even as a potential wife in the future. Thus, this time, I did not bring the mother of my child, but instead brought you to the empire. Can you comprehend my intentions? Xiao Lu fell silent, wavering slightly. A quintessential case of love blindness. Once enamored, she disregarded all principles and became oblivious to reality. As my beloved, I could never bear the thought of another man defiling you. However, we had just arrived in the empire, with nothing to our names, and everything had to be rebuilt from scratch. Gaining Mr. John's support would undoubtedly spare us years of effort. Our endeavors would also become much smoother. Han Qingyi spoke earnestly. Xiao Lu remained hesitant. After all, a rational person would not act in such a manner. Observing her indecision, Han Qingyi grasped her hand, his gaze tender. Xiao Lu, I know this decision places you in a difficult position and demands great sacrifice. But I, Han Qingyi, vow to treat you well throughout my life, never forgetting your contributions. With that, Han Qingyi raised his hand solemnly, declaring, Should I ever betray this oath, treat you poorly, or fail you, may I, Han Qingyi, be struck dead. No sooner had he spoken than a cannonball whistled through the air, exploding from the rear deck. The blast swept across the area, sending all four of them flying. Two bodyguards, closer to the explosion, lost one instantly while the other was gravely injured. Han Qingyi was also propelled away, sustaining severe injuries, with one leg shattered. Xiao Lu was similarly blasted away, though her injuries were somewhat lighter, leaving her bloodied and in a dire state. In an instant, chaos engulfed the deck. Han Qingyi's head spun, overwhelmed by pain. How could this happen? He thought, utterly bewildered. Beside him, Xiao Lu let out a cold laugh, utterly speechless. Han Qingyi had just made a solemn vow, declaring he would never fail her, or else he would be killed, only to be met with an explosion. Shaking his head, he regained his senses, but with his leg shattered and movement hindered, he urgently called out, Bodyguards. Yet with one dead and the other gravely injured, who could attend to him? In desperation, Han Qingyi turned to Xiao Lu, who was struggling to rise, pleading, Xiao Lu, save me. Bah, what a scoundrel. Once again deceiving and exploiting me. How dare you swear an oath? You deserve to be blown up. Little dear exclaimed in anger, feeling as though she had been dragged down by Han Qingyi. Han Qingyi's face turned ashen, utterly speechless. Do you still expect me to rescue you? Bah, are you hoping to perish together with me? You wretched fool, even in death you refuse to release me, you scoundrel. With that, little dear, dragging her injured body, fled swiftly, putting as much distance between herself and Han Qingyi as possible, fearing that being near him would lead to another explosion. In these times, those who casually swear oaths often find themselves embroiled in calamity. Chapter 83. The farthest runner, the quickest to fall, although he swore to evade taxation. Such oaths are often easily broken. Just a moment after Han Qingyi made his fervent vow, he found himself grievously injured, his leg shattered by an explosion. How remarkably accurate. How despicable. The furious Xiao Lu cursed as she fled, leaving Han Qingyi sprawled on the ground, utterly disoriented. Despair, confusion, pain, fear, resentment, and rage, an intricate tapestry of emotions intertwined, plunging him into the depths of hopelessness. On the deck, chaos reigned. From the instant the cannonball detonated, all semblance of order was irrevocably shattered. Everyone was scrambling for their lives, with one bodyguard dead and another injured, who could afford to concern themselves with Han Qingyi. Moreover, with the Han family now bankrupt, there was even less incentive to risk their lives. Thus, many sought refuge below deck, opting for surrender over resistance. Typically, pirates of this era do not resort to extreme measures. They primarily seize valuables and precious goods. As for human captives, they are generally spared, as transporting 100 individuals poses numerous logistical challenges, from sustenance to the risk of revealing their hideouts. Killing indiscriminately is out of the question. Looting can be negotiated. But mass murder crosses an unforgivable line, likely inciting the wrath of powerful nations. Witnessing this turmoil, Han Qingyi was consumed by rage, yet felt utterly powerless. While others could flee, he was immobilized by his injury. He could only drag himself along the ground, struggling to shout, "Do not fear. Remain calm. They are merely pirates. Our cargo ship is armed. Do not run. We can defend ourselves." Indeed, cargo vessels traversing the oceans often find themselves in perilous encounters with pirates, necessitating the installation of weaponry. However, these are not conventional firearms. Rather, they are cold weapons and improvised devices. For instance, the primary defense consists of high-pressure water cannons and hoses, formidable tools indeed. Additionally, spiked protective nets are hung around the ship, deterring pirates from boarding. Other makeshift weapons include Molotov cocktails crafted from gasoline-filled bottles and sharpened sticks fashioned into spears, designed to thrust downwards at any marauding pirates. Should the cargo ship employ a contingent of retired military personnel as security, and if confronted by a smaller number of pirates, there remains a glimmer of hope to fend them off. If they can hold their ground for just 20 minutes, the approaching naval vessels will force the pirates to retreat. Yet, at times, the pirates can be overwhelmingly powerful, outnumbering the defenders and wielding advanced weaponry. In such cases, resistance is futile. Even retired special forces, devoid of firearms, would find themselves outmatched. Such was the fate of the Foodie cargo ship, originally from France, accompanied by French bodyguards, an entity that espouses surrender, as the adage goes. No one can conquer the capital of France. As the nation of France surrendered even more swiftly than your advance, it scarcely afforded you the opportunity to breach the capital. They raised the white flag without hesitation. What could you possibly do? Thus, the cargo ship Foodie faced a similar fate today. When the cannon erupted, Han Qingyi expected the security personnel aboard to assume their positions, resolutely prepared to fight to the bitter end. To his dismay, however, upon the cannon's detonations, the security team retreated into the cargo hold, seeking refuge. They were even prepared with a white flag. Incompetent, truly incompetent. Han Qingyi cursed vehemently, his roars echoing in futility. Lewis, accompanied by the pirates, ascended the cargo ship with little effort, seizing control. Confronted by the glaring muzzle of an AK rifle, Han Qingyi's complexion drained of color, terror gripping him, causing his legs to weaken, and he lost control of his bladder. He was acutely aware that these individuals were genuine pirates. They might not execute everyone, but taking out a few would be utterly trivial for them. "Is that you?" Lewis inquired, surveying the crumpled Han Qingyi on the ground. "Yes, it is I, Han Qingyi," he replied, while his two bodyguards nearby, one dead and the other injured, were confirmed by his subordinates from an image. Upon hearing this, Han Qingyi was rendered utterly dumbfounded, his mind racing with countless thoughts. These individuals are here for me. But who sent them? I had fled to international waters, nearing the Empire, yet I was still ambushed, encircled by pirates. It was truly a dismal fate. Who could it be? Could it be Suemo? It must be him. With this thought, he realized that Suemo was the only one with the motive to see him dead. But how formidable was Suemo that he could even command pirates? What sort of deity was this? What ancestral spirits had I angered? In that moment, regret consumed Han Qingyi, his heart filled with despair. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have never dared to provoke Suemo. He had mistakenly believed Suemo to be an ordinary university student devoid of any significant background, easily manageable. The Han group had also perceived Suemo as a mere lamb ready for slaughter, ripe for their exploitation. Yet, unexpectedly, the Han group met its demise. The Han family was obliterated. Some were imprisoned, while others faced dire consequences. Even Han Qingyi, who thought he had escaped to international waters, was ensnared by Su Mo's orchestrated pirate ambush. In disbelief, Lewis nodded, stating, "Since it is you, then there is no issue." He then crouched down to scrutinize Han Qingyi. Speaking in a low tone, "I am not one to pursue total annihilation, hence, I shall afford you an opportunity." Upon hearing this, Han Qingyi's spirits soared, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes as he exclaimed, thank you, my brother. I shall never forget this great kindness." However, Lewis merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively, ordering, "Take these 3 and cast them into the sea. I have given you a chance. Whether you survive now depends solely on your fortune." Han Qingyi, bodyguard. At that moment, Han Qingyi truly wished to curse the heavens. Was this truly an opportunity? What a jest! To be cast into the sea like this, survival would be a miracle. It was nothing short of cruel slaughter. It would have been kinder to grant him a swift end. "Yes, boss." A few henchmen approached, seizing Han Qingyi and his companions, and proceeded towards the edge of the cargo area. "No. Spare me, please." Han Qingyi's forehead glistened with cold sweat, engulfed in despair. It was unimaginable that his promising life, barely a third lived, could end in such a tragic manner. How lamentable! Had he known this fate, he would have preferred to remain imprisoned in his homeland. He incessantly pleaded, "No, spare me, please." In response, Lewis shook his head, declaring, "If someone seeks your life, then your fate is sealed." Hearing this, Han Qingyi was plunged into utter despair and resolutely replied, "Fine, I accept my fate. Please grant me a swift end, shoot me. I cannot bear the thought of being devoured by sharks in the sea." "No, I shall not," Lewis countered, shaking his head once more with a smile. "As I mentioned, I will offer you a chance, and I shall not end your life with a single shot." With that, Han Qingyi and his companions were unceremoniously cast into the depths of the ocean. Chapter 84. The annihilation of the Han family and the extortion of Nadi. The relentless waves of the ocean surged forth, engulfing Han Qingyi, plunging him into utter despair. His complexion turned ashen, and holding his breath became a futile endeavor. The wounds on his body bled profusely, a stark reminder of his impending doom. "It's over. It's over, I'm doomed," Han Qingyi murmured, completely unaware of how much longer he could endure. He intended to struggle upwards, to survive just a moment longer. But the agony of his severed arms and his exhausted body rendered him powerless. More critically, this was no mere river. It was the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. An endless sea. Aside from the receding cargo ship, the Foodie, there was not a single vessel in sight. Han Qingyi realized that his fate was sealed. He could not hold on for long unless a miracle occurred. Yet, miraculously, it did. Several colossal figures approached with astonishing speed. Their dark silhouettes and enormous outlines became increasingly distinct, causing Han Qingyi's pupils to dilate in sheer terror. "Sharks! Damn it! It's the scent of my blood that has drawn them." In an instant, clarity dawned upon him, but it was too late. The massive sharks, with their gaping jaws, charged forth, unstoppable. Countless fish and shrimp were swept into their maws, and Han Qingyi was nothing more than a mere sausage, perhaps a slightly larger one, but still just that. His demise was inevitable. What filled Han Qingyi with despair was the realization that after all his painstaking efforts, he would be the first to perish. After all, his father and brother, though captured and imprisoned, were at least still alive. Enduring a life behind bars still meant survival. Meanwhile, he had thought himself clever, shedding his old life and fleeing overseas, only to find himself the first on the path to death. One could only say that Su Mo was ruthless. One could only lament that intelligence had led to his own downfall. Alas, had he known this would be his fate, he would have preferred to remain within the Han family, awaiting capture and imprisonment. At least that would spare him from being devoured by sharks. Han Qingyi shook his head in regret. "No, had I known this, I would never have attempted to scheme against Su Mo, nor would I have provoked him. Su Mo is a formidable adversary, not to be trifled with." But alas, it was too late. Everything was over. Since the Han family dared to orchestrate an assassination attempt on Su Mo, they must also bear the consequences. The unbearable price, the destruction of their family. The shark opened its jagged jaws, and with a crunch, Han Qingyi, along with his living bodyguard, was swallowed whole. The surface of the water was stained with crimson, adding a touch of tragic beauty. On board the Foodie, Lewis observed this scene through binoculars, shaking his head with a hint of sympathy. TSK, 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 to attract sharks right after diving in. What terrible luck. He sighed. Well, Han Xingyi is dead, and the matter is concluded. Let no one on the ship move. We shall adhere to protocol and inspect the cargo. Understood, his subordinates replied. After a brief moment, a subordinate approached to report. Boss, it's indeed all clothing from Nadi, and they are genuine articles. Clothing? Valued at 2 billion? Is this all? Lewis furrowed his brow, sensing that he had been outmaneuvered by Suemo. He believed that a transaction worth 2 billion would yield something of great value. Yet it turned out to be merely clothing. What is to be done? Are they truly shifting from piracy to the apparel trade? What a jest. But without selling the garments, what are they to do? Such a plethora of clothing is of no use if it cannot be converted into currency. Are they to keep it for personal wear? That would be impractical. A band of pirates, after all, holds no extravagant expectations regarding attire. On the contrary, the more understated, the better. Just as Lewis was enveloped in confusion, the phone rang once more. It was Summer. Have you managed to sort it out? Lewis nodded. Indeed. It's taken care of. Han Xingyi was cast into the sea and devoured by sharks, leaving no trace behind. Yet you've compelled me to seize 2 billion worth of clothing, and from Nike no less. How am I to proceed? Surely we cannot pivot to smuggling garments? Foolishness. You should reach out to Nike and demand they pay a ransom of 2 billion, Summer chuckled. What if they refuse? Lewis countered. If they do not comply, set fire to all the clothing. Summer replied with a grin. Rest assured, they will surely pay. Why is that? Lewis inquired, perplexed. That 2 billion represents the cost. In other words, the Han Group produced this batch of clothing for Nike at a cost of 2 billion, which when sold by Nike could fetch as much as 4 billion. Do you truly believe they would decline? Summer laughed. Lewis's expression brightened and his eyes gleamed. I see now. It makes sense. You intellectuals are quite cunning. Summer continued. Since it can be sold for 4 billion, what if I demand 30 billion from them? Lewis's greed began to surface. Haha, you may attempt it, though the odds of success are slim, Summer replied nonchalantly. People are drawn to ventures that guarantee profit without loss. With a cost of 2 billion, Nike had previously paid Han Group the same amount. Now, if they could sell it for 4 billion, Nike would be willing to spend an additional 20 billion for redemption. This way, they would break even. However, if they were to redeem it for 30 billion, Nike would essentially expend a total of 50 billion for a potential sale of 40 billion, resulting in a 10 billion loss. How could they possibly agree to that? Very well, thank you. I shall give it a try, Lewis said. Subsequently, he reached out to Nike. At Nike's headquarters, a high-level meeting was underway, focused on the dilemma concerning the Han Group. In an effort to bolster the stock price of Han Group, they had invested tens of billions. After much struggle, they finally succeeded in elevating the stock price to its former heights. Yet, just as they had achieved this, Summer had brought them crashing back down, with the market valuation plummeting to dismal levels. The tens of billions invested by Nike had gone to waste, all turned to vapor. This left everyone with ashen faces, especially the chairman, Willis, who was now on edge, facing hostility from several major shareholders, even facing the threat of impeachment. Such is the nature of business. The decision to assist Han Group had been made by the board, yet when calamity strikes, it is invariably the chairman who bears the blame. Just as the room buzzed with anxiety, another piece of grim news arrived. Chairman, esteemed shareholders, it is dire. A batch of goods worth 20 billion has been seized by pirates. What? Panic engulfed everyone, their lips twitching in distress. Misfortune struck as if the heavens conspired against them. Was it the cargo ship belonging to the Han Group? Willis furrowed his brow in concern. Indeed. His subordinate nodded, reporting. The pirates demand 30 billion within an hour. Otherwise, they will execute their threats and incinerate everything. Scoundrels. Infuriating. Curse be them. Willis seethed with rage, hurling the computer from the desk in a fit of fury. Yet, his anger unabated, he seized a nearby water cup and smashed it against the wall in frustration. Damn it. How dare they attempt to extort us? Despicable. Cursed be them. Willis raged, unable to contain his wrath. These wretched fiends dare to demand 30 billion for goods that cost us merely 20. Have they indulged in too much of their radioactive waste? Chapter 85. The division of spoils 2 billion worth of goods, yet they demand 30 billion. What audacity these pirates possess. Indeed, their greed knows no bounds. They are nothing more than a band of brigands, merciless and insatiable. The crowd seethed with anger, unleashing a torrent of invectives. However, once the initial fury subsided, they realized that the matter required resolution, for the pirates were not inclined to engage in reasoned discourse. Willis sighed, expressing his resignation. Ladies and gentlemen, this batch of goods cost us 2 billion, which has already been paid to the Han Group. If we refuse to pay the ransom, we stand to lose that sum. Conversely, if we acquiesce to the 30 billion ransom, we can sell the goods for 40 billion, resulting in a net loss of 10 billion. What are your thoughts? We cannot comply, not a single cent. We have already settled the payment with the Han Group. Any issues that arise are their responsibility. They should refund us, declared one of the major shareholders. A few others nodded in agreement, suggesting that, under such circumstances, the naughty group would neither gain nor lose. Yet, Willis shook his head in frustration. That is futile. The Han Group is on the brink of bankruptcy, about to undergo liquidation. They will be unable to reimburse us. Our funds will be lost. A heavy silence fell over the shareholders. Indeed, if the Han Group were to collapse, what hope was there for recovering their funds? Debts that could not be reclaimed were merely bad debts, devoid of any value. At that moment, the vice president, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. So it seems we must pay the ransom, but we cannot incur losses. In my view, we should negotiate directly with the pirates for a ransom of 2 billion. If they agree, we proceed with the transaction. If not, we walk away. That makes sense. Rather than suffer a 10 billion loss while allowing the pirates to profit 30 billion, we might as well take a direct loss of 20 billion, ensuring they receive nothing. Willis nodded in agreement, and the others concurred. After all, everyone had their pride. Moreover, it was possible that the pirates would accept the 2 billion ransom, as it was preferable to walking away empty-handed after all their efforts. For the pirates, there was no alternative. This was, in essence, a game of wits, a test of who would falter first. Soon, the naughty group relayed the message back to the pirates. A ransom of merely 2 billion? Or would they part ways? Lewis sighed and nodded. Indeed, it appears the earlier assertion was accurate. The pirates are truly only willing to accept 2 billion. Very well, 2 billion it shall be. Better than walking away with nothing. Let them expedite the payment. Once the funds are received, we will release them immediately. Upon receiving this news, the naughty group breathed a sigh of relief. With a cost of 2 billion and a ransom of the same, they could still sell for 40 billion. It was akin to working for nothing, earning not a cent. But at least it was preferable to incurring losses, representing a maximization of benefits. Although they had been extorted for 2 billion by the pirates, the entire naughty team felt a sense of indignation. Yet, there was little choice. When under the eaves, one must bow their head. Lewis, too, was a man of his word. Upon receiving the transfer of 2 billion, he departed swiftly with his men, leaving no room for delay. The remaining individuals, after a moment of hesitation, responded to the captain's call and resumed their duties, thus bringing this incident to a close. However, to Sumo's surprise, that virtual number received contact from Lewis. A mix of emotions washed over Sumo as he hesitated, but ultimately he decided to answer, knowing that the other party could not trace his location. On the other end of the line, Lewis's voice resonated. You truly are remarkable. Naughty simply could not accept 3 billion. In the end, we settled for 2 billion. Moreover, following the route you provided for our retreat, we managed to evade the patrol ships of the Korean nation and escaped a dire fate. Ha ha ha. If you are unharmed, that is splendid. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Suemo smiled faintly. Pirates were indeed complex beings. For instance, some pirates acted as the claws of empires. Likewise, if Lewis proved to be resourceful, he could also become Sumo's sharp sword. There were numerous matters Suemo preferred not to handle personally, which could be entrusted to pirates. Considering that Lewis was quite competent, Suemo intended to nurture him further. Naturally, he would not allow them to be captured by warships. Thank you, mysterious sir. This collaboration has been truly delightful, and I hope to continue our partnership in the future, Lewis expressed sincerely. Indeed, Suemo nodded, though the title Mysterious Sir caused him a slight frown. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Additionally, mysterious sir, I sent you a text message containing an account number and password, with a sum of money, 1 billion, deposited as your share from this venture. Let us split it evenly. Lewis added. Share? Suemo was taken aback, unable to fathom Lewis's generosity in offering him half. If it had been any other pirate, they would never relinquish money that had already entered their coffers. Especially not 1 billion. You are too courteous, Lewis, Suemo remarked with a subtle smile. It is only right. I, Lewis, adhere to principles in my dealings. You provided all the intelligence and ensured a safe route for us, allowing us to effortlessly secure 2 billion. Naturally, you deserve your share of 1 billion. Lewis chuckled. Very well, I shall accept it. Should anything arise in the future, feel free to reach out to this number, Suemo said, growing increasingly optimistic about Lewis. He valued those who were avaricious yet principled, not greedy, and possessed vision. Such individuals were worthy of his investment. All right, mysterious sir, should any similar lucrative opportunities arise, do remember to contact me. Ha ha ha. Lewis laughed heartily. No problem, Suemo nodded, his mind already calculating. It was indeed time to cultivate Lewis and his band of pirates. One never knew when they might prove useful. In this world, there exist both luminous and shadowy realms. Suemo understood that he must possess the strength to triumph openly against his adversaries while also harboring terrifying methods concealed in the darkness. Undoubtedly, Lewis's pirate crew served as an excellent foundation. Thus, the curtain fell on the Han family's saga, with some entering, some being captured, and others fed to the sharks. Remarkably, Suemo not only incurred no losses but also effortlessly gained 1 billion. Of course, this was merely pocket change. The real fortune lay in shorting the Han Group. Suemo borrowed 50 million shares of Han's Group from a brokerage firm, selling them all at a high price of 90 yuan per share, thus realizing a staggering 4.5 billion yuan. Now, the stock price of Han's Group has plummeted dramatically, descending from over 90 to the 70s, then the 50s, and further down to the 30s. Until now, in the span of a single night, the stock price has fallen to a mere 9 yuan. Truly, a devastating decline. Yet, this is not the end. Suemo decisively purchased 1,000 shares at the price of 10 yuan each. He then divided them into 50 groups of 20 shares each, selling them all at 4 yuan per share, one after another. Instantly, a multitude of shares priced at 4 yuan flooded the market. Witnessing this scene, everyone was astounded, believing that Han's Group stock had dropped to 4 yuan. Without any hesitation, they too began to sell at reduced prices, with shares going for as low as 4 yuan, and even 3.5 yuan. In an instant, the entire stock price was driven down once more. Observing this spectacle, Suemo smiled faintly and began to reap the rewards of his strategy. Chapter 86, The Bankruptcy of the Han Group. However, Suemo did not acquire stocks at the lowest price of 3.5 yuan, nor at 4 yuan. Instead, he focused on those priced around 5 yuan. The rationale was simple. If Suemo purchased the stocks available at 4 or 3.5 yuan, there would be no shares priced below 5 yuan left on the market, inevitably causing the stock price of the Han Group to rise. This was not the outcome Suemo desired. Thus, he only collected shares priced at 5 yuan, leaving the 4 yuan and 3.5 yuan stocks in circulation, increasing their availability. This would create a false impression, leading others to believe that the stock price of the Han Group was indeed so low, worth merely 3.5 yuan. Consequently, others would be compelled to sell at these low prices, further driving down the market value. In this manner, Suemo's acquisition of a substantial number of stocks at lower prices would not trigger a price increase until the final moments before the U.S. stock market closed. Suemo reclaimed 50 million shares of Han Group stock and returned them to the brokerage, with an average price of 5 yuan, resulting in a total expenditure of 250 million yuan. With this, his short-selling endeavor reached completion. Previously, Suemo had borrowed 50 million shares from the brokerage and sold them at 90 yuan each, cashing out 4.5 billion yuan. Now, after repurchasing the 50 million shares at 250 million yuan, he returned them to the brokerage. The difference between high selling and low buying amounted to a staggering 4 25 billion yuan, which constituted Sumo's net profit from the short selling of the Han Group. Even after deducting transaction fees, he still had 2 billion yuan left. Adding to this the prior 5 billion yuan and the 1 billion yuan from Lewis, Sumo's total assets had soared to 2 billion yuan. In a mere fortnight, he had transformed 50,000 yuan into 2 billion yuan. Sumo felt somewhat dazed. Yet, he could only express gratitude to the Naughty Group and the Han Group. Had it not been for their self-destructive actions against China, Sumo would not have targeted them. But now that he had acted, he would do so decisively. Following this round of short selling, the stock price of the Han Group plummeted from a peak valuation of over 10 billion yuan to a mere 300 million yuan. Essentially, they had lost everything. The only path remaining was bankruptcy, with no alternatives left. Indeed, early the next morning, the Han Group convened a board meeting to discuss strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, our Han Group is finished. The stock price has collapsed, and our market value has evaporated, leaving us with only 300 million yuan. Even the chairman has gone into hiding. It is truly beyond redemption. The vice president sighed, his expression somber, as if he had aged a decade overnight. What about Han Qingyi? With him around, we might still see some improvement. One shareholder, unable to contain his discontent, inquired. The others perked up at his words, filled with hope. Who wishes for bankruptcy unless absolutely necessary? After all, if the Han Group avoids bankruptcy, we remain billionaires. But if we do go bankrupt, we will still be billionaires. But accurately termed as billion-dollar debtors. Let us not even mention it. That scoundrel Han Qingyi fled on the Fuji cargo ship last night. The vice president shook his head, utterly speechless. Damn, that despicable rascal. He certainly knows how to make a swift exit. Typically, when the Han Group faced no issues, he seized power faster than anyone else. As if he were destined to take over before his father even passed. As a result, the Han family found themselves in dire straits, fleeing faster than anyone else. Han Ming, Han Qingyi, a bunch of scoundrels, utterly unreliable in a critical moment. How disgraceful. The crowd erupted in curses. The actions of the Han father and son were nothing short of shameless. Fleeing at the first sign of trouble. Is this what humans do? That despicable Han Qingyi was cunning enough to escape by cargo ship via water route. No wonder he wasn't caught at the airport. Indeed. It seems that Han Qingyi has already reached the empire, living a life of leisure and indulgence. What a disgrace. Here we are, on the brink of bankruptcy. Distressed and frantic, while he enjoys himself in the empire. What a dog. Upon hearing this, the vice president shook his head and chuckled, rest assured. Han Qingyi's days of leisure are over. What do you mean? The other's eyes lit up upon hearing this. It was reported that the cargo ship, Fuji, encountered pirates on the high seas. Everyone else was unscathed, but Han Qingyi was blown up and subsequently tossed into the sea to feed the sharks. Is it true? Has Han Qingyi become a delectable morsel for the sharks? Perhaps a gourmet sausage? Indeed. The vice president nodded. Ha ha. This can be considered a bowl of misfortune amidst a banquet of tragedies. Absolutely. I find some satisfaction in this turn of events. Han Qingyi deserves his grim fate for his irresponsibility and cowardice. Sigh. A sense of balance returned to their hearts. Although they faced bankruptcy and significant losses, at least they wouldn't end up in prison. Meanwhile, the Han family was in shambles, some imprisoned, others feeding sharks. The irony was delicious. Seeing this, the vice president nodded. Such is the situation. This is how matters stand. Now, we must declare bankruptcy and place the blame squarely on the Han father and son, as they are the chairman. Indeed, this way, our losses are merely financial. Our substantial investments may be in vain, but we escape debt and imprisonment. All the burdens of debt and incarceration shall fall upon Han Ming. Not just Han Ming, but also his wife. The vice president shook his head. A knowing look in his eyes. Gasp. The crowd inhaled sharply, and a shareholder could not contain himself. I just recalled that the chairman of the Han Group is Han Ming, while the legal representative is his young wife, Sun Yuan. Isn't she the seemingly clever yet utterly foolish second wife of the chairman, the mistress? Indeed, that's her. Sigh. That mistress is quite ruthless. At such a young age, she became involved with Han Ming and bore a child out of wedlock. Later, leveraging her son to ascend the ranks. She forced out the legitimate wife and ultimately became the new chairwoman. But how naive. After marriage, Han Ming made her the legal representative of the company, and she was overjoyed, believing it to be true love. Little did she know, being the legal representative was no blessing but a tremendous pitfall. Isn't that the truth? Now, she must bear the enormous debts of the Han Group as the legal representative and face imprisonment. Her life is essentially ruined. Such is humanity, the more one is unsatisfied, the more disastrous the outcome. Well then, let the matter of imprisonment be dealt with by their family. We shall file for bankruptcy and mitigate our losses, declared the major shareholder. Indeed, the Han Group has met its demise. It truly is pitiful. I actually have an idea, the vice president interjected, unable to hold back. What idea? The crowd turned their attention toward him. In essence, this incident reflects the Han Group's servitude to Naidi, plotting against Suemo, only to be outmaneuvered and ultimately face ruin, leading to the disintegration of their family and the bankruptcy of the company. The vice president elaborated, moreover, Suemo is also a designer who has established his own brand, Emo Shang, and aims to venture into fashion. Hence, we might consider selling the Han Group to him at a reduced price. This way, our shares will not be rendered worthless. It is indeed a reasonable proposition. Even a discounted sale is preferable to possessing mere scraps of paper. Furthermore, with the factories and workshops of the Han Group, Sumo's Emo Shang could instantly ascend to become a colossal entity in the fashion industry. However, it is a daunting task. One must recognize that our Han Group ranks among the top 10 garment factories worldwide, boasting a vast workforce and substantial production capacity. Can Sumo truly manage it all? Chapter 87. Devouring all, pointing at Naidi. Indeed, this presents a dilemma. The vice president furrowed his brow, his countenance dark. Our Han Group's factory accounts for 20 of Naidi Group's global orders. If we maximize our production capacity, it could reach 30, even at cost price. Producing 30 to 40 billion a year is entirely feasible. However, the Emo Shang Group is still in its infancy and appears to be struggling to absorb this volume. The major shareholder nodded in agreement, saying, regardless, we should inquire further. What if Suemo possesses the audacity? What if he can manage it? Indeed, at this point, we can only hope for a miracle. If Suemo truly can handle it, our shares might regain some semblance of value. Others chimed in as well. Even if we sold our shares to Suemo at a bargain price, they might still hold some worth. Yet, if we were to go bankrupt, we would lose everything. Thus, Vice President He Chuanqing, along with the major shareholder, personally visited the Emo Shang Group. What brings you here? Shagua inquired, somewhat surprised and on guard, suspecting they might be there to cause trouble. After all, the bankruptcy of the Han Group was orchestrated by Suemo himself. It could be said that Suemo single-handedly reduced the Han Group's valuation from billions to a mere 300 million overnight, an utterly dismal fate. Manager Xiao, please do not misunderstand. We are here to seek cooperation with Mr. Su. To be precise, we are here to discuss a potential acquisition. He Chuanqing smiled, alleviating Xiaoshua's concerns. Seeking an acquisition? Xiaoshue frowned slightly. You do not mean to suggest that you wish for Mr. Su to acquire the Han Group, do you? That seems a rather far-fetched jest. The Han Group now resembles a heavily damaged aircraft carrier, sinking into the depths of the sea, with little value remaining and a plethora of debts. It would be folly to consider such an acquisition. How I wish it were that simple. He Chuanqing replied with a bitter smile. Of course, we understand that this is unrealistic. What we seek is for Mr. Su to take over our Han Group's factories at the valuation of their fixed assets. Additionally, any other valuable logistics channels can also be acquired. Just a monetary exchange is all that is required, with no debt obligations. His words were quite straightforward, almost implying that regardless of the sum, they were willing to sell for cash. Is that so? Xiaoshua's eyes brightened, feeling intrigued. Naidi is not foolish. The Han Group's status as one of Naidi's top 5 manufacturers signifies its substantial strength. The Emo Shang Group is in its nascent stages and desperately needs a solid foundation and production capacity. Acquiring the core of the Han Group would undoubtedly be akin to gaining wings and soaring to new heights. However, the previous valuation of the Han Group, in the billions, made it unworthy of acquisition. Yet now, facing bankruptcy and reduced to just a framework, it becomes a viable opportunity. After all, Investing in the establishment of such a large factory requires considerable funds, time, and effort. A direct acquisition would undoubtedly be a more prudent and efficient approach. Manager Shao, what are your thoughts? I wonder if Mr. Su possesses the fortitude to absorb all of the Han Group's factories and workforce? He Chuanxing inquired once more. The factory is being sold off at a mere pittance, yet the crux of the matter lies with the workers. Unfortunately, the Han Group has declared bankruptcy, and this month's salaries cannot be dispersed. With over 10,000 employees, this sum is far from trivial. Just the wages alone amount to over 100 million. Additionally, severance pay and compensation must be accounted for, which could total another 200 million. It can be surmised that merely addressing the issue of worker placement post-bankruptcy would require at least 300 million. However, if Su Mo were to assume control of all the factories and retain the employees, unemployment would be averted. Consequently, the Han Group would be absolved of the financial burdens of severance and compensation, directly saving 300 million and potentially yielding several billion in profits, a delightful prospect indeed. This is the very reason they sought out Su Mo. They feared he might decline the offer. Xiaoshui was acutely aware of this, and she remarked quietly, "The Han Group is not insignificant. Your workers' wages alone exceed 100 million each month. Therefore, swallowing the entire operation would place considerable pressure on our Emotion Group." Upon hearing this, He Chuanxing and the others felt a pang of anxiety, their expressions darkening. Their fears were coming to fruition. Su Mo appeared unwilling to proceed. Observing this, Xiaoshui formulated a new strategy and shifted her tone. "However, should the price be right, I believe Mr. Su might be inclined to take a risk." At her words, He Chuanxing and his companions brightened with hope. There was potential, but they needed to push for a lower price. It had to be sufficiently reduced. Xiaoshui contemplated that an acquisition price of 500 million would be reasonable. After all, constructing a factory of such magnitude would similarly cost around 500 million and take over 6 months. If the Han Group proposed 500 million, they could proceed with the acquisition, guaranteed profit, and Mr. Su would likely acquiesce. Exchanging glances, He Chuanxing and his cohorts nodded in agreement. 450 million. For just 450 million, all factories and workers will be transferred to Moshang Group. This price is exceedingly low. Hearing this, Xiaoshui maintained her composure outwardly. Yet inwardly she rejoiced. She had anticipated a price exceeding 500 million, yet the Han Group had offered 450 million outright. What a pleasant surprise. However, noticing Xiaoshui's stoic demeanor, He Chuanxing and the others grew uncertain, fearing they had overstepped. They decisively declared, 400 million. For merely 400 million. Xiaoshui was taken aback, exclaiming, "Another reduction. This is simply astonishing." The drastic decrease indicated that the other party had no alternative but to sell at a loss. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoshui extended 3 fingers and declared, 300 million. 300 million, on behalf of Mr. Su. I accept. The group was left in a state of indecision. 300 million was indeed too little, the cost of rebuilding such a large factory, with extensive equipment and high labor costs, would hardly suffice. Nevertheless, they ultimately acquiesced. One must bow their head beneath a roof shared with others. Fine. 300 million it is, alas. I concede, He Chuanxing lamented inwardly, feeling the sting of the bargain. Very well, please wait a moment, Xiaoshui said. Her spirits lifted as she gestured for service. Bring tea for our esteemed guests. He Chuanxing could only think, even if you served him divine nectar now, he would be unable to discern its flavor. Subsequently, Xiaoshui moved to the side and dialed Su Mo's number. Boss, today the Han family group approached us, wishing to transfer their factory and workers to us, initially offering 450 million, which I managed to negotiate down to 300 million. What are your thoughts? After all, constructing such a large factory from scratch would require at least 300 million. Su Mo nodded in agreement. All right, that sounds reasonable. This deal is quite advantageous. I will transfer 500 million to you, 300 million for the Han family, 100 million for salaries to appease the workers, and the remaining 100 million for upgrading and adjusting the equipment production line. Understood, boss, Xiaoshui replied, a gleam of joy illuminating her expression. A wealthy and generous boss indeed. 500 million flows effortlessly. Soon, the funds were transferred, and both parties signed the contract. Emotion Group acquired the Han family group's factory and team, with no involvement in other matters or the countless debts of the Han family group. This transaction guaranteed Su Mo a significant profit. Meanwhile, He Chuanxing and others were relieved of the 300 million in severance costs for the workers, receiving 300 million in funds to share among themselves, thus recovering some losses. Inside the villa, Su Mo smiled, with the Han family group's factory. Emotion Group has instantly ascended to become one of the world's top 10 apparel giants. Production capacity is no longer a concern. We are poised to decisively outdo 90. Now that everything is in place, it is time to take action and defeat 90. Chapter 88. Mozang Group. Strategic New Product Launch Conference. As one of the world's top 100 giants, with a staggering $1 trillion market value, 90 indeed represents a formidable entity. Previously, with limited funds, Su Mo managed to cause 90's market value to evaporate by 200 billion, which was no small feat. It is noteworthy that Baidu's market value is merely around 200 billion. However, Su Mo now possesses a substantial fund of tens of billions, sufficient to put 90 in a precarious position. Subsequently, Su Mo proceeded to the headquarters of Mozang Group to convene a high-level meeting and outline the strategic plan. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment of reckoning has arrived. For 1 week, all departments must exert their utmost efforts. During this week, the publicity department shall prepare a robust promotional campaign to generate anticipation for the launch event scheduled in 1 week. The technical department must expedite the upgrade of the product line at the Han factory to ensure rapid production. The IT department must ensure seamless integration and optimal app functionality. One by one, Su Mo's directives were articulated with clarity and precision. He concluded, in 1 week's time, we must achieve our goals. Should any difficulties arise, voice them promptly for swift resolution. You are all founding members of Mozang Group, and if Mozang succeeds, your futures will be bright. However, if we fail, so too will your futures. Upon hearing this, the attendees nodded in agreement, their motivation amplified. Unlike other employers who merely paint grand visions, Su Mo spoke plainly, presenting stark realities that carried a compelling allure. In this era, individuals work primarily to earn a living. Notions of working for love or corporate culture are deemed insincere and hollow. Adequate wages, favorable conditions, and expansive opportunities are paramount. Employees must be able to earn and grow, which surpasses all else. The so-called corporate culture, employed as a form of manipulation, is no longer accepted by the younger generation. Before long, every employee at Mozang Group was fully engaged, dedicated to their tasks. During the week, Su Mo did not request overtime. However, no one left after work. They were all occupied, fervently preparing for the upcoming product launch, not out of obligation, but from genuine commitment. Su Mo's authenticity resonated with them, and they understood that if Mozang flourished, their own rewards would be doubled, and their futures would be boundless. Thus, they truly committed themselves to their work. Efficiency and quality were paramount, garnering high praise from Xiao Shui, who had never witnessed such diligent employees before. Of course, she had also never encountered such a magnanimous employer. Currently, Mozang Group offers the highest compensation in Beihai City, without exception. Although it is ostensibly a garment enterprise, the salaries it offers rival those of 996 IT programmers. This is indeed unprecedented. Consequently, many programmers from large firms contemplated switching careers to become tailors. Even employees from Han Group were deeply moved, initially fearing that the bankruptcy of Han Group would lead to their unemployment and potential loss of wages. They were pleasantly surprised when Su Mo ensured their salaries were paid upon joining Mozang Group. Furthermore, all new employees received a 20% increase in their compensation. What was once 5,000 is now 6,000. Previously priced at 6,000, now it has surged to 7,200. This has left the employees of the Han family, who initially contemplated causing a stir, utterly ashamed. They decisively abandoned their lackluster thoughts and settled down to work diligently for Su Mo. With the boss's generosity, the employees' performance flourished. Of course, if anyone truly fails to recognize their fortune, living in privilege yet unaware of it, Su Mo would not hesitate to take action. Dismissals would be the order of the day. If any corporate spies were involved, there would be no second thoughts. They would be sent away to serve their time, even if the evidence were insufficient for criminal charges. Sumo would ensure that the necessary proof was arranged to secure their imprisonment. Thus, no one dared to harbor ulterior motives. They devoted themselves to hard work and reaped substantial rewards. Soon, 5 days passed, and a series of announcements surfaced. Genius designer Sumo establishes his own brand, Emoshang, set to launch officially. In 2 days, the Emoshang Group's strategic new product launch will be held at the International Convention Center in Beihai City, inviting participation from all sectors. Barely established, the Emoshang Group is poised to unveil strategic new products that will astonish the apparel industry. 3 flagship new designs by genius designer Sumo may debut at the launch. Insider news: the establishment of the Emoshang Group could potentially alter the current landscape of the apparel industry. One headline after another created a sensation across the nation and even globally. Sumo already possessed a certain influence domestically, and the recent incident involving the Naughty Group's offensive remarks towards China only amplified his prominence. Even internationally, his fame soared. While many in the West were disinclined to witness the rise of Xia country, numerous others admired Sumo's patriotism and confidence, recognizing his dual talents. After all, a person who does not love their own country is akin to a dog disdainful of its impoverished home. Such beings command no respect from others. Conversely, Sumo, by demonstrating his patriotism and rejecting Naughty, resulting in a staggering 200 billion loss in Naughty's market value, earned the respect of the people of Xia country, the West, and the world at large. As news broke, the citizens were stirred. Haha, I knew that the great Sumo would surely establish his own brand. We must lend our support. Indeed, how could we not support such a principled designer and instead endorse an entity that insults our nation? Regardless of the price point of Emoshang-esque garments, even if they surpass Naughty's, I will purchase a complete set. What I can wear, I shall. What I cannot, I will gift to others. Heroes think alike. If we do not support our own domestic brands and instead pay an intellectual tax to disrespectful international labels, it would be a farce. The funds are ready. I just fear that I might not be able to buy them. Look at Hongxing. It is still in pre-sale and out of stock. Crazy rush. The Emoshang Group has just been established. If the clothes are subpar, you all need not buy. I will be the first to test the waters for you. The reasoning upstairs is sound. You all need not scramble. I shall try it first. You are all too dogged. Regardless, I will buy. Soon, related reports trended on social media. It is not purchased with money, but rather genuinely elevated through merit. Observing these trending topics and discussions, the entire Naughty team feels as though they are facing a formidable foe. They are compelled to convene an urgent meeting once more. Hasn't the Emoshang Group only recently been established? Why are they already poised to unveil a new product? What a farce. Willis appears utterly bewildered, filled with confusion. Chapter 89. The plan falls apart. This generation of netizens is not easily deceived in an instant. Both upper and lower echelons of Naughty were somewhat bewildered. This shouldn't be happening. The Emoshang Group had only been established for less than a month, and logically speaking, they should have nothing to showcase, let alone host a strategic new product launch. It is worth noting that even the current Fortune 500 company, Xiaomi Technology, initially had only the Xiaomi One, which frequently faced stock shortages and various issues due to its nascent stage. Yet now, the Emoshang Group, having been founded for less than a month, could possibly have only a handful of products, and they were holding a launch event with such grandiosity? It was absurd. The chairman, Willis, grew increasingly uneasy with each passing thought, casually inquired, "Qian, what is your perspective on this matter?" However, as soon as he spoke, a profound silence enveloped the conference room. Vice President Barton sighed and reminded, "Chairman, you have forgotten. Qian Juanhao is no longer with us, no longer with us?" Willis was taken aback, suddenly regaining his composure, and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Qian Juanhao is gone. He is most likely deceased. Alas! In that moment, Willis' expression turned somewhat dazed. He had relied heavily on his cunning advisor and had always sought Qian Juanhao's insights regarding enterprises in Xia country. As a native, Qian Juanhao understood Xia enterprises and consumers, providing Willis with invaluable constructive advice. That was the essence of Qian Juanhao's worth. This fellow, who had set out to assassinate Sumo, ended up dead himself, while Su-Mo remained unscathed. Our Naughty has also suffered significant losses. What a useless individual. Willis shook his head and continued. However, we must not underestimate the Mozhang Group. We must take action to thwart their smooth progress. Rest assured, Chairman, I have made arrangements. Vice President Barton replied with a smile. They are hosting a strategic new product launch, are they not? We shall hold one too, and on the same day. Splendid. Willis's spirits soared. With this, all the media and guests who originally intended to attend the Mozhang Group's event will now come to our Naughty Group's launch. The Mozhang Group's event will surely falter. Haha. Moreover, I will arrange for the media we have acquired to attend the Mozhang Group's launch. They will raise some pointed questions on the spot, creating difficulty for Mozhang Group. Subsequently, we can have other media embellish the reports. Barton chuckled. Having already learned Qian Juanhao's tactics. Excellent, very good. You have executed this matter splendidly. Willis's eyes brightened with appreciation, exclaiming, Your mastery of these strategies means Qian Juanhao did not die in vain. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, Chairman, I shall strive to surpass the blue from the indigo. From now on, dealing with the Mozhang Group will be my responsibility. I will ensure their downfall. Barton pledged confidently. Good. Make arrangements immediately. Before long. Naughty Group announced its own new product launch in the capital city, scheduled for the same day as Mozhang Group's event, inviting global media to participate. This declaration instantly stirred up a tempest. It was abundantly clear to all that the underlying implications of rivalry were strikingly evident. The Mozhang Group refrains from holding press conferences, and neither does Naughty. However, upon the Mozhang Group's recent announcement of a press conference, Naughty swiftly followed suit. One is situated in a coastal city, while the other resides in the imperial capital, both within the realm of Shagua. This is indeed a direct confrontation. The discourse online has become particularly riveting. How shameless of the Mozhang Group to schedule a press conference on the same day as Naughty, blatantly seeking to ride on their coattails for publicity. Indeed, the Mozhang Group is merely a fledgling brand, lacking substantial prowess, merely attempting to garner attention. The audacity of the Mozhang Group is nauseating. They are unlikely to achieve greatness. Observing these comments, many netizens were bewildered and couldn't help but exclaim, have the individuals above had too much to drink or perhaps indulged in substances? It was the Mozhang Group that first announced their press conference. In truth, it is Naughty that is merely following the trend. If anyone is seeking to capitalize on publicity, it is Naughty attempting to latch onto the Mozhang Group. Are you all speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open? What a farce. Does the esteemed Naughty truly need to piggyback on Mashang's publicity? What a ludicrous notion. The Mozhang Group is just a nascent enterprise. What kind of attention could possibly warrant Naughty's interest? Witnessing this spectacle, netizens felt a sense of helplessness. At times, even the most absurd statements can be accepted as truth by many. Nevertheless, numerous supporters of Mozhang fervently defended their stance. If Mozhang lacks publicity, yet Naughty seeks to capitalize on it, that is indeed shameless. Indeed, Naughty's decline is evident. Apart from offending national sentiments, they resort to sensationalism and publicity stunts, failing to achieve any significant success. Presently, Naughty is being denounced by all in Shagua, while sycophants attempt to defend them, suggesting that money can indeed facilitate anything. Upon realizing they had been exposed by netizens, the hired commenters shifted their tone, hastily claiming, one may eat whatever they please, but words should not be spoken carelessly. What money? We have not received any from Naughty. Ha ha ha. We never claimed you received money from Naughty. You have merely admitted it yourself. The hired commenters. What a clumsy attempt to feign innocence. This batch of hired commenters lacks intelligence. The hired commenters. Indeed, why not form a group? If there's money to be made, we can all profit together. I'm in a tight spot too. Absolutely. I too wish to earn a bit. With the funds from Naughty's hired commenters, I could purchase Mashang's apparel. Ha ha ha. The wit of the individual above is commendable. Witnessing this scene, the hired commenters were left dumbfounded, repeatedly insisting, we are not hired commenters. You are. Your entire family is. However, such assertions hold no weight. Today's netizens are far more discerning. They no longer accept every rumor at face value. Conversely, even seemingly solid gossip is met with caution, as they prefer to wait and see how events unfold. lest there be unexpected twists or further reversals. For instance, if a girlfriend were to expose a male star's misdeeds, and subsequently the male star is thoroughly condemned, while the girlfriend adopts the guise of a victim. Thus, everyone rallies behind the girlfriend, vehemently condemning the male star. Yet, in the end, it is revealed that the male star's transgressions are indeed numerous and deserving of condemnation, while the girlfriend is equally deceitful and cunning, manipulating netizens as mere pawns. Ultimately, this results in a scenario where all parties are deemed culpable. Therefore, contemporary netizens have become increasingly astute. The likes of the Naughty Water Army represent a quintessential example of mercenaries who, for monetary gain, smear their competitors without any substantial expertise. Nowadays, a multitude of individuals engage in this practice. For instance, when a significant piece of news emerges regarding Xia, the comment sections are flooded with individuals meticulously nitpicking, orchestrating a misguided narrative. Without exception, these individuals are funded by foreign capital, public intellectuals, trolls, and sycophants. They readily accept foreign funding to engage in any unscrupulous activity, glorifying international brands while disparaging domestic ones. They idealize the West and malign Xia with little regard for ethics. It is utterly shameless. One notable professor from a prestigious institution even audaciously suggested that Xia should voluntarily dismantle all its nuclear weapons to gain the trust of the empire, simultaneously urging the nation to relinquish historical grievances and support the entry of an island nation into a global forum. Is this truly the discourse of a rational person? Yet, at present, no one acknowledges such statements. Witnessing this scene, the leader of the Water Army panicked, and Naughty's vice president, Barton, was left dumbfounded. After investing heavily in a campaign to tarnish the reputation of Mo Shang, they discovered their efforts were exposed before they even commenced. It is utterly incredulous. Left with no alternative, they can only momentarily retreat. Soon, 2 days passed quietly, and the press conference approached. Chapter 90. Naughty? Insignificant before Mozhang and Beihai City. The Mozhang Group held a press conference, while in the imperial capital, the Naughty Group organized its own event on the same day, leaving many media outlets in a quandary. Should they attend the imperial capital event or the one in Beihai City? Large media organizations could dispatch 2 elite teams to cover both. Yet smaller outlets and independently operated media were compelled to choose one. It was evident that, under such circumstances, the Naughty press conference would attract a greater media presence and a more vibrant atmosphere. Given that Naughty ranked among the Fortune 500 giants and was a leader in the apparel industry, while Mozhang was merely an emerging player with little standing in the field. In this scenario, the overwhelming majority of media would likely forego the Mozhang Group in favor of the Naughty Group's event. Chairman Willis and Vice President Barton shared this sentiment. However, to their surprise, while there were indeed numerous media representatives at the Naughty press conference, those attending the Mozhang event were equally plentiful, reaching an astonishing equilibrium. This situation left Naughty feeling as if they had swallowed a fly. It was akin to a martial arts champion finding himself evenly matched with a delivery person. For the latter, it was a matter of pride, while for the champion, failing to prevail over a mere delivery person was a profound disgrace. Today's circumstances mirrored this dynamic. International media predominantly flocked to the Naughty press conference, yet domestic media favored Mozhang, leading to a remarkable balance. Under these conditions, any conscientious citizen of Xia would naturally lend their support to domestic brands. Consequently, the attendance was effectively split down the middle. Upon learning of this outcome, Willis seethed with rage, infuriating. How could so many influential media from Xia choose to attend Mozhang Group? This is outrageous. I will blacklist them. I will blacklist them. Orders were dispatched. Henceforth, Naughty events and fashion shows would no longer extend invitations to these media outlets. No, they would be outright barred from entry. The relationship between brands and media is indeed intricate. Smaller brands often invest heavily in inviting media representatives to their events, showering them with various perks. In contrast, larger brands find media vying for the opportunity to attend their gatherings. For instance, when Xiaomi was still nascent, it would distribute gifts such as testing devices and prototypes to media for early evaluation, inviting various outlets to their press conferences. However, now that Xiaomi has ascended to the ranks of the Fortune 500, the landscape has shifted dramatically. Any media outlet daring to publish misleading reports would face immediate repercussions. No testing devices would be forthcoming in the future. Hearing this, Vice President Barton's expression grew grave, and he could not refrain from speaking. Chairman, if we blacklist those top media from Xia, they may cease to cover us entirely and instead promote Mozhang. Wouldn't that be strengthening the enemy? Wouldn't that compel major media to align with Mozhang and bolster their image? Willis's lips twitched as he regained clarity. This won't do. I've let my anger cloud my judgment. Your foresight is commendable. We shall continue to invite them. Let us offer them even more incentives, ensuring we win them over. Financially, there shall be no limits. Understood. Barton nodded, acknowledging the situation. Indeed, it was quite vexing. During our initial encounters with Mozhang, we suffered 2 defeats. Willis exclaimed, visibly frustrated. Previously, Nadi had employed online trolls to malign Mozhang, but this time, the internet users proved too astute, leading to a complete failure of their smear campaign, revealing the trolls as mere jesters. This debacle ignited a wave of support from numerous consumers in Xia country for Mozhang. Furthermore, today's media battle saw Nadi face yet another crushing defeat. On the day of the press conference, the attending media was evenly split between the 2 parties. For Nadi, a draw equated to a resounding loss, particularly given the circumstances. However, unbeknownst to Nadi, this was merely the beginning. From here on, Nadi was destined to endure a string of losses. Or rather, they had no chance of victory at all. We could only hope that our arranged media, those who would stir the pot at the Mozhang group, would succeed. Barton sighed. It seems we have no choice. Inform them that if they perform well, their reward will be doubled, if not quintupled. Willis waved his hand grandly, displaying a generous spirit. Very well, Chairman, rest assured. Barton's spirits lifted. Money can indeed work wonders. When funds are sufficient, it can empower the public intellectuals to boldly slander their own nation. Likewise, ample resources can also persuade the media to orchestrate events against the Mozhang group. At the International Convention and Exhibition Center in Binhai City, a Rolls-Royce pulled up at the entrance. Su Mo and Xiao Shui, among others, disembarked and proceeded toward the venue. The area was already teeming with various media outlets and Su Mo's fans. Some even brandished placards, cheering for Su Mo witnessing this scene. Su Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Shui smiled brightly, teasing, hee, Director Su, it seems you have your little admirers. It was rather unexpected, and the number of media present appeared to exceed their expectations. Su Mo remarked calmly, feeling reassured. Clearly, the anticipation and recognition for Mozhang from the public were quite high. As the national confidence in Xia country grew, the majority of its citizens yearned for domestic brands to flourish, wishing for foreigners to pay handsomely for our clothing, footwear, and automobiles rather than merely scrambling for foreign goods. As Su Mo approached, everyone greeted him with smiles. Numerous media representatives rushed forward, eager to conduct interviews. However, they were promptly halted by security. Su Mo chuckled. Please, everyone, don't rush. I will elaborate further during the press conference. Yet, some could not contain their impatience. One individual crouched down and, seizing an opportunity when security was distracted, executed a daring maneuver, slipping through the gap between the guard's legs and rolling into the circle. Coming to rest before Su Mo witnessing this, security was stunned, other media personnel were taken aback, and even the fans were momentarily speechless. Su Mo and Xiao Shui were equally astonished. Is this how one operates? Such audacity was remarkable. Unfazed, the individual promptly raised a microphone and inquired, Director Su, what is your perspective on the Nadi Group, which is holding a press conference on the same day as Mozhang? Do you believe Mozhang is noteworthy in comparison to Nadi? Such a question was undeniably pointed. It was evident that this media representative was arranged by Nadi. In pursuit of quintuple rewards, an audacious maneuver was executed, akin to slipping through the legs. In response, Su Mo merely smiled and remarked, as for the Nadi Group, to be candid, in the presence of Mo Shang, they are utterly inconsequential, hardly worthy of mention. The reporters were taken aback, and the crowd fell silent. Such words were not merely brazen. Even Su Mo's admirers felt a tinge of embarrassment. Boss, one should at least be somewhat credible in boasting, lest one risks a misstep. Chapter 91. private customization launch event before Mo Shang, Nadi appeared utterly insignificant, hardly worthy of mention. The reporter, with an air of disdain, could not contain his composure, sneering. Heh, I wonder where Chairman Su derives his confidence to utter such grandiloquent statements. Grandiloquent? Su Mo shook his head and replied, Youngster, your vision is far too narrow. The reporter retorted, After today's launch event, you shall comprehend just how trivial Nadi is in the presence of Mo Shang. With that, Su Mo burst into laughter and strode towards the exhibition hall, leaving a crowd of onlookers frozen in bewilderment. Such audacity! Nadi, in front of Mo Shang, is utterly inconsequential. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted and everyone grew restless. Was Su Mo merely exhibiting mindless confidence? Or did he possess genuine prowess, dismissing Nadi entirely, emboldening him to speak such words? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to fathom the situation. The clash had deviated from the anticipated script from the very outset. The media, having been swayed by Nadi, were now trembling with rage, their indignation simmering. How outrageous! How utterly intolerable! Such arrogance could not be permitted. The reporter, who had sought to undermine Su Mo, was now pale with fury. He had hoped to seize the opportunity to belittle Su Mo, elevating Nadi in the process, thereby securing a substantial reward upon returning to his Nadi superiors. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself not only failing to undermine Mo Shang, but instead witnessing Mo Shang overshadow Nadi. The audacity of declaring Nadi to be utterly inconsequential, mere fluff before Mo Shang, was infuriating. Humph! Su Mo, you think you can be so arrogant? I shall disseminate your words. Let us see how you and Mo Shang fare when Nadi decisively outmatches you. With that, the reporter Wei Go revealed a sinister smile, promptly taking out his phone to edit and publish. Shocking. Just how inflated is Su Mo's ego? He boldly claims that Nadi is insignificant before Mo Shang. Other reporters quickly followed suit, eager to report whether Su Mo possessed true abilities or was merely boasting. Such declarations were sensational, destined for the headlines. Indeed, within 10 minutes, the topic surged to the trending charts. The public was enthralled, eagerly consuming the drama. Wow. Su Mo's confidence is downright mysterious, haha. As a devoted fan, I feel a bit embarrassed, but since it's our leader Su Mo saying it, I will support him wholeheartedly. Supporting Su Mo, even as a brainless fan, is perfectly fine. Ha ha ha, that's right, today we are all brainless fans. In front of Mo Shang, Nadi is utterly insignificant. Regardless of its veracity, I choose to believe it for now. Rationally speaking, it was merely a gimmick, a publicity stunt. Even with the formidable Su Mo at the helm, a considerable gap remained between Mo Shang and Nadi. As the topic trended, the audience continued to relish the unfolding drama. Nadi's representatives were seething with fury. Meanwhile, renowned singer Wang Feng was equally incensed. Damn it. The headlines have been stolen. Fuck. I am releasing my new album today. These individuals exhibit a shocking lack of integrity. They resort to opportunism without discretion. You seize the headlines, yet you all target me. This is utterly excessive. Is it so easy for me to release an album? Members of the entertainment industry come to encroach. The financial sector joins in the fray. Now even the fashion domain has entered the fray. Is this behavior befitting of humanity? In an instant, Wang Feng was overwhelmed with sorrow. Meanwhile, Willis was seething with rage, his face a deep shade of anger. Damn you, Su Mo. What gives you the audacity to claim that we at Nadi are insignificant, mere trifles? This is outrageous. In response, Su Mo paid no heed to the provocation and ascended the stage to commence the press conference. Thank you to all the domestic and international media, fans, and users who have traveled great distances to attend the strategic press conference of Mo Shang Group, marking our very first since its establishment. Thank you. Thunderous applause erupted as Su Mo continued. I can assure you that everyone present today will leave with bountiful rewards, be they fans or users. Regardless of whether you are media representatives or industry peers, you shall all gain immensely. Now, without further ado, let us delve into the substance. Many believe that we regarded Nadi as our target, as our guiding light. A chorus of nods ensued. Yet Su Mo shook his head. No, that is not the case. Nor will it ever be. Why, you may wonder. The crowd appeared perplexed. At present, Nady stands as the pinnacle of the fashion industry, an exemplar of the field. Domestic and international giants of fashion invariably look to Nady as a benchmark. Yet Suemo declares otherwise. Why is that? Observing the bewilderment on their faces, Suemo smiled lightly. The reasoning is simple. Nady's approach is fundamentally flawed. If they are deemed a target, then they are indeed a misguided one. If they are perceived as a guiding direction, that too is a misguidance. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Those watching the live stream were equally baffled, utterly confounded. At that moment, the Nady press conference and the Mo Shang press conference were occurring simultaneously, both broadcast live. The viewership in the Douyin live stream was nearly identical, both hovering around 1 million and rapidly climbing, given that the broadcast had just commenced. Among the viewers of the Mo Shang press conference was Nady's chairman, Willis. Yet the more he watched, the angrier he became. Infuriating. That insufferable Suemo. So brazen to speak so boldly from the outset, utterly lacking in decorum. During the press conference, Suemo continued. Why do I assert that Nady is on the wrong path? Because for decades, Nady has clung to outdated strategies, devoid of any innovation, lacking any progress. The only change has been in style. This is profoundly lamentable. The audience nodded in agreement. This sentiment resonated with them. In an era marked by technological advancement, every industry is evolving rapidly, yet the fashion industry remains stagnant. The garments of decades past resemble those of today. Aside from alterations in style, aesthetic, and design, there has been no significant advancement, let alone a transformative shift. In fact, it lags behind the footwear industry. Nowadays, footwear has introduced numerous innovative cushioning technologies, various new materials, and breathable technologies, not to mention the fascinating phenomenon of sneaker resellers. Yet, in the realm of fashion, it remains much the same. The sole alteration is that luxury brands are becoming increasingly expensive while their quality diminishes. Many of these items are practically disposable, worn once and then discarded, incapable of being washed. For years, the apparel industry has seen no substantial evolution. Thus, I assert that Nike represents a misguided path, a flawed benchmark. Isn't that the case? Suemo chuckled. Indeed, the crowd instinctively nodded in agreement. However, the journalist Wei Go could no longer contain himself, rising to assert, what Su Dong says holds merit. As a leading figure in the fashion industry, Nike has indeed failed to achieve any qualitative transformation over the years. But Su Dong, can your Mo Shang accomplish this? Upon hearing this, many nodded in accord. If your Mo Shang can achieve it, then you may speak boldly. Yet, if you cannot, you lack the standing to criticize Nike. Wei Go's fervent defense was earnest and intense. Suemo smiled mildly, although Mo Shang is still in its infancy. We are certainly not the inept entity that Nike is. What they have failed to accomplish over decades, our Mo Shang group has achieved from the outset. This is the very essence of today's press conference. With this, Wei Go fell silent. Others were equally astonished. Could it be that an epoch-making change in the fashion industry has finally occurred today? Surely not. Suemo chose not to further engage Wei Go, instead surveying the audience, stating, the crux of today's strategic conference is not merely to announce the establishment of Mo Shang Group, nor is it to, like Nike, feebly unveil a few new products. Rather, it is to declare that the fashion industry is on the brink of a new era, an era of personalized customization for all. One code for each individual. Chapter 92, Private Customization Release Conference, Part 2. What? Nationwide private customization. One code per person. How? How is this even possible? At that moment, everyone was thrown into a state of disarray. The news was simply astonishing. Private customization was not an entirely novel concept, however, in the current context. The costs were prohibitively high, making it an exclusive privilege for a select few. Particularly in the realm of high fashion, it was reserved for the elite and celebrities. A single piece of clothing could cost as much as several years' income for an ordinary family. Who could bear such an expense? Even the most modest brands offering private customization charged exorbitant prices. While one might occasionally splurge on a set for appearances, the notion of universal private customization was utterly unrealistic. The costs were too steep. For instance, a regular shirt could be purchased for 200 to 300 yuan, with reasonable style and quality. Yet, for private customization, one would need to spend 5 to 600 yuan to achieve satisfaction. The price would double without question. Not to mention the idea of one code per person. It was simply impractical, impossible. Observing this scene, Willis chuckled derisively. After all that grandstanding, I expected something extraordinary from Sumo, and this is what he offers? Private customization? One code per person? What a farce. I've been unnecessarily worried. Beside him, Vice President Barton nodded in agreement, visibly relieved. Exactly. Many entrepreneurs in the Summer Nation lack the capability to accomplish real work and instead excel at peddling concepts. Look at Luico, hyped up the concept of an ecosystem and drove the stock price sky high, from an initial 29.2 to 179. That single concept harvested countless unsuspecting investors. Yet in the end, it all came crashing down, leaving shares worth merely a few yuan. The people of the Summer Nation are easily swayed by such conceptual hype. Indeed, Willis mused, if that's the case, then Sumo is merely capitalizing on a concept, promoting the idea of universal private customization and one code per person as a ploy. Precisely, Barton affirmed. These days, Summer Nation enterprises operate this way. Very few entrepreneurs are genuinely committed to building sustainable businesses. Rather, they seek to create buzz, rush to go public, and make a quick profit before vanishing. That makes sense. Now we needn't worry. Willis exhaled with relief. So it turns out Sumo is just a charlatan, making me anxious for nothing. I thought he was truly on the verge of ushering in a new era of one code per person. I was genuinely frightened for a moment. One code per person is an everlasting impossibility. Rest assured, let's continue to watch his performance. Barton chuckled. Indeed. Let the secretary open a bottle of champagne. Let's celebrate with my treasured Roman e Conti, which I have preserved for 30 years. Willis, feeling generous, added, the chairman is magnanimous. To be honest, I have longed to enjoy this. Soon, the champagne was served. The group reveled in music and drink, exuding an air of extraordinary elegance. Meanwhile, the online release conference continued. Mr. Su, the concept of nationwide private customization and one code per person sounds appealing, yet it is far from realistic. A journalist rose to voice the collective uncertainty. The notion of bespoke tailoring necessitates that designers personally visit to take measurements, followed by designing, pattern making, and production. The labor costs alone constitute a substantial figure. Hence, the expenses for a single garment can differ dramatically between custom and ready-to-wear options. Such pricing is beyond the reach of many, and there are not enough designers to provide one-on-one services. Thus, while the concept of universal bespoke tailoring, with each individual receiving a unique size, is undeniably appealing, it is ultimately a utopian fantasy, unattainable in reality. The audience nodded in agreement. Much like the idyllic society depicted in Peach Blossom Spring, the ideal remains elusive as long as humanity exists. True selflessness is unattainable. Indeed, your argument holds weight. The journalist conceded. The notion of designers visiting each client is impractical, and the costs are prohibitively high for widespread adoption. Sumo smiled subtly, shifting the discourse. Yet, what if AI software could perform online measurements and designs, eliminating the need for designers to visit? Would that not make it feasible? Would that not reduce costs? Would that not enable promotion? The concept of AI software left the journalist speechless, and the others appeared utterly astonished. Many tasks are beyond human capability, yet achievable through AI. Numerous industries now thrive on the synergy of AI and big data, yielding results far superior to manual efforts. However, Weigo interjected with skepticism, such AI software, akin to black technology, is simply implausible. Therefore, your vision of universal bespoke tailoring remains a mere joke. With a smirk, Weigo continued his tirade. Sumo, undeterred, retorted with a smile, indeed, there is a jest here, but it is not mine. It belongs to you, the one who accepted a bribe from Naughty. The crowd turned their gazes toward Weigo, pointing and whispering, their understanding dawning. It became clear why he had been so obstinately contrarian from the outset. He had been financially incentivized by Naughty. Weigo's countenance shifted dramatically, leaving him at a loss for words. Desperate to flee but unable to do so, he sat there, visibly uncomfortable. Numerous media outlets captured his discomposure, and it was evident that he had become today's topic of controversy, not his lapdog. It wouldn't be long before the scandal erupted. Ignoring Weigo, Su Mo continued, such advanced software may seem impossible or unrealistic. Yet I assert it is entirely possible, and indeed a reality, for we have accomplished it. Behold, the bespoke tailoring app. With a grand gesture, Su Mo signaled to the screen behind him, which transformed to reveal the bespoke tailoring app. At this revelation, the audience erupted in disbelief, their astonishment palpable. The livestream chat exploded with comments. What? Could it be that the bespoke tailoring app has truly emerged? This technology is astonishing. It's frightening to even contemplate. The press conference progressed, and Su Mo continued, perhaps you harbor doubts regarding the effectiveness of this software. Therefore, let us not linger on words. Allow me to demonstrate it live. In order to eliminate cheating, we no longer rely on our own models. Instead, we will randomly select media reporters and fans on site to serve as models. I shall do it. Upon hearing this, Weigo stood up immediately, a cold sneer forming in his heart. Humph. Just wait and see how I expose you, making it impossible for you to continue. Chapter 93. A sensational online experience. Weigo felt a surge of delight within, and promptly volunteered, Mr. Su, I am Weigo, a fashion industry live streamer with 700,000 followers. Allow me to serve as the model. I am certain others will be convinced. The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are merely a lackey of Naughty and would never conspire with the Mosang group to deceive. Very well, it's settled, Su Mo replied calmly, seemingly unfazed. I hope Mr. Su doesn't falter later. Weigo scoffed, running his hand through his sparse hair and striding confidently towards the stage. As long as I expose your so-called bespoke app publicly, today's Mosang press conference will become a national, no, a global joke. I could emerge as a hero for Naughty and earn quintuple my earnings, or even more. With this thought, a radiant smile spread across Weigo's face, as if he could envision countless dollars beckoning him. Watching the live stream, Chairman Willis's eyes sparkled with interest. This individual is performing admirably. Upon success, let us grant him 7 times his pay. No, 10 times. Indeed, Chairman, we shall treat such talent with utmost regard, Barton remarked ominously. Excellent, Weigo nodded. As the saying goes, worse than the enemy are the traitors among us. Weigo, Qian Juanhao, and others, akin to those who, funded by foreign capital, tarnish the reputation of Xia Nation and its domestic products, are the quintessential traitors. In times of war, they would undoubtedly be labeled as collaborators. The press conference continued. Su Mo produced a Huawei smartphone, stating, this device is equipped with a bespoke app. It is not the latest flagship model, but rather last year's model. The reason being, due to chip shortages, acquiring Huawei's latest flagship has proven difficult. The audience chuckled lightly. Indeed, the chip issue is a significant concern. Now, let us open the bespoke app and utilize the phone to measure Weigo's dimensions. Su Mo continued. The audience grew anxious. Could it be that Su Mo would achieve all this with a mere ordinary phone? Surely not. Weigo also sneered. Su Mo, I wonder how you will measure my body data and save face. Yet, Su Mo remained undeterred, raising the phone and casually saying, little pup, come. Remove your shoes and spin around for the camera. Laughter erupted from the crowd, while Weigo's face turned a shade of fury. Damn it, little pup. Su Mo, you are doing this on purpose. Yet, for the sake of exposing Su Mo's trickery, Weigo restrained his anger, prioritizing the larger scheme. He promptly removed his shoes and slowly turned for the camera. In an instant, the bespoke app emitted a mechanical voice. Body data scan complete. Height, 167 centimeters. Waist, 105 centimeters. Hip, 110 centimeters. Arm length, 70 centimeters. Leg length, 80 centimeters. Neck circumference, 18 centimeters. All data was displayed prominently on the big screen. The atmosphere was electrified, leaving the audience in awe. Not only were the common measurements such as height, waist, and hip circumference provided, but also leg length and arm span. Even the neck diameter was included. The detail was astonishingly meticulous. It is worth noting that even when designers visit for measurements, such precision is unattainable. Instantly, the crowd was filled with astonishment. If these figures are accurate, then a bespoke customization app would be truly formidable. Indeed, this software seems rather dubious. One could question its authenticity, but the margin of error is undoubtedly significant. If the discrepancies were minor, it would indeed be alarming. Concurrently, Willis and Barton, who were watching the live stream, tensed their hands, their expressions grave. Could this possibly be true? Willis could not help but exclaim, "It cannot be true. It simply cannot." Barton replied decisively, yet beads of sweat were already forming on his forehead. If a personalized customization app could genuinely measure such data through software, it would be terrifying. Truly terrifying. It must be false. It has to be false. Willis murmured, though his hands trembled slightly. Meanwhile, at the press conference, Suemo remained unfazed. In stark contrast, Wago appeared visibly shaken, his complexion turning unnatural. He was acutely aware of his own body. From the moment the results were revealed, he felt a surge of panic. The reason was simple. These figures were largely accurate. Compared to previous measurements, there was merely a 1 centimeter discrepancy. This was utterly alarming. It is important to understand that the current standard sizes of clothing only consist of a few options, and a 1 centimeter error is significant. Conversely, a few centimeters of variance is inconsequential. If Emoshang achieved a 1 centimeter margin of error, it would be genuinely frightening. So, how accurate were these measurements? The expression of the little dog seemed to convey everything. Suemo smiled faintly, imbued with profound meaning. The crowd turned their gazes towards Wago, whose face grew even paler and more unnatural. Could the measurements truly be accurate? The data must be correct. Otherwise, how could Wago, as a loyal servant of Nadi, appear so distraught? Suemo waved his hand and announced, "Next, we will randomly select 5 audience members and media reporters to come on stage and use a measuring tape to verify the accuracy of the bespoke customization app's measurements." This announcement heightened the excitement among the crowd. The random selection eliminated any possibility of cheating. Soon, 5 fortunate individuals were chosen and took the stage, armed with measuring tapes, to test Wago. The entire process was live-streamed, capturing nationwide attention. The first measurement, height, was indeed 167 centimeters, spot on. The second, waist circumference, was 105 centimeters, precisely accurate. The third, hip circumference, was 110 centimeters, exactly correct. The fourth, arm span, was 70 centimeters, without a flaw. The fifth, neck diameter, was 18 centimeters, absolutely precise. Shockwaves rippled through the audience. Every figure was exact, with no margin of error whatsoever. In that moment, everyone was left bewildered. Even Sumo's fans were left speechless. They revered Sumo, supporting him wholeheartedly, believing that the custom-made app was remarkably powerful, and deemed that any testing discrepancies would remain within a margin of 5 centimeters, which they found acceptable. However, they were utterly astounded to discover that there was not even a 1 centimeter discrepancy. It was simply inconceivable. Cheating. Just last week, I measured my waist at only 104 centimeters. How could it possibly be 105 centimeters? Wago's face turned ashen with fury. Yet, the crowd remained indifferent. A 1 centimeter discrepancy was inconsequential. Moreover, the measurements taken on-site showed no such discrepancy. Nevertheless, Wago was relentless. He snatched the ruler and measured again, only to be taken aback. 105 centimeters. How could this be? The last measurement was clearly 104 centimeters. Observing this scene, Sumo could not help but express his exasperation. Silly dog. It merely indicates that you've been enjoying your meals lately and have put on a few pounds. Wago. Chapter 94. Naughty in distress. How are we supposed to live? Gained weight. So that's it. Wago was rendered speechless. The measurement of one's waist can vary before and after meals, not to mention after a week. Ha ha ha, it turns out this fellow has indeed gained weight. He's nearly become a lump. One person couldn't help but laugh, causing the entire audience to erupt in laughter. Wago's face turned a deep shade of iron, leaving him utterly at a loss. In this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of panic. He was clearly a spy sent by Nadi, intending to disrupt the Mo Shang press conference. Yet, the plan had backfired, inadvertently aiding Suemo. He had unwittingly assisted Suemo in demonstrating just how formidable the personalized custom app truly was. This was tantamount to supplying the enemy. In an instant, Wago was fraught with anxiety, desperately wanting to ask Willis, "If I claim to be your undercover agent now, would you still recognize me?" It was evident that the answer would likely be no. It was over. The quintuple rewards were gone. How about that? The effects of the personalized custom app are quite remarkable, aren't they? Sumo inquired with a smile. Absolutely fantastic. Perfect. Unbelievable. Cutting-edge technology. The crowd chimed in, creating a stir throughout the venue. Everyone was on edge. At present, the greatest cost of personalized customization was not the fabric or design, but rather the on-site measurement. The cost for a designer to come for a measurement was at least $100. After all, it wasn't just the testing expense. There was also the time and commuting costs. A designer traveling from their home to the client's residence, with round-trip fares, fuel costs, and the testing fee, would not take on the job for less than $100. Thus, the mere cost of testing was already $100, which made personalized clothing inherently expensive, exceedingly so. Furthermore, with the entire population seeking personalized customization, even with ample funding, the number of designers was insufficient. However, with the emergence of the personalized custom app, precise measurements could now be taken online, effectively saving the $100 testing cost. Moreover, it could be promoted universally. Sumo continued, "The online measurement is merely the foundational operation. We shall proceed further." As he spoke, he clicked to the next step. The display screen transformed. Body data scan completed. Model construction completed. Data analysis completed. Standard size unsuitable. Perfect size generated. Special code, number 250. Instantly, the crowd was thrown into disarray. Good heavens, not only are there data, but it also directly presents Wago's proportional model. And it generates the perfect size. With Wago's peculiar physique, no standard size could fit. Only personalized customization would suffice. This special code was intriguing, number 250. Haha. Sumo must have done this deliberately. Number 250, with minimal harmful implications, yet highly insulting. Haha. The audience burst into uncontrollable laughter. It was evident that Sumo had orchestrated this. It was utterly entertaining. Meanwhile, Wago's lips twitched, his complexion darkening. This was a grand embarrassment. Everyone now knew his size, 250. Indeed, alongside standard sizes, we have introduced a special code for each consumer, ensuring that every individual has their unique code, all of which are numbered, Sumo declared. In truth, although each individual is assigned a unique size, it is implausible to have 7 billion distinct sizes for the global population of 7 billion users. Conversely, even 10,000 sizes would be excessive. The reasoning is quite straightforward. Precision down to the centimeter suffices. Must we then be exact to the millimeter, or even the nanometer? The special sizing system proposed by Sumo offers a solution to this dilemma. For instance, size 250 could be suitable for Wago, as well as for others with a similar physique. Consequently, with the support of AI and big data, there is no need to create hundreds of millions of sizes. Nearly a few thousand or even tens of thousands would suffice to accommodate all global users, while still maintaining the principle of one size per individual, achieving a perfect fit. This approach also reduces costs associated with prototyping. Continuing, Sumo stated, "Now that the model has been established and the sizes finalized, we need only for Mr. Wago to select his preferred style." With a grand gesture, Sumo summoned the marketplace. Within it lay an array of clothing styles and types to satisfy the choices of consumers worldwide. Furthermore, AI and big data would recommend suitable outfits. As he spoke, Sumo glanced at Wago and remarked, "For instance, the outfit you are currently wearing is somewhat outdated and mismatched. The colors are rather chaotic." Everyone nodded in agreement, and even Wago found it hard to refute. "Let us examine the AI-recommended outfits." With another wave of his hand, 3 recommended ensembles appeared on the large screen. "Let us try the first one." Instantly, the model transformed, donning the suggested attire. Everyone was astonished. This casual look suited him remarkably well, and he appeared less bulky. Indeed, the new combination seemed to rejuvenate him by 5 years. The ensemble he had been wearing was rather garish, yet this recommended outfit exuded an endearing charm. It was undeniably a stroke of genius. capable of salvaging even a less-than-ideal physique. Wei Go is taken aback, uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened, but he firmly resolved to remember this outfit. I will place an order for it later. Truly delightful. I am a person of taste, after all. Following that, Suemo waved his hand once more to showcase the second outfit. Dressed in a tailored suit, he emanated a vibe of a successful entrepreneur. Wei Go's eyes widened in admiration. He could not help but exclaim, "I'll buy it." Next came the third outfit, exuding a hip-hop flair. Although unconventional, it fit him splendidly, with the dimensions perfectly calibrated, making Wei Go appear like a man of intriguing stories. Wow, I can wear this too? Wei Go was no longer composed. If I had dressed like this sooner, perhaps I wouldn't still be a bachelor at 38. In that moment, he felt a surge of emotion, unsure whether to cry out of excitement or something else entirely. Nevertheless, there was no doubt. He would purchase it. The personalized tailoring app was simply splendid. How do you find it? Are you satisfied? Suemo inquired. I am satisfied, exceedingly so. Wei Go affirmed with determination. Which outfit do you wish to choose? Suemo asked again. I want them all. I want everything. Wei Go exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Very well. Suemo clicked to place an order, and the screen transformed to reveal the payment page. 3 sets of clothing, 8 items in total, amounting to 6,000. Fine. I shall proceed. Wei Go hurriedly took out his phone to scan the payment code. 3 sets of clothing and 8 items for merely 6,000. All exquisitely tailored to perfection. It is simply a bargain. One must realize that these garments are not mere street market or taobao goods. In a department store, a single appealing piece starts at a minimum of 1,000. 8 pieces would set one back 8,000, and they may not even be from a renowned brand. Yet, Emotion's bespoke service offers perfect sizing at just 6,000 for 8 pieces. Truly, it is not expensive. In fact, it is quite affordable. However, the old director of Nerdy, Willis, was thrown into a panic. Damn Suemo, how could he create such terrifying black technology, with unique codes for each individual? It's madness. Utter madness. Barton too was restless, his face ashen. What's worse is that the pricing for Emotion's bespoke service, with its unique codes, is alarmingly similar to our uniform pricing. How are we supposed to survive? Chapter 95. A sensation across the internet. A dimensionality reduction strike in reality. The prices of bespoke garments from Mozhang are comparable to those of renowned international brands such as Naughty. Simple t-shirts range from 3 to 500. Higher quality apparel falls within the range of 6 to 700, extending to over 1,000. Even more exquisite pieces can cost thousands or even tens of thousands. Mozhang's offerings span from 300 to 30,000, catering to a diverse clientele with varying materials, qualities, and market positions. For instance, the Youth series targets a younger demographic with innovative and trendy designs, mostly priced under 1,000, making it accessible for college students. In contrast, the Jazz series is designed for successful gentlemen, starting at several thousand and reaching into the tens of thousands, epitomizing a luxurious lifestyle. Additionally, the Elegant series caters to high-end female consumers, also commencing in the thousands, making it the preferred choice for socialites and affluent women. At Mozhang, consumers can relish the joy of a 300 yuan purchase or indulge in the opulence of a 30,000 yuan item. While Naughty and other international brands offer standard sizes at similar price points, Mozhang provides personalized tailoring, one size fits one. In comparison, Mozhang Group delivers a striking blow to brands like Naughty. Consequently, the president of Naughty is in a state of panic. It is evident that with the launch of the bespoke customization app, this emerging small enterprise, Mozhang, has secured its future with limitless potential ahead. Other international brands, initially entertained by the rivalry between Mozhang and Naughty, are now unsettled by the advent of the customization app. The allure of their products has diminished. Bespoke customization, one size for one individual, poses a threat not only to Naughty but to all international brands, and even domestic labels are at risk. With comparable prices, will consumers opt for Mozhang's bespoke service or settle for the ordinary standard size? For consumers, the choice is unequivocal. They will undoubtedly choose the former. However, one size for one individual is merely the beginning. The surprises continue. Su Imo announces. All right, Weigo has completed payment. The order is now submitted. The scene shifts once more. Factory system order, submitted. Factory production, ongoing. Factory shipment, estimated in 20 minutes. Logistics status, awaiting update. Buyer receipt, buyer review, buyer share. Witnessing this unfolding spectacle, everyone is filled with anticipation. Could it be that the shipment will be dispatched in just 20 minutes? So swiftly? Su Imo smiles gently. In 20 minutes. The garment customized by Weigo will be completed, followed by delivery via Shufeng Express to the venue of the press conference. I estimate that before the event concludes, Weigo will receive his bespoke Mozhang attire. Is it really that fast? Weigo is taken aback, overwhelmed by the sudden wave of happiness. Indeed, it is. Su Imo replies. Once the package arrives, inspect it and try it on. If all is well, then confirm receipt and leave a review. If satisfied, do remember to give a 5-star rating. Yes, absolutely. Weigo eagerly responds, his face beaming with joy. As he watched the live broadcast, the irate Willis, the head of Naughty, erupted in a furious tirade. You scoundrel. Weigo, do not forget your role. You are our undercover agent at Naughty, not a fervent supporter of Mozhang. For heaven's sake, recognize your identity. Yet, at that very moment, Weigo wore an expression of sheer delight, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his custom-tailored attire. As for Naughty's commission, what was that? No one could impede the journey of this old dog towards becoming handsome. After all, money could always be earned again. However, having endured 38 years of unattractiveness, if he did not enhance his charm soon, he truly risked a lifetime of bachelorhood. What would he do then? Would he consider spending money to bring a wife from abroad? But what if she ran away after being purchased? Such thoughts had indeed crossed Weigo's mind. Over in Southeast Asia, one could secure a young bride for merely 100,000. Weigo found this prospect quite appealing, yet it felt rather unreliable. Typically, after a year or two, the purchased bride would flee, and worse still, might abscond with his money. Becoming handsome was paramount. Yes, once Weigo, don the garments of Mozhang, I shall transform, I shall marry a lady, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. In that moment, the formerly shrewd glint in Weigo's eyes sparkled with newfound vibrancy, resembling a laid-back middle-aged man who had suddenly glimpsed a ray of hope. As for Naughty's commission, causing troubles? What was that? It had long been cast aside. At this juncture, it could be said that Weigo had completely betrayed his former allegiance. From being Naughty's spy, he had become a staunch supporter of Mozhang. Observing this scene, Su Imo smiled faintly. Ah, how formidable Mozhang is. The multitude of media present also grew restless, clamoring for answers. Mr. Su, when will the custom-tailored app officially launch? Mr. Su, is the custom-tailored service still in beta testing? Or is it about to be released? Mr. Su, if Weigo can purchase it, when can we buy it? I can hardly wait. The crowd buzzed with similar inquiries. Yes, when would it officially operate? When could they indulge in shopping? Witnessing this fervor, Su Imo calmly replied. Now, the custom-tailored app is officially live. The Mozhang Mall has also commenced operations. Everyone can simply scan the code to download or search in the App Store to install the custom-tailored app directly. After registration and login, you can place orders. With a grand gesture, Su Imo revealed 3 QR codes, representing the iOS version, the Android version, and the Hongmeng version. Indeed, to support Huawei's Hongmeng system, Su Imo had commissioned the development of a specific version. This announcement sent the live-streaming audience into a frenzy. I admire Mr. Su's efficiency. He doesn't indulge in pretense, launching it as soon as it's ready. Yes, we can scan the code and download it right now. Well done, Mr. Su, for developing a Hongmeng version. This is genuine support for domestic systems. Indeed, many domestic software giants have yet to release a version for Harmony OS, yet Su Imo, with Mershan, has boldly embraced it from the outset, sparing no expense. Without comparison, there is no harm. The unwavering support for the Harmony OS by the esteemed Su Imo inspires us to wholeheartedly endorse Mershan as well. Moreover, the garments from Mershan fit impeccably, tailored to each individual, a true delight. To withhold support would be sheer folly. Henceforth, all my attire shall be purchased from Mershan. But wait, what about shoes? Yes, indeed. One can only hope that Mershan Group will also launch a line of footwear, equally tailored for each individual. How delightful. As these thoughts were shared, numerous netizens flooded the comments, simultaneously downloading, installing, trying, and placing orders. Meanwhile, the media on-site were quick to react, particularly the many female hosts and streamers who stood and twirled on the spot to showcase the attire. When it comes to beauty, no one can be deterred. Chapter 96. Intelligent Fashion and the Designer Alliance. The vast majority of men are undeniably thrilled. Clothing is not only about quality and grade. The essence lies in the art of styling. A misstep in fashion can render even the most luxurious attire looking like that of a street urchin. Conversely, when styled correctly, even the simplest garments can exude a refreshing charm. Unfortunately, most men lack the finesse in fashion. It must be acknowledged that women, in this regard, possess a deeper understanding. However, with the advent of the Moshong personalized customization app, impeccable fashion recommendations are now at one's fingertips, courtesy of AI. The app provides complete outfits, including tops, bottoms, linings, ties, and hats, all perfectly coordinated. One can simply place an order for an entire ensemble and step out as the most stylish individual on the street, free from the anxiety of how to coordinate their attire. This is indeed a boon for countless men. Women have also sung praises for this innovation. They can clearly see that the intelligent styling suggestions from the personalized customization app are far from ordinary. They are remarkably sophisticated, rivaling even the highest standards of fashion. Many fashion bloggers find themselves eclipsed, feeling somewhat helpless in comparison. Undoubtedly, with the AI fashion recommendations from the personalized customization app, the future looks bleak for these bloggers, as they may soon find themselves out of work. As consumers begin to purchase entire outfits directly from Moshong, achieving a perfect look has never been easier, eliminating the need for personal styling altogether. This has left many in a quandary, as it seems that while Moshong is competing with international fashion giants, it has inadvertently put fashion bloggers out of business first. The press conference continued, with Sue Mo addressing the audience. Perhaps some of you are concerned about whether our clothing styles are limited in variety. Will they become outdated after a year? Will we be able to satisfy the diverse taste of all consumers, thus risking a clash of styles? Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd, recognizing this as a significant issue. In today's market, with so many brands available, the likelihood of wearing the same outfit as someone else is high. As more people flock to Moshong, the chance of a style clash becomes even more pronounced. Individuality in fashion is paramount, and the fear of wearing identical attire is a pressing concern. With a smile, Suemo reassured them, there is no need for worry. Moshong Group is continuously signing contracts with designers, ensuring that a plethora of new products will be launched every month. We take fashion seriously and will not cling to outdated norms. Simultaneously, I must announce that Moshong Group is investing heavily to invite designers from around the globe to join us. I, Suemo, guarantee that what you gain at Moshong will far exceed industry standards. A thunderous applause erupted, with everyone visibly excited. No one expected Moshong Group to make such a significant commitment to attract designers. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Su Mo continued. In addition to our own S-level contracted designers, we are also launching the Moshong Designer Alliance. Simply put, anyone can register on the Moshong official website and become an A-level contracted designer with Moshong Group. As an A-level contracted designer, there are no exclusivity restrictions, allowing one to concurrently hold positions in other companies, much like an online author who may choose to work full-time or part-time. A-level contracted designers can upload their clothing designs to the Moshong Mall, engage in A-level contracting, and establish copyright fees. Moshong Mall, in turn, holds the copyright to the designs and provides promotion, operations, and AI-driven recommendations for the sale of these styles. Once a consumer expresses interest and places an order, the designer will receive the corresponding copyright fee. While the copyright fee for a single piece of clothing may be modest or even negligible, selling 100 pieces translates to a 100-fold increase in copyright fees. Selling 10,000 pieces results in a 1,000-fold increase. Thus, the better the sales performance, the greater the earnings for the designer. With talent, creativity, and a sense of fashion, even students can easily earn tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions monthly. By placing trust in Mosang, one is rewarded with a boundless future. Upon hearing this, everyone was exhilarated and astonished. This model is indeed a win-win for all. Anyone can register as an A-level designer with Mosang Group, and everyone can showcase their designs for sale through Mosang, converting creativity into income. It can be said that this provides an additional avenue for all, particularly for those majoring in design or possessing related interests, thus creating a lucrative side income. Furthermore, Mosang Group has established levels for A-level contracted designers. Su Mo continued. Initially, upon signing, all are classified as A1 level designers, with copyright fees ranging from 0 to 30. When copyright income exceeds 10,000, one ascends to A2 level, with fees from 31 to 70. Upon surpassing 50,000, one reaches A3 level, with fees from 71 to 100. When income exceeds 100,000, one advances to A4 level, with fees from 101 to 150. Upon exceeding 200,000, one becomes an A5 level designer, with fees from 151 to 200. When income surpasses 500,000, one becomes an A6 level designer, with fees from 251 to 300. Surpassing 1,000,000 elevates one to A7 level, with fees from 301 to 400. Exceeding 2,000,000 results in A8 level status, with fees from 401 to 500. Upon surpassing 5,000,000, one becomes an A9 level designer, with fees ranging from 500 to 1,000. Finally, when income exceeds 10,000,000, one may contract as an S-level designer with Mosang Group, starting with an annual salary in the millions. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled. It became evident that Mosang's designer levels are structured with strict hierarchies and regulations, providing clarity and significance. Many design professionals and designers were captivated. For instance, this outfit was designed by Zhao Kai, an ordinary university student from Beihai University, and it exudes remarkable style. With a grand gesture, Su Mo waved his hand, and a screen displayed a trendy clothing line, precisely the third set recommended to Wei Go. Zhao Kai is just registered as a level A1 designer, setting his copyright fee at 30 yuan. Currently, this clothing line is experiencing remarkable popularity, with the order quantity soaring to 406 sets. Consequently, Zhao Kai's copyright earnings amount to 30 multiplied by 406, totaling 12,180 yuan, with his copyright income exceeding 10,000. Zhao Kai is directly promoted to a level A2 designer. Moreover, given the striking appeal of this clothing line, sales continue to surge. Therefore, Zhao Kai's copyright revenue is also on the rise. At this rate, it is anticipated that by tonight, his copyright income may surpass 50,000 yuan, elevating him to the status of a level A3 designer. At that point, Zhao Kai's copyright fees will increase to a range of 71 to 100 yuan. Chapter 97. The starting point of Mosang. The endpoint of international giants. In a moment of revelation, everyone understood the implications of this hierarchical system. Talented designers can effortlessly ascend from A1 to A3, A5, or even higher, resulting in increasing income and growing renown. It is simply irresistible. Consumers are offered a continuous stream of new styles, personally crafted by the designers themselves, coupled with Mosang Group's bespoke services, which ensure a unique code for each individual. The scenario appears flawless. Excitement surged among consumers, designers reached a zenith of enthusiasm, and the media buzzed with fervor. Meanwhile, international brands like Naughty were left in a state of shock. Su Mo, your approach is not merely about sharing the pie of the fashion industry. You have taken the entire cake, leaving no plate behind. Are we to survive on the winds of the Northwest? Such is the current predicament. The personalized custom app, with its unique codes guaranteeing a perfect fit, is an advantage that giants like Naughty cannot rival. The Designer Alliance, with its A-level contracts, allows all designers to upload their creations, thus generating income and causing Mo's and Group's offerings to expand exponentially. What was once a fledgling enterprise with minimal designs has swiftly transformed into a colossal powerhouse, brimming with vitality and the most diverse range of styles. How can other companies compete? Even established international brands like Naughty find it challenging to keep up. In reality, many of the current clothing giants are struggling not due to inferior quality, but rather unattractive designs. Take Hongxing, for example. They prioritize quality over design. The result is that their garments and shoes boast remarkable durability, yet they lack visually appealing styles, necessitating improvement. Consequently, Hongxing's sales and profits have remained mediocre, and their annual charitable contributions nearly led to their downfall. However, should Hongxing begin to prioritize design, their potential would be limitless. Conversely, some companies with mediocre quality but avant-garde designs thrive in the market. Clothing trends evolve rapidly. It is rare for anyone to wear a single piece for 5 years. Typically, an item is worn more in the first year, less in the second, and may end up languishing in the wardrobe by the third year, becoming outdated by the fourth. Many young women are particularly discerning. Any clothing that has been showcased in their social circles is unlikely to be worn again, necessitating the purchase of new items. This unwritten rule among young women leads to the paradox of having a full closet, yet lamenting the lack of outfits. Such excessive consumption is precisely what sustains the global fashion industry. If everyone were to buy only as needed and wear a piece for 5 years, 90 of clothing brands would face bankruptcy. Therefore, in this era, the quality of clothing does not need to be exceptionally high. Aside from luxury brands that are often one-off purchases, most clothing can endure 3 to 5 years without issue. However, the design must be visually appealing, otherwise, if the garments are unappealing, they will not sell. Design flaws are a significant weakness for most brands, even for international giants like Naughty, whose clothing lines often lack aesthetic appeal. Many collections, when generously termed, are simply referred to as classics. To speak bluntly, the designs remain stagnant, trapped in a decade-old aesthetic, long past their prime. The trend of solid-colored garments adorned with oversized logos from brands like Nike was barely acceptable 10 years ago, but now it is simply grotesque. A more appealing alternative would be to maintain solid colors with a modest logo positioned elegantly in the top left corner. The root of this issue lies with the designers themselves. Engaging renowned designers necessitates a substantial financial commitment, rendering it unfeasible for sports brands that produce items priced in the hundreds. Consequently, brands like Nike are destined to persist in their unattractiveness. In contrast, the designer alliance established by Sumo has revolutionized the payment structure for design fees. It is no longer a one-time transaction involving millions. Rather, costs are distributed and linked to sales performance. The design fee for a single garment may range from a few dozen to a few hundred. Yet selling 10,000 pieces translates into substantial royalties amounting to hundreds of thousands or even millions. This undoubtedly invigorates the creative spirit of designers and enables Sumo to present an array of the latest, most fashionable collections. For instance, Nike may manage to release a dozen new styles in a quarter, while Sumo can unveil thousands, even tens of thousands. Utilizing AI and big data allows for precise targeting of consumers, leaving Nike unable to compete effectively. It is foreseeable that many innovative clothing designs and styles will flourish under Sumo's banner, generating significant profits. By the time the designers at major brands like Nike catch on and attempt to mimic these trends, the styles may already be outdated, as Sumo continuously introduces new designs. It is evident that in terms of design, brands like Nike will struggle to keep pace. Under this model, Sumo is poised to maintain its position at the forefront of fashion, potentially leading trends indefinitely. As for the so-called international designers, their creations often lack substance, appearing ostentatious on celebrities while ordinary people have no desire to wear them. Even Sumo, a designer himself, feels that watching European and American fashion shows resembles viewing horror films. Certain designers, in their quest to be avant-garde and showcase their unique styles, have strayed too far from practicality. For instance, an outfit entirely composed of feathers may catch the eye like a peacock, but on the street, it reduces the wearer to a spectacle akin to a zoo animal, inviting ridicule. Thus far, The press conference has not concluded, and the media is ablaze with sensational revelations. The Sun. Today's sumo launch is both a beginning and an end. It marks the inception for sumo and the conclusion for international giants. The Mirror, customized designs, individual codes, and the Designer Alliance system. Sumo has delivered an abundance of surprises. The Guardian, with personalized designs coupled with the Designer Alliance, the rise of Sumo Group is destined to be unstoppable. The Wall Street Journal, in the wake of sumo's impact, the apparel sector may experience a significant shock when the U.S. stock market opens. The stock prices of renowned international brands such as Nike may plummet by over 10. Goldman Sachs has downgraded its ratings for these prestigious brands, expressing a long-term pessimism. Such news has rapidly ascended to trending status, and it is not merely reported by minor media outlets. Rather, they are front-page headlines from authoritative international sources. The statements from Wall Street and Goldman Sachs, in particular, have effectively pronounced a death sentence for numerous global brands. It is crucial to recognize that the words of these two giants significantly sway market trends. The explicit downgrade in ratings and the forecast of a stock price collapse exceeding 10 essentially condemns these international brands to a dire fate, instilling a sense of panic among their executives, especially at Nike. Chapter 98. Mo Shang is in a frenzy, unrestrained assault. What to do? Su Mo is truly adept at this. We are somewhat at a loss. Chairman Willis of Nadi is as pale as a ghost. No amount of strategizing could have anticipated that Su Mo would unveil such a formidable move, such a powerful trump card. Vice President Barton nodded in agreement, his voice cold. Indeed, the Mo Shang press conference is barely halfway through, and we find ourselves reeling. If there are more surprises in store, Nadi may very well be doomed. The major shareholders are seething with fury. And what of that wretched Goldman Sachs and Wall Street? They are all Western media, yet they now side with Mo Shang? Where is the bottom line? These scoundrels. Initially, with the launch of Mo Shang and its bespoke offerings, Nadi's stock price was bound to plummet. With Goldman Sachs and Wall Street making such declarations, are they not clearly orchestrating our massive collapse? The other shareholders are equally enraged. Truly infuriated. Nadi, once valued at trillions, had already been shorted by Su Mo, plummeting to a mere $800 billion. With the Mo Shang press conference now underway, how much further could Nadi's stock price drop? $100 billion? $200 billion? No one could predict. But one thing is certain, Nadi is suffering, profoundly suffering. This decline is not merely numerical, it represents vast sums of greenback dollars. More critically, Nadi finds itself utterly powerless to counteract or respond. What now? Alas, Willis is despondent, feeling more pained than if his wife had betrayed him. Other executives from international brands share his sentiment. Today, Mo Shang is merciless, indiscriminately attacking. Every major brand, without exception, is under siege. No, to be precise, they are being brutally struck. An indiscriminate onslaught. Xi'an Nation, being the largest apparel manufacturing hub globally, also stands as the largest consumer market. What has been lacking is a platform and a brand. For years, despite producing and primarily selling garments in Xi'an Nation, the profits have been siphoned off by international giants like Nadi. Who can we appeal to? Yet now, with the emergence of Mo Shang, this narrative is irrevocably altered. In the future, Xi'an Nation will be the world's largest apparel manufacturing powerhouse, the largest consumer market, and the largest apparel sales platform. Bespoke offerings, tailored to each individual, paired with a designer alliance, are sufficient to address all needs. This leaves the international giants utterly powerless. Meanwhile, the press conference continues. At this moment, a courier enters. My. Wei Go's eyes brighten, and he excitedly rushes forward. Hello, Mr. Wei Go. This is the custom attire you ordered from the Mo Shang Mall. Please sign here. The courier cheerfully announces. All right, thank you. Wei Go exclaims, brimming with excitement as he hastily signs. The efficiency is astonishing. The crowd watches, envious and thrilled. They had never anticipated such swift delivery. Su Mo adds, there are fitting rooms in the back. You can change and try it on right now. Thank you. Wei Go replies, eyes sparkling, as he dashes into the fitting room. He was eager to assess the quality of the custom-made attire. After all, There is often a disparity between buyer showcases and seller showcases. The on-site media shared this intrigue, as everyone recognized the reality of the situation while awaiting Weigo's appearance. Soon, Weigo emerged dressed in the bespoke outfit, precisely the hip-hop streetwear designed by Zhao Kai. Oh, the authentic piece matched flawlessly with the renderings displayed on the custom app. Indeed, for the first time, the buyer showcase and seller showcase were astonishingly consistent. Mo Shang is eternally divine. Customization is invincible. It is truly dependable. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and praises flowed from all around. Weigo felt somewhat elated. Unaccustomed to such scrutiny. Truly, he had never experienced anything like it before, especially with the chorus of admiration, which was not merely pleasant to hear. Customization is incredible. It can even make this ugly duckling exude such charm, exclaimed a female fan from the front row, unable to contain her excitement. In an instant, the venue fell silent. The most dreadful silence enveloped the atmosphere. Weigo's smile froze. His expression became complex. It made this ugly duckling exude such charm. Weigo was torn between joy and despair, unsure whether the compliment was genuinely flattering or an insult to his appearance. How challenging it was. Really, at that moment, the female fan regained her composure and hastily clarified, "I apologize. I merely intended to convey that this outfit is fantastic, not to emphasize your lack of beauty." Weigo. No, I didn't mean to call you ugly. Weigo. No, you're not that unattractive. At least in such a stylish outfit, you are still presentable. Weigo. What am I saying? The female fan panicked, only making the situation worse. And Weigo felt tears welling up. Am I to blame for my appearance? Clearly, it is my parents' fault. It's unfair. I'm unhappy. The crowd observed this exchange, suppressing their laughter, their faces flushed with suppressed mirth. I don't know how to respond. The female fan's face turned crimson with urgency. In any case, wearing such a trendy brand, you still have a certain charm. You are still acceptable. Weigo. Implicitly suggesting that without this outfit, I would be unpresentable? Truly. It is all thanks to this attire that I do not reach the point of being a public offense. So, there is no need for fear. Just purchase a few more pieces from Mo Shang. Go for it. The female fan exclaimed, waving her fist in encouragement. Weigo's expression darkened further. Is this consolation or a stab in the back? I sincerely thank you. Truly, thank you. Thank you to your ancestors. In that moment, Weigo felt as if sorrow were flooding his heart. He realized that it seemed his appearance could only be salvaged by Mo Shang. He resolved decisively to acquire several more outfits. Su Mo, observing the scene, spoke with a smile. Appearance is a gift from our parents, something beyond our control. Thus, we need not dwell on it. However, our elegance and charm are determined by ourselves. We must not compromise. The crowd nodded in agreement, resonating with his sentiment. Upon hearing this, Weigo's eyes brightened, and he felt deeply moved. Master Su Mo, you are truly a benevolent person. You have disregarded past grievances to come to my aid. It is profoundly touching. However, just as Weigo was overwhelmed with emotion, Su Mo shifted his tone. Thus, we should not ridicule Weigo's appearance. His lack of appeal is not his fault. The true fault lies with his parents. They neglected the importance and necessity of genetic optimization, leading to the tragedy that is Weigo today. Weigo thought to himself, why does this statement sound a bit off? Simultaneously, he resolved that in the future, the models for Mo Shang would not solely consist of supermodels and strikingly handsome individuals. Instead, they would encompass more ordinary people, those of average looks, or even those considered less attractive. Su Mo continued, it is not remarkable to make handsome men even more attractive. What truly demonstrates our prowess at Mo Shang is our ability to enhance Weigo's appearance. Upon hearing this, Weigo's face turned as dark as a stormy sky, nearly causing him to spit blood. He had been caught off guard. All that emotional turmoil had been for naught. It turned out that Su Mo was a true predator in disguise. Chapter 99. In the face of monetary power, integrity is worthless. Su Mo, you are indeed ruthless. Weigo seethed with anger and declared fiercely, I, Weigo, swear by the lamp that I will never purchase any products from your company again. No matter how outstanding they may be, I shall abstain. Humph. I, Wei Go, am a man of my word. If I fail to uphold this promise, I shall change my name to dog food. Wei Go spoke with righteous indignation, yet a moment later, he shook his head in realization. No, I still need to buy Mo Shang's clothes. Otherwise, I might appear too unkempt and risk being ridiculed when I step outside. Alas, my predicament is quite dire. For a moment, Wei Go felt utterly disheartened. The slap in the face came far too swiftly. Meanwhile, Su Mo shifted the conversation and proclaimed, in the future, Mo Shang Group will primarily promote ordinary models, transforming everyday individuals into handsome and beautiful beings. This is the pursuit of Mo Shang. As he concluded, thunderous applause erupted. This initiative is commendable. The current public aesthetic has deviated alarmingly, even manifesting into a pathological obsession with beauty. For instance, the effeminate aesthetics surrounding young idols. Where is the semblance of masculinity? And the glorification of excessively slender figures in young women is equally troubling. Many young girls, amidst their formative years, are pressured to starve themselves in pursuit of an unattainable slenderness, severely jeopardizing their health and normal development. In truth, girls need not be excessively thin. As long as they are not overweight, there is no significant issue. We should not bind them to the unrealistic standards of white, young, and thin, compelling them to diet. Consider those supermodels who stand 175 centimeters tall and weigh merely 90 pounds, or numerous female celebrities who are 165 centimeters tall and weigh just over 80 pounds. Is this normal? Certainly not. Is it healthy? Absolutely not. It is crucial to acknowledge that among those celebrities, a significant portion of their weight is attributed to certain prominent features. Remove those, and a height of 165 centimeters could correspond to a weight of merely 70 pounds. How alarming is that? Su Mo's proposal to use ordinary individuals as models aims to beautify the masses. It serves as a challenge to contemporary aesthetics, a corrective measure, and a call to action. In this world, ultra-slimness is not the sole definition of beauty. A normal physique can be beautiful, and even slightly plump bodies can possess an endearing charm. We should not dismiss any form of beauty outright. Then, Su Mo continued, moreover, I have decided to appoint Wei Go as our very first ordinary sign model for Mo Shang. Su Mo smiled as he regarded Wei Go. The corners of Wei Go's mouth twitched in irritation. What on earth is this notion of being the first ordinary model? Is it not simply a reflection of my perceived unattractiveness? Am I to be trapped here, forced to model your clothes to highlight the superiority of Mo Shang's offerings and the unmatched prowess of your AI styling recommendations? Is this even humane? Absolutely not. I must refuse. What do you say, Wei Go? Are you willing to join Mo Shang? Su Mo inquired with a smile. This is the ultimate form of promotion. Mo Shang's garments, while enhancing the allure of already handsome men and beautiful women, lack persuasive weight. After all, they are inherently attractive. However, if we can transform Wei Go into a more dashing figure, that would be truly remarkable, unparalleled. Now, that would be impressive indeed, earning the respect of all. Like a distinguished teacher who transforms the top 3 students into the best, there is little merit in that. However, to elevate the last student to the pinnacle of success, that would be truly invincible. Wei Go understood that he was the least attractive, serving merely as a contrasting backdrop. A scholar may be slain, but never humiliated. I, Wei Go, shall not partake in the scraps thrown my way. A hideous creature shall never be a slave. Thus, Wei Go touched his sparse hair and declared with righteous indignation, I apologize, Director Su, but I, Wei Go, am a man of integrity. I would rather feed dogs than serve as a model for your Mo Shang. In response, Su Mo merely smiled faintly and raised 3 fingers, an annual salary of 300,000. What? 300,000? Wei Go was left dumbfounded, frozen in disbelief. Even as a spy, he had never earned such a sum. He instinctively touched his hair and, with newfound resolve, proclaimed, Actually, Director Su, I prefer being a model over feeding dogs. The money is not paramount. It is my passion for modeling that matters, especially as a model for Mo Shang. I am ready to commence immediately. Hushed murmurs filled the air, unable to bear the absurdity. This fellow is utterly shameless. Wasn't he supposed to be principled? Bah! Simultaneously, the crowd was consumed with envy and resentment. An annual salary of 300,000 equates to nearly 30,000 monthly. In the capital, that is considered a high income, let alone in the second-tier city of Banhai. Although the average income on platforms like Zhihu may boast of millions, in reality, a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 is reserved for the elite. Earning 30,000 monthly signifies one is truly exceptional. To put it plainly, even the top graduates from Tsinghua and Peking University average just over 10,000 monthly. Many Ph.D. holders from these prestigious institutions earn less than 300,000 annually. After all, in today's society, the vast majority earn only a few thousand while burdened with hefty mortgages. Well, you may commence now, Suemo said casually. Indeed. There is nothing that money cannot resolve. Thank you, Director Su, for this opportunity. I will cherish it to the fullest. Wei Go was overwhelmed with excitement, fearing that Suemo might change his mind. He then turned to the crowd and struck a pose. As a model, I am committed. Please feel free to shoot. I will cooperate wholeheartedly. Once we are done, I shall change into another outfit. Ha ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd. This fellow is truly shameless. One can only say that Sumo's financial prowess is unmatched. Observing this, Suemo nodded, realizing, indeed, one must not tread the beaten path. An ordinary model yields better results, is more relatable, and is far less costly. For just 300,000, he had secured a model. Hiring a celebrity would not suffice for that sum. In that instant, Suemo seemed to uncover the secret to wealth, increase revenue while cutting expenses. Watching this scene unfold, numerous fans tuning in to the live broadcast laughed heartily. Today, the simultaneous press conferences of Mo Shang and Naidi were live-streamed, each seemingly vying for supremacy. Yet the outcomes were worlds apart. Initially, both attracted millions online. However, within mere minutes, Mo Shang's viewership skyrocketed, swiftly surpassing 2 million, then 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. And it continued to soar. Ultimately, it reached an astounding 10 million viewers online. The launch event for Naidi was nothing short of a tragedy, witnessing a plummet from 1 million to a mere 10,000 viewers. This drastic decline incited great fury in Nadi's chief, prompting him to attend the Moshang conference instead, seemingly forsaking all semblance of pride. In a desperate attempt to salvage the situation, Naidi resorted to lavish expenditures to artificially inflate their viewer count, employing an army of bots to generate false engagement, ultimately inflating the online presence to a staggering 50,000, with over 40,000 being mere faceless entities. In stark contrast, Moshang boasted millions of genuine users, a clear testament to their superiority. This dismal reality left Willis visibly distressed, suggesting an imminent disaster. He was compelled to orchestrate an early conclusion to the event, fearing further embarrassment. Meanwhile, Suemo announced the wrap-up of their own presentation, expressing heartfelt gratitude to the attendees. The venue erupted in resounding applause, as Moshang had delivered an abundance of surprises and awe-inspiring revelations. Concepts such as bespoke customization, unique identification codes, and a designer alliance were brought to life in a manner that had previously seemed unfathomable. The entire event transformed into a remarkable reality, leaving attendees in a state of disbelief, reluctant to depart even after the conclusion of the conference. Chapter 100, A Flurry of Grand Releases. Leaving no escape as the press conference concluded, the audience remained, as did those watching the live stream, with even more viewers joining in. The barrage of comments continued to flood in. The conference has ended, yet everyone is still here. Are we waiting for an Easter egg? Indeed, there might still be surprises. Look at those reporters on site. They haven't left, so there must be more entertainment. Haha, this time Mo Shang has really outdone himself with so many surprises. Alas, Naidi is finished. When Mo Shang is inactive, Naidi is the leader. But once Mo Shang takes action, Naidi becomes merely a subordinate. Isn't that so? Let's dedicate a song to Naidi. In the span of the press conference, Mo Shang's order volume had already surpassed 10 billion. It is truly astonishing. One can only say that bespoke services are incredibly appealing. Such comments were not confined to domestic live streams. They also appeared in the international version of Douyin, albeit in English. Willis, the head of Naughty, watched with growing concern, his lips twitching. In just 2 hours of a press conference, Mo Shang's bespoke revenue exceeded 10 billion. This is simply terrifying. Our global revenue at Naughty for half a month barely reaches 10 billion renminbi, and Mo Shang is merely at the beginning stages. Willis's lips twitched further, completely alarmed. Mo Shang achieved in 2 hours what we at Naughty do in half a month? Barton was equally stunned, questioning the very fabric of his existence. Nothing is more impactful than numbers. However, he reassured himself that Mo Shang's bespoke services were likely confined to the summer country, limiting their global influence. Otherwise, they would truly be doomed. Indeed, Mo Shang is just starting out, and their scope is still limited. At worst, we can simply abandon the summer country market. Barton nodded in agreement. Yes, Mo Shang may be a local powerhouse, but their international influence is limited. There is no need for excessive worry. Naughty still has a chance. At the press conference, Su Mo observed the crowd, who had yet to depart, and chuckled. The conference has concluded, yet everyone is still here. Do you expect us at Mo Shang to provide dinner? Laughter erupted among the crowd. A foreign journalist boldly stood up and asked, Mr. Su, may I interview you with a few questions? Everyone is quite curious, and netizens are paying close attention. Of course. Please proceed. Su Mo replied. Firstly, I would like to inquire whether Mo Shang Group's business scope is solely within the summer country market or if it extends globally. Is the bespoke service limited to domestic consumers, or can foreign users also partake? Certainly. Su Mo nodded affirmatively. Mo Shang is inherently international. Our business reach is not confined to the summer country but spans across the globe. Moreover, our bespoke services support multiple language versions, allowing overseas users to download the international version of the bespoke app for installation and use. Even foreign users can register, place orders, and experience bespoke services, which will be delivered to their homes. Mo Shang treats all global users equally. Wow, that is absolutely fantastic. The media erupted in excitement, particularly the foreign press. Meanwhile, viewers from abroad watching the live stream were equally exhilarated. What? There's an overseas version? We can also download and customize privately? Oh, Su, I am inclined to refer to you as a deity. In an instant, foreign users became agitated and promptly sought to install it. Meanwhile, the Nike executives were left dumbfounded. Damn, it turns out that Mozhang was international from the very beginning. It is utterly insane. Willis was seething with rage. If Mozhang were merely focused on the domestic market, the impact on us would be confined to that realm. But now, with their overseas operations also supported, it spells disaster for us. Alas, it appears that we are indeed in deep trouble in the apparel sector. Prepare for factory closures and order reductions. There is no alternative. Barton sighed. Indeed, fortunately, we still have shoes. Mozhang does not venture into footwear, and we at Nike can continue to reap substantial profits through our shoes. Willis once again consoled himself, considering it the sole silver lining. At that moment, another journalist stood up and asked, Chairman Su, might Mozhang also delve into footwear beyond clothing? Will there be customization available as well? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, filled with anticipation. A brand cannot solely rely on clothing, it must also encompass footwear. In this day and age, the frenzy surrounding sneakers has intensified, and their significance has grown considerably. Initially, the importance of shoes was not as pronounced. However, as time passed, their status soared, even surpassing that of apparel. The reason lies in school uniforms. Beginning in the 80s and 90s, students were required to wear uniforms. Uniforms that were monotonous and unattractive left little room for the expression of youthful individuality. Thus, the only remaining avenue for self-expression was through footwear. As a result, during that era, everyone wore the same unappealing uniforms, and the focus shifted to who possessed the most flair, individuality, or wealth, which could only be discerned through their shoes. It was then that Nike's influence in the domestic market soared. Su Mo smiled and responded, shoes will undoubtedly be launched, and quite soon. The reason we have not rushed to release them is that our materials are still in production. However, they will soon be available for all. Similarly, we will offer customization, with each pair tailored individually. Instantly, everyone was exhilarated. Shoes are also available, customized for each individual. How delightful. Yet, Nike's old guard, Willis, was left aghast. Damn it, Sumo. You are even producing shoes, customized for each individual. Are you leaving us at Nike with no avenue for survival? Martin reassured him. Chairman, there is no need for concern. Footwear is not the same as clothing. It incorporates numerous cutting-edge technologies that Mozhang, with its limited foundation, will struggle to master. They may offer innovative designs, but they lack the technological sophistication to create high-end products. Indeed, our success at Nike has been built upon the foundation of footwear technology. Willis nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. With Mozhang having triumphed in the apparel sector, if they were also to conquer footwear, then Nike would be finished. Truly, fortunately, shoes are a domain driven by technology, and Mozhang cannot compete in that arena. Well, then there is no need for concern. At the press conference, a journalist discerned an underlying implication and could not help but exclaim, Mr. Su. Typically, the materials used for shoe production are commonplace and can be procured in bulk. Yet you assert that the materials for the Mozhang shoes are still in production. Is it possible that the materials for Mozhang are not the ordinary ones currently available, hence requiring specialized production? Could it be that Mozhang has independently developed a new material, perhaps even a groundbreaking technological advancement? Upon hearing this, everyone was once again taken aback. While crafting shoes may be a straightforward endeavor, the development of a new material for footwear would indeed be a Herculean task. Chapter 101. Bankruptcy is not your fault. It's all Sumo's doing. Crafting shoes may be a simple endeavor, yet the development of a novel material poses a formidable challenge, much akin to the manufacturing of mobile phones, which can be easily accomplished by procuring components and assembling them. Even those who merely perform comedy can produce a phone. However, the creation of chips is an arduous task, one that even Apple struggles with, and Huawei cannot manage, necessitating reliance on industry titans for procurement. Presently, in the realm of advanced 5nm chips, only two semiconductor behemoths, TSMC and Samsung, possess the capability to produce them. Similarly, while small workshops can indeed create shoes, take, for instance, the counterfeit Nike products from Putian, which may surpass the quality of the genuine articles, the challenge of developing a new material is a Herculean task. Yet, Sumo insinuates that the nascent brand, Mozhang, aims to directly innovate a new material? What absurdity is this? Willis, the founder of Nike, who is watching the live broadcast, is visibly unsettled and exclaims, "This is madness. Mozhang intends to independently develop new materials? Could there possibly be some groundbreaking technology involved?" Currently, the competition among various shoe brands extends beyond mere design. It encompasses an array of cutting-edge technologies, such as shock-absorbing innovations and specialized coatings. This accounts for the vast price disparities. Some shoes retail for a few hundred, while others soar to several thousand. Shoes devoid of advanced technology are merely commonplace, commanding lower prices, whereas those imbued with such innovations become high-tech products, their prices multiplied tenfold. Could it be that Mozhang is truly that formidable? Willis is losing his composure. Surely not. With so few researchers and being in its infancy, from where could Mozhang possibly acquire the technology for new materials? Where would they source such groundbreaking technology? Burton shook his head in disbelief, asserting, "I believe Sumo is merely a charlatan, lacking any genuine skills, and is simply engaging in grandiose fabrications." This sentiment resonates, as companies in Xia country are notorious for such antics, inflating the most fantastical claims to bewilder the global audience. Willis nods in agreement, recalling a certain real estate magnate who, having ventured into the electric vehicle industry, unveiled a car model devoid of a chassis at a press conference. Therefore, Sumo is just another grand deceiver. We nearly fell for it ourselves. Other executives chimed in, speculating, but what if it is true? What if Mozhang genuinely possesses self-developed groundbreaking materials? One major shareholder could not contain himself. Really? The Mozhang R&D team has only just been established. Where would they obtain such advanced materials? From Sumo himself? What a joke. Indeed, if he could develop such groundbreaking technology, I would consume the shoes. The vice president, Burton, stated emphatically. Huh, that makes sense, Willis concurred, visibly relieved. During the live broadcast, a reporter inquired again, Mr. Su. Could it be that Mo Shang Group is indeed making such grand strides, genuinely developing new materials? Su Mo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the current materials are excessively commonplace, resulting in subpar footwear. Thus, we at Mo Shang have independently developed new materials, ensuring our shoes exhibit exceptional performance and experience across various aspects. What? They truly have developed new materials. The attendees were thrown into a frenzy. The fans watching the live stream were equally astonished. In the barrage, a flurry of comments emerged. Mo Shang is incredible. Mo Shang 666. Truly Mo Shang, delivering yet another spectacular performance. The shoes made from innovative materials are brimming with cutting-edge technology. I eagerly anticipate them. Esteemed gentlemen present, I would like to inquire, is there anything that remains beyond the capabilities of Mo Shang? Vice President Barton of Nike was utterly taken aback. Glancing down at his shoes, he wore an expression of profound embarrassment, pondering whether to partake or abstain. He shook his head and said, impossible. He cannot achieve it. Absolutely impossible. In response, the crowd fell silent, their expressions gravely serious. During the live broadcast, the reporter spoke again. Mr. Su, it appears you have considerable confidence in the new materials developed by Mo Shang. Certainly. Could Mr. Su elaborate on the extent of the remarkable capabilities of Mo Shang's new materials? The journalist inquired once more. Su Mo pondered for a moment and replied, our new material is still in its nascent stages. It is not exceptionally formidable, merely capable of eclipsing all our competitors. The journalist, the media present, the millions of fans watching the live broadcast, the executives at Nadi, the upper echelons of competing firms. In that instant, an air of silence enveloped the room. Many competitors could hardly contain their indignation. Su Mo's audacity is truly unparalleled. What does it mean to be considered not overly strong, yet still surpassing all competitors with ease? What is the implication? If you are not formidable, how is it that you can outpace us effortlessly? Implied within the words is the notion that we, the international giants, who have amassed years of profound technological prowess, are mere trifles, not worthy of mention. Su Mo is utterly arrogant, indecently so, in a single utterance. Every executive clandestinely watching the live broadcast of the Mo Shang press conference experienced a surge in blood pressure, their faces flushed and necks taut. One particular hypertensive CEO was so incensed that he fainted on the spot. During the live stream, a reporter took a deep breath and inquired once more, may I ask, Mr. Su, could you unveil the unique cutting-edge technology embedded in Mo Shang's new materials? Su Mo smiled faintly. Which one are you referring to? The reporter was bewildered, utterly perplexed. Which one? Could it be that Mo Shang has developed more than one type of cutting-edge material? What kind of joke is this? The journalist felt utterly disheartened, sensing that he had been misled by Su Mo. Yet, adhering to professional integrity, he calmly inquired, does Mr. Su imply that Mo Shang has developed a multitude of cutting-edge technologies and innovative materials all at once? Not many, perhaps around 4 or 5 varieties, Su Mo replied nonchalantly. Yet, everyone else was far from calm. The reporters were left astonished. Not many, perhaps around 4 or 5 varieties. Look, is this the speech of a human being? How absurdly pretentious. At this very moment, the beautiful and graceful female journalist cannot help but exclaim in exasperation. The on-site media and the viewers watching the live broadcast display a myriad of complex emotions, expressing their profound sentiments. There aren't many variations, merely 4 or 5. Truly audacious. Truly reminiscent of Versailles. Yet, I find it quite appealing. Ha ha ha. Su Mo, the eternal deity. 4 or 5 types of new materials. Is Su Mo intent on leaving no stone unturned? One person, one code. The designer alliance has vanquished the international fashion giants. With 4 or 5 varieties of cutting-edge materials, they have similarly triumphed over the footwear of global brands. Ha ha ha. Su Mo, a man of few words, is indeed formidable. Mo Shang is invincible. Alas, I must serenade Nike with a lament. Do not weep, Nike, Your impending bankruptcy is not your fault, but rather the consequence of Sumo's actions. Witnessing this scene and the ensuing comments, Willis was utterly incensed and promptly expressed his indignation. Nonsense. Sumo is spouting lies. He is boasting. Falsehoods. All of it is untrue. Do not believe him. However, the netizens were unyielding, responding in unison. Who do you think you are? Just because you claim it's false. Does that make it so? Indeed. Mo Shang is that impressive. How could he be incapable? Do you think Mo Shang is as inept as Nike? He is indeed remarkable. This further fueled Willis's fury, as if someone had trodden upon his most sensitive pride. He retorted vehemently, I am Willis, the esteemed chairman of Nike. Sumo is merely blustering. If Mo Shang can truly produce 4 or 5 types of revolutionary materials, I shall eat a shoe live on Douyin. Chapter 102. Willis, the CEO of Nadi, lives shoe-eating everyone. Do not be deceived by Sumo's bluster. When it comes to the cutting-edge technology in footwear, we must turn to Nadi. Sumo is nothing but a charlatan. Do not fall for his tricks. If Sumo truly presents 4 or 5 innovative materials, I shall live-stream myself eating shoes on Douyin. Willis exclaimed once more, anxious that Nadi's loyal fans might be swayed by Sumo's deception. If that were to occur, Nadi would indeed be doomed. It turns out to be the CEO of Nadi. You claim Sumo is a fraud, yet you, Willis, are not spouting nonsense? Ha. This is going to be entertaining. I stand with Sumo and eagerly await Willis's live shoe-eating performance. I suspect this individual is a fake, merely attempting to undermine us. Indeed, if he is truly Willis, then I am his father. Willis. I am his grandfather. Willis. To the person above, I believe you are taking advantage of me. No worries, my friend. You are Willis's father, and I am his grandfather. We each have our own perspectives. Willis. You scoundrel. Fuck? I am indeed the CEO of Nadi. We do not believe you, unless you provide verification. All right, just wait. Soon, the official Nadi account came online. Verified with a blue V. Now, do you believe I am Willis? Yes, you truly are Willis. Does that mean I am indeed your father? Another netizen chimed in. Willis's expression darkened. No doubt about it. I am your grandfather. Behave, grandson. Another netizen chuckled. Ha. The crowd erupted in laughter, and Willis was nearly driven to madness, furious. You rascals. Enough of this nonsense. If Sumo presents 4 or 5 innovative materials, I will indeed live stream myself eating shoes. I, Willis, stand by my word. Willis once again swore using the official group account. This time I believe you. I shall wait for you to eat shoes. A spectacle awaits us. Let us sit tight. Sunflower seeds are ready, and cola and fries are also prepared. Willis. Have you got your shoes ready? Willis, do you brush your teeth before eating shoes? Willis. At this moment, Willis was on the verge of collapse. This group of netizens, are you all devils? Do you so readily believe Sumo? Humph. Each of you, do not be too arrogant. This time, Sumo will undoubtedly lose. Willis declared resolutely. The on-site interview continued. Mr. Su, have the 4 or 5 innovative materials you mentioned been fully developed? The reporter inquired once more. Indeed, these are all very mature technologies, Sumo replied calmly. Well, not long ago, he visited the factory, signed in, and acquired numerous innovative materials. There was nothing to be done. The system was too powerful, and Sumo found himself helpless. In truth, Sumo wished to remain low-key. Yet his capabilities would not permit it. So, Mr. Su, could you share the properties of these 4 or 5 innovative materials? The reporter asked again, filled with curiosity. How about this? As for what constitutes this innovative technology, you shall experience it for yourselves. Sumo smiled and waved his hand. Soon, the staff brought over 20 pairs of shoes, ranging from sizes 37 to 43. Wow, these are Mo Shang shoes, absolutely stunning, exclaimed the beautiful reporter, her eyes sparkling with incredulity. May I try them on? Of course, Sumo nodded. The reporter eagerly picked up a pair of size 37 white sneakers and slipped them on. Her eyes widened with delight. They're so light. It feels as though I'm not wearing shoes at all. She then jumped lightly, her astonishment growing. They are so lightweight, and the shock absorption is remarkable. This advanced material is truly unbeatable. Witnessing this scene, Everyone stood in awe. The current market offered few innovations in footwear technology, primarily focusing on lightweight designs or shock absorption. However, achieving both simultaneously seemed contradictory. After all, effective cushioning typically requires substantial materials, which would inherently increase weight. The notion of having both benefits was seemingly unattainable. Yet, Mo Shang had accomplished it. Nevertheless, some remained skeptical. Can they truly be both light and shock-absorbing? Is this reporter not exaggerating? The doubt was reasonable. Even I shared this concern. Indeed, urban life can be quite perplexing. Perhaps I should retreat to the countryside. Sensing the crowd's skepticism, Su Mo calmly remarked, "There are still 19 pairs available. We shall randomly select numbers for attendees to experience them firsthand." Soon, the staff wheeled in a box containing various numbers corresponding to the seating arrangements of the audience. Su Mo randomly selected several individuals to draw numbers. Ultimately, 19 fortunate participants were chosen to experience the wonders of Mo Shang's innovative footwear. This ensured transparency and fairness, garnering the trust of all present. After the trial, the crowd was filled with disbelief. "These shoes are incredibly breathable, so cool that I doubt I will even sweat. Indeed, that pair boasts exceptional breathability, perfect for summer." Su Mo explained, "Mine must be the shock-absorbing athletic shoes, ideal for basketball without the risk of injury. The cushioning technology surpasses that of a 5,000 yuan pair from Nike." As he spoke, the individual leapt several times in place, feeling no impact whatsoever. "These are perfect for running, with just the right balance of lightness and cushioning. My pair features massage technology. It's the most comfortable shoe I've ever worn. I never want to take them off." The crowd buzzed with astonishment, each person discovering their own remarkable attributes. Yet, one individual furrowed his brow. "Mr. Su, what's the deal with my shoes? While they're decent, they don't seem to surpass Nike. Let's take a look." Su Mo replied, producing a handful of dirt and sprinkling it onto the shoes. "Shake them off." The man complied. And to his amazement, all the dirt fell away, leaving the shoes as pristine as before. Not a speck of dust remained. My goodness, these shoes featured dust-resistant technology. Does this mean they will never get dirty? The man was utterly astonished. In a world where clothing and shoes invariably become soiled, each cleaning session was a dreaded chore. Yet now, Mo Shang had developed shoes that would remain clean, an astonishing feat indeed. As everyone gazed upon the scene, excitement filled the air. Cushioning, breathability, lightweight, massage, dust resistance. Not one less. 5 groundbreaking technological materials, each with its own remarkable properties. Each one fearfully powerful. Instantly, the crowd erupted in enthusiasm, and the barrage of comments exploded. Mo Shang is incredible, unveiling 5 new high-tech materials all at once. Indeed, there is nothing we cannot conceive of that Mo Shang cannot accomplish. Oh, where is Naughty's old chairman, Willis? Don't feign ignorance. Go live and eat those shoes. That's right. Mo Shang has revealed 5 black technologies. It's your turn to face the music, Naughty's chairman. Observing this spectacle, Naughty's chairman turned ashen, his heart gripped by terror. Mo Shang's shoes are truly invincible. To make matters worse, he had sworn an oath. Could it be that he really has to eat the shoes? Chapter 103. A global sensation. Servers are overwhelmed. Are we really going to live stream eating shoes? Willis, the CEO of Nike, glanced down at the shoes he had worn for 5 days, his lips twitching in dismay. Forget it, he thought. After 5 days, they must stink terribly. Beside him, Barton and others exchanged knowing glances, their eyes filled with unspoken meaning directed at Willis's shoes. "What are you looking at?" Willis snapped, his temper flaring. "If you keep staring, you can eat the shoes for me." That was indeed an interesting notion. Having Barton, the vice president, live-stream eating shoes could serve as a solution. However, Barton and the others appeared utterly dumbfounded. "Chairman, you are being rather unprincipled." They straightened up, no longer daring to entertain any other thoughts. In the live stream, numerous netizens continued to urge Willis to fulfill his promise of live streaming the shoe eating. Yet, Willis remained unresponsive, feigning ignorance. Ultimately, as the press conference came to a close and attendees began to depart, the live stream ended without Willis having honored his vow. Netizens were incensed. promptly flooding the Nike official website with messages demanding Willis eat the shoes. "Willis, a bet is a bet. Hurry up and eat those shoes," they cried. A man must keep his word, especially a corporate leader. "Willis, your mother is calling for you to live stream eating shoes. Is it that your shoes are too foul to consume? Willis, you little coward, can't handle the challenge?" Some even threatened, "Willis, if you don't eat the shoes, we shall never purchase any Nike products again." Witnessing this, Willis was filled with rage yet helplessness. Global users were simultaneously indulging in shopping while pressing him to live stream eating shoes. It was utterly outrageous. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, Willis cursed under his breath and exited the line. Meanwhile, the situation at Moshong was markedly different. Word spread rapidly, and the number of custom orders soared. 20 million, 30 million, 40 million. The growth was staggering. Moshong's revenue skyrocketed as well. 100 billion, 200 billion, 300 billion. The increase was astonishing, money flowing in like a tide. This surge compelled Sumo to rent several additional server groups. Who could have anticipated that a nascent custom app could gain such momentum? Xiao Shui was taken aback, and Sumo was somewhat stunned. "Chairman, at this rate, our server capacity is stretched too thin." Xiao Shui couldn't help but express. Sumo waved his hand nonchalantly, replying, "Don't worry about funding. After all, custom orders require payment up front. In other words, we have hundreds of billions lying in our accounts. We can utilize it as needed. If servers are insufficient, we shall rent more." Alibaba, Tencent, ByteDance, Huawei, China Unicom, China Mobile, there's no shortage of servers. Let us put out the word that we need to rent on a large scale. "Understood, Chairman," Xiao Shui nodded. "With the funds secured, we indeed have no major issues. But we must remain vigilant." Sumo sighed. There's no remedy for the troubles that come with overwhelming success. It leaves one utterly flabbergasted. Xiao Shui's expression darkened. "I suspect you are engaging in Versailles-style rhetoric, and I possess certain evidence." Soon after the news broke, several high-ranking officials from major servers personally called. "This is a significant client. We must seize this opportunity." They decisively lowered their prices, each one more than the last. Xiao Shui was at a loss for choice and could only turn to Sumo again. "Boss, for the servers, Tencent offers a 10 discount, Alibaba and 20 discount, while Unicom, Mobile, and Telecom provide a 30 discount. Huawei is also offering a 20 discount. How should we proceed?" Sumo pondered for a moment before decisively stating, "Let us prioritize Huawei. Even if they are not the cheapest, we ought to support them. They are currently struggling due to the empire's blockade and supply cuts. They deserve our backing." "Understood, Chairman," Xiao Shui nodded, comprehending Sumo's intentions. Sometimes, it is not about who offers the lowest price, but rather who deserves the support. Upon receiving the news, Huawei was elated, recognizing Sumo's consideration for their business. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Sumo to overlook the established telecommunications giants offering 30 discounts in favor of spending more on Huawei as 20 discount. Thus, Old Master Rin nodded and remarked, "Mo Xiao supports us in our time of need. We must be mindful of this." The cloud computing department promptly established a special team dedicated to serving Mo Xiao. "Excellent." President Yu Dong quickly concurred. Mutual respect breeds reciprocity. With the support of the special team, Mo Xiao's servers became remarkably stable. Even as traffic surged, there was not a hint of lag, let alone a crash. This delighted Sumo. Had they opted for the telecommunications giants, such stability would have been unattainable. The efficiency of state-owned enterprises still lags significantly behind that of private enterprises. Meanwhile, various in-depth news reports simultaneously emerged. The Times, Western brands' condescending attitudes have finally provoked the Eastern giant. Their habitual arrogance and prejudice have enabled the genius designer Sumo to single-handedly establish the Mo Xiao Group, potentially ending the dominance of all Western international brands. Guoming Daily, Sumo is not just a genius designer, but also a brilliant entrepreneur and reformer. The Public Daily, Sumo has single-handedly revolutionized the entire fashion industry. Simultaneously, the Designer Alliance is reshaping the design sector, a stroke of genius. Oriental Media, not only does Mo Xiao offer custom-tailored clothing, but also bespoke shoes. The future of Mo Xiao is unstoppable. Mirror, unveiling 5 cutting-edge materials at once. What exactly is Shao? The Guardian. The rise of Shao signals the impending doom for international brands like Nike. Today's headline. Within 5 hours of launch, the custom-tailored app surpassed 200 million users, with order quantities exceeding 30 million and revenues nearing 100 billion. It's truly astonishing. Delang Media. The overseas version of custom tailoring has launched simultaneously, serving a global audience. And Shao is highly esteemed by users both domestically and internationally. With the reports from these esteemed domestic and international media, the Moshang Group, alongside its bespoke offerings and designer alliance, has captured the headlines, not merely within domestic circles, but truly on a global scale. In an instant, nations across the world have become acquainted with the summer enterprise known as Moshang. The public is now aware of Moshang's provision of personalized clothing, uniquely tailored to each individual. They recognize the establishment of a designer alliance that has revolutionized the design industry, benefiting designers and consumers alike worldwide. Furthermore, Moshang has developed 5 groundbreaking new materials, surpassing global standards. Consequently, Moshang's reputation continues to soar. The user base for the personalized customization app is expanding rapidly, and order volumes are skyrocketing. Particularly, the fervent promotion by domestic media has escalated an already astonishing growth rate to unprecedented levels. So much so that the recently acquired servers have become insufficient. In a state of urgency, they are compelled to continue placing orders with Huawei for additional server rentals. As Suemo aptly puts it, perhaps this is what one might call the delightful burden of success? Chapter 104. Market Value Halved. Nadi completely cools down. The incessant flow of orders has left Huawei in a state of both agony and delight. The agony stems from the ever-increasing business volume, which is all urgent work. The elite team dedicated to serving Moshang is overwhelmed with tasks, necessitating the mobilization of additional personnel to form second and third teams. The delight, however, arises from the considerable profits being generated. The revenue from server rentals alone amounts to a substantial sum, significantly improving Huawei's current situation. At present, Huawei's most lucrative mobile business has diminished to a mere fraction of its former self. In order to survive, they must fight tooth and nail. Whether it be PCs, televisions, smart homes, cloud computing, or even automobiles, Huawei is willing to engage in any profitable venture. With the promotion by domestic and international media, the demand for personalized services has doubled. The app downloads have skyrocketed, surpassing 70 million users in just half a day. Personalization is not limited to the domestic market. It appeals to a global audience. The order quantities have reached staggering levels, leading to an exponential increase in server demand. Even with Huawei's utmost efforts, they cannot meet the overwhelming needs. In desperation, Suemo had no choice but to place simultaneous orders with the 3 major telecommunications giants. Fortunately, these giants are astute. Not only did they offer a 30% discount, but they also established elite teams to cater specifically to Moshang's needs, akin to VIP clients at a bank who require no queue and are directly attended to. This arrangement has barely stabilized the situation. It would have been disastrous if the servers had collapsed at this critical juncture, subjecting Moshang to public scrutiny. Suemo sighed, his expression complex. This is a time of glory for Moshang, renowned worldwide, with profits flowing abundantly. If the servers were to fail now, it would be a catastrophic downfall. Shagua nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Chairman, it's all my fault. I did not consider the implications properly. It's not your fault. If blame must be assigned, let it be for our success and popularity. Suemo replied with a smile. Shagua's spirits lifted at his words. Unlike other bosses, Suemo does not place all the blame on his employees nor vent his frustrations on them. At that moment, a jubilant cheer erupted from the entire Moshang headquarters. Revenue has surpassed 60 billion. 60 billion. It felt like a dream. All employees were elated, excitement overwhelming them. Even Suemo was taken aback. Such success was simply unfathomable. To put it into perspective, a major international brand like Nadi generates around 300 billion annually. A revenue of 60 billion equates to nearly 2 months of Nadi's earnings. Remarkably, this achievement was realized in just 10 hours since Mashang's launch. 10 hours equating to 2 months of Nadi's revenue. Truly incredible. Excellent, splendid, absolutely marvelous. Suemo exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Tonight, everyone works overtime. And all Mozhang employees will receive an extra month's bonus. Our boss is magnificent. Our boss is generous. The crowd rejoiced, their spirits soaring. The treatment at Mozhang has always been favorable. With an additional month's bonus, one could easily earn several thousand, equivalent to the total monthly income of other companies. An announcement was made to release our revenue figures, sending Nike on its way to ruin. This time, Nike is doomed. Gazing out at the night sky, Suemo spoke with a calm demeanor, yet her words were filled with an undeniable conviction that left Xiaoshui astounded. However, she understood that this time, Nike was indeed finished. Soon, the news broke. Within 10 hours, the Mozhang Group's bespoke app amassed over 70 million users and generated revenues exceeding 60 billion. Such staggering figures left everyone in utter shock. Of course, some voiced skepticism. In 10 hours, 60 billion? Goodness, that is madness. Surely these numbers must be fabricated. That is utterly implausible. 60 billion is equivalent to Nike's total global revenue for 2 months. How could that be real? Yet it was indeed true. Not only had I spent several thousand myself, directly commissioning multiple outfits, but so had many around me. Indeed, Mashang's bespoke service has now become synonymous with fashion. Those who do not partake are deemed out of touch. From now on, I shall exclusively opt for Mashang's bespoke services. After all, I am slender with a narrow waist. Yet my shoulders are broad. Standard sizes simply do not fit. The audacity of some is astounding. Even I, with my fuller figure, seek bespoke options. Indeed. Now the entire class is utilizing Mashang's services, each spending over 1,000. With so many participants, what does 60 billion signify? Mozhang does not cater solely to the domestic market, but has a global reach. Moreover, this revenue is subject to taxation. Mozhang cannot possibly fabricate such figures. Indeed. Would Mozhang concoct revenue figures several times over just to pay more taxes? Is it them who are delusional, or is it you? These figures are undeniably authentic. Mozhang is invincible, while Nike falters. As for you all, I am indifferent. Once the market opens, I shall liquidate my Nike stocks. I fear being trapped. Great minds think alike. This time, Nike is in dire straits. Soon, the American stock market opened, and Nike's stock plummeted instantaneously. It was a steep decline, a veritable freefall. Within 2 minutes of opening, it had already dropped by 20. In 5 minutes, it plummeted by 50. It was utterly terrifying. Witnessing this, everyone was left in disbelief. Other major corporations experienced a mere 10 drop over an entire night, while Nike's market value tumbled by 50 in just 5 minutes. Such a stark contrast. The declines of others were gradual, resembling a smooth curve, whereas Nike's collapse was akin to a vertical drop. The decline was so extreme that it was difficult to watch. Consequently, Nike's once trillion-dollar market value, previously short-sold by Suemo, had diminished to 800 billion. Now, having evaporated by another 50, it stood at a mere 400 billion. Compared to its peak, it had lost a staggering 60. Truly terrifying. In response, the headquarters of Nadi was in a state of frantic distress, yet utterly powerless. Each individual appeared with reddened eyes and ashen faces. In an instant, their fortunes had diminished by half. Each major shareholder lost over 100 billion, while minor shareholders were deprived of hundreds of billions as well. How could they not be agitated? What shall we do now, Willis? The major shareholders were seething with indignation, their heads spinning with worry. If this continues, our Nadi stocks will become worthless, utterly useless. Everyone, please remain calm. I am devising a solution. Willis spoke, his voice tinged with desperation. Devise a solution? What kind of solution? We are currently contemplating how to dispose of you, you ineffectual fool. The shareholders retorted once more. At this point, Willis too was enraged and, in a fit of defiance, declared, if getting rid of me could restore Nadi's market value, then by all means, proceed. The crowd fell silent. Chapter 105, Success, yet a calamity in an instant. Numerous shareholders and executives found themselves rendered speechless. Willis, the master of Wolf's destruction, was a sight to behold. Observing this, Willis let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Humph. To deal with this group of foolish shareholders, one must resort to extraordinary measures. As long as I am shameless, you will be at my mercy." See, they have fallen silent, haven't they? However, unexpectedly, a minor shareholder named John approached, placing a finger to his lips, biting it gently, and with a bashful expression, inquired, "Chairman, are you serious? Is your house still my house?" Willis. The crowd. Get lost, get lost. Willis's expression shifted dramatically, startled. And then anger surged within him. This fellow was downright perverse, utterly outrageous. Although John was a male shareholder, he had a penchant for men. This was commonplace abroad. How detestable, deceiving. You are so wicked. John flicked his fingers delicately, adopting the demeanor of a jilted lover. Willis. Ugh. He nearly vomited the turkey he had consumed last Thanksgiving. How revolting. Yet, the others burst into laughter. Evil begets evil. All right, let us get back to business. Vice President Barton interjected, coming to Willis's rescue. Yes, let us discuss the matter at hand. Willis quickly affirmed, casting a grateful glance at Barton. It was Barton who came to his aid at this critical moment. Otherwise, he would have been utterly disturbed by John. However, this scene took on a different meaning in John's eyes. His expression turned icy, clutching his chest with palpable sorrow. He lamented, You actually flirted with him in front of me. Willis? Barton? So, it was you two who were an item. I am filled with resentment. John exclaimed, turning on his heel and fleeing, seemingly unable to bear such a blow. Willis. Barton. In that moment, silence enveloped the room as all eyes shifted towards Willis and Barton, their gazes transformed. No wonder these two were often inseparable. They seemed inseparable in their endeavors. What was once perceived as work discussions now appeared to be card games. It made sense why, upon assuming his role, Willis appointed Barton as vice president, initially thought to be due to Barton's remarkable capabilities and Willis's discernment in selecting talent. It now appeared to be an ambiguous relationship, a subordinate under the skirt. It was clear why Barton defended Willis at every turn. Unconditionally supporting him, what was once considered loyalty now seemed to be genuine affection. Consequently, the remaining shareholders and executives exchanged knowing glances, comprehending the entire situation. They instinctively took a step back, maintaining their distance. Some even pondered who among Willis and Barton played the submissive role in their relationship. This was indeed entertaining. Witnessing this scene, Willis and Barton were utterly dumbfounded. How could they possibly know that everyone had misconstrued the situation? They promptly began to clarify. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. It is not as you envision. Willis quickly clarified. My relationship with Barton is purely that of colleagues and friends, nothing like what John suggested. Please do not misunderstand. The crowd responded with perfunctory agreement, yet none were convinced. Barton interjected, It's truly not as he described. In fact, the chairman and I are both straight. We even visited a scenic street in an island nation together. The ladies there were certainly. Ahem, Barton. Perhaps it's best not to delve into such matters. It could lead to misunderstandings, Willis interjected, unable to contain himself. This rascal Barton, if you're going to explain, then just explain. Don't say everything. Am I to lose my dignity as the chairman of Naughty by indulging in such escapades? Yes, I assure you. The chairman and I are indeed straight, contrary to what John claims. I would swear to the heavens. With that, Barton raised his hand, declaring, If I speak falsely, may lightning strike me. Almost immediately, a thunderclap rumbled ominously, and rain began to pour outside. The raindrops pelted the windows with a cacophony. Willis, Barton, the crowd. Just after making such a fervent oath, lightning strikes. How absurd. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. The onlookers exchanged glances, instinctively taking a step back. After all, there were concerns regarding the pair's orientations. Who knew what might transpire? Barton was rendered utterly speechless. Of all times for rain to arrive, it chose this very moment. Ridiculous. Enough of this. Let us discuss serious matters. Willis waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to elaborate further. Currently, the stock of Naughty has plummeted. It stands at a mere 30 of its peak value. What shall we do? The crowd fell into a heavy silence, utterly at a loss. After a long pause, Barton finally spoke. Regardless of the situation, We cannot surrender. We must fight back. Let us identify the weaknesses of Merseng and strike hard. It sounded easy, yet Merseng was advancing with overwhelming force, leaving no apparent vulnerabilities. Indeed, Merseng is frighteningly powerful. Just look at their revenue. It's nearing 80 billion. That equates to our entire global revenue for a quarter. The crowd voiced their agreement, sinking deeper into despair. Truly, a sense of hopelessness enveloped them. Wait, what did you just say? They generate a quarter's revenue in a single day. Willis had a sudden epiphany, as if grasping a crucial point. Yes, that is correct. As of now, Merseng's revenue has exceeded 2 billion renminbi. Barton remarked, is there a problem? Indeed. There is a significant problem. Willis burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha. Merseng is doomed, ha ha ha. Heaven will not forsake Nadi. Heaven will not forsake me. What does that mean? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. With Nadi on the brink of bankruptcy, how could the chairman be laughing? Could it be that he was so overwhelmed by the situation that he had lost his senses? How tragic, how pitiable. Barton, please take the chairman for a checkup. He should be mindful of his health. One shareholder spoke up, concern etched on his face. Willis. Ahem, I'm fine. I am not insane. Willis's expression darkened as he remarked, Mo Shang has generated an astounding 80 billion in orders in less than a day. This is both a triumph and a calamity. How so? Barton inquired. Consider this. Has he the capacity to fulfill such an immense volume? Willis smirked with a shadowy satisfaction. Indeed, Mo Shang is merely at the outset. Its monthly production may not even reach 5 billion. How can they possibly manage 80 billion in orders? If they fail to deliver, their reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. Haha, precisely. The higher Mo Shang leaps now, the harder it will fall when it cannot deliver. Exactly. It's as if fate conspires to bring about their downfall by first inflating their arrogance. Mo Shang is courting disaster. Ha ha ha, they've overextended themselves, it's absurd. Very well. Let us promptly contact the media and utilize this incident as a pivotal point to deliver a devastating blow to Mo Shang. With a grand gesture, Willis seemed to regain the spirited confidence of a commander charting the course of victory. Little did he realize. This situation had a scholarly term, the fleeting brilliance before the fall. Chapter 106, Despair at Nadi. Home burglary utilizing this incident as a narrative, Mo Shang is doomed. Indeed, with an overwhelming volume of orders, Mo Shang's inability to produce and deliver spells certain demise. This time, Mo Shang is finished. Once Mo Shang collapses, the market for Nadi will reopen and stock prices are poised to rebound. In such a scenario, the entire deadlock transforms into vibrant life. Haha, splendid. The upper echelons of Nadi brimmed with joy, suddenly envisioning hope. Soon, major media outlets sprang into action, broadcasting sensational headlines. Shocking. In less than a day, Mo Shang has amassed orders totaling 80 billion, yet lacks the capacity to fulfill them. An order of 80 billion will take Mo Shang at least half a year to deliver in full. With insufficient factories, Mo Shang's deliveries will be indefinitely postponed. With such insatiable appetites and minuscule scales, what future lies ahead for Mo Shang? Are they still engrossed in custom orders? By the time you fulfill summer orders, winter will have arrived. Failure to deliver on time might lead Mo Shang to a calamitous downfall, casting a shadow over their prospects. New enterprises are notoriously unreliable. True giants must be sought in the Nadi group. Amidst a flurry of news reports, the world was abuzz. Instantly, the fervor surrounding Mo Shang's custom orders began to wane. A half-year delivery timeline is intolerable for anyone. The simplest of matters is that we are transitioning from late summer to early autumn, and custom orders are predominantly short-sleeved. Consequently, if the delivery occurs 6 months later, it will be winter when the goods arrive. What am I to do? Enduring the biting chill of spring while donning a skirt? What a ridiculous notion. In a flash, all were left dumbfounded. The uproar over custom orders came to a halt. Concurrently, online discussions reached a remarkable crescendo. How amusing. My custom-made mini-skirt 1T be shipped until winter. Likewise, my vibrant green shorts will have to wait for winter as well. It appears that upstairs has quite the tale to tell, a forgiving hue indeed. Alas, though the delivery is sluggish, it remains somewhat acceptable, considering Mo Shang is merely nascent. Everyone ought to exhibit a bit more patience. Indeed, aside from Mo Shang, no one else can offer custom orders. There are simply no alternatives. Precisely. A measure of tolerance warrants a measure of waiting. Alas, are you all foolish? Placing an order now means waiting until winter for delivery. Wouldn't it be wiser to simply custom order a winter coat? Ridiculous. Goodness. A brilliant mind has emerged upstairs. Ordering a winter coat now aligns perfectly with winter's arrival. It's the ideal timing. As astute as you are, I've learned something today. I shall promptly place an order. Hold on. I shall order too. That said, winter attire is notoriously ill-fitting. The emergence of custom orders is perfectly timed. In an instant, the tone of the forum shifted dramatically. Few remained to voice complaints. Instead, discussions pivoted to winter coats. Let us order winter coats. After all, with a half-year delivery time frame, we might as well seize the opportunity. Thus, the previously stagnant order volume at Mo Shang surged once more. All the orders were exclusively for winter coats, long-sleeved attire. Moreover, the revenue soared, swiftly surpassing 80 billion and racing toward the 90 billion milestone. Witnessing this spectacle, the entire naughty hierarchy stood astounded. This maneuver not only failed to severely undermine Mozhang, but rather caused its sales to surge once more. What does this signify? Is it a promotional effort for Mozhang? It is tantamount to aiding the enemy. Consequently, the shareholders and executives of NIDE were incensed, nearly choking on their fury. Willis and Barton felt as though they had swallowed something vile. It was utterly distressing. Suemo was equally at a loss for words. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? One can only commend the ingenuity of the netizens. Moreover, the volume of orders increased even further. In desperation, Suemo resorted to the official Mozhang account to release two statements. First, Moshang's production capacity is ample, while 80 billion in orders is indeed substantial. Mozhang is confident it can fulfill all shipments within a month. Second, cotton garments can be personalized in advance, and production and shipping times can be scheduled. However, it is advisable for everyone to plan 1 or 2 months ahead. Upon the release of these statements, a sensation erupted globally. 80 billion in orders. With Mozhang Group claiming to fulfill them all within a month? What a jest! Many were skeptical. Especially among international giants like NIDE, there was a flurry of agitation. This was simply unbelievable. Willis outright declared, "It's all a fabrication, a complete ruse. Suemo is deceiving us. Mozhang cannot possibly have that many factories, nor can it deliver within a month. It's all a sham. Suemo is nothing but a grand deceiver." This provoked widespread doubt. To this, Suemo merely smiled faintly, unfazed, and issued another statement. One of NIDE Group's 5 major factories, Han Group, had been wholly acquired by Mozhang Group. Instantly, the internet was abuzz, while NIDE was left feeling as though it had swallowed a fly. So that was the reason for Sumo's confidence. He had assimilated Han Group. How infuriating! How despicable! Willis was seething with rage, feeling as though Suemo had pierced his shield with a spear, leaving multiple wounds in its wake. Yet that was not enough. Barton interjected. Moshang's 80 billion order carries a minimum production cost of 10 billion. The capacity of Han Group, even at its peak, is merely 5 billion per month. There remains a deficit of 5 billion. The difference between the retail price and the production cost is vast, particularly for high-end brands. Moreover, Moshang's 80 billion is based on total sales price, while the factory's capacity is measured by production cost. Indeed, at least 2 factories of Han Group's magnitude would be required to accommodate such demand. Soon after, another announcement was made. One of the world's top 10 garment factories, Chiffon Group, had been fully acquired by Mozhang Group. This once again sent shockwaves across the globe. Yet another of the top 10 factories. Now, there could be no doubt regarding Mozhang Group's production capacity. The old guard of NIDE was increasingly agitated. The reason was simple. Chiffon was also one of NIDE's 5 major factories. But now, it had fallen into Moshang's hands. How could this be? Damn it. How could Chiffon Group have become Sumo's? Willis was uncontrollably furious. They, like Han Group, were nurtured and strengthened by us, NIDE. Yet now, they have become instruments aimed at our destruction. The chairman, after a thorough investigation, discovered that it was all orchestrated by Sue Mo Barton. Glancing at the information on his phone, spoke coldly. Due to the actions of the Mo Shang Group, our Nady stock has plummeted. As our manufacturing partner, the order volume for the Chiffon Group is bound to diminish drastically, leading to a significant drop in their stock price as well. Seizing the opportunity, Sue Mo aggressively acquired shares of the Chiffon Group in the secondary market, achieving a 35% stake and becoming the second largest shareholder. Subsequently, he covertly purchased numerous shares from other shareholders, ultimately securing 51% of the stock and gaining complete control over the Chiffon Group. In the end, for reasons unknown, the chairman of Chiffon sold all his shares to Sue Mo. Now, Sue Mo holds a 100% stake in the Chiffon Group. Chapter 107. The live stream of Naughty CEO eating shoes. Sue Mo's profits soared to 90 billion originally. The Han Group boasted a monthly production capacity of 5 billion. The Chiffon Group, in comparison, had an equally impressive output. Combined, their monthly capacity exceeded 10 billion. Presently, Mo Shang's 80 billion order had a factory cost of merely 10 billion. Mo Shang Group had successfully absorbed both the Han Group and the Chiffon Group, ensuring ample production capacity. The 80 billion order could be delivered within a month. Moreover, both factories had been acquired at a bargain price. One was already in bankruptcy, and the other had seen its value halved, making it a steal for stock acquisition. As for the executives of the Chiffon Group, they were initially reluctant to sell. However, witnessing the fate of the Han Group and the offerings presented by Sue Mo, they found it impossible to refuse. After all, Sue Mo was no saint. With Naughty intent on eliminating him, Sue Mo had no qualms about abandoning principles. In a decisive move against the Chiffon Group, one of Naughty's 5 major factories, Sue Mo seized control through stock acquisition. Not willing to sell? Fine, let the Han Group serve as a cautionary tale. With a few dark revelations, they could find themselves behind bars. It was clear to anyone how to choose. Consequently, in the span of one night, while Naughty was still reeling from the shock, Sue Mo successfully acquired the Chiffon Group. Thus, Naughty lost 2 of its 5 major factories, and these were the largest ones. It could be said that nearly half of their empire had vanished. Damn it, how despicable. Sue Mo, you are truly cunning. Willis fumed, his anger boiling over. What a clever maneuver. While we are here attacking your insufficient production capacity, you slyly snatch away my 2 major factories to bolster your own output. Sue Mo, you have no sense of honor. What was even more dire was that both Chiffon and Han had originally been our factories, and now they belonged to Sue Mo. This left Naughty without sufficient factories to produce our garments, a major shareholder lamented. It's over. We just suffered a defeat on the front lines, and now, upon turning around, our home has been robbed. It's finished. Willis's face turned pale, despair washing over him. However, calamities seldom come alone. Observing Willis's dejected demeanor, Barton attempted to console him. Actually, Chairman, there's no need to worry. Given the current situation, our Naughty garments are struggling to sell, with inventory piling up and no orders in sight. Having so many factories is of no use. Willis responded. That hurts. Are you comforting me or mocking me? Yet, Barton's words held a kernel of truth. Currently, Naughty's sales were virtually non-existent. Even if the factories produced, the products would go unsold, wasted. More critically, Naughty was on the decline, with stock prices plummeting, making it impossible to sustain so many factories or workers, let alone pay severance. The acquisition of Chiffon by Mo Shang, in truth, could be seen as a blessing in disguise, Barton continued. Willis, that hurts even more. Double kill. Willis sighed, waving his hand, his expression heavy with sorrow, embodying the age-old adage that no grief surpasses that of a heart in despair. Willis, you cannot remain silent, bellowed a major shareholder. Now that Mo Shang's production capacity has ramped up, they can deliver within a month. The volume of orders and revenue for Mo Shang has surged dramatically. Yet, our Naughty stock price is plummeting once again, having fallen over 80 from its peak. At this moment, Willis's expression was a tumult of emotions, fully grasping the harrowing truth that sometimes, even in the depths of despair, one cannot simply give up on life. What do you suggest we do? Is Naughty truly on the verge of bankruptcy? He sighed, feeling utterly helpless. There seems to be no way out. Mo Shang is too formidable. And we have been forsaken by Wall Street. We have been abandoned by capital. It's all over. lamented one of the shareholders. And because you failed to uphold your promises. Neglecting to conduct live broadcasts, you have also lost the trust of the shareholders. Another interjected. So this is all my fault. Willis's emotions were in turmoil. Do you think it is still possible for me to conduct a live broadcast now? I believe it could work. It would at least demonstrate our resolve. Moreover, it presents an opportunity for publicity. Who knows, it might just revitalize Naughty. Several shareholders chimed in, relishing the spectacle. After all, it was Willis who would be broadcasting. Not them. They had nothing to lose. Observing this scene, Willis sighed once more and nodded. Burton, issue a statement. I, Willis, will conduct a live broadcast in 10 minutes. Chairman, you. Burton's face fell. Willis waved his hand dismissively. No need for further discussion. Proceed, as I have instructed. Understood. Soon, Burton disseminated the announcement, and instantaneously, the global online community erupted in amusement. Naughty's Chairman Willis is genuinely going to eat shoes live? How entertaining. They eagerly gathered, ready to witness the spectacle unfold. 10 minutes later, Willis appeared in the Naughty live stream. However, instead of immediately eating the shoes, he chose to express his grievances. Portraying a pitiful image. Thank you all for your support of Naughty. I am Willis, the chairman. I truly cannot comprehend what we have done wrong to reach this point. We have made no missteps, yet we have still lost. I am at a loss. With a stern visage, Willis presented himself as a fallen ruler, lamenting his fate. Yet, the online audience could no longer contain their frustration. They erupted in anger. Enough of your useless chatter. Just eat the shoes. Stop whining endlessly. If you hadn't insulted the Chinese, would you be in this predicament? Precisely because of your disrespect, Sumo created Mo Zhang and put you out of business. You profit from the Chinese market while disparaging them. If you hadn't acted foolishly, you wouldn't be facing this demise. Thus, Naughty's bankruptcy is well-deserved. Spare us your lamentations and eat your shoes already. Observing the barrage of comments, Willis's lips twitched and his complexion turned a shade of ashen despair. It became apparent that the denigration of his nation had prompted Sumo to create Emoshang, ultimately leading to the downfall of their beloved Naughty. Had it not been for the disparagement, Sumo might have forged a collaborative partnership with Naughty, resulting in mutual prosperity. In that fleeting moment, enlightenment struck Willis, and he was engulfed in regret so profound that it turned his insides a vivid green. Alas, it was too late. Everything had come to an end. He could only pick up his shoe and begin to gnaw on it slowly, though no matter how he tried, he could not make any progress. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers wore expressions of complex emotions. They all comprehended the gravity of the situation. Naughty was utterly finished, both in substance and in appearance. Utterly crushed into insignificance by Sumo. The value of Naughty's stocks plummeted, akin to the demise of a beached whale. To make matters worse, Sumo unleashed a staggering $100 billion in capital, employing a tenfold leverage to short-sell Naughty on a colossal scale. Consequently, Naughty's market value evaporated by over 90, while Sumo reaped a staggering profit exceeding $90 billion. Chapter 108. Emoshang's unprecedented success attracts Xiaoma's attention in a remarkable turn of events. Sumo's private wealth has ascended to the ranks of billionaires, bolstered by Emoshang's staggering revenue exceeding $900 billion, propelling it towards the $2 trillion mark. Yet, it is widely acknowledged that this is merely the beginning for Sumo. A fortnight later, Emoshang Group's shoe line officially launched, continuing its bespoke offerings. Without a doubt, it achieved global acclaim once more. This time, however, it was not Nike that suffered, but rather other international brands. The reasoning is straightforward. Nike had already declared bankruptcy 5 days prior, leading to its inevitable decline. With the loss of the Summer Kingdom market and the relentless competition from Emoshang, compounded by Sumo's short-selling tactics, Nike's stock plummeted by over 90. It became impossible for Nike to survive. The same fate befell other international brands. Emoshang's formidable presence served as a lament for these global giants, and the launch of its footwear line sounded the death knell for them. Yet, this is merely the inception. Emoshang is poised to introduce an array of accessories, including hats, bags, ties, and more. As Sumo stated, he intends to eradicate any competition without leaving a trace. Simultaneously, domestic brands have risen to prominence. stepping onto the global stage, even establishing a monopoly. This unprecedented phenomenon has never before been witnessed. Undoubtedly, Mo Shang's triumph has catapulted Su Mo into the limelight, solidifying his status among the super elites. Nevertheless, Su Mo remains unperturbed, leading a modest life, occasionally designing new garments and savoring the pleasures of existence. Meanwhile, Mo Shang's revenue continues to soar, flooding in like a tidal wave, with profit margins that are astonishingly high. Yet, Su Mo remains indifferent, entrusting all responsibilities to the professional manager, Shagua, allowing him to act as a mere figurehead. Despite Su Mo's understated demeanor, he remains a beacon of brilliance, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, where humility holds little significance. His success has attracted the attention of numerous capital magnates. At the headquarters of Penguin, Shagua convened a high-level meeting to deliberate on investment strategies. Currently, Penguin is reaping substantial profits, primarily through investments that generate further wealth. In the first half of the year, Penguin engaged in 63 investment activities within the entertainment sector, with a staggering 50 focused on gaming. Additionally, fields such as enterprise services, finance, education, healthcare, and new consumer trends have also garnered Penguin's favor. Any enterprise with potential profitability has caught Penguin's interest. Despite the gaming industry being a lucrative domain, it has faced increasing scrutiny from regulators, as evidenced by the various anti-addiction measures imposed in recent years. One must question whether Penguin's motivations for these measures genuinely stem from a desire to safeguard the mental and physical health of minors. It seems unlikely. Rather, it appears to be a response to external pressures. Consequently, Penguin's stock has suffered a significant decline, incurring heavy losses, necessitating the search for new ventures, ideally those that are not only profitable but also receive support from regulatory bodies. Such ventures are, however, challenging to find. In their search, Penguin's executives stumbled upon Mo Shang, recognizing its boundless potential for growth. After a moment of contemplation, Vice President Guo Tianhua of Penguin articulated his analysis. I firmly believe that there exists a compelling necessity for investment. The business model of Mo's Ang Group harbors immeasurable potential for future development. It could even evolve into a colossal monopoly within the global apparel sector. Should Penguin enter the fray at this juncture, it stands to reap substantial rewards in the future, truly a venture that guarantees profit, an opportunity that is exceedingly rare. On another note, through a strategy of broad-reaching investment akin to casting a wide net for fish, Penguin can infinitely expand its business landscape, encompassing nearly every sector of the Xia country's capital market. Notably, it has left no stone unturned in the realm of popular trends. The rapidly ascending Mozhang Group is certainly not one to be overlooked. Indeed, the potential of Mozhang Group far exceeds external expectations. Shagua, with his keen insights, calmly analyzed. Their model employs a customized app that scans the entire body to accurately measure sizes, achieving a unique code for each individual, which undoubtedly results in alarmingly high profit margins. Moreover, Mozhang Group has successfully realized personalized customization on a global scale, outpacing international apparel giants such as Nike. Under such circumstances, Mozhang is poised to expand exponentially, potentially monopolizing the global apparel industry in the later stages. What astonishing profits await! With a 50% profit margin, they would take risks. For 100%, they would flout all earthly laws. With a 300% profit, they would dare to commit any crime, even risking the gallows. The future earnings of Mozhang Group are destined to surpass 300%. Shagua could not help but breathe heavily. While Mozhang Group might stumble on its own, should Penguin invest, it would be entirely free from worry. With Penguin's formidable strength, complemented by Mozhang Group's innovative model, global industry monopoly would merely be a matter of time. Of course, this hinges on Penguin's complete control over Mozhang Group. Mozhang Group is undoubtedly a new trend. It is likely that many capital tycoons have already set their sights on them. Thus our actions must be swift. Guo Tianhua's expression gradually turned fervent as he declared, the plan to invest in Mozhang Group is urgent and cannot afford to be preempted by others. The consensus from the discussion was singular, to invest in Mozhang Group immediately, without delay. Currently, Mozhang is the most lucrative and has already achieved international status. Having triumphed over major global brands while spearheading the rise of domestic production, its merits are countless. Mojang enjoys robust support from higher echelons. It is undoubtedly a newly rising star, a tempting prize that elicits great desire. Should Penguin acquire Mojang, it would be an unparalleled triumph. Consequently, Shagua decisively endorsed the investment proposal. The allure of Mojang Group was irresistible to Penguin. Typically, investing in an exceptional team is more efficient than attempting to cultivate a new one internally. The business model of Mojang Group has garnered market recognition. With successful investment, Penguin can rest easy. As for rejection, the Penguin has never contemplated this issue. Indeed, there are companies that can decline investments from the Penguin, though the Mojang Group is certainly not among them. The model of the Mojang Group is, in essence, straightforward, and it would not be overly challenging for the Penguin to replicate it. Should the Mojang Group refuse the Penguin's investment, the Penguin possesses sufficient strength to stifle the Mojang Group and subsequently recreate a new entity in its likeness. Such undertakings are the Penguin's forte. For instance, in the early days of Happy Farm, the original creators invested years of development and substantial funds, only to witness their platform falter shortly after its launch. The Penguin, in merely a few months, replicated QQ Farm, effectively obliterating Happy Farm and leading to the bankruptcy of Happy Network. The Penguin has engaged in similar endeavors time and again. However, the current climate has shifted, and the online community has grown more astute, rendering such actions increasingly problematic. Furthermore, higher authorities may also express dissatisfaction. Chapter 109. The acquisition of Mojang. Penguins are contemplating in a state of urgency. The Penguins were reluctant to proceed with a direct takeover. Thus, their initial thought was to invest in Mojang Group rather than merely replicate their model. With time pressing, I intended to dispatch a team swiftly to Benhai City to discuss investment plans with Mojang Group. The vice president was brimming with anticipation, rubbing his hands together as he remarked that a successful investment would enable them to gradually encroach upon Mojang Group. Founded in 1998, Penguins had, over 2 decades, become a seasoned veteran in the internet industry of Xia country, epitomizing financial prowess with their lavish spending. Penguin's investment had long been focused on global consumer internet and industrial internet investments and acquisitions, viewing Mojang Group as a prime target. However, Mojang Group was of paramount importance this time. Shagua directly waved his hand in refusal, declaring his intention to go personally. This was not only to avert unforeseen circumstances, but also to demonstrate Penguin's commitment to Mojang Group. There's no need for you to go personally, Gu Tianhua quickly interjected, shaking his head. That would be quite demeaning. A more balanced approach would be to invite Su Mo to visit the Penguin's headquarters. This was, in fact, the optimal solution. As a colossal entity, Penguins would have others vying for collaboration. Mojang Group should feel fortunate indeed. Once Su Mo witnessed the grandeur of Penguins, he would surely acquiesce to the investment proposal. The attendees in the conference room wore smiles, confident that this investment endeavor would yield immediate success. Very well, Shagua conceded, recognizing the inappropriateness of his personal visit, and nodded in agreement. Let us proceed as suggested. Thus, Penguins began reaching out to Mojang. Upon receiving the news, Shagua called Su Mo. Chairman, Shagua has invited you to tour the Penguins' headquarters. Shagua was somewhat taken aback. Although Mojang Group had triumphed over international apparel giant Nike, they had yet to catch a glimpse of Penguin's tail lights. It was likely a proposal for collaboration, or perhaps just an idle fantasy. Su Mo, with clarity of thought, mused, why not? It would be enlightening to see the most profitable internet giant in the country. There may indeed be an opportunity for a powerful alliance. Of course, these were mere embellishments. In truth, Su Mo was curious about what rewards awaited him upon signing in at the Penguins' headquarters. Previously, he had acquired exceptional hacker skills by signing in at an internet CAF and gained the talents of a stock market guru at the stock exchange. What could he possibly receive at the Penguins' headquarters? The rewards were bound to be substantial. With excitement building, Su Mo could hardly contain his haste as he set off. 2 days later, he arrived at the Penguins' headquarters, where Shagua and several senior executives personally welcomed him, guiding him through the impressive facilities. Su Mo was left in awe. Truly, This was a titan of the Xia country internet scene. They had even purchased an island to serve as their headquarters. How extravagant. However, after a round of pleasantries, penguins could no longer contain their intentions and broached the subject of acquiring Mozang Group. If they could achieve a direct acquisition, it would undoubtedly be the most favorable outcome. Moreover, with Penguin's ample resources, acquiring the fledgling Mozang Group would be a relatively effortless endeavor. The Mozang Group has no intentions of being acquired. Suemo was taken aback, shaking his head in polite refusal, pondering inwardly how insatiable the Penguin's appetite truly is. He had initially thought it was merely a partnership for investment. Yet, the Penguin was intent on consuming the entire entity whole. Mr. Su, we understand that the Mozang Group is your labor of love, remarked Guotianhua, the vice president of Penguin, frowning as he spoke candidly. But this business model is rather simplistic, and I fear imitators will soon emerge. Indeed, the solution is straightforward. Simply sell the Mozang Group to us, added Xiaoma. Embellishing the sentiment further, Suemo remained unfazed, retorting with a cold laugh. What connection would such a Mozang Group have with me? Should the acquisition occur, the Penguin would undoubtedly expel Suemo from the company. Moreover, Suemo was astonished by the audacity of the Penguin's demands. Had they grown complacent in their comfort? Did they truly perceive the Mozang Group as a lamb ready for slaughter? If that was their assumption, they were gravely mistaken. Suemo stripped away the soft, deceptive facade, revealing himself as a formidable wolf instead. Mr. Guo, the profits from selling the Mozang Group would suffice for you to live a life of leisure for several lifetimes. Guotianhua remarked, slightly threateningly, why must you be so unappreciative? What he had presumed would be an easy acquisition turned out to be quite the challenge. Guotianhua and Xiaoma exchanged knowing glances, both comprehending the other's thoughts. In truth, it was quite normal for a giant like Penguin to be acquired by an even larger entity. For instance, the pioneer of food delivery, Me, was similarly consumed by Alibaba after achieving significant growth. Mr. Su, even if you were to sell the Mozang Group to us, you could still remain its chairman. Xiaoma said with a friendly smile, attempting to reassure him, we at Penguin only require the capital. It would not interfere with the Mozang Group's decision-making. At this, Suemo rolled his eyes in disbelief. Surely, only a fool would believe such a claim. If the Penguin were to acquire the Mozang Group, they would inevitably find a reason to oust him in no time. What rationale might they conjure? There would be countless reasons, such as his entrance into the company with the left foot, which could be deemed a severely negative influence. Thus, it would be entirely plausible for the Penguin to justify his expulsion. I stand by my previous statement, Suemo replied with a serene expression, shaking his head. The Mozang Group has no intention of being sold. The Penguin was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. They mistakenly believed they could easily dominate the Mozang Group, when in fact, they were nothing more than jesters. Even in the face of Sumo's resolute refusal, the Penguin remained undeterred. After all, the future potential of the Mozang Group was simply too immense. To watch it profit while they stood idle would be more painful than any loss they might incur. Thus, Xiaoma assumed the role of the amiable negotiator, while Guotianhua took on the stern demeanor, continuing their dual approach of persuasion and coercion. Mr. Su, we at Penguin come with the utmost sincerity. Guotianhua was becoming increasingly exasperated, his voice tinged with anger. As long as Director Su is willing to sell, wealth freedom can be achieved in an instant. The world is vast. Where cannot one revel in life? He truly could not comprehend it. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely have been dazed by the immense benefits before them. Why then did Suemo remain as stubborn as a wooden block? The Mozang Group was indeed profitable. However, without the support of the Penguin Consortium, it was only a matter of time before the capital predators would feast upon it. Presently, the Mozang Group had already caught the attention of those financial giants. Brother Ma, displaying remarkable acting skills, urged, if you do not sell, things may become quite troublesome in the future. Yet, Suemo remained unmoved, silently observing the two as if watching a duet. In his heart, he scoffed, targeted by capital. Are not those capital giants you, the Penguins? Chapter 110, threatening me? The future of the Penguin is grim, Mr. Su. You must be aware of our Penguin's standing in the Summer Nation. Guotianhua gazed at the obstinate Suemo, the undertones of threat becoming increasingly apparent. If the Mo Shang Group were to sever ties with Penguin domestically, it would undoubtedly face dire consequences. I implore you to deliberate this matter carefully. This was an overt threat. Were it a conventional enterprise, Penguin would not resort to such intimidation. However, the prospective benefits of the Mo Shang Group were far too significant for Penguin to overlook. As for the potential discontent from above, that is a concern for another time. This sentiment seemed hauntingly familiar. The last entity to voice such sentiments was the Naughty Group, an international titan with a $1 trillion valuation, now resting beneath a mound of grass. Su Mo smiled faintly, akin to a devil. You Penguins say this, yet are you not afraid? Having reached this point, the facade of civility had been thoroughly dismantled. Everyone present was left speechless, their expressions shifting as they marveled at Su Mo's audacity, a novice unfazed by danger. Even Brother Ma's countenance turned cold. As the founder of the Penguin business empire, Brother Ma had not encountered such threats in ages. Was it possible that the emerging Mo Shang Group could instill fear? It seemed unlikely. They were still far from being a contender, barely glimpsing Penguin's tail lights. Even with a promising future, it remained merely that future. What if it were extinguished now? Naturally, there would be no future to speak of. Mr. Su, is this a threat against us? Guo Tianhua's fury erupted. Do you truly hold no fear of Penguin? Within the nation, Penguin has essentially become an indomitable force, permeating every industry. While it may be somewhat complex to crush the Mo Shang Group, it is certainly within the realm of possibility. Brother Ma stood nearby, his expression somber. Yet he refrained from lashing out. Threatening Penguin? Is this not the Penguin way? Su Mo remained unfazed, replying with a calm smile. I came as a guest only to find myself threatened? Although he had anticipated this outcome, the shock was still profound. It must be said that Penguin's brazen tactics were indeed masterful. Were he an ordinary individual, he might have been bewildered enough to sell his company. Guo Tianhua inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. I have no choice. There is truly no alternative. The stakes of the Mo Shang Group are exceedingly high, and even Penguin is reluctant to forego them lightly. Negotiations must persist. Ultimately, Guo Tianhua articulated directly, Mr. Su, Penguin's acquisition of Mo Shang would signify a formidable alliance. A win-win situation. Otherwise, the future appears bleak. A threat, a more blatant threat. What does a bleak future imply? Is it not a suggestion that should Su Mo stubbornly resist, the Mo Shang Group would cease to exist? Penguin had stripped away the pretense, presenting two paths, either be acquired by Penguin or be crushed into bankruptcy. Surely, any astute individual would recognize the path to take. Indeed, Su Mo remained utterly unfazed. As if he had not comprehended the underlying implications of the conversation, he chuckled lightly, remarking, otherwise, the future of Penguin looks bleak. Shamagu. Guo Tianhua. The others were infuriated, left to ponder whether Su Mo was genuinely naive or merely feigning ignorance. Clearly, the latter seemed more plausible. As the legendary figure behind the establishment of the Mo Shang Group, the founder Su Mo was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Mr. Su in business. Integrity prevails even when deals fail. Shagua decisively abandoned the acquisition proposal, suggesting, why don't we discuss this in the conference room? The skilled negotiators were prepared. If the acquisition fell through, perhaps a partnership could emerge instead. They awaited the moment when Su Mo, the proverbial fat fish, would bite. That sounds splendid. Su Mo appeared to have forgotten the earlier threats posed by Penguin, smiling as he added, lead the way. I have yet to see Penguin's conference room. What could it possibly be like? His curiosity was piqued regarding the meeting space of a domestic internet giant. Shamagu and Guo Tianhua exchanged knowing glances, both sensing the opportunity at hand, and eagerly escorted Su Mo towards the conference room. The entourage followed closely behind, as if the dawn of victory was imminent. Su Mo continued to explore, noting that Penguin was indeed vast, with a workforce that was overwhelming. In comparison, Mo Shang Group resembled a mere fledgling. However, the future remained uncertain. With the signing system in hand, could they truly not contend with Penguin? He brimmed with confidence, believing that in the future, they could face any adversary. Mr. Su, the negotiation conference room is just ahead. Shamagu opened the door to the meeting room, beaming as he said, we at Penguin have indeed come with sincerity. Even if the acquisition does not materialize, collaboration remains a possibility. Collaboration? Sumo, ever inscrutable, smiled and replied. That would depend on the nature of the collaboration. Penguin had firmly established itself in the summer country, particularly within the social realm, where it reigned supreme. Should they secure Penguin's promotional prowess, Emotion Group would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Sumo was quite amenable to such mutually beneficial business cooperation. Yet, could Penguin truly be so benevolent? It was well known that the heart of Penguin was shrouded in darkness. Once seated, the negotiating team, already apprised of the situation, swiftly initiated their pitch. Mr. Su, we at Penguin are willing to invest in Emotion Group, which would grant Emotion access to our substantial traffic, creating a completely win-win scenario. They had evidently conducted their research. The development of Emotion Group had seemingly reached a bottleneck. Defeating the international clothing giant Nike was already a remarkable feat. With potential imitators on the horizon, Emotion Group's position could become precarious. The underlying message was clear. Only Penguin could rescue Emotion Group. Xiaomagu and Guitianhua, seated nearby, feigned deafness. Their black and white strategy had faltered, and they now relied on these so-called professional negotiators. Should they fail once more, Penguin would no longer hold back and would likely resort to severing ties. It is by no means a daunting task to extinguish the nascent Emotion Group. I refuse. Sumo felt a tinge of disappointment and lamented the insatiable greed of the Penguin, shaking his head and stating, the Emotion Group does not entertain any form of acquisition or investment. Should it be a matter of normal commercial collaboration, Sumo would be amenable. Such an arrangement would truly embody a win-win scenario, one that brings genuine satisfaction to both parties. However, the Penguin, driven by unquenchable avarice, seeks to envelop the Emotion Group within its grasp, exhibiting a greed that is unsettling. With its substantial financial resources, the Penguin has evidently cultivated an air of arrogance. Yet, the Emotion Group is Sumo's own creation, impervious to the touch of any outsider, even the Penguin. Thus, even the prospect of equity participation is met with refusal from Sumo. Chairman Su, there is no need to be so inflexible. Guitianhua was unwilling to concede. The Emotion Group is exceedingly lucrative, its future exceedingly bright, and the Penguin's envy is palpable. Chapter 111. The Penguin headquarters sign in. A surprise indeed, Mr. Su. The negotiation team, unwilling to concede, glanced at the documents in hand and spoke slowly. If Mr. Su agrees to allow us, Penguin, to invest, it will absolutely not affect your position as chairman of the Emotion Group. Moreover, you will immediately gain access to our highest level of commercial promotion. Would you not reconsider? It is important to note that this is not a full acquisition, merely a slight investment. The allure is undeniably substantial. With Penguin's assistance, the development of Emotion Group would soar in a remarkably short time, making global domination of the apparel market merely a matter of time. Of course, by then, it is likely that Penguin would have already ousted Sumo from the Emotion Group. Such is the nature of capital, steadily encroaching. A glance at the enterprises that Penguin and Alibaba have consumed over the years reveals the pattern. Initially, it starts with shareholding, offering support, but soon shareholding transforms into control, and support becomes absorption. It resembles a rogue wooing an innocent maiden, claiming mere proximity, only to, if it were merely a standard commercial collaboration, it might be acceptable. However, Sumo continued to shake his head impassively. Your intentions are far from pure. The terms are enticing, yet Sumo would not be deceived. Though I may be young, I am no novice. Am I to be tempted by your honeyed words? A jest. Should Penguin truly invest, it would undoubtedly snowball rapidly. Thus, Sumo resolutely declined. Emotion is his domain, and he would not allow anyone to encroach upon it. Xiaoma and Guitianhua exchanged glances, sensing the situation was exceedingly troublesome. Mr. Su, we, Penguin, have indeed come with immense sincerity. Guitianhua's expression fluctuated ominously as he rhythmically tapped his finger on the table, exuding an unspoken authority. However, our sincerity has been met with repeated refusals from Emotion Group. Does Mr. Su truly look down upon us, Penguin? Do you wish to stand against us? The threat from Penguin intensified, and the atmosphere grew gravely serious. Except for Xiaoma, all eyes were sharply fixed on Sumo. as if they intended to devour this plump prey whole. Xiaoma's role was to play the good cop, once Su Mo conceded. This tactic had proven effective time and again. It is not that we, Mozang Group, wish to oppose Penguin. Su Mo remained unfazed, shaking his head. Rather, it is Penguin that seeks to plot against Mozang Group. What happened to the principles of business? Why resort to threats once more? Mr. Su. Must it truly come to this? Gua Tianhua, his visage darkening, ground his teeth. Have you considered the consequences of opposing us, Penguin? This endeavor has proven disastrous. What was assumed to be an easy task has revealed itself to be a tough nut to crack, one that is impervious to persuasion. Are you truly fearless? Like a naive calf unafraid of the tiger? If that is the case, then there is no need for further negotiations. Su Mo, deeply disappointed, had fully discerned the true nature of domestic capital giants. He stood up decisively. Acquire Mozhang? You are merely dreaming. Investing in Mozhang? Do not even entertain the thought. If the Penguins have any means at their disposal, I, Su Mo, shall confront them unflinchingly. However, in the end, who bears the tragic consequences remains uncertain. Let me forewarn you, should one choose to court disaster, do not blame me, Su Mo, for striking mercilessly against fellow enterprises. As a citizen of Xia, I would prefer not to eliminate the formidable figures of my nation unless absolutely necessary. However, mere reluctance does not equate to inability. If the other party insists on courting disaster, then Su Mo can only accompany them on their final journey. The negotiations between both parties reached an impasse, resulting in an unwelcome departure. Subsequently, Su Mo turned and walked away, leaving a room full of senior executives from Penguin in a state of furious bewilderment, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. What transpired? Were we threatened? How could it be that we, the illustrious Penguins, find ourselves threatened by a fledgling enterprise that has barely been established for a few months? What a preposterous notion. In an instant, the executives at Penguin were bewildered. Meanwhile, Su Mo exited the elevator and had just reached the ground floor of the Penguin building when a system notification appeared. Check-in available at this location. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? Yes, check-in. Su Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the Penguin headquarters offered a chance to sign in. This was the true purpose of Su Mo's visit to Penguin. As for discussing collaboration with Penguin, that is akin to seeking fur from a tiger, merely a jest. Nevertheless, the arrival of the tangible is indeed commendable. Congratulations, esteemed host, on your successful check-in. You have acquired a Class C technological marvel, the intelligent chat application, the Zhijiao app, which integrates AI-driven translation, facilitates instantaneous multilingual communication, enabling seamless global interaction through both voice and text. Su Mo was left speechless by the Zhijiao app. This is a call to bring down the Penguin. The Penguin rose to prominence through social media, becoming a colossal player in the Summer Nation's internet landscape, which elicits a sense of irony. In reality, it merely capitalized on the prevailing social trends domestically, akin to the first pig soaring into the skies. It lacks substantial competitive edge. In stark contrast, Zhiliao stands apart, with its intelligent instant translation of voices and texts across the globe. It facilitates seamless communication between the people of the Summer Nation and foreigners. Such groundbreaking technology positions Zhiliao to surpass WeChat and QQ with seemingly little resistance. In the past, defeating the Penguin might have left Su Mo feeling somewhat reticent. However, given the Penguin's current arrogance and its aspirations to acquire Mozhang, the prospect of vanquishing the Penguin now appears to resonate with the collective sentiment. Contemplating this, a smile involuntarily grazed Su Mo's face. Observing Su Mo's pause, the following Xiaomagu couldn't help but beam with delight, exclaiming, "What is this? Has Director Su had a change of heart?" Indeed, allowing the Penguins to invest would be the most advantageous course for Mozhang. First, acquire shares, then gradually dilute Su Mo's stake, thereby progressively gaining control over Mozhang, ultimately ousting Su Mo from the company. Thus, Meituan has essentially become a subsidiary of Tencent. Tencent's meticulous calculations resonate with precision. This is also a common strategy employed by industry giants such as Tencent and Alibaba. Much like the various live streaming platforms, apart from Douyin, others like Huya and Douyu are predominantly under Tencent's control. They have effectively monopolized a significant portion of the live streaming landscape. Huh? Sumo shook his head and scoffed. Brother Ma, you are overthinking. I have no such intentions. Without the support of the penguin, the future of Mo Shang may not be smooth. Beside him, Guotianhua wore an unusually grim expression, seemingly offering a well-meaning warning. If you kneel, it would be a pity. Yet, the penguin group remained resolute in their desire to acquire the Mozhang group. The allure of Ma Shang's promising future was simply too great for them to resist. As they yearned to partake in its potential success, rest assured, even if Mozhang were to kneel, it would do so only after Penguin. Thus, it would be wiser for you to concern yourselves with your own predicament. Sumo chuckled lightly, exuding a nonchalant confidence as he remarked, "Goodbye," and proceeded to walk away with assuredness. Boss Ma, can you believe Sumo's blatant lack of respect? He dares to threaten us. Guotianhua seethed with indignation, gritting his teeth as he observed Sumo's unyielding departure. He clearly holds Penguin in contempt. Historically, whenever Penguin expressed an interest in investment, enterprises would have bowed in deference. It is indeed rare to encounter someone as inconsiderate as Sumo Chapter 112. Aiming at Penguin, starting from social engagement, Sumo, youthful and reckless, was courting disaster. Xiaomaji's expression darkened as he waved his hand, stating, "Since the other party refuses to recognize our authority, then let us exert all our efforts to suppress the Mo Shang group." Infuriated by Sumo's audacity, Penguin was resolute. If Sumo was so ungracious, he could not blame Penguin for disregarding the rules of engagement. Even if it provoked displeasure from higher-ups, it would merely result in self-inflicted penalties. At Penguin's level, deeply entrenched and among the nation's top giants, none dared to uproot it entirely. The ramifications of such actions would ripple far and wide, causing significant consequences. As for the Mo Shang group, by that time, it would likely be completely throttled by Penguin. How could one dare to offend Penguin in Summer Country? Such foolishness was tantamount to courting death. These giants often resorted to suppressing rivals, eliminating them, and then acquiring their remnants. Meanwhile, barely had Sumo departed from Penguin when the retaliation struck with the swiftness of lightning. The Mo Shang Group's official app was removed from Penguin's App Store, citing safety concerns and severe violations of personal privacy. Simultaneously, Penguin's public relations department sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of negative reports about the Mo Shang Group, which proliferated like mushrooms after rain. The Mo Shang app was declared to have grave security issues, infringing on personal privacy. Instantly, the entire internet was thrown into turmoil. With Penguin fanning the flames, numerous negative stories about the Mo Shang Group trended online. What was happening? The Mo Shang app was invading personal privacy? It seemed the app required a pitifully small number of permissions. Could it be? Could it really be true that the Mo Shang app had serious security flaws? Would my 36D figure be at risk of exposure? Terrified, I promptly uninstalled the Mo Shang app. I had little to worry about. Surely the Mo Shang app was not targeting the meager 2 digits in my balance. This news appeared to have sprung up out of nowhere. What on earth was going on? Why bother with the details? Now, even sharing the Mo Shang app on WeChat was impossible, and the Mo Shang WeChat mini program was utterly inaccessible. It seemed that the Mo Shang group indeed faced issues. Those upstairs, do you not understand Penguin's nature? This is clearly a manifestation of the power struggle among capital entities, and Penguin intends to flip the table entirely. The small stool is already prepared. Let the spectators enjoy the show. Believe it or not, I certainly do. I have uninstalled the Mo Shang app. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. A reversal may be imminent. The rapid development of the Mo Shang group undoubtedly raises suspicions of hidden agendas. Penguin's online army has emerged to sway public sentiment. The Mo Shang app's severe security vulnerabilities are practically confirmed. Uninstalling the Mo Shang app is the prudent course. Privacy issues must not be underestimated. A deluge of negative news has once again stirred the entire internet of Summer Country. Users, catching wind of the situation, are hastily uninstalling the Mo Shang app. At Penguin's headquarters, Mr. Ma, following our suppression, Guotianhua gazed at the data on the screen. Sneering, the Mozhang group is utterly unable to survive in Xian Nation. How dare they offend the Penguin? It is tantamount to courting death. Excellent. Xiao Mago revealed a slight smile, yet his expression quickly shifted to concern. I worry that the higher-ups may not be pleased. The Penguin's tactics are exceedingly unscrupulous, showing blatant disregard for the Xi'an Nation's officials. Should the Xi'an Nation's authorities decide to suppress us, it could lead to considerable trouble. While it may not be a matter of life and death, it would still cause significant harm. For instance, if the government issues a policy restricting the launch and sales of games, the Penguin's market value could evaporate by hundreds of billions. Alas, we would only end up punishing ourselves with 3 cups. Guo Tianhua pondered for a moment before smiling. If it weren't for Su Mo's utter lack of appreciation, we wouldn't have been compelled to this extent. There's no helping it. Su Mo is simply unyielding. In that case, we cannot blame the Penguin for disregarding the rules. The path to survival lies in mutual profit, or rather, allowing us to profit from the Penguin is the wise course. Regrettably, Su Mo maintained a firm stance, refusing not only the Penguin's acquisition but also their investment. Under such circumstances, how could the Penguin remain patient? They initiated an internal analysis of the Mozhang Group's business model. Xiao Mago remained remarkably composed, stating, simultaneously, we shall dispatch personnel to communicate with the Mozhang Group. In this situation, I refuse to believe Su Mo will not yield. After all, continued resistance will only lead the Mozhang Group to its demise. Understood. Guo Tianhua nodded, his eyes reflecting a heightened intensity. Since Su Mo would not relent, the Penguin would resort to more aggressive measures. The storm was growing increasingly fierce. Meanwhile, upon returning to Beihai City, Su Mo received a reminder from Shagua, boss. Our Mozhang app has been removed from the Penguin App Store due to alleged security risks. Su Mo responded. Our Mozhang mini program has also been taken down from WeChat. Shagua, feeling quite helpless, added, they claim it poses safety concerns. In her view, when faced with a behemoth like the Penguin, the Mozhang Group ultimately seemed rather insignificant. Even if they wished to resist, their efforts appeared futile. Su Mo remarked. So they have truly torn the facade. While I had anticipated the Penguin's shamelessness, I did not expect such overt suppression. Perhaps ordinary people may not discern it. But can the higher-ups truly remain oblivious? Can the Penguin act with such impunity? If the Mozhang Group faces this, what of the smaller enterprises? How desperate must they feel in the face of the Penguin? Shaking his head, Su Mo sneered coldly. Furthermore, our customized sharing links have been entirely blocked on WeChat and QQ. Shagua continued, observing Su Mo's silence. This has severely impacted our dissemination efficiency. In other words, the Xi'an Nation's social ecosystem, heavily reliant on the Penguin, has completely ostracized the Mozhang Group. If this persists, the Mozhang Group will undoubtedly suffer grave consequences. Su Mo expressed his disbelief. I never imagined it would come to this. Oh Penguin, you truly have no sense of honor. This is downright disgraceful. Are they truly intent on driving the Mozhang Group to the brink of ruin? Su Mo found himself at a loss for words. I had not yet devised a way to eliminate you, yet you have already struck first. Remarkable. One can only say it is truly remarkable. Perfect. It is nothing short of perfection. The situation has become dire. Shagua, equally exasperated, exclaimed, what shall we do? No need to panic. Let us recruit. Su Mo smiled faintly. Since the Penguin Empire is heading towards self-destruction, let us accompany them on their journey. We shall recruit. We aim to create our own social software. The Penguin Empire began with social networking, so let us commence with social interactions and bring about the downfall of the Penguin Empire. Chapter 113. Is Mozhang's social venture doomed to fail? Before long, a piece of news electrified the nation. Mozhang Group had commenced the recruitment of social software engineers, embarking on the creation of their own social app. This audacity elicited laughter from the Penguin, who deemed Su Mo insane for attempting to develop a social platform after being cast out by them. Industry insiders ridiculed Su Mo, and the online community was rife with scornful comments. Could it be that Mozhang Group was truly driven to desperation, contemplating a foray into social software in Xia country despite being suppressed by the Penguin? Were they unaware of the risks involved? It is unclear whether to regard Mozhang Group as fearlessly ignorant or as a Navi newcomer unafraid of the tiger. The market for social software in Xia country had long been monopolized, rendering Mozhang Group's entrance into this arena utterly implausible. Such aspirations seemed nothing short of delusional. Had the rapid growth in the apparel sector clouded their judgment? Previously, while still under the Penguins' ban, they abruptly declared their intent to delve into social networking, displaying behavior reminiscent of a child. What could have prompted such a decision? Was there truly no one within the organization to voice dissent? The rationale behind Emotion Group's thought process is perplexing, and their ambition to venture into social software appears laughable. Presently, with the dominance of Penguins WeChat in the domestic social software market, does Emotion Group genuinely believe they can challenge this behemoth? The past and present are not the same. Perhaps had Emotion Group once competed alongside Penguin on equal footing, the outcome might have been different. However, the current scenario is starkly clear. Emotion Group is destined for failure. They might initially generate some buzz through hype, but once the excitement wanes, they will inevitably face the grim reality of shutting down their servers. It is truly lamentable that Emotion Group has publicly dared to challenge the Penguin. Could there be undisclosed motivations behind their audacious move? The derision directed at Emotion Group is palpable, and it is widely believed that their social software will be subpar, hardly worthy of notice. Nevertheless, a handful of individuals have voiced their encouragement, although Emotion Group's endeavor may seem akin to a mayfly shaking a tree. Their intentions are undoubtedly commendable. The domestic social landscape is predominantly under Penguin's thumb, creating a murky environment, and many hope for a challenger to disrupt this monopoly. A spark can indeed ignite a prairie fire. The fearless spirit of Emotion Group deserves recognition. To act despite knowing the odds is the hallmark of true bravery. Once their social software is launched, I shall be among the first to download and experience it. While some may consider this an overreach, I choose to offer my support. In this era, many have attempted to carve a niche in social networking, yet all have met with failure. Even those that once thrived have succumbed to decline, witnessing a daily drop in active users until their servers were ultimately shut down. Many others have perished before even achieving success, crushed by the Penguin's overwhelming force. The Penguin resembles a pioneer dismantling bridges behind them, extinguishing all competition. In the realm of social software, who else could stand against WeChat? Perhaps only QQ. Also a product of the Penguin. Who could possibly contend with QQ? Only the formidable WeChat of the same entity. Under the dual bombardment of WeChat and QQ, the Penguin has firmly established its dominion over the social software ecosystem in Xia country. The middle-aged and older generations, along with those born in the 80s and 90s, predominantly utilize WeChat, while students from the aughts and tens primarily favor QQ. The Penguin's position has reached an unassailable level, exemplified by its flagship social applications, WeChat and QQ. For anyone in Xia country who has not completely severed ties with the internet and social life, WeChat is indispensable. Class groups require WeChat. Work groups necessitate WeChat. And even the act of making payments through scanning codes is reliant on WeChat. The realm of romance, too, finds its means through WeChat. It is a quintessential monopolistic presence. Whether for chatting or transactions, one cannot escape the omnipresence of WeChat's support. The supremacy of this social titan is beyond dispute, which has consequently fostered the audacious and imperious demeanor of the Penguin. Within the domestic internet landscape, it strides with unparalleled confidence, effortlessly manipulating public opinion. The prior defamation of the Mozhang Group exemplifies the Penguin's routine tactics. Moreover, certain applications, if they fail to pay fees, are immediately branded as carriers of dangerous viruses, instilling doubt in users. Only by complying with payment demands can one attain a semblance of safety. Were it not for fears of external suppression, the Penguin could likely resort to even more egregious tactics, employing every means at its disposal. Subsequently, media outlets sought insights from the Penguin's executives regarding this incident. The vice president, Guotian Hua, candidly remarked that Mozhang is merely overreaching and flailing in desperation. The social software of Mozhang is destined to flounder, resulting in wasted expenditures. The Penguin regards Mozhang's foray into the social software arena as nothing more than a farce, dismissing the Mozhang Group as a mere jester rather than a competitor, who would perceive an it, easily crushed underfoot, as a threat. It is utterly absurd. As the situation escalates, the world watches with bated breath, indulging in the spectacle, and even mocking Mozhang. The audacity of Mozhang Group is astounding. The social software landscape in Xia country is firmly entrenched under the Penguin's rule, rendering any other social applications futile and merely a drain on resources. The audience is poised, awaiting the unfolding drama. Is the Mozhang Group merely a futile effort against insurmountable odds, or could they emerge as a dark horse? It is truly laughable. Mozhang Group, a titan in the fashion industry, dares to dabble in the realm of social software. Have they truly run out of avenues for their wealth? Are they not wary of overreaching? While some enterprises successfully cross industries, Mozhang Group's incursion into social software is indeed surprising. Surely this cannot be a jest befitting April Fool's Day? I believe Mozhang Group would do well to focus on excelling in the fashion industry. With rampant safety concerns and privacy violations coming to light, do they intend to surrender to chaos? It is utterly incomprehensible. One would have thought Mozhang Group could become a pillar in the global fashion sector, yet they reveal such arrogance. The fashion industry and social domain are entirely disparate realms, akin to two paths that will never converge. Have the executives of Mozhang Group collectively lost their senses? Otherwise, how could such an absurd decision be made? They are still recruiting engineers for social software. Do they truly believe that refining the software will enable them to vanquish the social ecosystem cultivated by the penguin for many years? What is the most crucial aspect of social software? Undoubtedly, it is the social aspect, which translates to the number of users. Only when the user base reaches a substantial level can it be regarded as a genuine social platform. In comparison to the penguin's WeChat, which has permeated every facet of life in this summer nation. Even if the Mozhang Group were to create an exceptional social application, would it compel these individuals to abandon WeChat, which they have used for years? This is evidently an impossibility. Thus, the only outcome for the Mozhang Group's foray into the realm of social software is to emerge as a disheartened failure. Chapter 114. The entire internet is astounded. Sumo's concealment is profound. It can be said that everyone was mocking and ridiculing, believing that the Mozhang Group was utterly overestimating its capabilities. However, the memory of the internet is fleeting, and new phenomena continuously emerge, captivating public attention. Soon, the news of Mozhang Group's intention to develop a social media platform was relegated to the background. Yet, half a month later, Mozhang unexpectedly announced a strategic press conference set for September 1st at 10 a.m., proclaiming, "Let communication be boundless worldwide." This announcement elicited a variety of speculations from various sectors. What could this mean? Was a social media application truly developed in merely half a month? Surely, it must be a rushed product. There were even doubts about whether Sumo had been deceived. Could it genuinely be anything other than a mere fade? Let communication be boundless worldwide? What does that signify? What is it really? It was perplexing. Wasn't it a social media app? It certainly did not seem so. No one could fathom what Sumo had managed to create in such a brief period. Nevertheless, skepticism abounded. Many believed it was entirely implausible to achieve anything substantial in such a short time. Only a handful of fervent supporters expressed their enthusiasm, declaring it to be remarkable and worthy of anticipation. Support Mozhang Group, the eternal deity. The social media platform crafted by Mozhang Group shall undoubtedly reign supreme, a rightful king, able to kick QQ to the curb and punch WeChat into submission. However, this sentiment quickly drew derision. It was utterly laughable. Although the specifics of Mozhang Group's endeavor remained unknown, the notion of competing with industry giants like Tencent seemed overly ambitious. Frankly, they were not even on the same playing field. It would be a stretch for Tencent to even acknowledge Mozhang Group, let alone consider it a competitor. In my view, Mozhang Group was merely riding the coattails of a trend. The so-called social media application was nothing more than a gimmick. The scoffing and mockery persisted. In response, Sumo remained unfazed, boldly leveraging 100 billion with a tenfold margin to short-sell Tencent. Simultaneously, he allocated another 100 billion to short-sell Facebook, and yet another 100 billion to short-sell Twitter. He was determined to conquer and reap rewards, all without any hindrance. As for Facebook and Twitter, they were merely collateral damage in his campaign against Tencent. After all, who would ever complain about having too much money? Naturally, the more, the better. Should the global intelligent chat application be unveiled, traditional social media platforms would undoubtedly witness a drastic drop in their stock prices. Why refuse free money? It seemed that Tencent had already entered a countdown to its demise. A seismic shift in the social media landscape was imminent. At Tencent's headquarters, Ma was bemused, exclaiming, Suemo truly overestimates his own abilities. He genuinely intends to venture into the social media realm. Tianhua expressed mild astonishment, reflecting, is it possible he is indeed a naive newcomer unafraid of the tiger? Presently, domestic social media applications had largely been obliterated under Tencent's suppression, with numerous servers having been shut down. The audacity of Mozhang Group to plunge headlong into this arena was astonishing. Did they not fear a catastrophic downfall? Such behavior was merely clownish. Little Ma clearly showed disinterest, turning to inquire, what is the status of the acquisition of Mozhang Group? After a fortnight of relentless pressure from Penguin, the Mozhang Group appears to teeter on the brink of collapse. Severed from the social ecosystem of Shagua, the Mozhang Group resembles a blind man deprived of sight, facing a dismal future. Mr. Ma, there has been no concession from Mozhang Group. Tianhua's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, truly ungrateful. They are as stubborn as they come. Even Penguin finds the situation rather troublesome. Damn it. Brother Xiao Ma's eyes flashed with a fleeting fury as he commanded, increase the pressure. I refuse to believe they won't yield. Sumo's actions have unequivocally challenged Penguin's bottom line. If negotiations fail, then total destruction shall ensue. As for any potential dissatisfaction from above, that is a concern for another time. A deluge of public opinion, undoubtedly influenced by Penguin, looms large. Just when many were skeptical, Suemo convened a press conference to unveil the global intelligent chat app. Media representatives from both domestic and international outlets attended, whether out of surprise or disappointment. This press conference became a focal point, given the high-profile discussion surrounding Mozhang Group's social software, providing ample material for journalists for quite some time. Much like the former chairman of Nadi, Brother Xiao Ma watched the proceedings unfold in the live stream. At Penguin's headquarters, Xiao Ma, Tianhua, and numerous executives, with time on their hands, decided to observe the Mozhang Group's press conference, treating it almost as a spectacle. However, upon seeing the content presented behind Sudong, Xiao Ma was left dumbfounded, feeling a mix of fear and disbelief. How is this possible? Real-time translation? Simultaneous interpretation? Such technology is not feasible at this stage. Tianhua gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, is this not an April Fool's joke? The executives at Penguin wore grave expressions, their focus sharpened. If this were true, the global intelligent chat app could indeed pose a threat to Penguin's dominance in social media. As the press conference progressed, Suemo showcased the global intelligent chat app live. Alongside professional manager Xiao Shui, they engaged in a conversation using the app. Journalists, puzzled yet intrigued, did not cease their flashing cameras. Suemo stood on stage while Xiao Shui was below. Xiao Shui spoke a sentence in English, clear as day, yet it transformed into Mandarin on Sumo's end, maintaining her voice without a hint of alteration in tone or context. Similarly, when Suemo spoke in Mandarin, Xiao Shui heard it in English, retaining Sumo's voice. Subsequently, as Xiao Shui switched from English to Russian, Suemo still received it in Mandarin. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was astounded. How could this be? Below the stage, whispers erupted. Is this AI simultaneous interpretation? Such technology is not yet realized. It was truly astonishing, leaving many in disbelief. Netizens watching the live stream were equally perplexed. What is happening? Isn't that simultaneous interpretation? Damn it, it is no wonder that the Mozhang Group, despite being a clothing company, has boldly proclaimed its entry into the realm of social media. It turns out they possess a formidable weapon. It is hard to fathom how swiftly the tables have turned. My goodness, the Mozhang Group has been playing the role of a naive sheep while secretly harboring the cunning of a tiger. Prior to this, there was not a whisper about simultaneous interpretation, yet the press conference suddenly unveils it. Do they not fear that some may have fragile hearts unable to withstand such shocking news? I can only imagine the distress at iFlyTech. Having dedicated years to the research of simultaneous interpretation, only to be outdone by a mere clothing company. It is truly tragic. I always knew that the Mozhang Group is the true champion. The one truly weeping should not be iFlyTech, but rather the Penguin. The speed of the flashing lights intensified, and the breath of the crowd quickened. This is certainly not a lamb for slaughter, but rather a cunning wolf clad in sheep's clothing. Chapter 115. Little Ma, our home has been stolen. The global smart chat app not only facilitates instant translation with remarkable speed, but it also boasts an astonishing level of accuracy, surpassing even the most esteemed simultaneous translation experts. While there are indeed AI real-time translation systems available, their precision often leaves much to be desired, falling short of the exemplary standard set by Global Smart Chat. This innovative application perfectly simulates the speaker's voice, evoking a sense of familiarity and warmth. The tone and intonation are rendered with exquisite fidelity. Subsequently, Suemo demonstrated the app's capabilities in a multitude of languages, including French, German, Korean, Japanese, Hebrew, and many others, showcasing flawless translations across dozens of major global languages. From this moment on, communication through Global Smart Chat knows no boundaries. Witnessing this remarkable display, the media present were exhilarated, recognizing it as a groundbreaking, historic moment destined to be recorded in the annals of history. It is truly astonishing that the Emotion Group has developed such precise simultaneous translation technology, which explains their audacity to confront the formidable Penguin directly. Among the audience, a journalist nudged their companion, marveling at the incredible feat. The Emotion Group, already making waves in the fashion industry, has remarkably cracked the code of ultra-accurate AI simultaneous translation. It is noteworthy that even domestic voice giants like iFlyTech have yet to achieve such a level of perfection in simultaneous translation. Prior to this, such advancements seemed to exist only in the realm of science fiction. However, times have changed, and history is poised to be rewritten from this day forward. Who could argue otherwise? Exclaimed the companion, equally exhilarated. This is indeed good news for us. At least we won't be lacking in recent news material. For media professionals, this is the epitome of happiness. Online, a fervent discussion has erupted. The capabilities of the Global Smart Chat app in translating languages such as French, German, Korean, Japanese, and Hebrew are undeniably striking a blow to iFlyTech, a resounding one at that. Expanding beyond national borders is undoubtedly within reach. If the content presented at the press conference is authentic and valid, the Global Smart Chat app could very well challenge Penguin's status. It seems the ambitions of the Emotion Group will not end here. This app is evidently tailored for the international market, likely causing Twitter and Facebook to lament their fate. The precise real-time translation and simultaneous interpretation technologies, once the stuff of science fiction, have now become a reality. Truly, this is a phenomenon of our lifetime. The Emotion Group's foray into this domain feels entirely harmonious. Remarkable. The Emotion Group, forever a marvel. Indomitable. It appears previous events may have been misconstrued, as it was Penguin that launched a covert attack from the shadows. In light of this, the situation seems to be clarified. The animosity between the Emotion Group and Penguin led to Penguin's decisive move to suppress Emotion, while the latter stood resolute and unyielding, giving rise to the Global Smart Chat app. What a legendary saga! How could such intricate machinations unfold? I stand in support of the Emotion Group. The press conference has yet to conclude, yet the Global Smart Chat app has already stirred a tempest online, with discussions reaching an unparalleled fervor. It is not just in Xia country. Globally, it has created a sensation. This marvel offers remarkably precise real-time translation. What is paramount in social media? Naturally, it is communication. What constitutes the finest exchange? It could be through voice, text, or video. However, language often emerges as the most formidable barrier. While social applications generally come equipped with translation features, they frequently fall short of expectations. The flavor of machine translation is overwhelmingly pronounced. Oh, that confounded groundhog. As for the real-time translation employed by the Global Smart Chat app, it is an unprecedented phenomenon, catching everyone off guard. Upon receiving the news, the heads of Facebook and Twitter felt as if they were facing an existential threat, struck by a bolt from the blue. Their demeanor reflected a palpable sense of unease. Although the Penguin's social network is robust, it predominantly flourishes within Xia country and struggles to make an impact internationally. After all, the international market's pie has largely been devoured by Facebook and Twitter. The Penguin's international version of WeChat lacks any competitive edge and has remained in a state of mediocrity for an extended period. However, the global smart chat app stands in stark contrast, poised to become their most formidable adversary. With real-time translation capabilities supporting Mandarin, English, French, German, Korean, Japanese, Hebrew, and many other mainstream languages, what does this signify? Utilizing the global smart chat app enables seamless communication for the majority of the global populace, effectively eliminating language barriers. It can even translate tone and inflection with astonishing accuracy, creating the illusion that a native speaker is conversing, making any discrepancies imperceptible. At the Penguin headquarters, Shagua stood in awe of the immensely powerful global smart chat app, rendered speechless. A grave crisis loomed for the Penguin. The situation is quite intricate, Guo remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. The global smart chat app released by Mozhang Group appears to be even more formidable than anticipated. It can undoubtedly be regarded as the Penguin's primary rival. If we do not take it seriously, we risk being outmaneuvered. At that point, there will be no opportunity for redemption. Damn it, Xiaoma's expression darkened as he seethed. They're serious about this. This predicament necessitates the Penguin's utmost caution, otherwise the consequences could be dire. Mozhang Group's entry into the social realm is no jest. They are intent on making a significant impact. With global smart chat, what do WeChat and QQ amount to? Even Facebook and Twitter would have to step aside. Humans are inherently curious. The world is vast, and everyone yearns to explore. No one wishes to remain confined to a small village for a lifetime. Likewise, who would prefer to engage in domestic conversations when global socializing and barrier-free communication are possible? One could assert that the emergence of global smart chat has the potential to eclipse WeChat and QQ without any surprise. Moreover, it is alarming that global chat offers a multitude of features. Everything available on WeChat can also be found on global chat. For instance, moments, global chat payments, and global chat electronic contracts, among others. What WeChat lacks, global chat provides, such as AI networking to connect with friends from distant lands. It encompasses both private social interactions akin to WeChat and public exchanges reminiscent of Weibo or Tieba. It fulfills every conceivable need. It's utterly astonishing. What should we do now, Mr. Ma? Guo is also beginning to feel a profound sense of urgency, exclaiming, "The global chat app is directly targeting us, the Penguins. Its momentum is formidable, seemingly intent on consuming us whole. Our WeChat and QQ have deeply rooted themselves in the summer nation. They are not easily toppled." Little Ma, too, wore a grim expression and commanded with a wave of his hand. "Nevertheless, we must remain on high alert. Once the global chat app is launched, we shall promptly undertake reverse engineering to decipher their translation capabilities." Chapter 116, The Path of the Penguin. Leaving no way for the Penguin to walk, the press conference continues unabated. With a smile gracing his face, Su Mo elaborates further. More importantly, Global Intelligent Communication has launched a VIP-certified corporate version. This will assist merchants and enterprises in seeking and communicating with partners, suppliers, and clients across the globe. Shortly thereafter, pricing appears on the screen behind him. The corporate version offers a V1 annual membership for 10,000, which can be activated upon recharge, suitable for individual entrepreneurs. The V2 annual membership, priced at 30,000, requires certification to activate, representing a higher tier of status and fraud prevention, ideal for small businesses. The V3 annual membership is 50,000 and also necessitates certification, catering to medium-sized enterprises. The V4 annual membership costs 100,000, offering high-end certification suitable for large corporations. Finally, the V5 membership, exclusive to industry giants, is priced at 200,000. It is evident that this tier is the most lucrative, leaving no room for loss. After all, the higher the tier and certification, the greater the potential for collaboration and prestige. Achieving such a level would be as simple as an ordinary person purchasing a VIP video subscription. Furthermore, it could lead to a continuous influx of clients. What does that imply? It is akin to a veritable treasure trove. Previously, one could only earn money domestically. But now the opportunity to profit on a global scale is available. How could one not be ecstatic? Consequently, major enterprises interested in the global intelligent communication app are gearing up to elevate to V5. This move serves as a symbol of strength. Much like celebrities who flaunt their annual Weibo memberships, not having one would be rather embarrassing for a star. Likewise, large corporations adopting V5 memberships would find it awkward to claim they are industry titans without it. Moreover, it presents a cost-effective solution. Previously, international collaborations required numerous professional translators, each commanding monthly salaries exceeding $10,000. For a large corporation, the entire translation department's annual salaries could run into the millions, if not tens of millions. In contrast, the annual membership for the corporate version of the intelligent communication app starts at a mere $10,000, with the V5 at only $200,000. What a delight! The room is aglow with flashing lights. How impressive! V5 requires $200,000 annually. A reporter in the audience exclaims. However, skepticism lingers. But will it truly sell? After all, it's a freshly launched software. What if it collapses one day? Wouldn't that $200,000 be akin to throwing money away? You underestimate the allure of simultaneous interpretation. A companion reflects, then calmly replies, this essentially enables you to find clients worldwide, expanding your business reach globally. Is $200,000 still considered expensive? Perhaps it might even be viewed as overly inexpensive. It appears that in the future landscape of social interaction, global intelligent communication is destined to carve out its own niche. The earlier skeptic can only marvel. I wonder if the penguin can withstand this. This method of earning money is truly unprecedented, and it seems remarkably profitable. According to Su Mo's introduction, the global intelligent chat app has transcended the realm of mere social networking software, evolving into a tool for enterprises to negotiate collaborations. The online buzz is nothing short of tumultuous. My goodness, the monetization strategy employed by the global intelligent chat app is remarkably astute. The enterprise version of the V5 5-year membership costs an astonishing $200,000. It is anticipated that once the global intelligent chat app is launched, traditional social networking platforms will pale in comparison. I am fully prepared and eagerly awaiting the opportunity to download and register as one of the first users upon its release. I am somewhat curious whether the app's simultaneous translation feature can be utilized in gaming. If so, playing foreign servers would become effortlessly accessible. However, I may be overthinking this, as the likelihood of collaboration between gaming companies and Emotion Group seems exceedingly slim. It appears that Tencent might be feeling the pressure, as the global intelligent chat app poses a significant threat to the dominance of WeChat and QQ, whose positions are now precariously balanced. Conversely, I suspect that my fellow commentators may be overestimating the situation. WeChat and QQ have deeply entrenched themselves within the hearts of the populace in Xia country, becoming indispensable tools for the majority. While simultaneous translation appears impressive, its practicality may not match its aesthetic allure. Ultimately, WeChat and QQ are likely to emerge victorious in the long run. I share this sentiment. The global intelligent chat app may merely represent a fleeting trend. The enduring success of WeChat and QQ, particularly the latter, which has established an irreplaceable presence in the collective memory of Xia country's citizens, remains paramount. Indeed, as long as WeChat avoids self-sabotage and steers clear of fundamental errors, it is unlikely to falter. How significant can the demand for translation truly be? After all, WeChat offers its own translation feature, yet how many individuals utilize it regularly? In domestic contexts, it seems rather superfluous. In my view, the global intelligent chat app is better suited for the international market and poses no real threat to WeChat's status. WeChat's machine translation capabilities are akin to those of a primary school student, whereas intelligent chat boasts superior translation proficiency. Indeed, if you find it unnecessary, perhaps it is your vision that is limited. The future of intelligent chat is beyond your comprehension. At Tencent headquarters, upon observing the extensive VIP membership tiers, Ma Wadang was left utterly astonished. V1, V5, aren't these simply the membership levels of my QQ? The green, red, and yellow diamond tiers? It feels as though they are treading the path I have paved. leaving me with no alternative routes. Naturally, Tencent cannot replicate the charging model of the global intelligent chat app, as they lack a flawless simultaneous translation feature, leaving them to lament in envy. Ma Huateng. The technical department is fully prepared. Guo Tianhua, wiping the sweat from his brow, reported, as soon as the global intelligent chat app goes live, we can immediately commence our decryption efforts. Tencent, with its vast financial resources, boasts formidable technical personnel. Their reverse engineering expertise is already exceptional, particularly in the gaming sector. Once they analyze the gameplay mechanics of a particular game, they can swiftly create a counterfeit version. The most outrageous act is the ability to directly reverse engineer the opponent's documents. With a mere alteration of the scene, it can be launched instantly. Relying on the formidable social ecosystem of Tencent, the original version can soon be utterly crushed. While global intelligent chat may present a more intricate challenge, it is not insurmountable for reverse engineering. Excellent. Pony Ma nodded and continued to command, simultaneously. Let the public relations department take action to initiate a media offensive against global intelligent chat. Tencent's PR department is remarkably powerful, capable of transforming black into white, and naturally, it can also turn white into black. Understood. Tianhua nodded in agreement. Tencent clearly cannot remain passive. It must prepare in advance for a counter-response. Stirring up public opinion online is a routine maneuver. The press conference for the global intelligent chat app is still ongoing, yet Tencent's assault has already commenced. They are genuinely apprehensive. The translation feature of global intelligent chat is indeed trivial, merely a fleeting novelty. One might wonder if the simultaneous interpretation of global intelligent chat collects users' voice data. If so, would that not infringe upon users' personal privacy? The global intelligent chat app is undoubtedly a transient phenomenon. Perhaps launching a dedicated translation software would yield a more enduring existence. Utterly worthless, global intelligent chat. Chapter 117, Little Horse Brother. How did we become non-mainstream? The Penguin, despite its formidable influence, cannot truly monopolize the landscape. The discerning public quickly sensed something amiss. What is happening? The global intelligent chat app has yet to officially launch, so how could there be such an abundance of disparaging articles? The Penguin is evidently anxious. The situation appears grave, as the global intelligent chat app evidently poses a threat to its social ecosystem. Should it enter the market? It would undoubtedly encroach upon the profits of Penguin, making the flood of negative press entirely understandable. It is indeed alarming. Could it be that the global intelligent chat app might be suppressed to oblivion by the Penguin? I find that unlikely, for the global intelligent chat app currently enjoys significant popularity. In such a public arena, would the Penguin dare to act so brazenly? Are they not concerned about potential repercussions from the authorities in Xia country? In recent years, the Penguin seems to be in decline, while its industry has expanded. Its reputation has deteriorated, largely due to its monopolistic practices. I support the launch of the global intelligent chat app to compete with the Penguin. Abroad, platforms like Facebook and Twitter engage in healthy competition, with their fortunes fluctuating. However, the unique environment of Xia country places it under the Penguin's monopoly. Notably, the Penguin's flagship industry, gaming, has already faced suppression, with official media previously labeling it as a spiritual drug, albeit this was later retracted. The Penguin's situation is far from favorable. The anti-addiction system has become increasingly stringent, with gaming time for minors now severely restricted, to the point that they cannot even log in during weekdays. Let us settle down and enjoy the unfolding drama. A confrontation would be most exhilarating. Even the Penguin's formidable suppression cannot hinder the meteoric rise of the global intelligent chat app. Various self-media outlets are fervently promoting it across all platforms, as if it holds the key to newfound wealth. After all, it offers real-time translation, an elusive marvel now developed by a company originally rooted in the apparel industry. The Emotion Group. The audience is left in awe, feeling an overwhelming sense of incredulity. The press conference continues, the atmosphere charged with excitement. Sumo raises his hand to quiet the crowd, the palpable pressure rendering them silent, before he speaks calmly. Moreover, the global intelligent chat app places immense importance on user privacy. I hereby announce that the chat app poses no privacy concerns and will not store any data. All chat records will not be backed up in the cloud. If users desire, they should maintain local backups. Furthermore, there exists an ultra-secure social mode. Messages will self-destruct after reading, prohibiting screenshots, recordings, or screen captures. The audience erupts in exhilaration. This chat app is truly powerful. The sound of applause reverberates throughout the venue. Remarkable. A reporter whispers to a companion, far more reliable than WeChat, which claims to store data only locally. Privacy indeed poses a significant issue. My companion beside me nodded in agreement, stating that in this regard, the global chat app has already surpassed what Penguin has accomplished. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted with enthusiasm. It appears that the Mozang group places considerable emphasis on user privacy and security. Could it be that the previously exposed incident was merely a fabrication? Remarkable. With this, fear of seeking extramarital affairs is alleviated. Unstoppable. I shall undoubtedly download the global chat app at the earliest opportunity once it launches. It seems promising. However, I am uncertain about the actual user experience. It feels somewhat inconvenient, as if chat history could easily be lost. When will the global chat app be available? Where can it be downloaded? The comments flickered at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, at Penguin's headquarters, CEO Ma questioned, "Do you truly believe that?" Guo Tianhua, observing the live stream, scoffed. How could there be no cloud storage? Even if it claims to be absent, that merely pertains to the user side. The server still retains various records, including WeChat, which also asserts no cloud storage, claiming it operates solely on a peer-to-peer basis. But is that realistically feasible? Such statements are mere rhetoric. If law enforcement requires access to WeChat chat records, wouldn't they have to provide them? The notion of no cloud storage is nothing but a farce. Furthermore, the ultra-secure social mode, which self-destructs after reading, prohibits screenshots, recordings, and screen captures. Guo Tianhua's sarcasm intensified as he remarked, "At most, these are merely restrictions at the software level. What if someone employs third-party hardware to capture images or recordings? In that case, it becomes utterly ineffective." This notion seemed somewhat plausible. Xiaoma contemplated for a moment and nodded. Can WeChat implement these features? Although they may seem trivial, they appear appealing. If feasible, WeChat could certainly take a page from this book. After all, imitation is a forte of Penguin. The prohibitions at the software level largely serve as psychological comfort. Yet users might be inclined to embrace such measures. Feedback regarding the global chat app's privacy protections online appears quite favorable. The concerns should be minimal. Guo Tianhua instantly grasped Xiaoma's intention and nodded. "I will promptly instruct the WeChat technical team to commence development." Xiaoma continued to feel discontent, clenching his fists as he gazed at Su Mo's relatively handsome visage. Perhaps the thought of acquiring the Mozang group should never have crossed his mind, as it led to the emergence of the global chat app. Yet, regret is a luxury that this world does not afford. At noon, the press conference approached its conclusion. The global chat app has officially launched. Suimo radiated unwavering confidence as he proclaimed, "The app is now available for download across all major application stores." From this day forth, social interaction transcends single-language communication, evolving into multilingual exchanges. Domestic interactions have transformed into seamless global communication. Let language no longer be a barrier to understanding. As soon as the words were spoken, numerous journalists could no longer contain their excitement. They hastily pulled out their phones, eager to search for and download from the App Store. The media was particularly animated, with one curious individual inquiring, "Can we download it from the Penguin App Store?" Suimo, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied with a smile, "All mainstream platforms are available." However, the individual, staring at the empty search results, expressed confusion. "But the Penguin App Store doesn't have it. There's no Zhihua. This implies that they aren't a mainstream app store." Without hesitation, Suimo answered, "Seek out larger download platforms." Meanwhile, Xiaoma, who was peering at the live broadcast, muttered, "This is significantly hurtful and exceedingly insulting. Just because we previously blacklisted you, does that now render us non-mainstream?" Chapter 118, A Global Sensation. A bloodbath in the social domain. It appears that the global intelligent chat app has not submitted itself for review to the Penguin App Store. Instead, It has outright dismissed the Penguin App Store. Shagua is utterly exasperated, although he is most reluctant to admit it. He understands very well that the global intelligent chat app is indeed WeChat's foremost adversary, posing a significant threat to its dominance. The future looks precarious. The audience at the press conference erupted in delighted laughter. As members of the media, they are naturally aware of the previous events. The enmity between Penguin and the Mozhang Group is well known. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the global intelligent chat app was birthed from the Mozhang Group's desire to resist Penguin. Had it not been for Penguin's suppression, perhaps the global intelligent chat app would never have come into existence. As the saying goes, one man's misfortune may be another's blessing. The world is replete with such serendipitous coincidences. It seems one can directly download it from the official site or conveniently from any app store other than Penguin. A reporter in the audience quickly chimed in. "I've just completed the download and am currently installing it." How cunning. How could they be so swift? Others nearby swiftly abandoned the Penguin App Store and turned to download it from the browser. At the press conference, nearly everyone began downloading the app. The live stream was in an uproar. "Wow, it's happening so quickly. Hurry up and download. Let us go. We can do it." The global intelligent chat app is sure to become a sensation. Don't miss out. This is a fantastic opportunity to connect with international friends. Download it decisively. Language barriers will soon be a thing of the past, and a cultural explosion is imminent. Having completed the download and registration, the interface is refreshingly clean. Operating remarkably smoothly, it feels far superior to WeChat. Meanwhile, various esteemed international media outlets are reporting on the app. The global intelligent chat app, equipped with top-tier simultaneous translation, ensures that language is no longer a barrier to communication. Facebook and Twitter are in peril, facing their greatest rival yet. The realm of social applications is on the brink of a new dominion. Instantly, countless users began to download and install the app. In just 10 minutes, the download count surpassed 10 million. The app received widespread acclaim, with users enthusiastically inviting friends to download, use, and expand their networks. The interface is so pristine, there are no signs of lag whatsoever, far surpassing WeChat. I wholeheartedly recommend the global intelligent chat app. It is entirely capable of replacing WeChat and is even more user-friendly. Incredible! The global intelligent chat app boasts an ultra-secure social mode, with messages that self-destruct upon reading, preventing screenshots and recordings, truly a boon for privacy-sensitive users. Undoubtedly, I have already recommended this app to my friends, and we are now adding each other as contacts. Its powerful features completely eclipse those of Penguin's WeChat and QQ. If the user base continues to grow, I would certainly prefer to use the global intelligent chat app. Alas, the user base remains insufficient, while WeChat's position appears virtually unassailable. Let us strive to encourage more individuals to download the global intelligent chat app. I recently utilized the translation feature, and it was nothing short of perfection. There were absolutely no traces of machine translation. It could even be employed directly for translating scholarly articles. Truly formidable. Just moments ago, I matched with an overseas lady, and her voice was exceedingly sweet. The translation into Chinese was remarkably seamless. The Mozhang Group is undoubtedly a perennial marvel. A phenomenon of word of mouth has swiftly emerged. Various self-media outlets have also begun to voluntarily promote the myriad advantages of the global intelligent chat app presently. The global intelligent chat app has unequivocally become the key to wealth. Any video associated with the global intelligent chat app is bound to witness a meteoric rise in viewership. More crucially, with the advent of intelligent chat, WeChat's prospects are grim. The situation is exceedingly dire. Without even comprehending the scale, within an hour, the downloads of the global intelligent chat app had already surpassed 50 million. What does this signify? It is nothing less than a groundbreaking innovation. At the headquarters of the Penguin Group, witnessing this scene, Shagua felt a trifecta of jealousy, anger, and despair. He fully grasped Su Mo's words and understood the gravity of the Penguin Group's precarious future. With a weapon like intelligent chat at hand, what is the Penguin Group worth? The simultaneous interpretation feature is exceptionally eye-catching. Additionally, the ultra-secure social interaction model, messages that self-destruct after reading, and the prohibition of screenshots and recordings. These capabilities are absent in WeChat. Moreover, for every feature present in WeChat, the global intelligent chat app possesses it too, while also boasting unique functionalities that WeChat lacks. Xiaoma's countenance darkened, filled with a desire to dismantle Sumo piece by piece. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, "Chairman, our Penguin stock price has plummeted." Given the current momentum of intelligent chat, a decline is to be expected. Xiaoma maintained his composure, inquiring, "By how much?" In just 1 hour, the downloads of the global intelligent chat app surpassed 50 million. Furthermore, as a social platform, its impact on Penguin is inevitable. Yet, how much could it truly fall? The Penguin Group is deeply entrenched. It surely cannot be shaken by a fledgling entity like the global intelligent chat app, can it? However, the situation was not so straightforward. As the Hong Kong stock market opened for the afternoon session, the Penguin stock began to plummet rapidly. Guo Tianhua's expression darkened as he grimly reported, "In merely 5 minutes, it has already fallen by 10. Xiaoma felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing. 400 billion gone. What does this signify? For Penguin to reach such a level, even a minuscule decline of a fraction of a percent in stock price is already exceptionally severe. Yet now, a 10 drop in just 5 minutes. It is truly life-threatening." Soon after, a major shareholder burst in, exclaiming, "Xiaoma, what's happening? Our stock has fallen again, by 20. The tone was filled with anger and inquiry, clearly expressing dissatisfaction. Xiaoma's head was spinning. 800 billion vanished. His entire body trembled slightly, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Soon, another report came in, a 30 drop, 1.2 trillion vanished. Xiaoma felt a darkness envelop him, nearly fainting on the spot. "Damn Sumo." Guo Tianhua was beside himself with rage, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "How dare they?" As a veteran of the Penguin enterprise, he understood that its fortunes were intertwined. When Penguin's stock plummeted, so too would they be affected. In response, Xiaoma was consumed with fury, yet felt utterly powerless. Against Zhiliao, Penguin was simply unable to defend itself. The simultaneous interpretation was nothing short of miraculous. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, within 3 hours, downloads surpassed 100 million. By 9 o'clock in the evening, after 9 hours, downloads exceeded 300 million. The world was abuzz, and praise poured in. It could be said that the global Zhiliao app had ignited into a phenomenon. Chapter 119, A Sweep of the Social Realm. Giants severely struck at this moment, the U.S. stock market opened. Facebook and Twitter, who were merely spectators, were taken aback as their stock prices plummeted by more than 10. It was not only the likes of Tencent that were affected by global chat, but also international social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter. Both Twitter and Facebook found themselves among the casualties of the global chat phenomenon. After all, the social media landscape had long been divided, and the entry of global chat inevitably led to a tussle for shares of the pie. Moreover, the global chat app exhibited signs of viral transmission across the globe. Its simultaneous translation feature proved to be extraordinarily effective, eliminating any barriers to verbal communication. Unlike the awkward machine translations found on Facebook and Twitter, global chat could convey the essence of dialogue with remarkable precision. On a well-known forum within the empire, users were raving, "Have you downloaded the global chat app? Its translation function is simply phenomenal, and the simultaneous translation is nothing short of miraculous." Many had already embraced the app, finding it vastly superior to Facebook and Twitter. Speculation arose about the future of global chat. Could it become a staple in social networking? Based on my predictions, it is undoubtedly on the right path. Just consider how recently global chat launched, yet it has already amassed a staggering user base. With the stock prices of Twitter and Facebook in a continuous decline, the meteoric rise of global chat appears inevitable. However, it remains to be seen whether this momentum is merely a fleeting trend. Facebook and Twitter have deep-rooted presence in the social domain, and many may not switch to global chat simply for its translation capabilities. Yet, I contend that once the user count of global chat reaches a certain threshold, those few dissenters will be compelled to adopt it, lest they find themselves out of sync with the majority. I hold a favorable view of the prospects for global chat. Its translation function has the potential to connect humanity across the globe on the internet, eliminating concerns about language barriers. In such a scenario, Could it not rise to become the premier social media platform worldwide? When everyone around you is using a particular social app, it becomes an imperative to join in. Much like WeChat in the summer nation, its prevalence is nearly unavoidable. By noon the following day, within a mere 24 hours, the download count for global chat exceeded 1 billion. What does this signify? The total population across 230 countries is just over 5 billion. Yet 1 billion individuals have already downloaded and experienced global chat. This is undeniably a trend towards becoming a blockbuster. Even Twitter and Facebook seem insignificant in comparison. It is only a matter of time before they are overshadowed, as long as no unforeseen circumstances arise. The global smart chat app is destined to become the designated platform for communication worldwide. Language barriers will cease to exist, and the Earth will truly transform into a global village, enabling closer connections among all individuals. However, the rise of the global smart chat app inevitably comes with a toll of devastation. Simultaneously, the stock price of Penguin has plummeted by 35%, resulting in a staggering evaporation of $1.4 trillion in market value, with the decline ongoing. This marks the first instance of such significant turmoil within the Penguin empire in recent years. After all, Penguin initially thrived on social media, with its flagship platform QQ accompanying a generation's youth, while its WeChat has become the quintessential messaging application in the summer nation. The advent of the global smart chat app has fundamentally shaken the very foundations of Penguin. At Penguin's headquarters, the founder gazed at the documents in his hand, his face ashen, his body trembling slightly. He could scarcely believe that Penguin could face such a colossal catastrophe. "Mr. Ma, there is no need for excessive panic," Guo Tianhua remarked, furrowing his brow and analyzing the situation calmly. Although the global smart chat app is indeed experiencing remarkable growth, with downloads surpassing 1 billion globally, our WeChat's user engagement in the summer nation has not significantly declined. Our primary strength lies with WeChat. As long as it remains intact, Penguin cannot falter. The global smart chat app may be impressive, with its instantaneous translation capabilities astonishing, but it is merely a fleeting novelty. Nonetheless, the decline in stock prices is a tangible reality. Ma took a deep breath, gloomily stating, "The shareholders must be in an uproar." Despite all of Penguin's strategies, who would have anticipated that a social app developed by a company rooted in the apparel industry would outmaneuver us? This is utterly humiliating. Penguin has inexplicably lost $1.4 trillion, while Sumo has shorted Penguin for hundreds of billions, leveraging tenfold to reap a staggering profit of $350 billion, emerging as the greatest victor in this scenario. Ma lamented, "Had I known this would transpire, I would never have provoked Sumo. Perhaps the global smart chat app would never have emerged. Nor would Penguin's stock price have plummeted. Penguin could have remained the audacious entity it once was. Now, as it stands, Penguin has sought to suppress emotion, while Sumo has launched the smart chat app, effectively toppling the Penguin empire. One could assert that Penguin not only failed to absorb emotion but also lost a third of its market value in a single day, amounting to $1.4 trillion, truly laughable. After all, no one anticipated that Emotion Group would emerge as the unexpected dark horse. Meanwhile, Sumo, witnessing the arrival of $350 billion, felt an exhilarating rush. The speed of profit generation was astonishing. Even the most aggressive money printing machine could not achieve such financial gains in such a brief period. Furthermore, Facebook and Twitter also experienced a 30% decline in stock prices, allowing Sumo to profit an additional $600 billion. In total, this series of maneuvers resulted in a staggering profit of $950 billion, an exhilarating triumph indeed. Even Sumo harbored a peculiar notion, seemingly believing that shorting these colossal enterprises could yield profits at a pace far superior to that of the apparel industry. The Emotion Group, an eminent titan within the global fashion realm, still struggled to amass such wealth in a short span. However, he swiftly shook his head, dismissing this absurd thought. While the prospect of profit was enticing, it undeniably provoked animosity. With a heavy sigh directed towards the heavens, Sumo lamented, "Alas, so close." At that moment, Lu Ruarua, who was freeloading at Sumo's residence, could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, "What was so close?" "Shorting Tencent, Facebook, and Twitter." Sumo replied in a tone laden with resignation, I was on the verge of earning $1 trillion. Such a pity, truly a pity. How wonderful it would have been to round it off. Lu Ruo responded with disbelief. How audaciously pretentious. Chapter 120. 2 billion users. Just the beginning. With the advent of global intelligent chat, the realm of social interaction has undergone a profound transformation, allowing users to engage in interactions that transcend mere communication. Language is no longer an impediment to connection, nor is nationality a barrier. Even individuals from the Empire and Xia country, who may struggle with linguistic differences, can seamlessly converse on the global intelligent chat app, eliminating any language obstacles. In the Empire, a stunning university student utilized this platform to connect effortlessly with a coal tycoon from Xia country, seeking financial support. In this context, it is noteworthy that the exorbitant tuition fees are often borne by the students themselves, leading many to seek benefactors, even among the most esteemed universities in the empire. The term sugar daddy, which colloquially refers to an older man providing financial assistance to a younger woman in exchange for companionship, has found its place in this modern narrative. Both parties are content, engaging in close communication via global intelligent chat. Moreover, enthusiasts of action films have begun to use this app to enjoy foreign cinema, relishing the exhilarating fight scenes that ignite their passions. Remarkably, the built-in translation feature of the app allows for an uninterrupted viewing experience, rendering subtitles unnecessary and significantly enhancing user satisfaction. Meanwhile, keyboard warriors from the domestic sphere have taken to the global stage, challenging perspectives from around the world, particularly targeting the outlandish theories propagated by some individuals from the so-called Stick Nation. As language barriers dissolve, these keyboard warriors emerge as formidable opponents. For instance, a user from the Stick Nation fervently claimed within the global intelligent chat app that the universe belongs to them, asserting that all nations on Earth are merely vassals of their dominion. Many users from the same nation express their agreement, advocating for the supremacy of their cosmic narrative. In a humorous twist, domestic netizens swiftly entered the fray, unleashing their wit. They boldly challenged the absurdity of such claims, suggesting that the inhabitants of the Stick Nation must have lost their senses. The idea that the universe originated from this small territory was met with laughter, as critics questioned the very logic of such assertions. Is it possible that those individuals from that nation are afflicted with delusions? This condition should not be neglected. They ought to seek medical attention promptly, perhaps even from a psychiatrist. Clearly, their affliction is severe. Otherwise, they would not be engaging in such nonsensical discourse online. Language is no longer a barrier to communication. The keyboard warriors of the Summer Nation have become utterly invincible. In a fleeting moment, the global intelligent chat has surged to global prominence, with user numbers skyrocketing. Within just a week, the user count has surpassed a staggering 1 billion. After all, download figures do not equate to actual users. It is the genuine user base that holds significance. The global intelligent chat app has eclipsed QQ and stands shoulder to shoulder with WeChat, and this is merely the beginning. The potential for future growth is immeasurable. Some professional investment institutions have even analyzed that if the global intelligent chat app continues its prosperous trajectory, it is destined to become the leading social network worldwide. As time progresses, nations are increasingly interconnected, with economies becoming globally intertwined. Otherwise, a worldwide economic crisis would not have been conceivable. Prosperity will inevitably become a shared global phenomenon. The concept of a global village is already taking shape. Previous social media platforms were severely limited. For instance, the WeChat app, dominated by the Penguin brand, thrives solely within the Summer Nation. Once it ventures beyond its borders, it swiftly reverts to insignificance, proving ineffective internationally. Even globally recognized social media platforms such as Twitter and Facebook exhibit considerable limitations, often failing to facilitate international communication, primarily serving domestic users. The inadequacies of machine translation can lead to embarrassing misunderstandings, often resulting in incongruous exchanges. However, the emergence of the global intelligent chat app has ingeniously resolved the language dilemma, with translations that rival those of native speakers, conveying the original intent with remarkable accuracy. Language is no longer a hindrance to communications. Even those unfamiliar with foreign languages can navigate the internet effortlessly. It is no surprise that the global intelligent chat app has ascended to unprecedented heights. In the summer nation's digital realm, the global intelligent chat stands as a perpetual marvel. The user count has now exceeded 2 billion. And this achievement has occurred within just a week. Such rapid growth is astonishing. The Penguin brand must yield ground. It can only dominate domestically, with no foothold in the international arena. Even the international version of WeChat remains lukewarm, failing to rival the global intelligent chat app. In truth, this is quite commendable. At least the Moshong Group represents our summer nation, and it is our duty to elevate the global intelligent chat to become the world's largest social media platform. It is merely a matter of time before the global intelligent chat claims the title of the world's leading app. With user numbers already exceeding 2 billion in just 1 week, it will undoubtedly continue to gain momentum and grow exponentially. Who would have imagined that the global intelligent chat, emerging from a company in the fashion industry, would successfully venture into the realm of social media? The resounding success of global intelligent chat is undeniably inevitable. Its simultaneous translation feature supports a multitude of major global languages, including Chinese, English, French, German, Korean, Japanese, Hebrew, among others, effectively eliminating language as a barrier to communication. Even iFlyTech must be dismayed, witnessing their years of arduous research and development and simultaneous translation yield no significant progress, only to be eclipsed by a fashion industry company under the Moshong Group. This cross-industry disruption is simply excessive. At the headquarters of Penguin, even the esteemed Pony Ma is left feeling helpless. An accomplishment that the Penguin Empire has struggled to achieve for over a decade has been realized by intelligent chat in just 1 week. That equates to 2 billion users. Truly ironic. To make matters worse, Penguin's billion users represent a ceiling, as the nation comprises merely 1 billion people. Aside from those who are unable to utilize smartphones, nearly everyone else has registered for WeChat, capping at a maximum of 1 billion. In stark contrast, intelligent chat's 2 billion users are merely the beginning. Chapter 121. Reports from the underworld. Slander by public opinion. The 2 billion for Giglio is merely the beginning. The Penguin can only stir up trouble domestically, while Giglio has long set its sights on a global user base, aspiring to incorporate every individual into the global Giglio app. It aims to eliminate language as a barrier to communication, transforming Earth into a village of mutual understanding and trust. This would facilitate closer ties between nations. From the outset, the Penguin was destined to fail, losing its proverbial pants in the process. WeChat is restricted to the domestic market, completely overshadowed by Twitter and Facebook on the international stage. In stark contrast, the global Giglio app not only dominates WeChat within the country, but also challenges Twitter and Facebook abroad. That night, Penguin's stock plummeted once more by 20. Coupled with a previous decline of 30, its market value was halved. Similarly, both Facebook and Twitter suffered significant losses. Observing this scenario, international media outlets, including the BBC, which have long harbored disdain for Xia country, resumed their underhanded reporting. Giglio appears to offer an excellent experience, yet is riddled with security issues. They warn that Giglio serves as an instrument for Xia country's government to gather intelligence and infiltrate globally. Caution is imperative. The security concerns surrounding Giglio must not be underestimated. Users must remain vigilant. Giglio is a treacherous trap, compromising users' privacy entirely. A plethora of negative reports about the global Giglio app surfaced in quick succession, causing an uproar worldwide. Could it truly be? Are there privacy security issues with the global Giglio app? It seems plausible. After all, the BBC is a reputable media outlet. Uninstalling it. Where is the rationale? It is evident that the BBC is deliberately obfuscating the truth, disseminating unverified content. Where is their evidence? Yet, many remain skeptical, continuing to use the app regardless. Xia country's netizens express their outrage. How dare the BBC deceive the public, using baseless accusations as evidence? It's laughable. Truly. It is comical. Has the BBC editor been kicked by a mule? How could they produce such absurd reporting? It is outrageous that such a media outlet remains operational. It is nothing short of a plague. A suggestion to send a swift delivery to the BBC headquarters for some serious reflection. After a thorough assessment, it seems the BBC editor is severely impaired and should seek medical attention. preferably from a psychiatrist, as a mental health facility may be their best refuge. The level of incompetence displayed by BBC reporters is appalling, and their continued existence is nothing short of miraculous. Privacy issues? How could the global Giglio app possibly violate user privacy? In fact, its permissions are far less extensive than those demanded by larger companies. If the global Giglio app were to collect user privacy unlawfully, those major corporations would undoubtedly have to take full responsibility. After all, privacy is inherently a fabricated dilemma. In the era of the internet and big data, is there any privacy left? Such a notion is laughable. Thanks to the global intelligent chat application, netizens from various countries have forged tighter connections. Language is no longer a barrier to communication. Keyboard warriors from Xia Nation can now effortlessly engage in global discourse. If the global intelligent chat application were guilty of excessive collection of user privacy, then the privacy issues faced by Twitter and Facebook would surely be far more severe. Considering the permissions those platforms demand are no less intrusive, it is suggested that the BBC editors should be sent for medical evaluation. Their minds must be impaired to produce such foolish reports. The rampant output from the BBC is, naturally, music to the ears of the penguins, who would rejoice to see the global intelligent chat application banned outright. At Penguin headquarters, Ma, regardless of the authenticity of the BBC's reports, received a swift update from Tianhua. There is no doubt that the global intelligent chat application has already been affected to some extent, and even our Penguin stock price has begun to stabilize and slowly rise. The misfortunes of the global intelligent chat application bring delight to the penguins. However, the situation is likely more complex than it appears. Xiaoma shook his head in resignation, stating, "The BBC's claims are merely slander without any substantial evidence." Internally, the penguins have already conducted a reverse analysis of the global intelligent chat application's installation package, although they have yet to successfully decrypt its translation feature. The permissions required by the global intelligent chat application are indeed minimal. It can function normally even without permissions, causing no adverse effects. It is truly a conscientious software. When comparing the penguin's own WeChat to the global intelligent chat application, WeChat appears to be a malignant tumor. The penguins now regret their past decisions. Had it not been for their ambition to acquire the Mozhang Group, it is likely that the global intelligent chat application would not have emerged, and the penguins would still be the once arrogant entity they were. Yet, there is no remedy for regret. Let the public relations department take action. Xiaoma, with a face full of ire, gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us support the global intelligent chat application." Should the global intelligent chat application maintain a stable trajectory, it indeed holds the potential to become the foremost social software worldwide, provided no unforeseen circumstances arise. However, such a colossal opportunity cannot simply be allowed for the Mozhang Group to monopolize. Discontent is inevitable. If one were to claim that there is no imperial shadow lurking behind this, it would be utterly unbelievable. Since Su Mo has chosen to act unscrupulously, the penguin shall not adhere to the rules either. Understood. Tianhua nodded eagerly, excitement coursing through him. The penguins have delved deep into the Xian nation's internet landscape for many years, their foundation immeasurable. Their reach spans across numerous industries. Virtually every lucrative sector of the internet bears the penguin's mark. Furthermore, the penguins are not shy about spending money, showing no restraint in their financial endeavors. Sumo's actions have undeniably breached the bottom line of the penguins. As public opinion continues to intensify, the situation seems to escalate further. Even domestically, many have begun to voice their concerns. The global intelligent chat app indeed raises red flags. Although it claims to safeguard personal privacy, it paradoxically infringes upon it. The most glaring example is the voice print, which has likely already been transmitted to the servers of Mozhang Group. If the global intelligent chat app can simulate one language, then simulating a similar language would be a trivial task, instilling a sense of dread. It is truly alarming. Should the global intelligent chat app monopolize the market, it would spell disaster. Chapter 122. Maintenance Shutdown. Is Zicket doomed? It appears that the BBC's report may indeed hold some truth. The global Zicket app is fraught with severe security issues and egregiously infringes upon personal privacy. Various factions are covertly fanning the flames. Even Twitter and Facebook, unable to remain passive, have begun to take action. The recommendations on their platforms prominently feature the BBC's findings, and numerous influencers, having been co-opted, are actively promoting this narrative. It is not difficult to comprehend that the global Zikit app harbors ulterior motives, aspiring to dominate the social networking industry. It is highly plausible that this application is a product of the Xi'an nation's authorities. Otherwise, how could a mere 2 months suffice to develop such a sophisticated tool, complete with real-time translation capabilities? The clues are becoming increasingly evident. The Mozang Group, ostensibly a company rooted in the apparel sector, possesses no prior experience in social networking, yet now presents the formidable global Zikit app. Does this not raise suspicions? The singular truth is that Zikit serves as a means for the Xia government to gather intelligence and infiltrate the globe. Downloading the global Zikit app would render any personal privacy utterly exposed, laid bare before the Xia authorities, truly terrifying. This extreme level of vulnerability must be approached with utmost caution. The security concerns surrounding Zikit cannot be underestimated. As a consequence, a multitude of influencers abroad are starting to waver. Could it be? There is indeed a growing sense of doubt. How could an app of such magnitude be developed by a company in the fashion industry? Many have opted to uninstall it, unwilling to allow even a modest sum in their accounts to fall under the Xia government scrutiny. The disgust is palpable. What was once perceived as a promising social platform has revealed itself to harbor such profound security risks, even if it is arguably more user-friendly than Twitter or Facebook. Insecurity renders it worthless. I urge everyone to uninstall the global Zikit app. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy orchestrated by the Xia government. The BBC is a reputable source. The global Zikit app is undeniably problematic. I have removed it. A tempest of opinions is brewing. Meanwhile, abroad, the rate of uninstallation of the global Zikit app is soaring. The app has encroached upon too many interests. Moreover, Zikit is still in its infancy, not yet solidified to withstand collapse. Its foundation remains precarious. In this context, it should be swiftly stifled in its cradle. Even though the global Zikit app boasts 2 billion users worldwide, so what? It has become the target of collective ire. The app's reckless entry into the market has disrupted too many significant interests. The social networking landscape had already been partitioned. Yet, the global Zikit app has disregarded the rules of engagement. This cannot be tolerated. One can only unite to collectively expel the unruly global intelligence chat. The public sentiment grows increasingly severe. Upon hearing this, netizens from Xia country were instantly incensed. How outrageous! If global intelligence chat app infringes upon personal privacy, then Twitter and Facebook are unequivocally malignancies. How can there be so many misguided individuals abroad? Is there truly no ability to discern right from wrong? The education system overseas has a long way to go. How ludicrous it is to claim that global intelligence chat is a tool for the Xia government to gather intelligence globally. Such absurd reports can indeed be fabricated. It appears that even in a mental institution, there are talents of a dubious nature. Initially uncertain, one can now be assured that the global intelligence chat app is entirely innocent. The real issues lie with the nefarious editors at the BBC, as well as the vile machinations of Facebook and Twitter behind the scenes. If global intelligence chat infringes upon personal privacy, then other social media platforms are even more reprehensible. Furthermore, the fact that global intelligence chat does not utilize cloud storage and does not retain any user information is undoubtedly commendable. In such circumstances, to claim an invasion of personal privacy, that would indeed be laughable. Thus, the unthinking individuals uninstall it only to succumb to temptation and download it again. The discerning ones pay it no heed. Some even believe, I am just an ordinary person, devoid of money and burdened with credit card debt. Why should I care about privacy? Such thoughts are entirely misplaced. It would be best to be exposed, so the world might know my plight. And perhaps they would send me money. Just $1 from each would suffice. Yet, the puppet masters like the BBC continue their smear campaign. The global intelligence chat app purportedly harbors severe security risks, and its installation may plunge phones into an extremely precarious state. Personal privacy could be compromised, and all information, including bank card passwords, would be utterly exposed. Even photographs could be translated at will. Not even encrypted files would escape the clutches of global intelligence chat. which could decrypt and subsequently upload them to the Mojang Group servers. Simultaneously, the global intelligence chat app is rife with malicious code. Merely stealing user data is a trivial tactic, as it possesses even more formidable capabilities, such as directly controlling users' phones, accessing cameras, microphones, and various hardware, turning phones into their surveillance devices. The actions of the global intelligence chat app are a blatant violation of personal privacy and human rights, warranting severe prohibition and relentless suppression, leaving no chance for resurgence. The Mojang Group has become a mere lapdog of the Xia government, and the global intelligence chat app is but a fade for the Xia regime's global surveillance efforts, masquerading under the guise of the Mojang Group. Such intentions are thoroughly insidious. Security issues, privacy concerns, Trojans, and even violations of human rights have emerged in response. Suemo merely smiled faintly, utterly speechless. He never anticipated that the BBC could conjure such a multitude of accusations. They seemed eager to nail the global intelligence chat app to the pillar of shame, even affecting the clothing industry of the Mojang Group to some extent. Nevertheless, falsehoods will ultimately be revealed as such. Thus, Suemo decisively waved his hand and announced the suspension of global intelligence chat for maintenance. Under such circumstances, the world is in an uproar, left in bewilderment. What has transpired? Why has the global intelligent chat app ceased operations? I am unable to log in at present. What has occurred? Is it true that the global intelligent chat app has been banned? Maintenance shut down? Why would such critical services be interrupted during this pivotal moment? Media outlets such as the BBC are fervently speculating, asserting that the chat service is facing imminent demise and is under investigation, on the verge of being shut down. The global intelligent chat app has indeed fallen victim to a ban. Any software that infringes upon personal privacy is bound to meet a similar fate. The unfortunate plight of the global intelligent chat app is entirely predictable and does not come as a surprise. Its downfall has become inevitable. Chapter 123. The upgrade of Intelligent Chat version. The global intelligent chat platform is currently under investigation and faces imminent termination. The nefarious social software is destined to meet its demise, and security concerns must be taken seriously. In a turn of events, the global intelligent chat app has been banned. Observing the app's maintenance shutdown, the BBC nearly erupted in jubilation. Meanwhile, Twitter and Facebook have intensified their efforts to tarnish its reputation, declaring the global intelligent chat app to be exceedingly unreliable and urging the Mojang Group to disclose the source code for simultaneous translation, thus making a necessary contribution to humanity. Serious security issues plague the global intelligent chat app, and the closure of its servers appears to be an inevitable trend that cannot be halted. Perhaps the Mojang Group should return to the garment industry instead of meddling in social realms. Such interference seems nothing but a frivolous distraction. Professionals ought to engage in matters of their expertise. The simultaneous translation feature has certainly piqued the interest of Twitter and Facebook, who have reportedly dissected and attempted to decipher the global intelligent chat app hundreds of times, yet to no avail. All they have encountered are encrypted data sets that leave them utterly perplexed. Traditional decryption methods seem ineffective against the global intelligent chat app, making successful breaches within a short time frame virtually impossible. As public sentiment escalates, global netizens are gripped by anxiety. Is it truly as the BBC claims? Has the global intelligent chat app been banned? It cannot be. Absolutely cannot be. The BBC's accusations lack any substantial evidence. If such a situation could lead to the app's prohibition, where would fairness reside in this world? Personally, I have uninstalled the global intelligent chat app, for it is terrifying in its severe invasion of personal privacy and glaring security vulnerabilities. How could such an application even be available on the Google Store? Should it not be removed immediately? To the commenter above, it seems your reasoning has been compromised. Do you believe everything you hear? Are there any tangible proofs of the alleged security and privacy issues? Such claims are utterly nonsensical. Absurd. Is not the shutdown of the global intelligent chat app servers the clearest evidence? Clearly, the platform has fled in fear of culpability, shutting down its servers to escape responsibility. As various rumors swirl, netizens from Xia country are filled with righteous indignation. However, the global intelligent chat app is currently undergoing maintenance, preventing keyboard warriors from venturing abroad. Yet, A small faction of tenacious keyboard warriors has resolutely chosen to join the fray. Are the BBC's inept editors truly oblivious? Can they not see the announcement issued by the global intelligent chat app? Do they not understand the meaning of maintenance shutdown? It is ludicrous to equate routine maintenance with fleeing from justice. Such absurdity is a testament to their lack of understanding. Meanwhile, Twitter and Facebook continue to covet the source code for simultaneous translation, perhaps still in a slumber, dreaming of impossible scenarios. The situation has become increasingly chaotic, with various reports suggesting that the global intelligent chat app is indeed on the brink of collapse. The headquarters of the Penguin awaits. Mr. Ma, is it true that the global intelligent chat app is merely undergoing maintenance? Tianhua furrowed his brow and speculated. Could it be that Sumo is unable to withstand the pressure? It is well known that the global intelligent chat app has infringed upon the interests of many. Even the Empire's officials have been seen lurking in the shadows, subtly aiding its endeavors. After all, no nation desires to have its primary communication platform dominated by a foreign entity, particularly not a formidable state like the Empire. Years ago, in a bid to safeguard the development of its domestic internet, the Summer Nation resolutely erected a formidable firewall. In hindsight, this decision appears to have been remarkably astute. As the domestic internet has flourished at an unprecedented pace, the search engine landscape has shifted from Google to Baidu. However, in recent years, the lack of competition has led to Baidu's rampant expansion, with numerous operations skirting ethical boundaries. In search bidding, simply offering a higher price guarantees a prime position, enabling entities like the Putian medical system to thrive. It is not so straightforward. Xiaoma took a deep breath and lamented. As long as the Emotion Group does not commit any fundamental errors, it is likely that the Summer Nation's officials will stand behind Sumo. The allure of a globally dominant social software is simply too enticing. If wielded effectively, it could even manipulate and steer public opinion. The Penguin Corporation has consistently operated in such a manner. Xiaoma gazed out the window, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of crisis. Although WeChat's online user base remains stable for now, the gradual rise of the global intelligent chat app will inevitably herald WeChat's decline. The Penguin's commercial empire was built on the foundation of social networking, and now, its territory is being encroached upon. The Penguin Empire is on the verge of collapse. Yet, just as turmoil erupted on the BBC, within a mere 2 hours, the maintenance of the global intelligent chat app concluded, unveiling a new version, Global Intelligent Chat 1. The only change was the addition of a live streaming feature. Simultaneously, Sumo launched a vigorous offensive against unscrupulous media outlets like the BBC, executing a massive short-selling strategy. Since the BBC seems intent on self-destruction, why not assist them on their way? It is akin to free money. Why refuse? The crowd was elated. Realizing that there was no actual issue, it was simply the introduction of a new feature. Hilariously, the BBC's sensationalist media likely found themselves utterly bewildered, as it was merely a maintenance update after all. The deceitful BBC, with its relentless smear campaign against the global intelligent chat app, harbors ulterior motives. Now, the global intelligent chat app is smoothly operational. It is rumored to have new features. What could they be? The crowd was filled with excitement and eagerly sought to explore. The BBC and others were left with egg on their faces, resoundingly slapped in the face. It turned out to be a live streaming feature. Could this not showcase the prosperity of the Summer Nation to those unworldly foreigners? Indeed, it is prudent to ensure that they do not remain fixated on the BBC's malevolent reporting. It could truly distort their perception. Enough talk, let us dive right in. Numerous netizens from the Summer Nation enthusiastically engage with the live streaming feature, transforming into champions of Versailles, showcasing the domestic high-speed rail, pristine subways, architectural prowess, delectable cuisine, and rich culture. This left foreigners in awe, utterly incredulous at what they witnessed. Many foreigners in the live stream expressed their astonishment. Is this really summer country? It seems entirely different from what is portrayed in the media. I can hardly fathom that summer country has progressed to such an extent. It feels as though the world is in disarray. The image they perceive through foreign media depicts summer country as impoverished, backward, and ignorant. It is not as grand as it appears, but rather chaotic and tumultuous. Many even believe that one could be killed at any moment in summer country. According to foreign media, it is a place where people struggle to secure their next meal, often teetering on the brink of starvation. However, witnessing such a prosperous summer country, many are skeptical. This stands in stark contrast to the reports by the BBC. They doubt the authenticity, asserting that the live stream host must be fabricating the truth, as it is fundamentally different from the BBC news I watched earlier today. Chapter 124. The BBC tragedy, summer country short selling. Is summer country truly that formidable? Surely, this must be a jest. Perhaps they are fabricating with a green screen. I remain skeptical. The BBC is currently airing a report on summer country, depicting it merely as an ignorant and backward hamlet. How could it possibly be so advanced and developed? Is the BBC engaging in deceit? Absolutely not. The BBC stands as a paragon of international journalism and could not possibly fabricate such narratives. Hence, the singular truth remains: these broadcasts are fictitious. Indeed, they must be the result of green screen trickery. The authentic summer country is a place steeped in ignorance and underdevelopment, impoverished akin to medieval Europe. How could it resemble the advanced portrayal in the broadcasts? It is laughable. Is this truly the promotional strategy of summer country? It is utterly implausible. In response, the netizens of summer country find themselves in utter despair. Their only recourse is to continually open live streams on the Smart Chat app, venturing outside to broadcast spontaneously to the world. Consequently, foreign viewers are left dumbfounded and envious. They are wholly convinced. After all, no one is a fool. As more live streams emerge, these foreigners finally perceive the dissonance. It dawns on them that they had been ensnared in ignorance, while the BBC has been mocking the public. This is the true visage of summer country. The once quaint fishing village has vanished, replaced by a bustling and sophisticated metropolis, its prowess eclipsing that of many nations. In comparison to summer country's high-speed rail and subways, even the empire pales in significance. Their subways are already dilapidated, and they lack the funds for repairs. As for high-speed rail, the combined lengths of all high-speed rails in Western developed countries do not surpass that of summer country. Following this revelation, many foreign viewers erupted in anger, vociferously condemning the BBC and other media outlets for their unscrupulousness, using false news to deceive the public. Curse be the BBC for portraying summer country as a place of ignorance and backwardness. They have now come to realize that its development has long since surpassed that of their own nation. The true fool was I. The BBC has caused significant harm, having raised me on their news, distorting my values. Such a disreputable media outlet deserves to be dismantled. Do the editors at the BBC not feel the pangs of conscience? If it were not for the live streams from summer country's netizens on the global Smart Chat app, we would likely still be ensnared in ignorance. Truly, these individuals at the BBC deserve to be cast into the depths of hell. The BBC has consistently employed distorted reporting, maligning, and attacking summer country, fabricating various false narratives and negative headlines, thus earning its notoriety as a disreputable media entity. How is it that I had received no news until now? We must resist unscrupulous media like the BBC. Such institutions that mock the public ought to face repercussions. That evening, stocks for the BBC and other Western media plummeted by 30%, incurring significant losses, with some on the brink of bankruptcy. The media has lost its credibility. It is rendered inconsequential. In the past, perhaps they could have swayed public opinion to reverse the situation. However, times have changed. The global Smart Chat app is not a realm where unscrupulous media like the BBC can stir up chaos. Foreigners have finally seen through the vile facade of unscrupulous media like the BBC. The feeling of being kept in the dark is infuriating, evoking a desire to strike down the editors of such media. After all, no one wishes to be treated as a fool. However, this revelation has brought delight to netizens in Xia country, as they have finally showcased the prosperity of their nation to these foreigners. It seems the BBC may soon face its demise, a situation they likely never anticipated. After years of sowing discord, they are now reaping the bitter fruits of their labor. And what of the War Ignorance Bureau? Such exposure of intelligence is detrimental. After all, Xia country still considers itself a developing nation, akin to a backward fishing village, and could certainly use more international aid. At this moment, Suemo appeared on a financial interview program, drawing significant attention from numerous viewers. It is worth noting that the global smart chat app has recently gained immense popularity, and the youthful Su Mo is the chairman of the Mo Shang Group. Exceedingly young, affluent, and handsome, a Wall Street journalist inquired. With your bespoke services, Mo Shang sees a substantial cash influx daily. With such wealth, how does Chairman Su manage it? Any investment plans? While the global smart chat app has indeed taken the world by storm, the primary revenue stream for Mo Shang Group remains in the apparel industry, a veritable cash cow. Su Mo smiled slightly and replied, I generally invest in the stock market. Oh? Which stocks have caught your eye? The journalist probed with growing interest. Could you share? If one could follow suit, it would surely be a lucrative opportunity. It's not about bullish trends, it's about bearish ones. Su Mo crossed his hands and continued with a smile. The current situation is quite favorable. Indeed. The profits have been substantial. Should I interpret that as short selling? The journalist appeared slightly taken aback, as typically, investments are intended for long-term holding with bullish expectations. Yet, Su Mo defied convention by opting for the riskier bearish approach. That is correct. May I ask which stocks you're shorting? The journalist playfully inquired. This could help viewers avoid those stocks. In the stock market, where profits exist, losses are inevitable. The money you earn is essentially what others lose, a cycle of harvesting the chives, so to speak. Retail investors in the stock market are akin to chives, regrowing endlessly after each harvest. Su Mo remained composed, dismissively responding, for instance, the BBC and others. The Wall Street journalist paused, astonished, and asked, what scale are we talking about? It turns out he was targeting internationally renowned media like the BBC. Typically, these outlets thrive. However, recent events have painted a starkly different picture, as the BBC and similar media have been embroiled in scandal, obscuring the truth and deceiving the public. Of course, those in higher echelons are aware of this, but what of it? Why do unscrupulous media outlets like the BBC exhibit such audacity? Undoubtedly, there are nations that offer their support, with certain Western powers serving as primary sponsors. Recent revelations have caused the stock prices of these disreputable media entities to plummet dramatically. Those who bought shares anticipating a rise have faced significant losses, while those who opted for short selling have reaped substantial profits. The gaze of Wall Street reporters towards summer has taken on a hint of trepidation. It appears that this man was instrumental in enabling the global intelligent chat application to update its live streaming feature, thereby dismantling the fabrications of the BBC, which resulted in a steep decline in stock prices. This was followed by another wave of short selling. When viewed in conjunction, these events are nothing short of terrifying. Though the scale may not be vast, merely in the hundreds of billions, Summer remains unflustered, dismissively waving his hand as if to say it is utterly inconsequential. It seems as if an ordinary individual had purchased a lollipop for $1, causing not the slightest ripple. Yet, this is a matter involving hundreds of billions. The reporter's voice quivered slightly as he inquired, in renminbi? After all, the disparity between hundreds of billions in renminbi and hundreds of billions in US dollars is indeed substantial. Chapter 125. The Bankruptcy of BBC. The Penguin Crisis. Su Mo shook his head slightly and remarked nonchalantly, $1 billion. The journalist wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling an icy chill enveloping him. A staggering sum of $1 billion? Shorting renowned international media such as the BBC? What audacity! It is essential to recognize that institutions like the BBC are typically backed by national authorities, rendering their downfall nearly impossible. Yet, Su Mo took the opposite approach, resolutely shorting esteemed media outlets like the BBC. The crucial point is that he succeeded. Ever since the global intelligent chat application updated its live streaming feature, the stock prices of Western media outlets, including the BBC, plummeted by 30%, incurring significant losses, with some teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. What does this signify? Those who were bullish faced catastrophic losses, while Su Mo, by defying the trend, reaped substantial profits. It was as if he single-handedly toppled the BBC and other Western media. The oppressor is often oppressed. The BBC's plight is purely self-inflicted. Journalists were astounded, and Wall Street was in disbelief. Once the report was broadcast, shockwaves reverberated across the internet and around the globe. My goodness, the BBC truly fell from grace by provoking Su Mo, Their current dire situation is likely orchestrated by him. Shorting the BBC? It is a thought so audacious that it seems unfathomable. Perhaps only Sumo possesses such courage. The wretched BBC is merely reaping what it has sown. Having deceived the public and manipulated perceptions, keeping everyone in the dark. Such unscrupulous media ought to be eradicated without hesitation. Applause is in order. The BBC is wholly to blame for its own downfall, as are those other media outlets that disregard authenticity. If it were not for the live broadcast from netizens of the Xia country on the global intelligent chat app, many would still be misguidedly believing that the Xia country is a poor, backward, and ignorant little fishing village. The editors of the BBC ought to be fed to the fish. They have committed grievous sins by misleading us for so many years. I believe Sumo's actions are still too lenient. A mere 30% drop in the BBC's stock price is insufficient. Until they face bankruptcy, he should not relent. Indeed, Sumo should persist in his efforts to bring about the BBC's closure. Out with the old and in with the new. The BBC is on the brink of obliteration. A 30% decline in stock price has not yet fulfilled expectations. Further declines are inevitable. Those still holding shares in the BBC and other unscrupulous media should sell immediately, lest they find themselves trapped. Netizens from the Xia country are jubilant. The detestable BBC has consistently distorted reports, slandered and attacked, fabricating various false narratives and negative sensationalism, and has long been notorious as a rogue media outlet. They are finally facing the consequences of their actions. Supporting Sumo in shorting the BBC and other disreputable media makes him a national hero. $1 billion shorting the BBC and similar outlets? Given the current downward trend in their stock prices, one wonders just how much Sumo has profited. It is common knowledge that Sumo, with his $1 billion, has shorted numerous unscrupulous media outlets, and those outlets are now in shambles. The already plummeting stock prices fell precipitously, rendering them virtually worthless. Everyone was compelled to sell. There was no choice. Failure to divest would lead to being utterly trapped. Regardless of how low the price sank, it was imperative to sell first and salvage some costs. Otherwise, it would result in total loss. Outlets like the BBC faced dire consequences. Even if certain governmental entities sought to intervene, their efforts were futile. As the saying goes, water can both carry and capsize a boat. The BBC and similar unscrupulous media have completely forfeited public trust, and their downfall is merely a matter of time. A lament echoed in the air. 3 days later, the BBC announced its bankruptcy. Other disreputable media outlets faced similar fates, teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Sumner reaped extraordinary profits, amassing billions of dollars and emerging as the principal victor behind the scenes. Half a month later, the user base of the global chat app surpassed 2.3 billion, leaving the world in astonishment. With this trajectory, it was only a matter of time before it ascended to the pinnacle of global social media. It is worth noting that the 2.3 billion users of the global chat app are predominantly active, whereas many users on Twitter and Facebook are, in fact, inactive. The global chat app has now positioned itself alongside Facebook and Twitter. Presently, both Facebook and Twitter have essentially reached a saturation point. While the global chat app emerges as a burgeoning star with immeasurable potential, poised to surpass them inevitably, I sincerely hope that the global chat app evolves into a universally adopted social platform, as it would yield more benefits than drawbacks for humanity. With its real-time translation feature eliminating language barriers in communication, the rapid advancement of the global chat app has placed Facebook and Twitter in jeopardy, leading to a significant decline in their stock prices. The cake has already been consumed by the global chat app, leaving little prospect for the future. The decline of Twitter and Facebook is only a matter of time. After all, people are reluctant to juggle multiple social media platforms, inevitably facing a choice. Will they opt for Twitter and Facebook or the global chat app? The answer is evident. The global chat app decisively eclipses both Twitter and Facebook. Additionally, Penguin has long since faltered. The combined user base of WeChat and QQ does not surpass that of the global chat app. Furthermore, the global chat app continues to grow at an astonishing rate. The Penguin empire is in peril, with its commercial towers on the verge of collapse. Consequently, Penguin convened an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. This situation could not persist. Vice President Guo, with a furrowed brow, exclaimed, "Otherwise, we too shall face extinction." Penguin originally rose to prominence through social media, with QQ once regarded as a marvel. The subsequent launch of WeChat further encompassed all aspects of society, solidifying its status as the national social platform. It was assumed that this stronghold would remain unshakable. As a result, Sumo's global intelligent chat app emerged spectacularly, directly instructing the Penguin Corporation on how to conduct itself. What can be done? It seems we Penguins have already lost from the very beginning. Within the conference room, a Penguin executive shook his head in resignation, stating that the global intelligent chat is not merely focused on the Xia country market, but rather on the global arena. The Penguin's social software can only dominate domestically, while it holds no significance abroad. However, the global intelligent chat app stands apart. Its entrance is marked by an innate aura of prominence, now boasting an astonishing 2 billion users. It is undoubtedly the sovereign of social platforms, destined to become the undisputed champion of the future. Achieving the status of the world's foremost social software is merely a matter of time. A sense of despair permeated throughout the entire conference room. Chapter 126. A 500 billion acquisition of Zhiliao? A dream. How's the progress on the simultaneous translation feature of Zhiliao coming along? Xiaoma took a deep breath and turned to inquire, is there any advancement? If the global Zhiliao app's simultaneous translation capability could be integrated into WeChat, it might just reverse the current predicament. Even though the global Zhiliao app boasts a staggering 2 billion users worldwide, it remains nascent and lacks depth. In contrast, WeChat has been deeply rooted in the domestic market for years, and its international counterpart, WeChat, has garnered a substantial user base abroad. Securing simultaneous translation could potentially propel WeChat to unprecedented heights globally, surpassing even the global Zhiliao app's popularity. Mr. Ma, the situation is not optimistic, Guo said, slightly embarrassed. The technical department is at a complete loss. They can't even crack the encryption following the disassembly of the global Zhiliao app. Moreover, most of the translation operations are conducted in the cloud. Even if we manage to decrypt the global Zhiliao app, it is unlikely to yield any results. This path is evidently unfeasible unless Sumo is willing to voluntarily relinquish the source code for the simultaneous translation feature. But is that even possible? Even if Sumo were to lose his mind, it would be utterly impossible. Damn it! Is fate truly conspiring against me and my penguin? Xiaoma's face turned ashen, as if all color had drained from his being. The penguin was the fruit of Xiaoma's labor, a creation that had weathered 20 years of trials and tribulations to become such a colossal entity. In Xia country, it could command the winds and manipulate public opinion with ease. Would all of this come to an end? A sense of unwillingness enveloped Xiaoma's mind. Why? What could possibly justify this? The penguin's ascendance was the result of a confluence of timing, location, and human factors. A series of fortuitous circumstances that had forged its current stature. Yet what about Sumo's global Zhiliao app? Could it truly triumph over the long-established penguin merely due to simultaneous translation? How profoundly unfair. The conclusion of the discussion was singular. They could not compete with Zhiliao. Despair. It was an inevitable demise, or rather, it had already occurred. Mr. Ma, there is still hope. Guo suddenly brightened and spoke up. Although the global Zhiliao app has advanced, we penguins are not devoid of advantages. At the very least, we still possess wealth. The profits from games and various investments have amassed astronomical figures. Having cultivated our presence in Xia country for years, our foundation is immeasurable. Numerous internet companies in Xia country are intricately connected to the penguin, and the enterprises we have invested in have grown into colossal entities. It is no exaggeration to say that if the penguin were to fall, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest in the Xia country internet landscape, potentially destabilizing the situation. While the future of penguin social networking may seem bleak, the wealth remains abundant. The profits from games are more than enough to squander. Since we penguins already possess such wealth, we could directly acquire the global Zhiliao app. The brilliance in Guo eyes grew ever brighter as he excitedly proclaimed. Acquiring the global chat app will allow Penguin to extend its reach across the globe. With the global chat app in its possession, Penguin will undoubtedly soar to new heights. Its future potential immeasurable. Furthermore, the global chat app will experience an explosive surge of vitality, accelerating its dominance worldwide. It is truly a win-win situation. But will Sumo sell? Even if selling the global chat app could yield immense short-term profits, what about the long-term perspective? It would inevitably lead to losses. Yet, does Penguin have any other options? Hope must be pursued. Thus, Brother Ma personally journeyed to Beihai City, proposing the acquisition of the chat app with an offer of 500 billion. Surely, this is an irresistible sum for Sumo. After all, 500 billion is no trivial matter. A talented programmer earning a monthly salary of 30,000 would take 2 years to earn 1 million, 20 years to amass 10 million, and 200 years to reach 100 million, coding from the Qing dynasty to the present. But 500 billion would require a staggering 100 million years of coding since the Pleistocene epoch. Even Brother Ma would be moved by such a figure. It is hard to believe Sumo would remain indifferent. The future prospects of the global chat app are indeed promising. Global dominance is merely a matter of time. Yet, what if unforeseen circumstances arise? Bankruptcy at any moment is a very real possibility. It would be far more convenient to simply accept the 500 billion. Had anyone offered 500 billion to acquire QQ back in the day, Brother Ma would likely have been grinning from ear to ear. Soon, Brother Ma arrived in Beihai City and met with Sumo. Just as Brother Ma anticipated Sumo's eager acceptance, Sumo smiled faintly and said seriously, "I am preparing to acquire Penguin." Brother Ma was taken aback. What did this mean? Wasn't Penguin the one acquiring the global chat app? How had the tables turned? Moreover, how could this be possible? The newly established Mo Shang acquiring the formidable giant Penguin? It was utterly absurd. What a joke. Mr. Su, this jest is hardly amusing. Brother Ma sighed, resigned. We at Penguin have indeed approached you with sincerity. The development trajectory of the global chat app is promising. But how long would it take to earn that 500 billion? It could be an eternity. When Penguin first launched QQ, user numbers surged. Yet we lacked any profitable means and nearly faced bankruptcy. While the situation with the global chat app is certainly better, earning 500 billion is no easy feat. Instead of this arduous pursuit, it might be wiser to take the 500 billion and live freely. At least then, I would no longer have to worry about financial troubles. A mundane life would finally begin. Moreover, Sumo is still so young, clearly a winner in life. What more could one desire? I am serious, Sumo stated solemnly, nodding. I am indeed planning to acquire Penguin. Then, how much are you willing to offer? Little Ma was momentarily taken aback. Deep down, he knew it was implausible, yet he instinctively inquired. Acquiring Penguin is not a simple feat. Despite being outmatched in the social domain by the globally renowned intelligent chat app, Penguin's prowess remained formidable. It could still wield considerable influence in the realm of the internet. Did Sumo truly possess the capability to acquire Penguin? It was inconceivable, utterly inconceivable. With utmost seriousness, Sumo calmly stated, 25 billion. Little Ma was left speechless. This was nothing short of humiliation. The funds in Penguin's account amounted to several multiples of 25 billion. They were even contemplating a 500 billion acquisition of the fledgling intelligent chat app. Now, Sumo dared to propose acquiring Penguin with merely 25 billion? Little Ma inhaled deeply, acutely aware that Sumo was mocking him, calling him a fool. Since Mr. Su lacked genuine intent for negotiation, Little Ma seethed with rage, gritting his teeth and declaring, "You must not regret this." Chapter 127. Infinite Reboots. Little Horse rose, his face flushed with indignation as he cast a fierce glance at Sumo. If it were not for the global chat app, the Penguin Corporation would not find itself in such dire straits. In the realm of social interaction, Sumo had relentlessly dominated. Despite the current robust activity of WeChat users, it was undeniably on a downward trajectory, with an increasing number of individuals opting for global chat. Some class groups had even transitioned to being established on this platform. The global chat app was gradually, yet inexorably, eroding WeChat's prominence. Akin to the gentle yet persistent arrival of spring rain, it was merely a matter of time before it usurped the latter's position. Given the developmental trajectory of the global chat app, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was poised to accommodate users from across the globe. Within its confines, language barriers would vanish, rendering the concept of a global village a tangible reality. Users from diverse nations would engage in close communication, significantly enhancing the dissemination of culture. Little Horse's silhouette was one of desolation as he trudged away with heavy steps. Yet, he heard Sumo's voice behind him, light yet serious. "Mr. Ma, do not leave just yet. Consider this. If not, I shall double my offer. 250. Though he spoke with a smile, his tone bore an unmistakable gravity, as if he truly intended to acquire Penguin with a mere 2 offers of 250. Little Horse was taken aback, his fury igniting to the point where he nearly fainted on the spot. This was nothing short of blatant humiliation. While Penguin had been willing to offer 500 billion for the acquisition of Global Chat app, Sumo dared to propose merely 2 offers of 250 for Penguin. It was pure mockery aimed at Little Horse. Unable to endure such an affront, he inhaled deeply, disregarding Sumo, and resolutely departed. Sumo exhibited no inclination for cooperation. Thus, Little Horse resolved not to let Penguin bear the brunt of this insult. He hurried back to the Penguin headquarters. In the conference room, a multitude of Penguin executives had gathered, already apprised of the failed acquisition. "How dare he?" Gua Tianhua seethed, gritting his teeth. "Does he truly believe he can disregard us? Penguin, we have never undergone such humiliation. It is as if he is dragging our dignity through the dirt." The assembly simmered with righteous anger, eager to see Sumo dismantled. "We too are not to be trifled with." Gua Tianhua clenched his fists, his bloodshot eyes blazing with fury. "Even the skinniest camel is larger than a horse, and Sumo must contend with the might of our Penguin empire. Our influence remains intact, and the funds in our accounts will not simply vanish. Though our stock prices have plummeted, they have not crippled us. At this moment, Penguin still possesses the power to command the winds and rains. Indeed, if Sumo is unwilling to sell Global Chat, then there is no need for us to pursue an acquisition." Another voice chimed in, teeth gritted. "Let us simply obliterate the Global Chat app." A chorus of agreement followed. For while their methods might lack transparency, the results could prove unexpectedly fruitful. Summoning all the foremost computer experts at Penguin, Xiaoma's eyes glimmered with fervor as he commanded. "This time, we must succeed." Having wielded immense influence in the Summer Nation for years, Penguin had amassed a plethora of top-tier talent. Many elite hackers had joined their ranks, seamlessly transforming into software security specialists. With this assembly of exceptional minds, breaching the Imperial website would be well within their capabilities. However, Penguin had no necessity to pursue such an endeavor, as it would yield no benefits and instead expose them to considerable risks. Xiaoma swiftly organized the elite experts to commence the decryption of the global intelligent chat system. The next step was to patiently await results. The decryption of the global intelligent chat program would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. After all, Penguin's technical department had previously attempted to decipher the global intelligent chat app, with results that were far from optimistic. Indeed, they were quite dire. They had been unable to crack even the outermost layer of encryption, let alone acquire the source code for simultaneous translation, which was an altogether impossible feat. After a week of efforts, they inadvertently triggered a reboot program left behind by Sumo. Consequently, every server room at Penguin's headquarters began to restart. All ongoing operations, unrecorded, were lost. A significant amount of work was rendered futile, resulting in substantial losses. Moreover, Penguin's software servers experienced a minor outage, with applications like QQ and WeChat failing to refresh, displaying messages of server rebooting. Games also faced frequent disconnections, leading to the incident trending on social media. The topic of Penguin server crash garnered considerable attention, with netizens voicing their frustrations. "Is Penguin using potato servers? I was in a team battle and got disconnected. Losing a star upon reconnecting. Damn it. I was in the final circles of a chicken dinner. Such disconnections are maddening. And it lasts for several minutes? For such a large company, can't they invest a little more effort into their servers?" The exasperation was palpable. In stark contrast, the global intelligent chat servers maintained a remarkable stability, accommodating a vast number of users without a hint of lag. The public relations department at Penguin quickly responded, taking control of the narrative and issuing a symbolic apology. As for the losses in gaming, a simple compensation of 300 coins would suffice. However, These issues paled in comparison to the critical stage of the decryption of the global intelligent chat app, which had been on the verge of success. Unfortunately, due to the server reboots, they found themselves back at square one, their progress undone. Even with a deciphering strategy in mind, the task remained labor-intensive and time-consuming. Reluctantly, the team had to begin anew. After laboring late into the night, nearing completion, the servers rebooted once more. This marked the second reboot, and frustration mounted among the deciphering personnel. What is happening? Have we been infected with a virus? They gritted their teeth in dismay. A nearby individual expressed their bewilderment, questioning, "But that doesn't seem right. If it were a virus, it would have likely been detected by now. After all, they are Penguin, a leading titan in the realm of technology. Their firewalls are erected to formidable heights. What virus could possibly pose a threat to Penguin? This situation is decidedly abnormal. Quite out of the ordinary. It's worth noting that Penguin's data center is among the finest in the world. Such a rudimentary error has never before occurred. Yet today, they have experienced 2 restarts. Particularly in the development department, frustrations are running high. The team, already on the verge of hair loss, had nearly completed their project. Unfortunately, due to the restarts of the data center, all data has been lost. Even the autosave function has failed. Chapter 128. Seeking Grace? How easily? The developer, with wide eyes filled with rage, clutched his sparse strands of hair and gritted his teeth. What on earth is happening in the server room? Initially, there was hope for improvement, but this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, daily restarts became the norm. Even the Penguins were driven to madness. The game servers were increasingly unstable, with frequent disconnections, lag, and crashes. Just as the fervor was on the verge of diminishing, it surged once more. The online community was utterly incensed. Damn it! Has Brother Pony turned the Penguins' potato servers into mashed potatoes? Why is it so unstable? It is suggested that the Penguins swiftly procure another batch of potatoes, as the server issues cannot be underestimated. The ratings for the Penguins' tower defense game have plummeted to a mere 1.7 and continue to decline. It is truly exasperating. Both the Battle Royale and the King's game are lagging, and the Penguins' servers are in complete disarray. Even if one manages to connect intermittently, the experience is dreadful, with disconnections occurring at any moment during gameplay. My internet connection is evidently functioning well. This is clearly an issue with the Penguins' servers. Refund me. I have spent thousands, only to endure such a miserable experience? They cannot even manage their servers? Surely, the Penguin is not on the verge of collapse? Logically, as a domestic internet giant, the Penguin should not possess such abysmal server quality. Not only gaming, but QQ and WeChat are also severely impacted. For instance, WeChat experiences sporadic server anomalies. There have even been instances where messages were sent, yet displayed an exclamation mark. Logically, this should indicate a sending failure. However, the reality is quite the contrary. It is merely a display error, as the recipient has indeed received the message. Recently, a plethora of rather dramatic news stories have emerged. A student, wishing to request leave from their homeroom teacher via WeChat, encountered an exclamation mark, mistakenly believing it to signify a sending failure. After refreshing, a network error appeared. In a moment of confusion, the student inadvertently sent an outpouring of complaints about the teacher, including derogatory terms such as old witch, merciless exterminator, and old hag, all accompanied by the ominous red exclamation mark. Phew! The student could not help but feel relieved. Thankfully, it was a sending failure. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The thought of that menopausal homeroom teacher sent chills down their spine. It was simply terrifying. Even standing nearby, one could sense the tremendous pressure emanating from her, making it difficult to breathe. Tomorrow, I will summon your parents to the school. Suddenly, the homeroom teacher sent a message. Within the calmness lay a palpable aura of menace. The students' heart raced wildly, and they cursed under their breath. Damn this WeChat. Such incidents, stemming from the collapse of the Penguin servers, are becoming increasingly frequent. At the Penguin headquarters, Brother Pony was furious. With his background as a programmer, he quickly deduced the situation. This was undoubtedly a virus, and a particularly powerful one at that. Brother Pony understood well that there is never such a thing as absolute defense. There is no strongest spear, nor the most formidable shield. Even the Empire's official website is riddled with countless vulnerabilities. Moreover, considering it is the server of Penguin, the possibility of a virus outbreak is not to be dismissed. A virus is not inherently terrifying. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that even the foremost security experts at Penguin, in their exhaustive efforts to detect the virus, have uncovered nothing. Everything appears normal, devoid of any issues. Yet, the server room continues to experience irregular restarts, and the servers sporadically crash. The awareness of an underlying problem exists, yet the source remains elusive. In response, Brother Pony swiftly convenes an emergency meeting. It is undoubtedly the machinations of Sumo at play. Tianhua, filled with resentment, exclaims with fury, "We engage those elite software experts to decipher the global intelligent chat app, and within a week, we encounter this predicament. Clearly, we have triggered the virus program that Sumo embedded within the global intelligent chat app. We have truly fallen victim to misfortune. Not only have we failed to successfully crack the global intelligent chat app, but we have also inadvertently become afflicted by a highly insidious virus. This has directly precipitated a sharp decline in Penguin's stock price, plunging the company back into tumultuous waters. Originally, Penguin thrived on the internet, with its stronghold firmly established in the digital realm. The upheaval of Penguin's servers has already wrought significant repercussions. Even the active users of WeChat have begun to plummet dramatically, all gravitating toward the embrace of the Global Intelligent Chat app. After all, the servers of Global Intelligent Chat are remarkably stable, devoid of the embarrassing situations that plague WeChat. The simultaneous translation feature is nothing short of miraculous, offering opportunities to meet charming individuals from abroad. Language is no longer a barrier to communication. From this point forward, it is a matter of individual prowess. Cross-national marriages are no longer an issue. In matters of love, age is inconsequential, gender is irrelevant, and race holds no significance. What progress has been made in the virus investigation? Brother Pony inquires, taking a deep breath and turning to ask, have any clues emerged? The head of the security department, his face pale, reports, we have yet to detect any anomalies. We even activated the backup servers, yet it proved futile. We have succumbed completely. The restart of the servers requires time, and everyone's time is invaluable. Is there truly anyone willing to wait these few minutes? Perhaps some would. But the frequency of these incidents is simply unacceptable. The gamers are on the verge of collapse. Even in the absence of disconnections, they frequently encounter a latency of 460, often finding themselves inexplicably thrust into the enemy's defensive tower. Although both sides experience this predicament, it is undeniably a strain on one's mental state. After extensive deliberation, Brother Pony realizes that the issue lies within the software, having fallen victim to Sumo's trap, yet no resolution presents itself. The fundamental condition for eliminating the virus is the ability to identify it. However, Penguin finds itself in utter darkness, with all elite technicians mobilized, yet still powerless to remedy the situation. They can only beseech for mercy, requesting Sumo to spare them. Certainly, hand me the Penguin novels. Sumo nods, in your hands, they are on the brink of ruin. The development of Penguin novels has been exceedingly fraught. It could have flourished. Yet it has been stifled by Penguin's own missteps. Coupled with various tyrannical clauses, the attrition of outstanding writers has been severe. This request is something I cannot acquiesce to. Xiaoma Ji's expression darkened, and he shook his head, declaring, Penguin novels is simply too significant. In the realm of domestic literature, Penguin novels occupies a substantial share of the market, akin to a veritable cash cow. How could Sumo dare to be so audacious? Was there truly no alternative for Penguin? Sumo regarded Xiaomagu with a hint of amusement, calmly responding, if you're unwilling, then please take your leave. Reluctantly, Xiaomagu had no choice but to concede, ultimately surrendering the entire novel conglomerate and all its operations to Sumo. Only then did Sumo act, bringing Penguin's endless reboot to a definitive halt. Xiaomagu no longer dared to overstep, as the rise of Zhi Liao had become an unstoppable force. Chapter 129. Titans line up for their demise. The Penguin feels intimidated. Yet, in the face of the rise of global intelligence chat, Facebook and Twitter profess indifference. They boast over 2 billion users, while we have 4 billion. Twitter and Facebook are both globally renowned social media platforms. having deeply entrenched themselves in the social sphere over the years, becoming mainstream in numerous countries. Many governmental entities maintain official accounts on Twitter and Facebook, disseminating a variety of announcements. If one were to liken Twitter and Facebook to seasoned generals battle-hardened in the field, then global intelligence chat would be the fledgling recruit. Newly initiated yet somewhat formidable. Nevertheless, this neophyte poses no real threat to the battle-tested general, as they are not competitors of the same caliber. At Facebook's headquarters, a voice in the conference room expressed concern. Boss, the user count for global intelligence chat has surpassed 2.5 billion. This development poses a potential threat to us. The nascent global intelligence chat is revealing its predatory nature to the world. Furthermore, Facebook's clandestine efforts to undermine the global intelligence chat app have already faltered. Even prominent international media outlets like the BBC have succumbed under the strategic maneuvers of Sumo, leading to their collapse. Let us not worry excessively, Zuckerberg remarked, his brown eyes subtly shifting as he gestured dismissively. We at Facebook possess 4 billion users and have become the designated social media platform in many countries. In Zuckerberg's mind, even with global intelligence chat's impressive 2.5 billion users, Facebook remains unassailable. The much-touted simultaneous translation feature seems trivial, merely a fleeting novelty. Although this novelty exhibits some strength, it is but a wisp of smoke. Once the fervor subsides, the populace will inevitably return to Facebook's embrace. Indeed, while Facebook faces challenges from global intelligence chat, the impact remains limited. After all, few are willing to relinquish their established social media in favor of a new contender. Moreover, Facebook has cultivated a loyal user base over many years, numbering in the millions across various nations. Were it not for Shagua's resolute establishment of a firewall in the digital realm, Facebook might have flourished in that populous nation, the most populous in the world. In the realm of the internet, users equate to wealth. A modest investment in advertising can yield substantial returns. Boss, according to the findings from the technical department, our active user count is on the decline. One individual lamented, unwilling to concede. Conversely, global intelligence chat is experiencing rapid user growth and remarkably high engagement. Once users enter the global intelligence chat app, they seldom exit. It truly is a delightful experience. The simultaneous translation feature is nothing short of miraculous, rendering language a non-barrier to communication. Let the barriers between nations no longer be insurmountable. May the Earth truly transform into a global village. In contrast, when compared to Facebook, it pales significantly. Despite its rich heritage, it appears to be on a downward trajectory. Alas, with Facebook's user base reaching 4 billion, it has essentially hit a saturation point, making further growth rather improbable unless, of course, there is a sudden explosion in global population. One can only observe closely. Zuckerberg, maintaining a calm demeanor and exuding confidence, remarked that within a month, the fervor surrounding global intelligent chat would inevitably wane. Such fast food products arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. As the founder and CEO of Facebook, Zuckerberg possesses a keen insight and a formidable acumen, earning him the title of the youngest self-made billionaire in the world. Upon hearing this, the anxious crowd began to relax. However, a month later, Facebook and Twitter users dwindled to 3 billion, while intelligent chat users surged to 3.5 billion. As for the anticipated decline in popularity, that proved to be a fallacy. The enthusiasm for global intelligent chat continued its upward trajectory, skyrocketing in fervor. In stark contrast, Facebook and Twitter faced dire straits. After all, every feature available on Twitter and Facebook could also be found on the global intelligent chat app, and it executed them even better. Moreover, it possessed functionalities that they lacked. The real-time translation feature had become indispensable, allowing many to forge friendships abroad, thereby uniting like-minded individuals across the globe. Borders ceased to be limitations, and language barriers dissolved. If you desire it, anything is possible. As the global intelligent chat app flourished, Facebook and Twitter were left utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Why was the user base of the global intelligent chat app skyrocketing? At Facebook's headquarters, an emergency meeting was convened. Zuckerberg was no longer calm. He appeared as if facing a formidable adversary. Boss, The situation is exceedingly grim, reported a high-ranking executive with dismay. The active users of global intelligent chat have surged to 3.5 billion, while our Facebook has plummeted to 3 billion. The tides had completely turned. Once a fledgling contender, it had ascended to the same ranks as seasoned veterans. Naturally, the veteran began to feel the pressure. Damn it! Zuckerberg could no longer mask his emotions. His countenance darkened with fury as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "How could global intelligent chat achieve such a feat? Is it merely due to real-time translation? This seems utterly absurd. Shouldn't such a novelty be fleeting? How has it spiraled out of control?" Boss, the popularity of global intelligent chat is far more formidable than anticipated. A concerned voice interjected. The efficacy of the real-time translation feature should not be underestimated. Given the current trajectory of the global intelligent chat application, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is poised to experience exponential growth, akin to a snowball effect, expanding ever larger. Achieving status as a leading global social platform appears to be merely a matter of time. Boss, the remarkable success of the global intelligent chat can be attributed largely, approximately 90%, to its real-time translation capabilities. Furthermore, some individuals have astutely remarked, what if Facebook were to incorporate real-time translation? Upon hearing this, the crowd's enthusiasm began to ignite. If Facebook were to implement such a feature, its growth would undoubtedly accelerate even further. The global intelligent chat application has already reached such impressive heights. Imagine the explosive potential if it were to be adopted by Facebook. Chapter 130. The Tragedy of Facebook and Twitter. Imagine if Facebook had initially acquired real-time translation capabilities. At this stage, it could have dominated the global social networking industry. Indeed, Facebook once attempted to decipher the real-time translation feature for global intelligent communication, but their efforts were merely superficial, lacking even the dismantling of the outermost firewall, rendering it far from a true breakthrough. Summoning all of Facebook's elite technical personnel, Mark Zuckerberg contemplated for a moment and calmly stated, "We must decrypt all source codes." The current global intelligent communication app has become an unstoppable force. Only by equipping Facebook with real-time translation capabilities can we hope for a turnaround. Meanwhile, Twitter harbored similar ambitions and dispatched its top technical experts to begin cracking the intelligent communication system. Their entire technical arsenal was mobilized. The foundational strength of both Twitter and Facebook is profound, having cultivated a plethora of top-tier technical talents over the years in the vast realm of the internet. The time to deploy their well-trained forces had finally arrived. With excitement, one of the engineers rose and exclaimed, "We have finally decrypted the outer encryption of the global intelligent communication app." The exhilaration echoed, as if victory was within grasp. After a week of arduous efforts, both Twitter and Facebook triggered the reboot protocols left by Sumo, initially aiming to acquire the source code for real-time translation. They instead fell victim to the incessant rebooting curse, rendering both platforms inoperable. Servers crashed, outages occurred, and a litany of issues ensued. Users began to voice their frustrations on the global intelligent communication app. What is happening with Twitter and Facebook? Why are the servers so unstable, frequently failing to refresh? What kind of potato servers are these? With all that profit, can't they reinforce the service area? The dissatisfaction grew palpable. Users increasingly perceived Twitter and Facebook as inadequate, as images took an eternity to load, often failing to display altogether. It was baffling. How could such renowned international software encounter such issues? Disillusioned, many turned to the global intelligent communication app, which proved to be far superior. In contrast to Twitter and Facebook, its servers remained remarkably stable, with no fluctuations. As long as one's internet speed was sufficiently rapid, the app would launch instantaneously, without any problems. This led to a remarkable surge in user numbers, surpassing 4 billion in a short span, swiftly establishing it as the preeminent giant in the realm of social networking. At Facebook's headquarters, the question remained, had the issues not yet been resolved? Zuckerberg, suppressing his fury, darkly remarked, "Are the fools we spend a fortune on every year? How is it that such a perilous virus remains undetected? What is the situation?" It is imperative to remember that Facebook's technical personnel are among the world's elite. Even breaching the empire's official website would be child's play for them. Yet, they cannot even identify a virus on our servers? Boss, we have conducted multiple rounds of inspections, and no anomalies have been found. A voice from the meeting room muttered, head bowed. However, the servers frequently reboot, and outages occur with alarming regularity. This indicated that Facebook's technical department was at its wit's end. Detecting a virus necessitates identifying it first. If the virus remains elusive, then remedies are futile. Damn it. This must be the handiwork of the global chat app. Someone soon exclaimed with indignation, we must have triggered its virus while attempting to decode the global chat app, directly leading to these incessant server reboots. Within the meeting room, the collective ire directed towards Su-Mo was palpable, as they wished to dismantle him piece by piece. The endeavor to decode the global chat app was proving to be a thankless task. Not only had they failed to obtain the source code for real-time translation, but they also faced rampant server reboots. Users were fleeing in droves, seeking refuge in the global chat's embrace. Boss, Twitter is experiencing a similar predicament. A senior executive in the corner analyzed calmly, it is likely that the virus was triggered during the decoding of the global chat app. The situation is quite dire. If this persists, both Facebook and Twitter may face catastrophic consequences. There is no room for negotiation. What does it matter that Facebook and Twitter have cultivated their presence in the social domain for years? If the servers are unstable, how can we earn user trust? At this juncture, it was clear that solitary efforts would not suffice. Facebook and Twitter began to reach out to one another, enlisting their top technicians to collaboratively investigate the virus. At the headquarters of the Mozang Group, Su-Mo smirked slightly, intrigued, and mused, it appears that someone is courting disaster. The restart protocol reserved by the global chat app is not easily triggered. Otherwise, it would have made headlines long ago. After all, it is not just the titans who are interested in real-time translation. Many individuals and small companies are equally curious. Yet, most cannot even breach the outermost layer of encryption. Su-Mo remained poised, patiently waiting for the bait to be taken. Meanwhile, Facebook was engaged in an urgent video conference with Twitter. The situation was grim. Zuckerberg gazed at his old rival on the screen, furrowing his brow. Those technicians have not detected any anomalies. Even activating the backup servers would result in immediate infection. This insidious virus is the most terrifying of all. It moves like a phantom, appearing and disappearing without a trace. It feels as though we are confronting a specter in the realm of the internet. There seems to be no way out. The CEO of Twitter let out a deep sigh and lamented, to untie the knot, one must seek the hand that tied it. I can only turn to Su-Mo for assistance. If this situation continues, both Facebook and Twitter are destined for ruin. Even at this juncture, the stock prices of Facebook and Twitter are plummeting. After all, the instability of their servers gives the impression that they could collapse at any moment. Zuckerberg nodded grimly, clearly in agreement with this proposed solution. However, this would inevitably lead to Su-Mo demanding exorbitant terms. Facebook and Twitter have found themselves in a passive position, becoming lambs ready for slaughter. They can only choose to compromise. Chapter 131, The Virus? It's the work of the hacker god in the end. Facebook and Twitter pleaded for mercy, requesting that Su-Mo show some leniency. They promised not to target global intelligence chat services anymore. You follow your own path, and I shall tread mine. During the video call, Zuckerberg wore a grim expression, nervously glancing at the young Asian man across the screen. Despite Su-Mo's youth, he exuded an overwhelming aura of authority, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere. If it were possible to resolve this matter without a struggle, it would indeed be a delightful outcome. The Twitter executive, equally anxious, felt the perspiration pooling in his palms, his body trembling slightly. Gentlemen, it is truly unfortunate. Su-Mo chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. I cannot seem to comprehend what you are saying. It appears I am unable to resolve your predicament. In light of the lack of sincerity from the other party, Su-Mo played along with the charade. Mr. Su, we are all intelligent individuals here. Zuckerberg, unfazed by Su-Mo's response, took a deep breath and said slowly, let us speak plainly. What must we do to resolve our issue? His gaze bore into Su-Mo, as if trying to penetrate his innermost thoughts. Yet, disappointment awaited him. Su-Mo's expression remained inscrutable, as he calmly stated, I have indeed heard of Facebook and Twitter's troubles. I suspect these issues stem from the hacker god. After all, The virus that even you cannot trace must surely be the work of someone with such prowess. I have a certain acquaintance with the hacker god and could act as an intermediary. The situation was clear. It now depended on whether Twitter and Facebook were willing to make significant concessions. The atmosphere in the video call grew increasingly tense. Zuckerberg inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. We are immensely grateful. However, I must inquire, what would it take to resolve this matter? If Sumo sought their concession, there was little choice for them. Facebook and Twitter stood as lambs to the slaughter, left with no option but to capitulate. Otherwise, they risked bankruptcy. Social media platforms with unstable servers would ultimately find themselves discarded into the annals of history. Very well, let us settle on a friendly price. Sumo's lips curled into a slight smile as he proposed, 50 billion each. I will relay that sum to the hacker god, and this matter should be resolved. After all, Twitter and Facebook were renowned social media giants. Producing 50 billion was feasible, albeit a substantial sacrifice. A wise choice would be to compromise. For resistance would only lead to their own destruction. 50 billion is far too much. Zuckerberg's lips twitched as he struggled to suppress his anger. Is there any possibility of a discount? That is 50 billion, real money. Even for Facebook and Twitter, that is an enormous sum. It is not that there is an intention to withhold, yet a negotiation must ensue. The CEO of Twitter wore a somber expression, helplessly stating, Mr. Su, we have approached you with sincerity, hoping to secure the most advantageous price. 50 billion is indeed exorbitant. This poses quite a dilemma. Sumo feigned helplessness, sighing. If that is the case, then let us conclude this matter here. My relationship with the god of hackers is not particularly favorable. Bargaining? That is an impossible endeavor. In fact, Sumo even contemplated raising the price to 100 billion. After all, both Twitter and Facebook currently resemble lambs awaiting slaughter. While Sumo stands as the butcher wielding the knife, capable of determining the fates of these giants with a mere whim. There is no rationale to be discussed. No, it shall be 50 billion. Zuckerberg sensed the gravity of the situation and could only grit his teeth, saying, I implore you, Mr. Su, to contact the god of hackers and resolve the Facebook server reboot issue promptly. There was simply no alternative. They could not afford to delay any longer. Perhaps Sumo could remain composed, but they were like ants on a hot stove, devoid of any options. We at Twitter also concur. The Twitter CEO felt as though his heart were bleeding, but resignedly stated, we are willing to offer 50 billion to the god of hackers to resolve this issue. Compromise had become the sole option. At its pinnacle, Facebook's market value reached $1.6 trillion, while Twitter's peak stood at 16 billion. 50 billion was merely a drop in the ocean, especially for Facebook, which would merely feel a pang of discomfort. As the two concluded their negotiations, Sumo's face brightened, assuring them, rest assured, once the funds are received, I am confident that the efficiency of the god of hackers will be impeccable. After all, it is merely a matter of disabling a virus. It can be accomplished in mere moments. Of course, if Facebook and Twitter wish to court disaster, Sumo would not hesitate to reactivate the issue. Such is the nature of internet companies, where the entire industry is interwoven with the digital realm. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Perhaps a slightly more formidable hacker could obliterate smaller internet firms. However, first and foremost, one must evade capture by the empire's FBI. Otherwise, it is merely a farcical notion. A saying circulates in the realm of computing. A master leads one to the door. Sentencing is determined by the individual. After the video call concluded, Zuckerberg and the Twitter CEO dared not linger, promptly gathering funds and depositing them into the covert account provided by Sumo. Upon seeing the funds received, Sumo smiled faintly, remarking, the speed of this transaction is truly mesmerizing. This incident could be considered at an end. Each party received $50 billion to resolve the issue. Thus, Zhiliao emerged utterly invincible, indeed globally unparalleled. Neither the penguins of Xia country nor the long-established social media giants, Facebook and Twitter, could contend with the global prowess of Zhiliao. They have transcended the realm of mere competitors. Global intelligent chat has emerged as a beacon of admiration. This platform has rendered language a non-issue in communication. allowing individuals from across the globe to navigate the vast expanse of the internet with unparalleled ease. Particularly noteworthy is the thriving sector of short video live streaming, which has attracted a multitude of global broadcasters eager to engage in live presentations. The diversity of these hosts is astounding, with new talents springing forth like mushrooms after the rain. Whether domestic or international, the global intelligent chat app has undeniably ascended to the pinnacle of live streaming applications. One can discover a plethora of content ranging from gaming, culinary delights, to educational pursuits, all encapsulated within the global intelligent chat app, which serves as a veritable treasure trove of experiences. Chapter 132. Is domestic animation failing? Meanwhile, Zhiliao has also managed to achieve profitability. After all, traffic, tips, and promotions are all fee-based, contributing to profits. With the skyrocketing popularity of Zhiliao, particularly in terms of traffic revenue, Mozhang has reaped substantial rewards. The revenue from personalized services has also been on the rise. Everything seems to be progressing in a positive direction. However, numerous discussions have emerged. For instance, the Neon Country mockingly asserts that while the Xia Country's social media has gained traction, its animation remains subpar. There are hardly any commendable works, with many being mere 5-minute episodes of inferior quality. Xia Country's animation is truly an eyesore. If one seeks true animation, it must come from our Neon Country. Can what Xia Country produces even be considered animation? It is nothing more than a haphazard assembly. It is laughable that they have no noteworthy works to present, and their quality is abysmal, incomparable to our esteemed Japanese animations. Upon encountering Xia Country's animations, one cannot help but feel a sense of discomfort. In response, Xia Country's netizens are infuriated. How dare the audacious Neon Country mock us? They even suggest dropping a few nuclear bombs to remind the Neon Country of the art of explosions. Domestic animation is on the rise. No one is born a king. It is merely that the Neon Country's animation industry had an earlier start. The atmosphere has become tense, thanks to the global Zhiliao app. Language is no longer a barrier to communication. Xia Country's keyboard warriors are now on the offensive. Naturally, the Neon Country is not willing to back down, launching a counterattack. Is Xia Country's animation not a mere joke? They can't even plagiarize properly. For example, Xia Country's high-speed rail hero is a blatant copy of our Neon Country's iron-blooded train hero, nearly identical in every aspect. Yet, the production company denies any allegations of plagiarism. What utter shamelessness! Is it not laughable that such a thing could be called animation? Is it not pure imitation? The global Zhiliao app indeed boasts impressive features, with its real-time translation capabilities being remarkable. However, it is undeniable that Xia Country's animation is excessively poor and should not exist at all. It is suggested that Xia Country abandon all animation production and instead import a plethora of our superior Neon Country animation works, allowing the unfortunate people of Xia Country to experience the true allure of authentic animation. The words are harsh, and Xia Country's netizens feel quite oppressed. The people of the Neon Country are indeed overstepping. Alas, this is the reality. Xia Country's animation is weak, and its overall strength cannot compare to that of the Neon Country's animation. In fact, the origins of Xia Country's animation date back to the 1920s, with the production of its first animated film, The Great Disturbance in the Studio, in 1926, marking a new chapter in Xia Country's animation history. However, it has faltered in the years since, ultimately falling short of the Neon Country's animation industry. Meanwhile, in the Neon Country, the animation industry is flourishing, with various works permeating across nations, becoming widely recognized. In comparison, Xia Country's animation appears somewhat lacking, although in recent years, a few commendable animation companies have emerged, such as Xuanji and Rusin. They are hindered by slow updates and low production rates. For instance, in the case of the Qin series, it is estimated that it may take 2 generations to witness its conclusion, which would be quite remarkable. The abundance of domestic animations often results in a plethora of subpar content, with episodes lasting merely 5 minutes, which is utterly disappointing. The vitriol in the ongoing disputes has escalated, and the topic continues to gain traction, even drawing attention from numerous media outlets. Netizens from the Xia Nation have launched campaigns against the Neon Nation. Is this truly the existence of the well-off citizens of the Neon Nation? While the Xia Nation's various industries flourish, the Neon Nation, a mere speck of land, may excel in animation, yet its other sectors can be deemed rather inconsequential. Why does Xia's animation struggle to rival that of the Neon Nation? In recent years, an abundance of outstanding domestic animations has emerged. Those from the Neon Nation merely display a lack of understanding. How can such a diminutive country dare to boast? Domestic animation will inevitably rise swiftly. Indeed, the journey for Xia's animation to match that of the Neon Nation is fraught with challenges. The issues predominantly lie in the realm of details, particularly in terms of cinematic language, which is often lacking in richness and at times appears hastily assembled. The camera work merely serves to introduce scenes, devoid of superfluous actions, leaving the audience visually unfulfilled and consequently disengaged. In contrast, neon animations are replete with splendid imagery and a more diverse perspective. The action sequences are nothing short of a visual feast. Many domestic animations rely heavily on special effects, creating an overwhelming display that, while visually striking, lacks a compelling inner essence. Meanwhile, Sumo has secured the rights to numerous works from Penguin novels and is contemplating the best approach to maximize benefits. Upon encountering this topic, he decisively resolved to venture into the animation industry. This sector not only offers lucrative profits, but also serves as a formidable avenue for cultural export. For example, many classic neon animations hold a prestigious status worldwide, with devoted fans spread across the globe. It is no exaggeration to assert that numerous works from the Neon Nation have profoundly influenced the lives of an entire generation. Xia is no exception, as many individuals grew up immersed in neon animations. Under these circumstances, the cultural infiltration from the Neon Nation can be deemed exceedingly successful, contributing to the robust growth of its animation industry, establishing it as a global leader. Subsequently, Sumo enlisted Shagua to identify reputable companies for potential acquisition. After all, starting from scratch would necessitate rebuilding everything and training employees, which would be quite cumbersome. A direct acquisition would simplify matters significantly, as everything would be readily available, including the workforce, allowing for immediate utilization without any hassle. As for financial expenditure, the Moshang Group is currently affluent, generating profits at a pace surpassing that of a printing press. Thus, financial concerns are negligible. The primary consideration must be the capabilities of the prospective company. They must at least meet a certain standard. A week later, Shagua identified 5 companies, eliminating 3. The remaining candidates were Ruisheng Animation and Jifeng Animation. Subsequently, Sumo visited Jifeng Animation for an evaluation, but the discussions were less than amicable. The other party, while possessing formidable capabilities, exhibited an air of arrogance, as if they were the vanguard of the Xia Nation's animation industry. Even disregarding the Moshang Group entirely, the overwhelming sense of confidence permeates the atmosphere. However, their capabilities undeniably reside at the upper echelon of the industry, making their arrogance somewhat justifiable. After all, it is not uncommon for exceptionally talented individuals to exhibit peculiar behaviors. Such idiosyncrasies are, in fact, quite normal. Nevertheless, one cannot hastily decide based solely on these traits. Subsequently, Sumo proceeded to inspect Ruisheng Animation. He observed that although Ruisheng Animation's abilities were rather mediocre, their attitude was commendable. Indeed, a positive demeanor can often resolve numerous issues. While Jifeng Animation possesses substantial talent, their arrogance might lead to considerable complications, even in the event of an acquisition. For instance, a renowned director may produce high-quality films, yet if it takes 5 to 7 years to complete a single movie, or even a decade to refine a script, which employer could tolerate such delays? Disobedient employees are seldom favored by any boss. Ruisheng Animation's attitude is undeniably superior, albeit their capabilities are merely average, placing them at best at a standard level within the industry. Just as Sumo found himself in a quandary, a notification from the system chimed. You may check in here. Would you like to proceed? Chapter 133. Check-in. AI Special Effects Generator Check-in. Sumo silently recited. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Ruisheng Animation and received the cutting-edge technology of the anime world. AI special effects generator. By simply importing text and audio descriptions, you can generate corresponding exquisite effects that far surpass the pinnacle of Hollywood standards. Upon reading the reward description, Sumo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was indeed a timely blessing. The system was as efficient as ever, outperforming even the most devoted admirers. In both animation and film production, special effects are the most costly aspect. It is not uncommon to spend tens of millions to achieve effects that merely dazzle the audience. Soon after, Sumo summoned Shagua and decisively declared, "Acquire the Ruishi animation team and establish Mozang Animation." With the AI special effects generator at hand, the average capabilities of the Ruishi animation team would be effortlessly resolved. After all, according to the check-in rewards description, one only needs to input text and audio descriptions to generate corresponding exquisite effects, even exceeding the finest Hollywood standards. What does this imply? It is akin to others spending millions and months of labor to create effects that Sumo can generate directly using the AI special effects generator. In this light, the relatively cooperative Ruishi animation naturally became the prime choice. As for Jifeng animation, their technology is decent, but their uncooperative nature is of no use. Sumo had no time to nurture them. Absolutely. Shagua did not inquire about the rationale, but readily agreed. With the financial prowess of Mozang Group, acquiring both Jifeng animation and Ruishi animation posed no challenges. It merely required a larger monetary investment. Shagua swiftly proceeded to Ruishi animation for acquisition negotiations. And under the allure of wealth, she soon succeeded. Concurrently, Mozang Group announced the establishment of Mozang Animation, venturing into the animation industry. As news spread across the internet, it triggered a tremendous uproar. As I understand it, Mozang Group initially seemed to be merely a clothing enterprise. They had already ventured into the social domain. But now they aspire to penetrate the animation industry? Is this truly feasible? Supporting Mozang Group is essential, considering the disclosed information that they have acquired the Ruishi animation team. Recently, Neon Country has been aggressively provoking the animation industry of Summer Country, and Mozang Group has boldly stepped up to confront them, a true display of masculinity. This is not meant to undermine your confidence. The Ruishi animation team does indeed have its shortcomings. The animations produced are utterly monotonous, inducing drowsiness. How will Mozang Animation, as the successor to Ruishi Animation, fare? It is likely to be a case of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. The news quickly spread across the internet, with Mozang Group's notoriety being well known to all. Through the global intelligence chat app, the information swiftly reached Neon Country, eliciting a chorus of ridicule. Is this not too amusing? Does Mozang Group truly believe that their success in social software will seamlessly translate into the animation industry? They must be overestimating their capabilities. It is quite laughable. Does Summer Country truly have no one left? The fashion industry's Mozang Group is venturing into the realm of animation, seemingly oblivious to the inherent challenges of animation production. The animation from Xia Country is undeniably subpar. Only the illustrious animation of my esteemed Neon Country can claim the title of being the pinnacle of the world, with an abundance of classic works to boast. What does Xia Country have to offer in comparison? Perhaps one could count them on 2 hands. If Mozang Group truly wishes to engage in animation, I would recommend outsourcing the production to our esteemed Neon Country, which would ensure absolute excellence without unnecessary expenditure. In summary, Xia Country's animation is inferior. And no matter who attempts to intervene, even Sumo must concede defeat. The citizens of Neon Country have been mercilessly mocking and belittling Xia Country's animation while elevating their own. They expound upon the inadequacies of Xia Country's animation, proclaiming that Neon Country's is the unrivaled champion. In response, netizens from Xia Country are incensed and retaliate vehemently. Those wretched denizens of Neon Country. Now that Mozang Group has entered the animation industry, let Neon Country's animation brace for its demise. This minuscule nation barely manages to cultivate its animation industry. It is truly a farcical endeavor. How ludicrous. Where is the dignity of Neon Country? Xia Country's animation has been steadily improving, and surpassing Neon Country's animation is merely a matter of time. As public sentiment escalates, both sides engage in a continuous exchange of vitriol. Yet, Suemo has directly harnessed the advanced AI special effects technology obtained through sign-ins and begins to experiment. While the introduction may seem remarkable, the actual results fall short of expectations. Even Hollywood special effects are not infallible. Even the most elite effects can yield disappointing outcomes. Suemo attempts to input 9 dragons pulling a coffin. Instantly, a breathtaking scene materializes. In the vast, dark cosmos, 9 colossal true dragons are bound by cold iron chains, drifting for centuries as if cast away by the world itself. The sheer visual impact is suffocating, as if the depicted entities are palpably real. And one can almost feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the 9 dragon corpses. This is indeed impressive. Suemo quickly regains his composure and cannot help but exclaim. Achieving such visual effects would require a substantial investment, potentially reaching tens of millions, and even then, the results might not measure up. The realism is astounding. Furthermore, the naturalness of the effects evokes no sense of dissonance. The power is immense and deeply moving, particularly with the ancient bronze coffin behind the 9 dragon corpses, which emanates an indescribable aura of mystery. The archaic patterns on the bronze coffin seem to whisper tales of millennia past, revealing traces of history. The cold iron chains, though appearing on the verge of breaking, exist with an eternal presence. The quality of the special effects is explosive, leaving an indelible impression. Suemo is elated, for it is well known that the most significant expense in animation lies in special effects. Only through substantial financial investment can one produce commendable effects. Why do Hollywood films enjoy global acclaim? Primarily due to their spectacular effects, which ignite a fervor in viewers, invigorating every cell in their bodies and inducing an exhilarating sense of excitement. Dopamine is rapidly secreted, stimulating the hearts of viewers. Traditionally, anime production demands exorbitant financial investment and substantial time and effort. However, under Suemo's approach, this is no longer necessary. With the advent of this groundbreaking technology, special effects AI can produce results instantaneously, complemented by the team's vigilant guidance, allowing an anime to emerge at an astonishing pace. The efficiency is unparalleled, eclipsing numerous competitors, rendering even the anime industry of Neon Country as mere novices, far from the same echelon. Moreover, with the introduction of the AI special effects generator, anime production can yield an abundance akin to that of a prolific SAO, all while maintaining quality. Contemplating this, Suemo felt a surge of excitement. Murmuring to himself, is the Neon Country anime industry not on a reckless path to self-destruction? If so, let it perish. The power of the AI special effects generator is indeed beyond imagination. Chapter 134. A transformation in the anime industry. Subsequently, Suemo made his way to the headquarters of Richest Animation, now rebranded as Mozhang Animation after its acquisition. The Richest Animation team felt a palpable sense of unease. The technicians exchanged glances, uncertain of what the future held. They had effectively been sold to the Mozhang Group, yet the nature of their new employer remained a mystery. Oldly, with Mozhang Group acquiring us, they likely aim to contend with those arrogant individuals from Neon Country, remarked a young man with thinning hair, nudging his neighbor with his elbow, anxiety evident in his voice. However, given our team's capabilities, it might prove to be a formidable challenge. They were acutely aware of their own limitations. The Richest Animation team was considered to be of moderate standing in the industry, ranking among the more respectable entities domestically. Yet, when it came to competing with Neon Country anime, they felt woefully outmatched. Indeed, they were hardly in the same league. Even the renowned Jifeng Animation would find it difficult, let alone the Richest team. I share your pessimism, interjected a nearly bald young man with a sigh. The environments in Xia Country and Neon Country are starkly different. The latter enjoys robust official support for its anime industry, complete with various incentives. In contrast, our own country is witnessing an alarming trend towards increasingly juvenile content, with ever stricter censorship. Even the depiction of red blood is prohibited. In such a climate, everyone feels threatened. He continued, currently, many anime productions in Xia Country are tailored for children under 6, suggesting that the authorities perceive anime merely as a product for the young. To meet the stringent review standards, various animation companies have resorted to extreme measures, erasing any narrative that conflicts with the core values of society. Blood is often depicted in green or omitted entirely. Even fantasy-themed anime can face backlash for depicting young couples kissing, risking complaints from parents that could lead to censorship. Once an anime is pulled from circulation, even classic titles must undergo significant edits to be re-released, with any hint of violence leading to outright removal. The fact that Sia country's anime can thrive under such conditions is nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, Chandan, a young man, absent-mindedly stroking the few strands of hair remaining on his head. I'm even contemplating a career shift. Perhaps selling barbecued skewers at the night market would be better. At least I could keep my hair. Creating anime is a tremendous drain on one's mental faculties. As the saying goes, sacrificing a few special effects artists is all it takes to finish an anime production. How could one possibly switch careers? Don't you realize that we are being acquired by Moshain Group? They are the creators of the globally renowned Zhiliao app, having triumphed over QQ, WeChat, and even foreign giants like Twitter and Facebook, raking in profits hand over fist. Aligning ourselves with such a powerful entity can only yield more benefits than drawbacks. At the very least, we should no longer face delays in salary payments. Let us hope for that. A young man with thinning hair sighed, expressing his hope that the Moshain Group's interest was not merely a fleeting whim. As members of the Ruishi animation team, their original intentions were undoubtedly rooted in passion, striving to create exceptional and outstanding animated works. The new owner had summoned them to the conference room. Outside, someone anxiously called out, urging everyone to hurry, for an important matter awaited them. The atmosphere grew tense as they approached the meeting room with a sense of unease. Dear colleagues, the former Ruishi Animation no longer exists. You are now all members of Moshain Animation. Suemo, observing the anxious crowd, emanated a subtle aura of authority as he slowly announced, everyone's salary will be increased by 20% from the original base. For the affluent Moshain Group, a 20% raise was hardly a concern. In fact, should their performance excel, a doubling of salaries was not out of the question. Upon hearing this, excitement surged among the team, their future appearing bright. Regardless of the circumstances, the new owner was undeniably wealthy. This is the latest product developed in-house by Moshain Group, the AI special effects generator. Suemo remarked with a slight smile, elaborating. By simply inputting text and audio descriptions, one can generate exquisite effects that surpass even the pinnacle of Hollywood's animation standards. As his words resonated, the former Ruishi animation team members furrowed their brows, their initial reaction one of disbelief. AI-generated effects? Surely, this was not an April Fool's joke. One couldn't help but wonder if this affluent owner had fallen victim to deception. Even the wisest may falter, yet the foolish can occasionally stumble upon truth. The likelihood of this new owner being misled seemed alarmingly high. Chairman, is it truly possible for AI to have advanced to such formidable capabilities? Lu Yuan, the team leader, cautiously inquired. To generate animation effects? It raises significant doubts. Such technology is unheard of. If it were feasible, the profession of special effects artists may well face obsolescence. After all, if effects can be produced by AI, the need for artists would diminish. Let us first observe the demonstration. Suemo smiled gently, projecting a video onto the large screen, calmly stating, "This is the special effect automatically generated by AI, following the input of 9 dragons pulling a coffin." The screen illuminated with a breathtaking scene in the vast, dark cosmos. 9 colossal dragons were bound by cold, metallic chains, and an ancient bronze coffin exuded an air of mystery. Witnessing such a spectacle, the former Ruishi animation team members were rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the astonishing realism. It felt less like an effect and more akin to a tangible reality. Even Shagua, standing beside Suemo, widened her eyes in disbelief. Such high-caliber effects would surely cost millions. They then began to select themes and descriptions for the AI to generate effects. Perfect, each creation was flawless. Every special effect emerged as a meticulously crafted work of art, devoid of any blemish, appearing too exquisite to belong to the realm of reality. Truly remarkable. One member of the team lamented, with such innovations, what value do the animations from Neon Country hold? They are scarcely worthy of even serving us. It is evident that the rivalry between the Summer Country and Neon Country in the realm of animation has become widely acknowledged. Once the AI-generated special effects emerge, the animations of Neon Country will have no choice but to capitulate, leaving them with little room for resistance. The team leader, Lu Yuan, expressed his exhilaration, exclaiming, "AI is truly formidable. Chairman, you are pioneering a new era in animation and special effects. It is nothing short of miraculous, leaving one in awe. A transformation is imminent. The future of the animation industry will undoubtedly belong to Mozhang Animation, an unstoppable force. Neither domestic animations nor those from Neon Country stand a chance." Upon hearing this, Sumo simply smiled, responding with calm assurance, "Just focus on your work, and the rewards will surely follow." Chapter 135. Abundant production. Like Asao as the pioneering team of Mozhang Animation, the prospects of future profits are beyond imagination. It is inevitable that Mozhang Animation will not stop at this juncture, with the support of the AI special effects generator. Becoming the world's premier animation team is merely a matter of time. What are the animations from the Neon Country? They are but toddlers in the realm of animation. Chairman, with this AI special effects generator, we will undoubtedly dominate the scene, Lu Yuan assured, thumping his belly. Lately, the audacity of the Neon Country's animations has been exceptionally brazen. It is high time we teach them a lesson. Excellent. Sumo nodded in satisfaction and began to assign tasks. Subsequently, the animation team sprang into action, producing animations. The Penguin novel platform is entirely under Sumo's domain, boasting an abundance of works, with classics emerging incessantly and an ample supply of copyrights. With the enhancement of the AI special effects generator, concerns regarding special effects have dissipated, and budgets can be significantly reduced, transforming animation production into a simple and effortless endeavor. The first project to undertake is the decisive over 10,000 ages from 9 dragons pulling a coffin. In the vast, pitch-black cosmos, 9 colossal true dragons are bound by cold metallic chains, hurtling towards Earth at breakneck speed. Alongside them lies an ancient bronze coffin exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression, accompanied by the lifeless bodies of the 9 ancient dragons. If one were to employ a special effects artist for this creation, it would take at least 6 months and incur exorbitant costs. The resultant effects would pale in comparison to those produced by the AI special effects generator, which can generate effects instantaneously, achieving maximum efficiency with only minimal post-production adjustments required before release. In just half a month's time, the first season was completed. Very good. Sumo expressed his satisfaction after reviewing the entire production, nodding, "Let us proceed with this quality for the second season." With the aid of the AI special effects generator, high output akin to Asao is entirely feasible. Typically, animation production is plagued by delays. Completing one season usually requires a year before the next can be released. Such inefficiency is unacceptable. One must understand that a novel typically comprises several million words. At that pace, one might not witness the grand conclusion in a lifetime. Not a problem, Lu Yuan responded, thumping his belly once more. "I guarantee we will complete the task." To be an animation creator, one must first possess a passion for the animation industry. Otherwise, producing quality animations is simply unattainable. Although utilizing the AI special effects generator might seem akin to taking shortcuts, as long as the actual results are commendable, the entire team remains unopposed. The times call for progress, and the animation industry is ever-evolving. In the past, the era was dominated by hand-drawn animations, where each frame relied solely on meticulous handwork, which were then strung together to form the initial semblance of animation. With the advent of software tools to assist in production and various drawing tablets enabling artists to create directly on computers, the process of erasure and deletion has become effortless. The introduction of multiple layers has significantly streamlined the animation production process. However, in the presence of the AI special effects generator, all of these tools appear as mere trifles, products of an entirely different realm. Before the AI special effects generator, these software tools are akin to primitive spears wielded by cavemen, while the AI special effects generator represents a true modern marvel of intelligence. This is precisely why Lu Yuan confidently assures that the second season of Unprecedented Epic will soon be produced. The development team has thoroughly familiarized themselves with the AI special effects generator, enabling them to produce the new season in less than half a month. Simultaneously, Mozhang Animation swiftly convened a press conference to announce their first self-produced animation, Unprecedented Epic, and launched an extensive promotional campaign on Shagua. Thanks to the global popularity of the Shagua app, Unprecedented Epic rapidly gained recognition. This exemplifies the advantages of controlling a monopolistic social platform. Similarly, Penguin utilizes its top-tier social platforms, QQ and WeChat, to fervently promote any new game, reaping substantial profits regardless of the quality of the product. Of course, the Unprecedented Epic produced by Mozhang Animation is undoubtedly a masterpiece. The AI special effects generator is no laughing matter. Even novices in animation production can create divine visual effects. Coupled with the already impressive Ruishi animation team, the results can be maximized. Mozhang Animation's promotional efforts naturally reached Neon Country, where the locals scoffed at it. Dismissing it as trash, they began to disparage it vehemently. It's laughable that Mozhang Group has seemingly fallen from grace. Daring to venture into the animation industry and intending to release their first work so soon. Surely, it must be poorly crafted. The global Shagua app has also lost its luster, resorting to promoting such subpar advertisements. If not for simultaneous translation, many would have uninstalled it by now. The animation industry in Xia Country is deemed inferior, and even Mozhang Animation's work is considered trash, hardly comparable to the esteemed productions of Neon Country. Unworthy even of carrying their shoes. Given such a swift production timeline, one wonders from which of our Neon Country's animated works they have plagiarized. It is undoubtedly a product designed merely to cash in, the content hardly worth viewing, truly an eyesore. The netizens of Xia Country, upon witnessing this, were incensed. Supporting Mozhang Animation must be proven through action. The people of Neon Country can only indulge in verbal sparring. In a fit of panic, the well-off citizens of Neon Country felt a sense of urgency. Mozhang Group is a company renowned for creating miracles, and Mozhang Animation can certainly continue this legacy. Go Mozhang Animation, you must not falter. The fervor rapidly escalated, with news about Mozhang Animation's latest work, Unprecedented Epic, surfacing constantly. The people of Neon Country jumped up and down, vehemently belittling Unprecedented Epic, overflowing with a sense of superiority. However, Suemo remained unfazed by the antics of the clowns in Neon Country. He had personally viewed the first season of Unprecedented Epic produced by Mozhang Animation and found its effects to be exceptionally impressive, truly among the finest. The special effects are nothing short of extraordinary, reaching the pinnacle of excellence akin to that of the Great Pyramid. This is not merely a singular effect, but rather the entirety of the animation's visual artistry that is of the highest caliber. What does this signify? In typical animations, the effects may initially dazzle with an extravagant display of expenditure, creating a fleeting sense of astonishment. Yet, as the narrative progresses, they often falter, diminishing in quality to the point of resembling subpar effects. Isolating the beginning and the end of such animations leaves one incredulous that they belong to the same work. In stark contrast, Dominating the Ages offers a consistently high-energy experience, devoid of any dull moments. Moreover, the original novel of Dominating the Ages is exceptionally well-crafted, alleviating any concerns regarding the quality of the storyline. Chapter 136. The global sensation. As long as exceptional works emerge, those who mock will inevitably fall silent. True prowess serves as the finest testament. Dominion of Eternity is destined to captivate all eyes. Just 2 days prior to the launch event, promotional trailers for Dominion of Eternity were unveiled, sending shockwaves around the globe. The special effects were nothing short of astonishing. Every frame represented the pinnacle of visual artistry, surpassing even Hollywood's offerings. Netizens from the Xi'an nation erupted in excitement. What is this imagery? Could it be real? It is simply flawless. Unbelievable. This must be the finest animation effects ever created, without comparison. It is unrivaled, utterly obliterating the so-called anime from the Neon Nation. The disparity is evident. It is no surprise to declare that Mozhang Animation has positioned itself ahead of the curve. Yet, a curious thought arises. The creative team behind Mozhang Animation is the original Ruishi animation team, which previously did not exhibit such remarkable production capabilities. Could it be that after being acquired by Mozhang Group, their creative potential has exploded? Regardless, anticipation builds for the launch of Dominion of Eternity. The effects are indeed invincible. Meanwhile, the Neon Nation stands in bewilderment. What is happening? Was it not claimed that Neon Nation anime was the pinnacle of the world? How is it that the promotional trailer from Mozhang Animation dazzles so? Each frame is a feast for the eyes, worthy of being wallpaper. However, the arrogant citizens of the Neon Nation refuse to acknowledge their shortcomings, stubbornly insisting, "There is only so much brilliance here. Everything great is in the trailer, and the rest is subpar." Mockery echoes throughout. It is no shock that Mozhang Group, with its substantial resources, can produce such effects. But critics claim the trailer is merely a facade, devoid of substance, predicting the actual film will be a mere cash grab. How laughable. The trailer is splendidly crafted, yet seemingly insidious in intent. Ultimately, it is here that they excel. Garbage remains garbage. Xia Nation's animation will never rival that of our esteemed Neon Nation. Such creations are simply not on the same level. It is utterly ridiculous to suggest that Mozhang Animation sought out Neon Nation for outsourcing production. How could Xia Nation possibly achieve such effects? The absurdity reaches its peak. This is hardly worth consideration. The citizens of the Neon Nation leap about in frenzy, refusing to concede even upon witnessing the excellence of Dominion of Eternity's promotional trailer. They even attempt to attribute credit to their own anime, demonstrating a mastery of denial reminiscent of the Korean peninsula's stubbornness. Seeing this, netizens from the Xia Nation were incensed. The citizens of the Neon Nation are like a stubborn duck, refusing to yield. The effects of Mozhang Animation's Dominion of Eternity could effortlessly overshadow Neon Nation's animation. Truly shameless. It appears the anime industry of the Neon Nation has fallen into decline. While it once boasted numerous classic works, recent years have been plagued by derivative and lackluster creations, eliciting disgust. The war of words continues unabated. At this moment, the netizens of the Xia Nation found themselves in a position of advantage, fervently utilizing the translation capabilities of the global chat application to launch an onslaught. Meanwhile, the Neon Nation faced relentless setbacks yet stubbornly refused to concede that their anime could not rival that of Xia. Their various self-sabotaging actions only fueled the rising popularity of Dominion of the Ages, which quickly achieved global acclaim. Coupled with the exceptional quality of the promotional material, it sparked the interest of anime enthusiasts worldwide. Although the actual episodes remained unseen, the trailer undeniably represented a pinnacle of global standards, utterly captivating. As 2 days swiftly elapsed, the Mozhang Animation Dominion of the Ages launch event commenced, announcing its official debut. With the unveiling of more details, anime aficionados around the globe were increasingly astonished, not due to a lack of quality, but rather because of its extraordinary excellence, igniting fervor beyond measure. Not only that, Mozhang Animation declared that the premiere would air at noon, releasing 3 episodes simultaneously, showcasing their earnest intent. Dominion of the Ages had thoroughly piqued the curiosity of global anime lovers, who were eager to commence viewing without delay. Hearts racing and hands trembling in excitement as they frantically refreshed their screens. On the eve of the official broadcast, the Neon Nation continued its erratic antics. But the truth was about to be unveiled. Dominion of the Ages was undoubtedly a product crafted by the Mozhang Group to reap profits. Trash remains trash, and both Mozhang Animation and Dominion of the Ages were unequivocally subpar. The global audience disregarded the Neon Nation's clownish behavior. As the clock struck 12, the streaming interface experienced minor lag. The 3 episodes were brief, easily consumable within an hour. The visual effects and picture quality were nothing short of astounding, a veritable feast for the senses. Consequently, Dominion of the Ages soared to unexpected heights of popularity. With continuous high-energy moments and Hollywood-level special effects, it left everyone in awe. The Neon Nation was rendered speechless, utterly overwhelmed, and had become the laughingstock. In terms of visuals, storyline, and pacing, there was nothing to critique. Unlike certain anime that meander aimlessly, dragging out trivial encounters for episodes on end with little substance, Dominion of the Ages ignited a frenzy among Xia's netizens. Mozhang Group truly showcased its prowess. The visuals and effects were a stark contrast to the substandard offerings of the Neon Nation, which seemed almost trivial in comparison. This time, perhaps the Neon Nation would finally acknowledge their shortcomings. The 3 episodes of Dominion of the Ages represented a zenith of quality, even surpassing the impact conveyed by the promotional material. It had become a worldwide phenomenon, erupting in fervor across the globe. Anime enthusiasts were fervently discussing Dominion of the Ages, with some expressing dissatisfaction at the limited content, opting instead to delve into the original novel. Subsequently, Dominion of Eternity airs 2 episodes per week, each lasting 20 minutes. The entire experience is exhilarating, with special effects that are nothing short of spectacular. It triggers a euphoric release of dopamine in viewers, igniting an irresistible desire to immerse oneself in the world of Dominion of Eternity. This phenomenon has propelled Zhiliao to evolve into a global anime platform, offering real-time translation services that resonate with audiences from diverse nations. Even viewers from Japan enthusiastically express their admiration. Indeed, Japan, as a powerhouse of the anime industry, possesses an unparalleled passion for anime. Furthermore, the Japanese audience presents a robust defense. Anime knows no borders, and Dominion of Eternity is undeniably remarkable. One can only hope that Mozhang Animation will continue to produce exceptional works like Dominion of Eternity, which are simply irresistible. Chapter 137, The Complete Ascendance of the Divine. The series Unilateral Eternity, under the auspices of Mozhang, has achieved explosive global popularity, elevating Mozhang Animation to the pinnacle of the animation industry. In response, video giants like Penguin find themselves at a loss, once again outpaced by this cross-industry phenomenon. One might wonder why Mozhang Group, already thriving in the social realm, feels compelled to venture beyond its domain. Meanwhile, Penguin Animation is left embarrassed, as they possess the capability to produce effects of the same caliber as Unilateral Eternity, albeit at an exorbitant cost and with an incredibly protracted timeline. While one might forgive the effects of merely a promotional clip, the 3 episodes released from Unilateral Eternity reveal a sustained level of high energy throughout. The special effects and visuals are uncompromised, perfectly embodying the grandeur promised in the promotional material, delivering an exhilarating visual feast. Such a level of special effects demands immense time and effort, likely only feasible for a financially robust entity like Mozhang Group, which, unbeknownst to Penguin Animation, possesses a seemingly miraculous AI effects generator. This advanced technology allows for the rapid generation of effects, followed by minimal detail refinement, rendering the production process far more economical than traditional animation methods. The result is a staggering impact achieved with surprisingly modest investment, thereby leveraging small costs into monumental wealth. Even more disheartening is the impact on Japan, where the mythology of anime has been shattered by Unilateral Eternity, leading to a complete disillusionment. The once proud animation of the Neon Nation is rendered juvenile in comparison, unworthy even to carry the shoes of this new titan. In under a month, Unilateral Eternity has ascended to near-divine status, boasting an astounding rating of 9.9, solidifying its legendary status. Fans have spread across the globe, establishing it as the new cultural sensation, eclipsing classic Neon Nation anime in fervor and allure. With viewership exceeding 2 billion and clicks surpassing 20 billion. These figures represent merely the initial month of its release. A truly exceptional work is destined to be shared and celebrated, and Unilateral Eternity exemplifies this phenomenon, with its popularity snowballing uncontrollably. Concurrently, the global chat application has vigorously promoted Unilateral Eternity, and coupled with the series' exceptional quality, its divine status is assured. Thanks to the flawless simultaneous translation features of the chat app, Unilateral Eternity has ignited a worldwide frenzy. In a surreal twist, even foreign children find themselves dreaming of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. In the vast darkness of the cosmos, 9 colossal true dragons, bound by cold metallic chains, hurtle towards Earth at breakneck speed. The imagery is so strikingly realistic that it blurs the line between the tangible and the virtual. In a certain European school, a chubby boy excitedly nudges the shoulder of a blonde youth. "Hey David, have you seen Unilateral Eternity?" As a devoted enthusiast of the anime subculture, the chubby boy's home is adorned with figurines, and his collection of body pillows featuring his beloved characters is a must. Indeed, the visuals of Unilateral Eternity are absolutely explosive. David was equally exhilarated, eagerly sharing that he had come across this promotion on the global intelligent chat app. It was nothing short of a visual feast. The splendid special effects, the intricately woven plot, and the mysterious yet captivating fantasy narrative were all magnificently embodied in the unrivaled epic. I have also watched the unrivaled epic, and it truly is remarkable. At that moment, someone interjected, unlike many recent works from the Neon Nation, which primarily focus on superficial content, lacking depth and substance. Although the anime industry in the Neon Nation is flourishing, it seems to be regressing. In contrast, earlier, classic anime masterpieces emerged in abundance. While the special effects and visuals may not have been as polished, the narratives were profoundly thought-provoking, truly iconic works. However, contemporary anime from the Neon Nation often relies on sensationalism and mindless antics to capture attention, leading to a diminishing number of quality productions. This trend is observable globally. Nevertheless, the emergence of the unrivaled epic has been a revelation, showcasing that Summer Nation anime can achieve such heights. Truly a miracle. It is no exaggeration to state that the unrivaled epic has reached legendary status. Oh, what a coincidence! I have also watched the unrivaled epic. A nearby female classmate chimed in, expressing that it always feels insufficient. Before she knew it, she had finished watching it all. The group nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. Given the narrative progression of the unrivaled epic, one season is undoubtedly insufficient. However, such a masterpiece requires considerable time for production. The second season may well be a when it happens in our lifetime scenario. Yet, perhaps not. The chubby boy mysteriously remarked, according to my findings online. The Mozang Group recently acquired the Ruishi animation team, subsequently establishing Mozang Animation, and within half a month, the unrivaled epic was freshly released. Are you suggesting that the first season of the unrivaled epic was produced in merely half a month? David gasped in disbelief, quickly shaking his head. It is impossible. The unrivaled epic could not have been created in such a short span. One must consider that the special effects are explosive and the visuals are exquisitely refined, likely comparable only to the finest Hollywood productions. Such quality typically requires a minimum of 6 months. Half a month is utterly implausible. Even within that time frame, they would struggle to produce a spectacular trailer, let alone the action-packed first season of the unrivaled epic, which is entirely unfeasible. Who knows? The chubby boy pondered for a moment, then shrugged in resignation. Perhaps they had already commenced production long before. The entire class gradually joined in the discussion about the unrivaled epic. Without exception, they praised its exquisite craftsmanship, deeming it a miraculous feat. Coupled with the simultaneous translation feature of the global intelligent chat app, the experience was seamless and devoid of any linguistic discord. Even individuals from Western nations can profoundly perceive the awe it inspires. The Great Ruler has wholly captivated anime enthusiasts around the globe, with countless admirers extolling its remarkable prowess. They have spontaneously taken it upon themselves to promote the Great Ruler, as if to ensure that everyone can appreciate such a flawless animated masterpiece. It is undoubtedly a divine creation, the finest anime work of recent years, without exception. Who else could possibly rival the Great Ruler? Perhaps only the second season of the Great Ruler could possess such formidable strength. The Great Ruler has undeniably become a phenomenon, with its influence continuing to snowball. Chapter 138, the animated feature film, a cash grab? Even foreign individuals have taken to searching for Nine Dragons' Coffin on Amazon, seemingly eager to make a purchase. This left Sumo utterly speechless. One can only marvel at the prowess of cultural export. It appears even foreigners wish to recline within the confines of that Nine Dragons' Coffin. Following the conclusion of the first season, anticipation for the arrival of the second season has reached a fever pitch, igniting fervent discussions online. The finale has come and gone. Yet the question lingers. When will the second season be released? The first season of Dominion of All was simply insufficient to satiate our cravings. The agony is palpable, truly agonizing. What is the current status of the production of the second season of Dominion of All by Mozang Animation? Has it been completed? I wish to confine the entire production team to a small room until the second season is ready for release. Please do not tell me it will be next year. That would be excruciatingly torturous. Considering the tendencies of these animation companies, it is highly likely that Dominion of All Season 2 will not premiere until next year. A careful analysis reveals that the production quality of Dominion of All is exceptionally high, and if the second season maintains such standards, it remains uncertain whether it will even be released next year. Various rumors abound. The enthusiasm of anime enthusiasts for Dominion of All surpasses all expectations. Even fans from Neon Country have stepped forward to inquire, when, pray tell, will the second season of Dominion of All be released? The series is truly captivating. Who would have anticipated that Dominion of All could sustain such high energy throughout its entirety, from the first episode to the grand finale? The special effects are of the highest caliber, and each frame is worthy of serving as a desktop wallpaper. It is indeed admirable. In closing, I must quietly ask once more, when will the second season be released? The wait is excruciating. One might as well wait for the sea to dry up and the rocks to erode. Global audiences are eagerly anticipating the second season of Dominion of All, desperately seeking updates on its production progress. However, they themselves harbor little hope. After all, animation production requires time. And the level of special effects present in Dominion of All demands an unimaginable amount of both time and resources. Even the prospect of a release next year seems like a distant wish. However, an unexpected turn of events has unfolded. Sumo has suddenly announced that the second season will indeed follow closely behind, albeit not in the form of a series, but rather as an animated feature film. It will be released in theaters. As an animated feature, the quality of visuals and effects will be elevated, the production will be more refined, and the storyline will be more enduring, enhanced with 3D effects for a more immersive experience. A Tower animated feature film. Reactions from the audience have been mixed, eliciting both support and opposition, igniting heated discussions. Some argue that while the anime was previously free to view, now tickets must be purchased for the film, labeling it a mere cash grab. Mosang Animation has truly lost its moral compass, succumbing to commercialism. A theatrical release? Ultimately, Mosang Group is a capital enterprise, where profit reigns supreme. It is utterly bewildering. If it is indeed adapted into a film, how much plot can be conveyed in a mere 2 hours? It appears to be purely an effort to capitalize financially. Of course, there are also many supporters. Are they all merely freeloaders? The visual effects of Supreme Domination are of such exceptional caliber that every strand of hair seems to be a financial investment. Is it not a venture driven by passion? Given the lack of profit, I advocate for Supreme Domination Season 2 to evolve into a cinematic masterpiece. Only through achieving profitability can it sustain its journey and fulfill its narrative arc, unlike other anime that start strong in the first season, falter in the second, and vanish by the third. Nevertheless, as per Sumo's vision, the cinematic rendition of Supreme Domination promises to surpass even the first season's visual splendor, making the purchase of a ticket an undeniable bargain. I sincerely hope that Mosang Animation flourishes, receiving my unwavering support each month, with the hope of witnessing the grand conclusion of Supreme Domination within my lifetime. What dissatisfaction could remain, considering the usual pace of other animation companies, where a second season often takes an entire year to materialize? The immediate release of a Supreme Domination film is indeed a pleasant surprise. I wholeheartedly support this endeavor, wishing fervently that Supreme Domination does not become a mere series of missed opportunities. Opinions vary widely. However, supporters clearly outnumber detractors. After all, the effects and visuals of Supreme Domination are nothing short of explosive, and viewing it in theaters would surely be a visual feast. To experience such splendor for the price of a single movie ticket is a remarkable deal. Industry insiders hold both optimistic and pessimistic views. A prominent figure in the field has expressed that this is a standard operation for capital, asserting that the ultimate goal of Mosang Group in establishing Mosang Animation is undoubtedly profit. With the current popularity of Supreme Domination, the release of a film serves the purpose of capitalizing on its success. However, I remain skeptical regarding the quality, which may not match that of the first season produced by Mosang Animation. Nonetheless, the majority still support the project. One influential figure noted, "Support the Supreme Domination film. Behind it is Mosang Animation, And behind them is the financially robust Imo Shang Group, a formidable entity that does not warrant concern over the film's quality. Sumo would never tarnish his own brand. Various rumors abound, akin to a chaotic dance of spirits. Whether there are unseen forces at play remains uncertain. Additionally, many popular stars are vocally disparaging the project. The rise of animated films poses a significant threat to these celebrities, as it could divert box office revenue from live-action films, leading to an inevitable saturation of the market. In such a scenario, only those with genuine talent may survive, while the superficial will falter. One particular celebrity has publicly stated, "I have no faith in the Supreme Domination film. Why not focus on producing a second season? Transforming it into a film is absurd. It reeks of desperation for profit. What quality can one expect from a cash grab devoid of substance?" Consequently, many fervent fans are rallying against it. I support my brother. The first season of Dominion of Eternity was passable, but should it be adapted into a feature film, it would undoubtedly be a travesty. Are you not aware of the immense effort my brother invests? He works tirelessly for 25 hours a day. Can you match that? I will not permit such a subpar animated film to encroach upon the box office. Having just finished the first season of Dominion of Eternity, I felt no stirring within. All I witnessed were overwhelming special effects, devoid of substance. Unlike the films starring my brother, which are truly masterpieces, we must resist the feature film adaptation of Dominion of Eternity. It would be far better to focus on the anime itself. Why must it be transformed into a theatrical release? It is nothing short of a misguided venture. Resistance is imperative. Chapter 139. Summer Blockbuster. I've got it covered, however. Not all fans are mindless devotees. Many discerning admirers assert that the Nine Dragons coffin is truly captivating. This wave of resistance is something we shall not partake in. We wish to watch. Is it not possible for us to mutually thrive while supporting the release of Autocratic Eternal? It seems there is no inherent conflict, as the competition lies solely in each work's intrinsic quality. The disillusionment is palpable. Who would have anticipated that you are such a disreputable celebrity? Animated films are indeed cinema, and with the caliber displayed in Autocratic Eternal, it could easily overshadow the productions featuring those youthful, superficial stars. This current wave of dissent is nothing short of absurd. Season 1 of Autocratic Eternal has already established its excellence, with each frame presenting a breathtaking visual feast, rivaling the peak effects of Hollywood. Should it be released as a film, it is likely to be even more explosive. Many rational fans have come to recognize the grotesque facades of those internet celebrities and have collectively chosen to withdraw their support. A multitude of bystanders have taken to their keyboards, joining the fray. It is truly nauseating how these internet stars, devoid of any acting prowess and merely possessing surgically altered visages, have garnered such a following. Is this a testament to the distortion of human nature or the degradation of morality? Season 1 of Autocratic Eternal has already reached legendary status, with Mozhang Animation explicitly stating that the upcoming film will be even more spectacular. Those internet stars, lacking any genuine skill, are apprehensive about Autocratic Eternal stealing their box office thunder. If that is the case, they would be better served by honing their craft. I urge the authorities to take action and banish these internet celebrities. They are utterly effeminate, devoid of any masculine energy, and are leading the youth astray. Have these stars never watched Season 1 of Autocratic Eternal? Their disparaging remarks reflect a complete absence of professional integrity. It is laughable to consider that these internet celebrities are worthy of such a platform. One might even suspect that their film endeavors are merely a means of laundering money. The explosive effects and visuals of Autocratic Eternal far surpass those of the so-called films featuring fresh faces. The influence of capital and the machinations behind the scenes have led to many absurdities, including the outright purchase of negative trending topics aimed at discrediting the film. They claim that Autocratic Eternal is merely a cash grab. As the discourse intensifies, many who have yet to experience Season 1 of Autocratic Eternal are being misled. What is happening? Is this yet another shoddily produced animated film? Autocratic Eternal? The title alone suggests a cinematic disaster. It is best to avoid such films that are clearly designed to exploit audiences for profit. Even the directors involved seem intent on stirring up controversy, likely due to conflicting interests. There is no way around it. Season 1 of Autocratic Eternal has already dazzled audiences with its effects. If it were to grace the theaters, would they have any chance of survival? The box office would undoubtedly be dominated by autocratic Eternal. This is an outcome that cannot be permitted. It is imperative to tarnish the reputation of the autocratic Eternal film. The renowned director Wu Kuei gritted his teeth, declaring otherwise. Our box office will surely suffer a significant decline. In the event of scheduling conflicts, the repercussions would be immense. The first season of The Absolute Ruler has garnered a substantial fan base, establishing a solid audience foundation. In this context, it is inevitable that it will capture a significant portion of the box office. Indeed, I happen to possess a film that may coincide with the release date of The Absolute Ruler. Director Sietlien furrowed his brow and remarked slowly. It would be best if The Absolute Ruler were unable to premiere. That would be even better. After all, tarnishing its reputation may only yield initial benefits, as the increasing viewership of The Absolute Ruler could lead to positive word of mouth. Eventually, the box office would explode. Consequently, their revenue would naturally diminish. The domestic box office is limited. When one film like Wolf Warrior achieves success, others must falter. Should the animated film The Absolute Ruler succeed, all other films would inevitably suffer. We have an abundance of popular stars under our banner, do we not? Director Song Jubao pondered for a moment before suggesting. Let those stars rally their fans to boycott The Absolute Ruler and thoroughly tarnish its reputation. Only then can we ensure a normal box office performance. Although such efforts had already commenced, this upcoming storm would be even more fierce. The group nodded in agreement and began to make contact. Various underhanded tactics aimed at undermining The Absolute Ruler emerged. With the backing of numerous popular stars, the opposition intensified, with many publicly declaring, "It is no surprise to state that The Absolute Ruler is a piece of trash. Merely a capitalist cash grab. An animated film? Can such a thing even be considered cinema?" Numerous stars with fan bases exceeding millions openly expressed their disdain for The Absolute Ruler. Faced with this animated film, their fear was palpable. They sought to use online sentiment to impede The Absolute Ruler. At the headquarters of the Mosang Group, Shagua, upon learning of the situation, was incensed and inquired, "Shall we settle the score with them?" It was utterly intolerable. Did they truly believe Mosang Group was merely a sickly cat? One must recognize that the global intelligent chat app under Mosang Group has ascended to become the foremost social platform worldwide. The custom-made industry enjoys global acclaim, reigning supreme in the fashion sector. The speed at which it generates profit rivals that of a money-printing machine. In response, Su Emo merely smiled faintly, saying, "There's no rush. It's not worth engaging with them. We shall silence them with box office success, seizing their revenue and delivering a decisive blow." Su Emo was well aware of the capabilities of the AI special effects generator, which far surpassed even Hollywood's premiere effects. Coupled with the success of the first season of The Absolute Ruler, its remarkable quality had already been established. The antics of those clowns were merely a frantic response to the formidable threat posed by The Absolute Ruler. In this light, Su Emo remained unperturbed. He was now comfortably positioned, awaiting the release date when the truth would be revealed. The discerning eyes of consumers would easily discern whether a film was subpar. A good reputation is indeed something that spreads effortlessly through word of mouth. Thus, Su Emo harbors no apprehensions regarding the box office performance of unilateral dominance. Remarkable. Xiao Shui gradually regained her composure and remarked, "Your approach is even more ruthless than their reckoning. The triumph of unilateral dominance has become inevitable, albeit accompanied by a path fraught with carnage. The lackluster films of those young stars serve merely as stepping stones to its success. By the way, since they are so arrogant, let us not spare them this summer season." Suddenly struck by inspiration, Su Emo declared, "Let us immediately prepare for the second film, to be released in August, right on the heels of the first." Chapter 140, A Global Sensation. Xiao Shui. It's over. The summer blockbuster Dark Horse has arrived, and it's a double feature. Given the explosive quality of Dominance of the Ages, it will undoubtedly overshadow everything else. It is simply a force to be reckoned with, utterly devoid of competition. On July 1st, the highly anticipated film Dominance of the Ages officially premiered worldwide during the summer season. Simultaneously, the film Your Youth, My Memories, starring the fresh-faced Li Zhiming, was released. The target of the most disparagement was none other than Li Zhiming himself. He boldly took to social media, rallying his fans to boycott Dominance of the Ages. He unabashedly declared that the film was merely a cash grab, with all the good special effects reserved for the first season. And now it was simply about milking the audience. He urged his followers not to be deceived and to spread the word among friends and family, insisting that boycotting Dominance of the Ages was undoubtedly the right choice. He also mentioned that his new film, Your Youth, My Memories, was already in theaters, eagerly anticipating a meeting with the audience. While belittling Dominance of the Ages, Lee Zhiming simultaneously elevated his own film, Your Youth, My Memories, almost instantly. A barrage of comments from zealous fans flooded in, supporting their idol and denouncing Dominance of the Ages as utter garbage. They proclaimed that Your Youth, My Memories was the true cinematic experience, and they had already recommended it to their classmates, cautioning them that Dominance of the Ages was merely a money-grabbing flop that must not be watched. The promotional frenzy was overwhelmingly in favor of Lee Zhiming, with relentless advertisements saturating both online and offline spaces. The subway stations were plastered with posters for Your Youth, My Memories, creating a deluge of marketing. This clearly illustrated the formidable financial backing behind Your Youth, My Memories, hoping to secure a substantial box office return. Meanwhile, complaints began to surface online. Your Youth, My Memories? The title alone reeks of a cash grab. The advertisements on the subway and on mobile devices are inescapable. It's utterly nauseating. Isn't the lead actor Lee Zhiming? He is nothing short of a traffic magnet. I suspect that the budget was spent on securing this star, leaving the film's quality in jeopardy. In stark contrast, Dominance of the Ages relied solely on its fan base for support, lacking any substantial promotional efforts. Despite earlier criticisms, once the film premiered, many fans found themselves eager to purchase tickets and enter the theater. It was unavoidable. The first season of Dominance of the Ages had already achieved legendary status, and fans were eager to see it, even if it was deemed subpar. In an anime enthusiast forum, someone exclaimed, "Brothers, Dominance of the Ages is out. Let us rush to see it. Has anyone watched it yet? What is the verdict?" As I delve into this narrative, the beginning is undeniably electrifying. It is evident that it will not fall short of the first season of Dominance of Eternity. The contrast is stark. The cinematic endeavor of Dominance of Eternity flourishes on the spontaneous support of its devoted fans, whereas Your Youth, My Memories is inundated with pervasive promotion. As long as one has access to the internet or the ability to step outside, advertisements for Your Youth, My Memories abound. Yet, on its opening day, Youth garnered a staggering $40 million at the box office. Upon witnessing this, Lee Mingzhi was elated, feeling quite optimistic. A robust start of $40 million, what might lie ahead? It was bound to escalate like a snowball. However, a glance at the box office for Dominance of Eternity revealed a staggering $300 million. Lee Mingzhi was left in utter disbelief. What was happening? How could this animated film, perceived as subpar, rake in $300 million? This data must be erroneous. Furrowing his brow, he turned to his agent, inquiring how the box office for Dominance of Eternity could be so outrageous. The disparity between $40 million and $300 million was simply unfathomable. Lee Mingzhi could only hope that there was a mistake in the figures. Indeed, the agent, equally disheartened, sighed and confirmed that they had verified the numbers multiple times. Dominance of Eternity had indeed reached a box office of $300 million. In comparison, Lee Mingzhi's film was reduced to a mere junior status. It is crucial to note that Your Youth, My Memories was backed by an astronomical promotional budget. In contrast, Dominance of Eternity had little to no official advertising. Any promotion stemmed solely from the fervent enthusiasm of netizens. The resulting box office disparity was nothing short of humiliating. Fury bubbled within Lee Mingzhi. His debut film had already flopped, and a second failure would spell disaster, marking him as a box office poison. It was likely that no one would wish to collaborate with him thereafter. This was an outcome he could not tolerate. Resolutely, he conspired with his agency to launch a smear campaign to tarnish and discredit. They would buy trending topics and hire online influencers. Dominance of Eternity was nothing but a shoddy cash grab, and he would strongly advise against it. It was undoubtedly a terrible film, subpar to the extreme. Various slanderous remarks proliferated. However, after a night of relentless efforts, the following morning brought forth the international box office figures for Dominance of Eternity. revealing a staggering 700 million on its first day, with a global total of 1 billion. A global box office of 1 billion on opening day? What does that signify? It was utterly invincible. Lee Mingzhi sank deeper into despair. How could he contend with such a behemoth? They were not even in the same league. In a bid to understand his rival better, he even attended a screening of Dominance of Eternity, only to find his hopes dashed entirely. The special effects were explosive, and the storyline impeccable, akin to a work of art. By comparison, the film he starred in seemed nothing but trash. It was not a matter of his own inadequacies, but rather the overwhelming strength of his opponent. Fate had dealt him a cruel hand, leaving him in utter desolation. Damn it! Li Zhiming gazed skyward with a heavy sigh, exclaiming in frustration, "What on earth is the reason? How can such animated films even be considered cinema? It feels as though his path is being severed. Should this film fail to resonate, he risks being cast aside by the very investors backing him. As a traffic star, the essence of his success lies in his popularity, bolstered by a legion of fervent fans. Typically, if Li Zhiming were to produce a film rated at 70, his admirers would effortlessly elevate it to a score of 90, propelling it to immense success. However, if he were to falter with 2 consecutive films rated at merely 40, his career would be in jeopardy. In this era, the emerging stars are mere products of an assembly line. The capital has matured to such an extent that it can generate new talent en masse. Li Zhiming is not irreplaceable. Once he is discarded, a new traffic star can swiftly emerge. The cycle is endless, and the supply of fresh talent is inexhaustible. Chapter 141, The Box Office Dominance. The young star's mental collapse on the following day. Youth grossed 20 million, while Nine Dragons amassed 400 million domestically and 700 million internationally, totaling 1 billion. By the third day, Youth earned an additional 10 million, with Nine Dragons bringing in 400 million domestically and 600 million abroad, culminating in a total of 1 billion. In just 3 days, Youth achieved a total box office of 70 million, while Nine Dragons reached 1 billion domestically and 2 billion internationally, totaling an astonishing 1 billion, shattering the box office record for animated films. Many viewers were utterly stunned after watching the grand film Supreme Ruling of Eternity. The stunning visual effects, thought-provoking narrative, and breathtaking imagery created an exhilarating visual feast. A renowned film critic proclaimed, "The film Supreme Ruling of Eternity is the most remarkable animated film I have ever witnessed. Its quality is exceptional, and it maintains high energy throughout. Each frame of special effects rivals the best in Hollywood. Ordinary film companies would scarcely dare to dream of such an endeavor. Yet only the affluent Moshong Animation could afford to produce it without regard for costs. Money indeed has its advantages. In just 3 days, Supreme Ruling of Eternity garnered 1 billion in domestic box office and a global total of 1 billion. Enthusiastic audiences have become fervent fans of the film. It simply leaves one wanting more. A 2-hour feature feels far too brief. I suggest that Moshong Animation expedite their production process to seamlessly deliver another installment. Let it be legendary." The visuals of Supreme Ruling of Eternity are explosive, surpassing even the first season, representing the pinnacle of animation. In comparison, the so-called anime from Neon Country pales in comparison, unworthy even to carry the shoes of Supreme Ruling of Eternity. I wholeheartedly support this film and have now become a devoted fan, eagerly anticipating the next cinematic offering. The narrative is still insufficient. I propose that the entire Moshong Animation production team be confined until their work is complete. Currently, Li Zhiming's star-studded Your Youth, My Memories is nothing short of a travesty, a shoddy production. I stand in support of Supreme Ruling of Eternity and denounce the abysmal Your Youth, My Memories. Various opinions abound, and the tide has dramatically turned. The public's perception is astute. While initial marketing may draw some viewers into the theater, if the quality fails to meet expectations, disappointment follows closely behind. Your Youth, My Memories exemplifies this. Its overwhelming promotion felt like a visual bombardment. What was anticipated to be at least a decent commercial film resulted in a sheer disappointment. A film rife with awkward plots and a male lead devoid of expression. Clearly a cash grab. Audiences quickly realize they have been deceived. Even those who endure the entire film feel as though they have ingested something foul. They fervently flood the internet with negative reviews for your youth, my memories, hoping to spare others from being misled. Lee Mingzhi, filled with despair and indignation, clenches his teeth and takes to his phone, composing a post for his social media. What on earth is happening in this world? Do you comprehend the struggles I face as the lead in your youth, my memories? Are you aware of the arduous effort I invest in my craft each day? I immerse myself in the script until the late hours of the night. Even if your youth, my memories may not be flawless, it certainly does not deserve such disparagement. The tragedy of our times is that remarkable films go unseen, while childish and absurd animated features receive unwarranted acclaim. Is there truly a lack of discernment among the masses? How can such juvenile animations be deemed worthy of the title film? It is utterly laughable. Lee Zhiming, trembling with indignation, feels a profound sense of injustice. Were it not for the blockbuster supreme dominance, your youth, my memories would undoubtedly have flourished. As the leading actor, he would have been the darling of investors. With an abundance of resources at his disposal, counting wealth until his hands grew weary. Alas, those dreams have dissipated, reduced to mere wisps of smoke. In the shadow of supreme dominance, your youth, my memories lacks the strength to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Even though the special effects of supreme dominance are undeniably spectacular, they cannot escape the label of being a trivial and laughable animated film. Is such a film not meant for children? How can it garner such widespread adoration? The fault lies not with me, but with this world. Lee Zhiming cannot help but sigh deeply, his bloodshot eyes opening to the incessant notifications on his phone. The moment he sent out his message, a torrent of comments began to flood in. Naturally, the first responses came from those die-hard fans who follow him around the clock. Support my brother. He is the best. Your youth, my memories, is exceptional. Supreme dominance is just a childish animation. Cursed be the trolls for daring to mock your youth, my memories, a true masterpiece that only those lacking vision fail to appreciate. Do you know how hard my brother works? He toils for 25 hours a day, his lips chapped from repeating lines, reluctantly reciting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something you could never fathom. Damn those critics. To the naysayers above, go away. It is shameful to criticize in reverse. I clicked onto your profile and saw you bragging about supreme dominance. Support Lee Zhiming and boycott supreme dominance. While the fervor of his fans is formidable, they remain a minority. Instantly, many declare their withdrawal of support. How misguided they are. Losing is losing. How can they not endure it? It is as if their minds have been kicked by a mule. To dare mock supreme dominance? It is no exaggeration to say that supreme dominance utterly eclipses your youth. My memories. Longtime fans are jumping ship, disgusted by such a disgraceful artist whose only redeeming quality is their appearance, while their character is of the lowest caliber. Reversing right and wrong, it has become clear what kind of person Lee Zhiming is, and it is utterly disheartening. Who would still cling to delusions? It is time to escape this sea of suffering. The moment Lee Zhiming's heartfelt post was shared, countless fans began to withdraw their support. Meanwhile, Lee Zhiming's recent post has incited widespread outrage, particularly among the vast legion of over 100 million anime enthusiasts who can no longer tolerate it. How dare a mere internet celebrity like Lee Zhiming presume to judge? The profound themes encapsulated in the film Dominance of Eternity utterly overshadow the so-called Your Youth, My Memories. A trite and cliché production. To label animated films as juvenile or unworthy of theatrical release is utterly baffling. How does Lee Zhiming possess such audacity? It truly confounds me that, in this day and age, there are still individuals who equate anime with mere children's cartoons. Is it truly possible for anyone to become a celebrity nowadays? Chapter 142, Early Withdrawal. The young star's downfall. It is imperative to blacklist artists of dubious character like Lee Zhiming. The box office performance of the film Your Youth, My Memories is undeniably inflated. One cannot help but suspect that money laundering may be at play behind the scenes. If a monumental film like Unruly Ages is deemed unworthy of theatrical release, then no film could possibly attain such a privilege. Unruly Ages has thoroughly captivated audiences, its exceptional quality earning widespread admiration. Lee Zhiming, gazing at the comments on his phone, found his expression increasingly grim. Indeed, there are a few ardent fans, yet their numbers pale in comparison to the legion of supporters for Unruly Ages. Frustrated, Li Zhiming took to social media once more, declaring, "It is utterly laughable. This animated feature Unruly Ages is a lamentable reflection of the film industry in Xia country." His words ignited a firestorm online. Curse Li Zhiming. Why has he not been banned yet? How can such a character continue to vocalize his opinions? People were baffled by his audacity. The film itself, characterized by a perpetual expression of indifference, featured dialogue so awkward it was cringe-worthy, with a narrative that was both tedious and illogical. It is advisable for cinemas to promptly remove your youth, my memories from their listings, and increase the screenings of Unruly Ages. Subsequently, Dubon updated its ratings. Unruly Ages soared to an impressive 9.9, with stunning visual effects and an unbeatable storyline. In stark contrast, Your Youth, My Memories languished at a dismal 4.1, cementing its status as a quintessential flop. The online community erupted in laughter upon realizing that the so-called good film Li Zhiming referred to was merely a 4.1 rated disgrace. Netizens flocked to Li Zhiming's personal social media, mocking him relentlessly. Was he attempting to be humorous? A film rated 4.1 cannot be heralded as a tragedy for the film industry. If the future holds more films like Your Youth, My Memories, then that would indeed signal a true tragedy for Xia country's cinema. Does he not feel any shame? Perhaps he should revisit the abysmal film he starred in. It is nothing short of excruciatingly embarrassing. Surely, only a surgically altered visage could distract from the utter lack of substance. And how could the investors be so blind as to collaborate with such a tarnished artist? Li Zhiming, isn't he the star of that 4.1 rated debacle? Having passed by, one might as well spit in disdain. Li Zhiming has become the target of universal disdain. The backing capital has practically disavowed him, discarding the once promising resources that were now ceded to others. Cursed indeed. With bloodshot eyes, Li Zhiming bellowed, "Have I truly been forsaken? I refuse to accept this. By what merit? Can a juvenile animated film like Unruly Ages truly be deemed worthy? When the walls come crashing down, no one will extend sympathy to Li Zhiming's plight. Naturally, those fervent fans, having lost all reason, can scarcely be considered sane individuals." On the fifth day, the box office for Unruly Ages surged once more, drawing in many who had not seen the first season of the anime, compelling them to binge-watch it overnight before attending the film. The first season of Dominating the Ages has experienced an explosive surge in viewership, with its exceptional film quality leaving everyone in awe. My goodness, is this truly an animation from Xia country? It has reached such remarkable heights, suggesting that every strand of hair has been lavishly funded. Incredible. I never imagined that Xia country's animations could be so visually stunning. The special effects are dazzling. The storyline is of the highest caliber, and the underlying themes provoke deep contemplation. The film Dominating the Ages has achieved viral success through word of mouth, requiring no promotional budget whatsoever, as fans have spontaneously taken to promoting it themselves. It has become a veritable key to wealth, with the film's promotional materials being fervently shared across various platforms. Conversely, Your Youth, My Memories has only managed a box office of 5 million. On the sixth day, it was taken off the screens, much to the delight of netizens who celebrated with cheers. Finally, this dismal film has been removed from circulation. Its mere presence was irksome and a complete waste of screening resources. It is fortunate that its withdrawal will increase the screening opportunities for Dominating the Ages. The removal of a poor film is entirely normal. I have consulted friends in the cinema industry, and they unanimously agree that Your Youth, My Memories is nothing but a dreadful film, with audiences even causing disturbances after viewing it. It deceives viewers emotionally, with its promotions being entirely misleading. The production funds seem to have been funneled into the salaries of traffic stars like Li Zhiming and extensive initial promotions, resulting in a film that appears to have been hastily cobbled together. If it weren't for the emergence of Dominating the Ages, it might have actually turned a profit. The era of traffic stars is surely coming to an end. Future competitions will hinge on genuine talent. I recommend that Mojang Animation produces more such exquisite animated films, as they are in high demand. As screening numbers continue to grow, Dominating the Ages is again poised for an epic surge in popularity. With its excellent reputation and undeniable quality, those who have yet to see it are increasingly eager to do so. Currently, The most fervent discussions revolve around the film dominating the ages, with news and insights proliferating. Even during school breaks, students gather in small groups to discuss the film's plot. Anyone who has not yet seen Dominating the Ages will likely feel out of touch with the times. Meanwhile, Li Zhiming is in the company lounge. His hair disheveled like a bird's nest, dark circles under his eyes, and his entire demeanor exuding despair. Should those fervent fans catch sight of him? They might well declare their departure from his fan base. Is this still the spirited young idol we once knew? He resembles more a jaded relic of past years. Why? What could possibly be the reason? Li Zhiming clutches his greasy hair in anguish, exclaiming, "What gives this childish animation the right to succeed? The world is unfair. Those who earnestly pursue their craft are overlooked, while sensationalist animations are fervently adored. What on earth is happening? This era has truly lost its way. Perhaps I should take a proper rest." The agent beside him was equally at a loss for words, slowly stating, "Although this film has flopped, there may yet be opportunities ahead." Naturally, this was merely a form of consolation. What are opportunities? They may indeed exist, but the odds are exceedingly slim. Capital is merciless. Despite the substantial resources invested in Li Zhiming, the decision was made to abandon him without hesitation. His reputation has been irreparably tarnished, turning him into a target of public scorn, and former endorsement brands have hastily opted to terminate their contracts. In such circumstances, Capital can only endure the painful decision to cut losses, for the repercussions could be dire otherwise, unless he manages to find a wealthy benefactor to support his endeavors. Chapter 143, Reckless Actions, Industry Boycott. What is the reason behind this? After the agents departed, Li Zhiming once again succumbed to a state of frenzy. He retrieved his mobile device and logged into his personal social media platform, furiously composing a post that declared, "The success of the unilateral era is nothing short of a tragic reflection of our times, signifying the decline of the cinematic industry in Xia country. Exceptional works are overshadowed by capital, while juvenile animated films like the unilateral era are thrust into the limelight by the Mozhang Group, garnering unwarranted adoration. The emergence of such subpar animated films has diminished the audience's ability to discern quality cinema, leaving them only with the sight of absurd and childish animations, mindlessly depicting violence. As the proverbial tree falls, the monkeys scatter. I have fully accepted my defeat, yet I am compelled to unveil the truth. The unilateral era is unequivocally." The impassioned prose dripped with emotion, painting Li Zhiming as the victim, while Mozhang Animation appeared as the merciless assailant. He fervently denounced the inequities of the industry and the narrow-mindedness of the audience. It is safe to assert that he managed to offend nearly everyone in one fell swoop. A masterstroke indeed. Although Li Zhiming's fan base had significantly dwindled, some still took note of his impassioned outburst, igniting their indignation. "Li Zhiming, what has become of your dignity? Do you truly believe the audience is blind? What then of your youth, my memories, which has been derided as a classic failure, firmly nailed to the pillar of shame? In stark contrast, the unilateral era has achieved divine status. To juxtapose the two is an affront to the unilateral era, as that wretched film of youth does not even warrant comparison. How ludicrous! It appears Li Zhiming is the true embodiment of blindness. Indeed, he has revealed himself as a genuine fool, and one might even question his mental state. Perhaps a visit to a hospital is in order, specifically to the psychiatric ward. Of course, a handful of his deluded fans continue to defend him vehemently. What do you know? Do you comprehend the extent of my brother's dedication? He practices for 25 hours daily, filming until his hands are raw, and he only took half a minute to seek medical attention. The discourse was heated, yet ultimately he remained a mere jester. Good heavens! What are you doing?" The agent burst into the room, snatching the phone away with a fierce expression. "Do you not realize your current predicament? How dare you make such statements online? Are you truly unaware of the meaning of the word death?" The agent was utterly exasperated by Li Zhiming's foolishness. A glimmer of hope had once existed, yet it had now evaporated entirely. His reputation lay in tatters, having alienated the audience in the process. Under such circumstances, it was tantamount to self-destruction. "Why do they target me?" Li Zhiming exclaimed, his bloodshot eyes wide with disbelief. "Why choose to release the film at such a critical juncture? It is clearly a personal attack on me. Had it not been for the release of the grand film Dominion of Ages, Your Youth, My Memories would undoubtedly have achieved success. It could barely be considered a conventional commercial film, yet its capacity to generate revenue was remarkably potent. However, in the shadow of Dominion of Ages, encountering the abysmal Your Youth, My Memories felt akin to gnawing on wax, a veritable torment for the mind. Thus, the box office for Your Youth, My Memories gradually declined, day by day, leading to its eventual withdrawal from theaters. Its reputation was irrevocably tarnished, rendering all efforts futile. Why would one forsake the spectacular visuals and gripping narrative of Dominion of Ages to watch an epic failure like Your Youth, My Memories? Surely, such a choice would suggest a lack of sound judgment. The film's cessation of screening serves as a testament to the discerning taste of the audience. With its dismal box office performance, it was only logical to withdraw it in favor of Dominion of Ages. What right did it have to occupy the screens? Witnessing the exasperation of his agent, Li Zhiming took a deep breath and was chastised. Simply put, your acting is subpar, your expression is lifeless, and your delivery necessitates an inordinate amount of dubbing. Countless criticisms flowed forth, amplifying Li Zhiming's shortcomings. Stripped of the label of a popular star, he was merely an inconspicuous individual, perhaps with a slightly more appealing appearance. The various aspects were merely a facade, a construct of capital intent on profit. Even the label of an academic prodigy was a blatant fabrication. A few books, a handful of photographs, and a touch of editing, and one could be deemed a genius? Only his most fervent admirers would buy into such a ruse. Following this debacle, Li Zhiming would undoubtedly be cast aside by the very capital that once supported him. As for his future, he could only hope for the best. It was all Sumo's fault. Li Zhiming, slightly deranged, shook his head and murmured, "If it weren't for Sumo pushing the release of Dominion of Ages, I would still be a celebrated star. Everything, absolutely everything, is Sumo's fault. Damn it, what is wrong with you?" The agent grasped Li Zhiming's shoulders and shook him vigorously. "You can only blame your own bad luck for colliding with Dominion of Ages. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. The audience's discernment is astute. Even with the initial barrage of advertisements for Your Youth, My Memories, it could not compete with the explosive quality of Dominion of Ages. It merely served to adorn the success of others. Nowadays, when audiences think of a poor film, they inevitably recall Your Youth, My Memories, while the masterpiece of Dominion of Ages springs to mind with ease. The two are utterly incomparable. For Your Youth, My Memories is undeserving of such a comparison. Were it not for Sumo, my film would not have suffered such a grim fate." Li Zhiming clutched his greasy hair, his face a mask of indignation. "I am not to blame. It is all Sumo's fault." With the vast fanbase of Li Zhiming, the box office should theoretically pose no challenge. However, an unexpected contender has emerged. The film's supreme authority has burst onto the scene, overshadowing Your Youth, My Memories, which is nothing short of a cinematic disaster. Under such a severe blow, it is only natural for it to falter. "You have utterly failed." The agent suddenly grasped Li Zhiming's shoulder, gritting his teeth, and remarked, "One cannot blame others. It is merely because Your Youth, My Memories is indeed a wretched film, originally conceived solely for the purpose of profit. How can a film designed solely to exploit audiences possibly compete with supreme authority? I am unwilling to accept this." Li Zhiming opened his bloodshot eyes and sighed deeply to the heavens. Chapter 144, nominated for international awards on the same day. News broke that The Sovereign of All Ages would be nominated for a world-class award as a domestic comic. The online community erupted in excitement. This truly embodies the eternal spirit. If The Sovereign of All Ages were not nominated, it would undoubtedly indicate some underhanded dealings. Support for The Sovereign of All Ages and for Mozhang Animation surged. Meanwhile, what of the anime from the land of the rising sun? Or might it be hiding in some obscure corner? It is likely that it has vanished without a trace. In recent years, the anime from Japan has undeniably entered a phase of decline. Once, there were classic works to uphold its reputation, but now it seems to be setting sun. With new releases often devoid of substance, leaning heavily on fan service as if survival depended on it, and even secretly embedding personal agendas, it is a disgrace to the anime industry. There is simply not enough content. The film adaptation of The Sovereign of All Ages is far too brief. As interest grows, An endless array of discussions revolves around the sovereign of all ages. There is a widespread consensus that its nomination for a world-class award is well-deserved, with many even dismissing the notion of a national award as beneath it. The heights of the sovereign of all ages have surpassed all others. Even the current Japanese anime industry is unworthy of even being compared to the sovereign of all ages, let alone engaging in a contest of supremacy. Such aspirations are laughably absurd and utterly unattainable. The online discourse is fervent. Subsequently, Suemo attended an interview with CCTV. The host, intrigued, inquired why he chose to create anime rather than live-action productions. In this day and age, exceptional animated works are still a rarity. The majority opts for live-action filming, which tends to be more widely accepted by audiences. Many harbor a stereotype regarding animation, perceiving it merely as childish cartoons for children, hardly worthy of serious consideration, let alone theatrical release. This perception has led to an influx of celebrities, with an endless parade of fresh faces dazzling the audience. Concurrently, certain overly zealous fans tend to deify these stars, merging their real-life personas with the characters they portray, believing them to be flawless beings. Under such circumstances, it is no wonder that a multitude of fervent admirers emerges, fervently supporting celebrities in all their endeavors, whether commendable or otherwise, often choosing to emulate them. Products endorsed by these stars are purchased en masse without a second thought to financial capability. Some even resort to loans to acquire hundreds of thousands of virtual albums from their idols, despite the fact that these albums feature the same songs, which could be easily accessed for a mere few dollars. Instead, they engage in the futile exercise of purchasing vast quantities simply to inflate the artist's statistics. Of course, such extreme fandom is still a minority. After all, if it were more widespread, the authorities of the Summer Kingdom would have surely intervened long ago. However, there are already subtle indications of movement, suggesting that the time for decisive action is drawing near. In essence, celebrities are akin to the performers of ancient times, who were once of lowly status but have now risen to prominence in the modern era, commanding exorbitant fees for their roles. Many ordinary individuals harbor the dream of becoming stars, as a mere appearance in a single film can yield millions, if not tens of millions, in income. In some cases, even $1 billion is not an insurmountable figure. Yet, such opportunities are reserved for a select few. Only those at the pinnacle of the industry can command such lucrative remuneration. While seasoned actors continue to battle for recognition, the newer generation often consists of youthful figures whose popularity far exceeds their acting prowess. When questioned by a host from CCTV, Sumo smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "Take Lee Mingjer, for instance. His performance is utterly atrocious, practically ruining the original work. Therefore, I would prefer that the original not be tarnished by individuals like him. Perhaps it is better to pursue animation instead." As the saying goes, significant intellectual properties ruin original narratives, and live-action adaptations can be even more destructive. If those trendy young actors were to star in Supreme Sovereign of the Ages, it would likely never reach its current heights and could potentially become a cinematic disaster, a scenario Suemo categorically rejects. In light of this, animation appears to be the more prudent choice. Coupled with the formidable capabilities of AI special effects generators, Shang animation can bypass the arduous process of starting from scratch, saving considerable time. The impressive results produced by the AI seem almost like magic, with no competition in sight. Hollywood's special effects, although impressive, are often constrained by budgetary limitations. The cost of producing effects can be exorbitant, with every strand of hair representing the toil of a beleaguered effects artist. Notably, the quality of the effects is directly proportional to the thinning hair of the effects team. However, Shang animation, utilizing AI technology, can leap over these intricate stages, resulting in an expedited process akin to riding a rocket. Within merely half a month, they can produce an outstanding animated feature, achieving high-energy effects throughout, complemented by the extensive copyright resources from Penguin Novel, ensuring a plot of impeccable quality that can reach the pinnacle of the industry. In truth, many novels adapted into animation have the potential to become sensational hits. However, they often lack the discerning vision and face prohibitively high initial investments. Even when the reception is decent, the risk of financial loss remains significant. The host appeared somewhat taken aback, their curiosity ignited as they eagerly inquired, "Are you singling him out due to competitive rivalry, intentionally undermining Li Mingzhi?" This was indeed a substantial revelation, a true scoop. The audience was left astonished by the incisive remarks that struck at the heart of the matter. This was a live interview broadcast on CCTV, visible to viewers nationwide. Su Mo chuckled lightly, unfazed, and replied, "His abysmal acting has already rendered him a box office poison. Does he even require any further suppression? If I were to undermine Li Mingzhi, it would be an affront to his very lack of merit. The two are fundamentally not in the same echelon. Thus the notion of oppression is both absurd and laughable. In Sumo's eyes, Li Mingzhi is merely a puppet paraded by capital, a trifling jester." The host, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Su Mo made a compelling argument, given his stature. There was no need for him to deliberately suppress Li Mingzhi. The perception of the latter is akin to how humans regard ants. Would humanity become exasperated by the peculiar antics of ants? It is unlikely. At most, one might simply crush an ant underfoot, devoid of any moral condemnation. Chapter 145, Suppressing Li Mingzhi? Does he even deserve it? However, Li Mingzhi's decline is indeed a natural occurrence. A fleeting star is destined to fade away like a passing bloom. Su Mo pondered for a moment and calmly analyzed his first film. With an investment of $800 million and a salary of $100 million, generated a box office of only $100 million, while he profited. The investors were left with a mere $30 million return, incurring a staggering loss of $770 million, and now it is said they are nearing bankruptcy. His second film, Your Youth, My Memories, boasted an investment of $1 billion, with Li earning $160 million in salary, yet it ultimately garnered a paltry $80 million at the box office. The production team recouped just over $20 million, suffering a loss of $980 million. With such a talent, any rational director or investor wishing to avoid bankruptcy would surely refrain from collaborating with him. Why would I need to suppress him? Does he even merit such consideration? To be associated with a box office poison like Li Mingzhi must leave the production companies lamenting in despair. Initially, they believed they could easily recoup their investments and achieve soaring box office success through his fan base, only to find it was a grave miscalculation. Due to the majority of funds being allocated to hiring Li Mingzhi, the shooting budget naturally dwindled significantly, becoming exceedingly tight. Under such circumstances, how could a remarkable film possibly be produced? The collapse of its reputation was, therefore, entirely predictable. Subsequently, it would inevitably become the target of public scorn. With box office prospects looking bleak. For instance, Your Youth, My Memories, which was heavily promoted prior to its release, faced a catastrophic downfall in reputation and box office performance upon debut. The audience is not oblivious. Mindless fans are but a minority. Most merely vocalize their support. But when it comes to spending money on a subpar film, they would rather abstain completely. Thus, it can be concluded that these young stars are indeed unreliable, high salaries coupled with the moniker of box office poison. The host, in agreement, nodded and continued to inquire regarding the previous defamation of the film Absolute Authority. The viewers in front of the television, ignited by curiosity, were eager for more. It is noteworthy that prior to the releases of both Absolute Authority and Your Youth, My Memories, the latter was subject to overwhelming promotional efforts. While Absolute Authority maintained a notably low profile, primarily relying on the dedicated fans of its first season for promotion. Simultaneously, Li Mingzhi and his behind-the-scenes team employed exceedingly unscrupulous tactics, relentlessly disparaging Absolute Authority while promoting their own work. Even Li Mingzhi, the star of Your Youth, My Memories, took to social media to call for a boycott of Absolute Authority. Who were they? It was inconsequential. They were all intertwined in vested interests. Like Li Zhiming and his team, merely the desperate flailings of a dying clown, whose true nature would be revealed upon release. Su Mo nonchalantly waved his hand and calmly stated, "The outcome is abundantly clear. Evil cannot triumph over good. Our film, Absolute Authority, has exploded in popularity worldwide. While they face a catastrophic collapse in reputation and a total loss at the box office, Their foolish antics are nothing more than the antics of ants. Suemo was not inclined to anger over such trivialities. The host, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Will you sue them for defamation? Such actions have indeed breached legal boundaries." If Suemo were to confront them head-on, Li Mingzhi and his supporting team would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Moreover, considering the current scale of the Mozang group, crushing them would be a trivial matter. I am magnanimous, and naturally, I will not pursue legal action against them. Suemo smiled slightly. Shifting the conversation, it merely involved shorting their stocks. He spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if it were merely a trivial occurrence. Of course, for Suemo, it truly was a minor issue, one that required no concern. The host found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, there will be no lawsuit. But Suemo's actions will undoubtedly exacerbate their suffering, possibly even driving them to the brink of despair. Suemo's maneuver was nothing short of a lethal blow. As anticipated, when the U.S. stock market opened that evening, Li Zhiming's brokerage firm, Shanghan Media, already reeling from investment failures, faced short selling, resulting in a staggering 70% drop in stock price and total bankruptcy. A new titan of entrepreneurship emerged. You slander me, insult me, yet I remain unfazed. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity to short your stocks leads you to ruin. Online discussions erupted in a small frenzy. Incredible. I suggest following Suemo's lead in shorting stocks. It's a guaranteed profit. Did you just realize this? When the news first broke, I had already shorted Li Zhiming's brokerage, Shanghan Media, utilizing tenfold leverage. Though somewhat delayed, I still made a modest profit and now revel in the spoils. The talent upstairs has triumphed over the competition. Those who falter must face the consequences. It appears that anyone who opposes Suemo can simply engage in short selling, a surefire way to secure profits. Alas, you've inadvertently uncovered the secret to wealth. With Shanghan Media's demise, Li Zhiming was left in utter disarray. Curse you, Suemo. Li Mingzhi seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury. How ruthlessly sharp. He had already been in a precarious position, but the collapse of Shanghan Media sealed his fate as an ordinary individual. The overwhelming anger threatened to drive him to madness. Suddenly plummeting from grace, the stark contrast left Li Mingzhi on the brink of a mental breakdown. It is all Suemo's fault. He raged, his voice dripping with venom. Had it not been for his childish and ludicrous animated series, I would not have found myself in such a predicament. Even if your youth, my memories, was less than satisfactory, it should not have been prematurely withdrawn from theaters, nor should it have flopped so miserably. Thus, every misfortune could be traced back to Suemo. Thoughts of vengeance festered in Li Mingzhi's mind, a small spark rapidly igniting into a raging inferno. He yearned to exact revenge on Suemo, convinced that all misfortunes stemmed from him. As a top-tier celebrity, he could not possibly descend to such depths. Previously devoted fans began to abandon him en masse. Where are the promises of eternal loyalty? Where are the vows that withstand the test of time? It has all turned to nothingness. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes against it, and Li Mingzhi is that precarious wall. Consumed by fury, Li Mingzhi finds himself utterly slumped in his chair, his demeanor transformed as if doused with cold water, now eerily composed. Once his rationality returns, he begins to ponder, only to find his expression growing increasingly grim. For he is but an ordinary individual, standing on a chasm of disparity between himself and Suemo. Suemo reigns as the illustrious chairman of the Mozang Group, while he is merely a faded celebrity of yesteryears. Even before his decline, he existed on a different plane altogether from Suemo. In such circumstances, to entertain thoughts of vengeance, it is nothing short of a mayfly attempting to shake a mighty tree, utterly delusional. Chapter 146, Revenge on Suemo? An irreversible downfall. Li Mingzhi sighed heavily, consumed by an overwhelming sense of resentment. Ultimately, he conceded, refraining from provoking Suemo further. Given Suemo's formidable prowess, it was highly likely that he would not see the dawn of another day should he continue to challenge him. Ding dong. The notification sound of his phone echoed. Curiosity piqued, Li Mingzhi picked up his device to ascertain the cause of the alert. At that moment, a girl, an extra in the scene, approached him. With utmost sincerity, she sent a private message. Brother Li Mingzhi, I am your devoted fan. Can we meet? Please. Upon reading her words, Li Mingzhi's brow furrowed slightly. In his past life, he would have completely disregarded such trivial characters. After all, he used to receive hundreds, if not thousands, of messages daily, leaving him no time to respond, let alone acknowledge them. However, the present circumstances were starkly different. He had fallen from grace. Now, as a once celebrated star facing public disdain, even his management company had gone bankrupt. He had become a solitary figure, and the rare messages he now received were often from detractors. How cold and unforgiving the world had become. With his fan base diminished by nearly 90%, his spirits had also plummeted, erasing any remnants of arrogance. Encountering a fervent supporter still standing by him stirred a flicker of emotion within him. The warmth of support during difficult times was far more poignant than mere praise in times of prosperity. It could evoke tears of gratitude. He then delved into the girl's profile, discovering an array of sweet, charming selfies alongside numerous supportive comments for him. Indeed, a loyal fan. Encouraged. Li Mingzhi promptly replied to her message, sure. They arranged to meet at a hotel. The girl arrived at the hotel, tears streaming down her face as she lamented. You were meant to be a shining star, destined for the Oscars and the Spring Festival Gala. But all of that was stripped away by that wretched Suemo. I loathe him. I utterly despise Suemo. She wept, her voice trembling, as she expressed her indignation on behalf of Li Mingzhi, lamenting the injustices of fate. Listening to her, Li Mingzhi felt a surge of rage. The embers of his long-dormant hatred reignited fiercely within him. Anger coursed through him, twisting his features. Simultaneously, he felt a profound sense of reassurance regarding the girl. Truly, she was a devoted fan, unwavering even in his downfall. If only all his fans were like her, he would have no reason to worry about box office numbers. Noticing his reaction, the woman smirked inwardly and continued, Brother, everything you had has been destroyed by Suemo. Are you not furious? Her words slithered into his mind, reminiscent of a serpent tempting Adam and Eve with forbidden fruit. Li Mingzhi, oblivious to her intentions, gritted his teeth and replied, Of course I'm not at peace. Everything he cherished had been obliterated by Suemo. The once massive legion of fans had abandoned him, influenced by Suemo's machinations. In that moment, Li Mingzhi embodied the essence of a once prominent star, now relegated to obscurity. His fate was sealed, to gradually fade from the public eye, ultimately reduced to a mere passerby. For Li Mingzhi, who has basked in the adulation of millions, this predicament is more excruciating than death itself. He has always been extravagant with his spending, and now, with the sudden cessation of his earnings, what is he to do? Though he possesses some savings, they cannot keep pace with his lavish lifestyle. It is likely that he will soon find himself financially depleted. Even the prospect of a diminished standard of living proves unbearable. The woman abruptly halted her tears, her voice laced with anger. Do you not wish for vengeance? The sentiment was palpable, as if she were fiercely defending her beloved idol. After a moment of silence, Li Mingzhi took a deep breath and replied, I do. How could I not desire retribution? Even in my dreams, I yearn to see Suemo suffer. Then let us take action, she declared through gritted teeth. Since Suemo has ruined you, we shall ruin him in turn. Yet, Li Mingzhi lamented, but Suemo is so formidable. We are no match for him. He shook his head, bitterness etched across his face. Not only have I fallen, but my management agency has also crumbled due to Suemo's machinations. It is utterly terrifying, as if a demon has emerged from the depths of hell. Li Mingzhi's agency, once substantial, had been brought to bankruptcy with alarming ease by Suemo, who, in stark contrast, thrived abundantly. Such a fearsome adversary necessitated caution. Even someone as reckless as Li Mingzhi recognized that charging in blindly would only lead to his own demise. Moreover, he was now just an ordinary person, stripped of all resources, making any attempt to confront Suemo a farcical endeavor. It was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. The intense fury that had surged within him was extinguished in an instant, plunging him once more into a state of despondency. The inability to avenge such a great wrong was profoundly disheartening. However, he was acutely aware of the vast disparity in power between them, and he had no intention of courting disaster. Seeing Li Mingzhi's defeated demeanor, the woman felt a pang of frustration, yet she feigned a spark of inspiration and proposed, I have a plan, if only you are willing. Li Mingzhi was an essential component of her grand scheme, a crucial element indeed. While he may have lost his shine, he still held some residual value. Even something deemed useless could be repurposed. Moreover, as a once celebrated star, Li Mingzhi's animosity towards Su Mo could be harnessed to great effect. Though Li Mingzhi was skeptical, curiosity compelled him to inquire, "What is your plan?" After all, if he found himself powerless against Su Mo, how could this ordinary woman hope to succeed? Surely, she was unaware of the terror that Su Mo embodied. It was understandable, given that devoted fans often lacked the sharpest intellect. "I know Su Mo's girlfriend, a girl named Lu Ruo. If we were to kidnap her, Su Mo would give you anything you desire," she revealed, a glint of madness in her eyes. "Then, you could exact your revenge upon him as you see fit." Taking complete control of the situation, Li Mingzhi's eyes brightened at her words. Is that truly possible? If the plan were to succeed, Su Mo would become a mere fish on the chopping block, utterly at the mercy of others. However, it didn't take long for Li Mingzhi to sense something amiss. Hesitating as he pondered, is this not a crime? Although his intellect was somewhat lacking, he still possessed a fundamental understanding of the law. Su Mo's triumph over him was achieved through the legitimate success of the blockbuster film Unrivaled Through the Ages, which overshadowed your youth, my memories. Additionally, shorting the agency behind him was a straightforward investment maneuver. Yet, if Li Mingzhi were to kidnap Su Mo's girlfriend, Lu Ruo, that would indeed constitute a legal transgression, warranting imprisonment. Contemplating this, Li Mingzhi's resolve began to weaken. Should the scheme be uncovered, Su Mo's influence would undoubtedly render him irreparably doomed, leaving him with no hope of recovery. Chapter 147. A cornered dog jumps over the wall, kidnapping Lu Ruo's brother. The woman clung to Li Mingzhi's arm, yet her heart brimmed with disdain for this man, who was as useless as mud that could not be propped up. She embellished her words, declaring, "Everything you hold dear has been destroyed by Su Mo. Must we simply let it go like this? As long as we remain hidden in the shadows, who could possibly discover us?" Her expression, a mask of clenched teeth, seemed to advocate for Li Mingzhi, brimming with resentment. Who could endure such an affront? The desire to flay the opponent alive burned fiercely within her. Is the information reliable? Li Mingzhi, feeling the flames of hatred ignite within him, cautiously inquired, "Are you certain she is Su Mo's girlfriend? If the intelligence is erroneous, it would not merely result in a futile endeavor, but could also lead to legal repercussions. The risks far outweigh the benefits." Li Mingzhi had no desire to spend his remaining years behind bars. "Rest assured, the information is absolutely reliable." The woman nodded earnestly, promptly providing details about Lu Ruo, a student at Benhai University. Compared to the hellish level of difficulty posed by Su Mo, Lu Ruo was nothing more than a lamb. Kidnapping this lamb could indeed threaten Su Mo, making the venture exceedingly worthwhile. After a moment's contemplation, Li Mingzhi, slightly perplexed, asked, "How do you know all this?" It seemed peculiar. Typically, one would find it nearly impossible to uncover information about the girlfriend of a person of Su Mo's caliber online. Furthermore, due to Su Mo's protective measures, it was likely that such information would be deliberately concealed, complicating the search even further. Yet this woman appeared to possess an abundance of knowledge, which piqued his curiosity. Li Mingzhi's doubts intensified, as it struck him that everything felt overly coincidental. Why had this woman emerged during his lowest point? It seemed illogical. "It's not for you." The woman, witnessing his confusion, unleashed an Oscar-worthy performance. Her eyes shimmering with tears as she exclaimed, "My idol." Such fervor was unmistakably that of an infatuated fan. Seeing her reaction, Li Mingzhi felt a wave of relief wash over him, gratitude swelling within him. "Thank you." The timely assistance rekindled his hope for revenge, as the woman's actions were akin to a timely rescue, reviving his dim prospects. If successful, it would surely make Su Mo experience a fraction of the agony he had endured. "No need to thank me." The woman, tears streaming down her face, clung to Li Mingzhi's arm, her sorrow palpable as she lamented, "That sinister, despicable villain Su Mo deserves to rot in hell." In that moment, the two united in their shared vendetta, perceiving Su Mo as an arch-fiend, while they stood as champions of justice, prepared to enact judgment upon this demon. Their righteous indignation elevated them to a moral high ground. The notion of criminality had been cast aside by Li Mingzhi as the flames of vengeance consumed him. Yearning to inflict 1,000 cuts upon Suimo, damn you, Suimo. Li Mingzhi's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "This time, you shall pay the price you rightly deserve." Subsequently, Li Mingzhi spent 300,000 to hire the assassin Guiqi to abduct Lu Ruo. Although Lu Ruo was merely a student at Binhai University, one could not afford to be careless. Given Li Mingzhi's slight physique, it was likely that he could scarcely contend with an ordinary female university student. To mitigate the possibility of unforeseen complications, employing a professional assassin was indeed the prudent choice, allowing for the careful avoidance of risks. Even if the scheme were to be exposed, the blame would fall solely upon Guiqi rather than on Li Mingzhi himself. The film Your Youth, My Memories had flopped at the box office and was pulled from theaters prematurely. However, Li Mingzhi still received his due compensation. Thus, spending 300,000 to hire an assassin was a trivial matter for him. The woman beside him could not suppress a smile as victory seemed imminent. On this particular day, Lu Ruo and Suimo ventured to Fandawild. The July sun was stifling, and the throngs of visitors made it feel as though one could scarcely breathe. The oppressive heat was dizzying, yet fortunately, Fandawild offered numerous indoor attractions, allowing the duo to enjoy themselves to some extent. Guiqi had also entered the fray, yet the sheer number of people thwarted any chance to act. At that moment, an impatient call from Li Zhiming came through. "Have you located the target?" After all, this was an assassin who had been hired for a hefty sum of 300,000, warranting some vigilance. In Li Mingzhi's previous mindset, 300,000 might have seemed inconsequential. However, now, stripped of his film remuneration, every penny counted, and he was rapidly depleting his resources. The prospect of seeking employment was more daunting than death itself, as he possessed no academic qualifications and lacked any specialized skills. His acting ability was merely mediocre at best. Under such circumstances, unless he sought the patronage of a wealthy woman, maintaining his previous lavish lifestyle would be utterly impossible. Guiqi adhered strictly to the assassin's code. Having accepted the payment, he was determined to execute the task efficiently. Finding a shadowy corner, he quietly reported, "I found her. She's just an ordinary university student. Really, if there is any distinction, it is merely that she possesses striking beauty, the kind that captures one's attention instantly. Fresh and unique, she stands out amidst the crowd." For a professional assassin like Guiqi, identifying his target was a straightforward endeavor. As for the man accompanying her, he was of little concern, merely an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhi's excitement surged, and he inquired eagerly, "Is she easy to abduct?" This was a golden opportunity for revenge. If he could capture Lu Ruo, he would gain the upper hand. At that point, Suimo would become nothing more than a helpless pawn, ripe for the taking. Hatred had thoroughly clouded Li Mingzhi's judgment. All he desired now was to see Suimo's reputation shattered, to ensure he experienced the pain Li Mingzhi had endured, multiplied 1,000-fold. As for the efficacy of abducting Lu Ruo, such concerns were unnecessary. According to information provided by a devoted fan, the bond between Suimo and Lu Ruo was exceptionally strong, making her an ideal leverage against him. Guiqi casually surveyed his surroundings, fixating intently on Lu Ruo's silhouette, and softly replied, "No problem, just a student. This task is quite familiar to me. The success rate is remarkably high. As for the troubles that may arise afterward, they are of no concern. A brief period of refuge abroad will suffice. 300,000 will provide ample leisure for quite some time. Once the funds are nearly exhausted, I shall undertake another minor task." The life of an assassin is indeed exhilarating. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhi stifled his excitement and cautioned, "Very well. Please ensure it is executed with utmost precision. This matter involves Suimo, and we must exercise extreme caution. There can be no room for error. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Chapter 148. Amusement Park. The foolish assassin. Rest assured, Guiqi assured tirelessly, it's merely a defenseless female college student, easily captured. Although Guiqi was not an elite assassin capable of handling high-end assignments, dealing with a soft and delicate college girl was still a trivial task. He even considered the 30,000 a mere windfall, devoid of any technical difficulty, and felt confident in completing the mission with ease. Subsequently, Guei-Chi continued to follow them. To avoid detection, he mimicked whatever activities Su Mo and Lu Ruo engaged in. However, it seemed that Guei-Chi had overestimated his own resilience. After a series of exhilarating rides on the roller coaster and the pirate ship, Guei-Chi succumbed to nausea. The heights and the exhilarating motions were intolerable for him. Damn it! He glared at Lu Ruo's retreating figure, his face pale, lamenting, "Isn't this just paying to suffer? These wealthy individuals must have their brains kicked by a donkey." Yet, his gaze remained fixated on his target. After all, the reward for this mission was a substantial 30,000. A few amusement park rides would not deter him. Unbeknownst to him, Su Mo cast a discreet glance at the lurking figure behind him, a smirk playing on his lips. As night fell, Lu Ruo, in a state of exhilaration, proposed, "Why don't we explore the haunted house? I've heard the haunted house here is quite thrilling." A haunted house, as the name implies, is a dwelling filled with ghosts. Despite knowing that the apparitions within were merely human impersonations, the atmosphere was enough to elevate one's adrenaline. Thus, the haunted house attraction was immensely popular, particularly among young couples, who were particularly fond of such experiences. It was said that a couple's venture into a haunted house could lead to two extreme outcomes. Either their relationship would quickly deepen or swiftly decline. Nearby, Guei-Chi, disguised as a passerby, suddenly brightened at the prospect, privately musing, "This is a splendid opportunity." With fewer people in the haunted house at night, the task would be easier to execute. It was a fortuitous chance. If the plan unfolded smoothly, he could accomplish his mission ahead of schedule. In the dimly lit environment of the haunted house, capturing Lu Ruo would be a piece of cake. Guei-Chi even envisioned the scene, waiting for the two to reach an unoccupied room, swiftly incapacitating the obstructive man, and then quickly subduing Lu Ruo to carry her away. The plan was flawless, without a single flaw. Thus, Guei-Chi feigned indifference as he departed, hastily entering the haunted house in advance. He intended to disguise himself as a ghost, awaiting the arrival of the duo. He chuckled to himself, gazing at the eerie surroundings. 30,000 will allow for a delightful respite for a while. He had positioned himself along the path that Lu Ruo would inevitably take. As soon as she entered the haunted house, he would be able to detect her presence. However, after a prolonged wait, he saw no sign of Lu Ruo, leading him to ponder in confusion, what is going on? Didn't they say they were coming to the haunted house? Could it be that the man lacks the courage to enter? If that were the case, it would truly be disastrous. Guei-Chi made a swift decision, rising promptly to ascertain whether the target of his mission was still present. "Return my life." The specter clad in red drifted through the alley, incessantly repeating that haunting phrase. Coupled with the eerie lighting and atmosphere of the haunted house, a genuine sense of terror enveloped the surroundings. Guei-Chi felt a shiver run down his spine. Hastily sprinting towards the exit of the haunted house. Initially oblivious to the unsettling atmosphere, he now sensed a foreboding presence. "Damn it!" Guei-Chi exclaimed as he burst out of the haunted house, muttering, "This place is truly terrifying." Though it was common knowledge that the apparitions were merely humans in disguise, the atmosphere, along with the relentless psychological suggestions, instilled a profound unease, as if a bloody head could appear at any moment. It was indeed somewhat chilling. Nevertheless, Guei-Chi quickly regained his composure, scanning his surroundings in search of the mission target, albeit with little hope. After all, he had lingered in the haunted house for far too long. The target might have vacated the premises long ago. If that were the case, it would be futile to seek another opportunity. However, his spirits lifted when he caught sight of Lu Ruo and her companion exiting the adjacent midnight terror ride. The truth became apparent. It turned out they had bypassed the haunted house altogether, opting instead for the indoor roller coaster next door. Guei-Chi felt a surge of frustration. Nearly bursting with rage, he had dedicated himself to the role of a ghost, only to discover that his targets were not adhering to the expected script. What happened to the plan of visiting the haunted house? How could they have mistaken it for the midnight terror? How outrageous! Guei-Chi fumed inwardly but soon steadied himself. reassuring himself that at least he had not lost track of his targets. Otherwise, his efforts for the day would have been in vain. The prospect of leaving the haunted house empty-handed was indeed disheartening. Subsequently, Guei-Chi continued to feign the guise of a bystander, silently trailing Lu Ruo. Yet, he ultimately failed to find a suitable opportunity to make his move. The theme park was overwhelmingly crowded, and even as twilight descended, the throngs of visitors showed no signs of dwindling. In such a bustling environment, even Guei-Chi dared not act recklessly. He needed to find a less populated area. Finally, at 9 o'clock in the evening, the theme park closed its gates. As Su Mo and Lu Ruo exited, Guei-Chi followed suit. Freedom at last. Excitement bubbled within him, as victory seemed within reach. Upon reaching the parking lot, Su Mo instructed Lu Ruo to enter the car first, then locked the doors behind her. He remained at the spot, smiling as he said, "Come out now?" In his mind, Su Mo pondered the identity of the fool who had summoned such a foolish assassin. Did they truly underestimate him? Did they think that a killer of this caliber could contend with him? Those foreign magnates? No, they would not dare. At least not in Xia country, where they would refrain from making rash moves. And as for the Penguin Group, that was equally implausible. How could such a wealthy organization hire such a dim-witted assassin? Thus, Su Mo felt a sense of perplexity, unsure of which celestial being had summoned this assassin. Hidden in the shadows, Guei-Chi was taken aback. Had he been discovered? Or was it merely a ruse? This was unusual. As a professional assassin, his counter-surveillance skills were exceptionally formidable. How could he have been so easily detected? Contemplating this, Guei-Chi chose to remain in his position, unwilling to reveal himself. If he did not emerge soon, Su Mo took a deep breath and declared, "I am leaving." Although he had already pinpointed the foolish assassin's location, Su Mo preferred not to expose him directly. Upon hearing this, Guei-Chi felt his cover was blown and, left with no choice, stepped into the open. However, he regarded Su Mo with utter disdain, considering him merely a feeble student, incapable of causing any harm. Chapter 149, Binding the Assassin in the Eyes of Ghost 7. Su Mo appeared to be merely an ordinary, frail man, likely unable to withstand more than 3 moves under his hand. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, just leave quietly." With a sullen expression, Ghost 7 emerged from the shadows, producing a small knife from his pocket, his intentions far from benign. "Don't try to be a hero saving a damsel, otherwise, you might lose your life." At these words, Su Mo was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Was he not the target? This meant that the threat was directed at Lu Ruo. Realizing this, Su Mo's expression darkened. How dare he lay a hand on his woman? It seemed this man was courting death. "Kid, since you don't recognize the situation." Seeing Su Mo lost in thought, Ghost 7 assumed he had frightened him into a stupor and charged forward with lightning speed, muttering, "Then you'll be spending a few months in the hospital." He had no intention of killing Su Mo, as his true target remained in the car. There was no need to squander time here, especially when the employer had only offered 300,000. Kidnapping was acceptable, but murder was rather excessive. With a snap of realization, Su Mo's demeanor shifted to one of icy determination. He sidestepped Ghost 7's assault with a deft movement and swiftly transformed his palm into a knife-like shape, striking fiercely at the man's spine. His technique was crafted with precision, ensuring no lethal harm. Before Ghost 7 could comprehend the situation, he was swiftly incapacitated by Su Mo's strike, collapsing like a lifeless swine. Su Mo was indeed curious about who was orchestrating this clandestine operation, daring to target Lu Ruo. It seemed they truly did not understand the concept of mortality. Lu Ruo, startled, hastily exited the vehicle. "What is going on? Who hired this fool of an assassin?" Su Mo kicked the unconscious man, exclaiming, "He has been trailing us for an entire day. Utterly foolish." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruo instinctively took a couple of steps back, distancing herself from the assassin, and inquired, "Should we call the police? This is a real assassin." "Absolutely not." Su Mo shook his head decisively. "Let us first put him in the car." While he certainly intended to alert the authorities, that would not be at this moment. Su Mo was eager to uncover the identity of the dim-witted assassin's employer, the one who dared to target Lu Ruo. How reckless! Lu Ruo was taken aback, questioning, Are you planning to bind the assassin? This approach is unprecedented. It's akin to a human trafficker getting captured only to have their captor turn them in. Suemo chuckled reassuringly. Do not worry. The police will handle it afterward. After all, I am a law-abiding citizen. I mustn't engage in unlawful acts. He then proceeded to drag the assassin and stow him in the trunk, as if disposing of a corpse. They would return to the villa, confine him, and interrogate him. An assassin of this caliber would possess no code of ethics that would compel him to remain silent about his employer. A mere 300,000 is hardly worth the trouble. It would be far better to speak up. After a cordial inquiry, Suemo finally grasped the situation at hand. It turned out to be that celebrity, Li Mingzhi. You see, I have already divulged the information. Guichi looked at Suemo with eager eyes and tentatively inquired, could you possibly let me go? Had he known he would encounter such a ruthless individual as Suemo, he would have resolutely declined the task. The stakes were simply too high. The intelligence was utterly flawed. According to Li Mingzhi, this mission posed no risk whatsoever. It was merely the abduction of a defenseless female college student. However, he failed to mention that this seemingly helpless student was accompanied by such a formidable presence. Even Guichi, who fancied himself a professional killer, could not withstand even a single round against this demon. It was inconceivable to simply let you go. After a moment of contemplation, Suemo smiled and said, I am well aware of your background. Here is your chance. Turn yourself in. A few decades in prison may still allow for the prospect of release. Although Guichi's abduction attempt was unsuccessful, he had still violated the law. Moreover, it was likely that he had committed several offenses while in possession of the case. If Suemo were to let Guichi off the hook so easily, he would undoubtedly be plagued by guilt. Naturally, Guichi was unwilling and vehemently shook his head, exclaiming, I will never dare to do this again. I will reform my ways and become a better person. The thought of serving time in prison was far more unbearable than death itself. If you do not turn yourself in, I shall notify the authorities. Suemo paid no heed to Guichi's pleas for mercy, instead shrugging his shoulders in resignation, stating, in that case, you shall never see the light of day again. There is no possibility of leniency. Should Guichi fail to recognize the gravity of the moment, Suemo would not hesitate to assist him in his downfall. After all, Guichi's fate was well-deserved. Those who deceive others shall inevitably find themselves deceived. Realizing the futility of his situation, Guichi finally gritted his teeth and declared, fine, I will turn myself in. By confessing, he stood a chance of receiving a lighter sentence. However, if Suemo were to report him, the consequences would be drastically different, likely resulting in a life sentence. As long as he could secure his release, there remained a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, Guichi confessed, revealing Li Mingzhi's identity. Upon learning of this turn of events, Li Mingzhi was rendered speechless. Damn it, he seethed, clenching his teeth in fury. What happened to being a professional killer? You can't even handle an ordinary female college student. You're utterly worthless. What he had presumed to be an effortless task had ended in complete failure. Furthermore, Guichi had displayed a complete lack of professional ethics by promptly betraying his employer. The thought of this sent a cold sweat down Li Mingzhi's back. Indeed, the only option was to flee abroad. Suddenly composed, Li Mingzhi began to analyze his situation. The only chance I have is to escape the country. International apprehension is exceedingly complicated. Moreover, he possessed a substantial amount of funds. If managed properly, he might still evade capture. Gathering a couple of belongings, he hastily prepared to flee the country. However, Li Mingzhi underestimated the efficiency of the police in Xia country. He had yet to even depart, captured directly at the airport. Hiring an assassin is indeed a grave offense. Tears behind iron bars are practically inevitable. Subsequently, an interrogation was conducted on Li Mingzhi, and without much effort, critical intelligence was acquired. It turned out that a woman was inciting the actions from behind the scenes. Upon investigation, it was revealed to be Wu Xiaofei. Upon learning this, Suemo was left in shock, as was Lu Ruoruo. Wu Xiaofei was once Lu Ruoruo's close confidant, but later became a sycophant, ultimately tarnishing her own reputation. By that time, Lu Ruo had long severed ties with Wu Xiaofei, and they had become mere strangers. Unexpectedly, Wu Xiaofei conspired with Li Mingzhi to kidnap Lu Ruo. How despicable! Suemo was instantly consumed by rage, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, Are they so impatient with life that they dare to disturb the peace? Chapter 150. Serving time without seamless transition. In the end, Wu Xiaofei was apprehended, and they all ended up in prison. Li Mingzhi faced an even harsher fate, sentenced to 10 years. However, this punishment seemed rather lenient. Consequently, Su Emo re-examined Li Mingzhi's background, uncovering significant crimes, including drug-related offenses, and consequently extended his sentence by an additional 30 years, totaling 40 years. Conversely, Wu Xiaofei received only a 10-year sentence. Upon learning of her sentence, Wu Xiaofei breathed a sigh of relief and felt a surge of pride. She leaned closer to Su Emo and mockingly whispered, "I'll be out in less than 10 years. By then, I'll take my revenge. Su Emo, do ensure that Lu Ruruo remains unharmed. Do not let her fall into my hands." Her visage was contorted, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. She felt fortunate, as her role was merely as an instigator in Li Mingzhi's crimes. 10 years was already quite severe. Time would pass swiftly, and with good behavior and various opportunities for sentence reduction, it was unlikely she would serve the full 10 years. When the time came, Wu Xiaofei would unleash an even more ruthless vengeance. After all, a thief may operate for 1,000 days, but the defense against a thief cannot last 1,000 days. Should Su Emo lower his guard, Lu Ruo's fate would undoubtedly be dire. Su Emo, upon hearing her words, was filled with rage and coldly retorted, "Ha! You will not be getting out." Initially, he intended to let the matter rest, but the audacity of this deranged woman incensed him. Although her threats were likely mere bravado, Su Emo deemed it unacceptable to allow such a risk to linger. While it was true he adhered to the law, he would not hesitate to ensure the disappearance of this madwoman. Lu Ruo, too, felt a deep sense of sorrow. Her former best friend had turned into this. It was a poignant reminder of how circumstances and hearts can change. Su Emo decisively mobilized all his resources to investigate Wu Xiaofei, but the findings were scant. Apart from her infatuation with foreign men, which did not warrant an increase in her punishment, there was little he could do. At most, it amounted to a moral condemnation. But the law offered no support. Faced with this reality, Su Emo could only shake his head in resignation, sighing, "If that is the case, I shall resort to extraordinary measures." Subsequently, no one knew what transpired. However, half a month later, Wu Xiaofei, who had been granted medical parole, mysteriously met with an accident and never returned. At least for Li Mingzhi, there remained a sliver of hope for freedom after 40 years, provided he survived that long. Wu Xiaofei, on the other hand, was lost forever. Meanwhile, the film Dominating the Ages had been released for a month, grossing 10 billion domestically and 15 billion internationally, totaling 25 billion worldwide. It had already shattered records for single-month earnings. Dominating the Ages surged ahead, leaving its competitors in a haze, unable to even glimpse its taillights. Films released concurrently with Dominating the Ages were engulfed in despair, as expected box office revenues plummeted, with many failing to recoup their production costs, resulting in substantial losses. Though not as disastrous as the epic